Imagine for a moment if 10 people were giving you $50 a month every month for some code you wrote in a weekend. Now with this course, I actually want to help you get to that point. But of course, if you could do 10 people, what's going to stop you from getting 100 or 1,000 or 2,000? Now, yes, there is a big difference between 10 and 2,000, but the idea here is if you can provide value with your code, why wouldn't you? And so what I want to show you is how to actually build your very own SaaS application using a lot of different modern technology. So let's take a look and talk about the course right now. This is the SaaS Foundations course. Of course, we have all of the code available for free alongside of this free course. The idea here is you can use this code for any of your projects at any time. Just fork it and give it a run. Go through the README if you want to get it exactly working correctly. But the idea here is we're going to be using Django. Django is a web framework built in Python, and Python itself is an incredibly powerful language that makes it really easy to build stuff like Django. Django has a lot of batteries included, as you'll come to learn, but the idea is Django is scalable. It helped Instagram and Pinterest scale, but it also has things like user authentication built into it. This also means user groups, permissions, like can a user do this or that, logging in, logging out, saving your password in the database, securely, like a lot of things might not. Django has been doing that for a very long time. Now, in addition to Django, we'll also use something like Django AllAuth to do our regular authentication. So it kind of gives us a bunch of different views and simple ways to make sure that we can log our users in and send them an email to confirm their email. All of that is done with AllAuth. But it also has this ability to do social authentication. So in our case, we're going to take a look at how to do GitHub authentication so you can log in with your GitHub account to your SaaS application, which I think is actually fairly important. Once we actually solve all of that stuff, we'll also use Gmail as the email service, and I'll show you the modern ways to use Gmail for that. I don't recommend doing this in the long run, as I'll say in the course itself, but it is kind of cool that we can do that still. But the idea here is once we have our users in place, we also want to start charging our users. The way we're going to do that is by using Stripe, and specifically subscriptions in Stripe. One-off payments in Stripe are so easy to do. So like e-commerce in Stripe is much easier to do than subscriptions. But subscriptions, if you get it right, it can be far more profitable than e-commerce. So the idea here is we need to make sure that Stripe and Django are working well together in terms of subscriptions and what users can actually have access to. A big part of the way we're going to do this is by using GitHub Actions and all of these different workflows to make sure that we have a way to do a scheduled production worker. In other words, this workflow right here is going to run on a schedule and it's going to do some Django management commands for us. Now, this is only possible because of a key part of this course, which is actually using Neon. So Neon is the database service that we're going to be using, which is Postgres itself. It's open source database, but it's specifically on serverless, which means it only runs when we need it to run, and it runs incredibly fast. I totally agree with this statement that you can ship faster with Postgres, and just the GitHub Action Workflows alone, for those of you who have never used Neon, hopefully will excite you to actually get Neon on your radar. So that's why I partnered up with them. It's a really fantastic way to do all this. But the other part that's really cool is we can actually test production-like data. So if we look at our Neon DB branch, we can do our production database. We can grab our production database. We can make something called a branch, which is a copy of our production database. And then we can test or do things based off of that production data. Now, you might not actually run your standard tests with Django on production data. Maybe there's not a good reason for that. So realistically, something what you might actually do is doing something like syncing your user subscriptions or clearing out dangling ones that shouldn't be there anymore. So it cancels subscriptions that have been canceled. And all of that is possible thanks to Neon. So those are two key aspects of this: Django, Neon, and then of course doing Stripe itself. That's a big part of this course. We will also be using Flowbite and TailwindCSS. Flowbite is just a quick way to build all sorts of Tailwind components so that it looks like a professional application like this. This is our actual application right here that we will be implementing inside of our project. Now, it's actually fairly empty. A big part of the reason it is fairly empty is because your code's not in there yet. This is a foundational code. This is meant so you have all of that other stuff working well so that you can iterate and build on top of it. We will also be deploying to Railway, but this is just a small portion just to make sure that we can see the deployment process in all of this. If you have Neon as your database, you can deploy almost anywhere. Railway is just an example we'll go through, and we'll be using a Docker container in here as well, so you can see how all of that is done also. But a lot of that is still somewhat foundational for what we'll end up building. And so what you can see is you can go through all of this code. There is a lot of it that we go through to make sure that your application is up, running, working, and you have all of these foundations down. So that's it. That's all we really need to do at this point. I will talk about the requirements here a little bit, but the idea being that the Django project itself will be responsible for the vast majority of the logic to help orchestrate all of these things so that you can give your users the code that will bring them a lot of value and hopefully change your life by building out your own SaaS application. Let's take a look at the actual requirements to do well in this course right now. To do well in this course, I recommend you have some experience with Python, specifically Python 3, but mostly so that you can write classes and functions. You can do things with lists and dictionaries. You can do math with integers and floats. If you know those things, you'll be good to go. If all of that sounds a little confusing to you at this point, check out my 30 Days of Python course. This goes through all of those fundamentals. Yes, it uses an older version of Python than what we use in this course, but it's still Python 3, so you'll still get a lot of those foundations down because Python is Python. Now, in addition to Python, knowing CSS and HTML is a huge plus. These things build up the internet. I don't really go into that much detail on them, but I do show you a lot of things related to what we need them for, so you could always copy and paste as well and just kind of wing it as I do with a lot of different things. But knowing them will be beneficial. Now, having some experience with Django is probably a good idea, but it's not required. If you find yourself getting kind of lost with the Django stuff, check out my Try Django series on my website or on YouTube. Both of them or any of them will actually teach you a lot of fundamentals about Django. I also have a fundamental Django course in here as well called Your First Django Project. And in there, I go through some of the basics as well that you might want to learn more about Django. And then the final thing is just downloading Visual Studio Code. This is the free version of Visual Studio Code, but the idea being this is what we'll use to actually write all of our code, and it is incredibly helpful. There's a lot of different plugins in there that you could download as well to make it even easier on you as you build out this entire project. But that's really it. There's not a whole lot more to it than that. I mean, knowing stuff like Git is also something that you might want to know, but I'll talk about that when we get there. The idea being just being able to track our code and put it onto GitHub. That is definitely a bonus that you might want to have at this time. But with all that said, let's go ahead and jump right into the course. Let's go ahead and set up our project inside of VS Code. What this means is we're going to go ahead and create a new folder. We're going to save some things related to VS Code. Then we're going to create a Python virtual environment. Then we'll install Django. Then we'll run a Django command to create our project, the baseline project inside of a specific folder for it. So let's go ahead and get that started. First off, inside of the Explorer window inside of VS Code, we're going to go ahead and open up a new folder here, and I'm going to navigate into where I want to store this project. In my case, I store the projects inside of my main user, inside of the dev folder. That's where I have all sorts of projects in here. I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm just going to call this SaaS. You could call it SaaS Foundations if you like, but I just want to call it SaaS just to make it really short and easy to get back to. I'm going to go ahead and create that, and we'll go ahead and open this. Right off the bat, as soon as I create a project inside of VS Code, I always save the workspace. So we'll go ahead and do save workspace as, and then we just hit save. There you go. So this is now a VS Code project that you can use for any programming language, including the one we're about to do. Now that I've got that, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder here. This folder, I'm going to call it SRC. This is where I want Django to live. This is where I'm going to put all of my things related to Django. Next, I'm going to go ahead and create a requirements.txt file. This is Python specific, not Django specific. However, we will put a Django version in here. And this version, I want it to be greater than or equal to 5.0 and then less than or equal to 5.2. Now, the reason for this is that I actually don't want this to upgrade past 5.0 until I actually have the code tested beyond that. So maybe we even want it at just 5.1. This is an optional step. Of course, you could probably use the latest version of Django and be fine. Django versions don't change drastically, but when they have little changes here and there, it makes a big difference on how you actually end up using this. So with this in mind, I now have a requirements file and a location as to where I want to store Django. So what you could do now is verify that you have Python installed on your local machine, but in my case, I actually don't, right? At least this version of Python. This is for Python 2 for those Mac users. If you're on Windows, you might actually see something come out from this. Now, how did I get here? Of course, I actually am toggling the terminal window here with Control tilde, which of course is inside of the terminal command here, and you can see exactly what you need to do in there as well. So get used to this command. In my case, it's just Control tilde, and it will toggle that. But here we go. Now I'm inside of the root of my Django project. As you can see here, that's one of the nice things about using Visual Studio Code's terminal is it's going to be in the root of that project. So now, what we need to do with every Python project is we need to create a virtual environment of some kind. I use Python, and I use Python 3, and then again we can verify the version, Python 3-m venv. This is the built-in virtual environment manager that Python has. There's a lot of them out there. I've had the best success with this one for a long time. It's actually a really good one. Once you have this, you actually then name your virtual environment. I use venv, and then I hit enter, and then it creates that virtual environment, and there's the folder there. Now notice that VS Code says it detected a new environment. Do we want this to be for the workspace folder? We'll go ahead and say yes. Basically what that means is when I open up a new terminal window, it's going to go ahead and automatically activate that for me. Now if for some reason it doesn't automatically activate it for you, the way you activate it is by using source venv bin/activate for Mac and Linux users. If you're on Windows, it's going to be something more like venv scripts and activate spelled correctly, and it's going to look a little bit more like that. Now, with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and run my requirements installation. Now, you might be familiar with the processes of doing something like pip install Django like that, but what I want to do is get in the habit of using requirements.txt, so I'll just go ahead and do my pip install. We'll do pip install-r requirements.txt. This, of course, will install everything that's listed out inside of those requirements. And in this case, I have it between versions. So I'm using the latest version of Django 5, not 5.1, not 5.2, not 6, not any future version, and not even any past version, just those versions right there. And then I'll be able to do various commands for Django. Next up, I actually want to upgrade pip as well. This is a process that you want to do from time to time just to make sure that your Python package installer is upgraded. Now in production, what you probably want to do is actually python-m pip install, but we'll go ahead and skip that for now and just use pip directly. So now we're at the point where we need to create our Django project. Now do keep in mind, I'm going in through the nitty-gritty details for those of you who have never done this before. Now if you've done this once or twice, I just want to clarify things just so as we go forward, you have a better understanding of how to use these commands as you might need to going forward. Because sometimes if this part trips you up, then you're not going to get a whole lot out of this series. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and actually create our Django project. Now do keep in mind, I'm in the root of the actual VS Code workspace, the root of the project itself. I'm not in the root of where I want to store the code. Where I want to store the code is in this src folder here. So that means I need to navigate into src with this cd src. And if I do pwd, I can see where I'm located. If you're on Windows, you might be able to use dir to see where you're located as well. But of course, if you're using Windows PowerShell, pwd should work for you as well. Now, at this point, Django should be installed. So if we do pip freeze, we should see that Django is installed in there. There's other things as well, but at least Django 5 is installed in there. With that in mind, I should be able to do Django admin and then run a various commands related to the Django admin command. If that is not installed for some reason or it's not running for some reason, just close out all of your terminal windows, open up a new terminal, make sure your virtual environment is activated, in my case it is, and then navigate back into that SRC folder, and then run your Django admin, and then you can actually run just Django admin by itself, so you can see all of these subcommands that are available for it. So in our case, we're going to go ahead and use the start project command, but there are a lot of other commands that you might want to look into. Some of them we will definitely use, like run server, make migrations, migrate, and so on. But at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and run the start project command. So we'll do Django admin. Let me just clear this out real quick. So Django and then -admin, start project. Now we want to name our project something. I always name my projects CFE home, and then I put a period at the end. Remember, I'm inside of the SRC folder, as it even shows me over here. But the fact that I'm using this period means that it's going to create the project right inside of this SRC folder. If I did not create that period, it would create another folder and have that Django project within that folder. So if I hit enter and run that, it then creates my Django project here for me. This command right here, this process, I've done for years. This works for old versions of Django, even Django like 1.6. This same process works all the way from back then. Now it's just Django 5, and we're able to actually get this thing going from here. So from there, we're going to go ahead and just run python manage.py, run server, and hit enter. Notice that I actually have Python, not Python 3, running on here. And of course, if I were to open up my terminal window on my main machine and run python -- version, I get this Python command not found. This, of course, is because of the virtual environment that is activated inside of VS Code. It's actually able to run things like this. Another reason to use those virtual environments is it will actually allow you to just run this simple Python command based off of the Python version that you used to create the virtual environment, which all of that information and all of those details are inside of that venv folder itself. And the coolest thing is you can always delete this venv and start all over whenever you need to. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and open up the Hello World page, and here it is. And of course, Hello World in terms of Django just gives you this. We want to extend this. We want to make it a real Hello World with our own data and with our own stuff on here. But at this point, you now have a Django project working. It's just a matter of configuring things. There's a lot of things to configure, but that's where we're going to go from here. So if this was too fast for you, or you're not really sure as to what's going on, hopefully the next few videos will help clarify more and more of this. This is roughly the pace I'm going to go. It might speed up as we get a little bit more advanced topics throughout this series, but the general idea is from this. Now, I'm going to be using the Arc web browser as well, but you can use any web browser and you should see the exact same thing as we see here. So going forward, this is what we're going to be doing, and this is what we're going to be working off of inside of VS Code and with this project. Now, at some point, we will implement version control, or Git. That will happen actually pretty soon because we want to actually see how that's done. So in the future part of this course, you will see various code that might change. So worst case scenario, if the code does change and you're having struggles finding the exact code itself, go into our GitHub. It's easiest at cfe.sh/GitHub. You find the SaaS Foundation's actual code repo, and you'll be able to see the code for various things. And I'll have a lot of different instructions on here based off of issues or anything you might find for this one, because I really want to help you guys build those projects and have them real and out there in the real world. Let's go ahead and take a look at how to actually start using Django right now. Now, when it comes to using Django, one of the fundamental things that Django does is render HTML documents. Now, of course, HTML is what builds up the actual internet. Every web page ever has HTML on it. So on any web browser, you can go to View Page Source, and you can quite literally see all of the HTML that builds up that page. Now, it doesn't give you all of the secret sauce, and even if you could somehow edit the HTML on your web browser, that has nothing to do with how everyone else sees it, as you might be well aware. But Django itself is a web framework, so like every other web framework that exists, at the core, all it really does is render HTML. The way Django does it is very Pythonic. It uses Python functions, or if you want to get a little bit more complicated, classes. you can actually just build out Python functions to return HTML, to actually build out your various HTML pages. And it does this using programming, of course. So what I want to do is start off with creating our very first view, the actual function that's responsible for rendering HTML, and then also route the traffic that goes there. So to do this, inside of CFE Home, inside of that root Django configuration folder, next to settings.py, we're going to go ahead and create views.py. We're going to hit enter here, and I'm just going to define my first view. I'm going to call this function homepage view, and then it's going to return something. I just said it needs to return HTML, or renders HTML. That's Django's core function. That's the baseline function of what Django does, is render out HTML. So this is a simple Python function that doesn't do a whole lot. In fact, it does basically nothing. So what I want it to do is I want it to return back some sort of HTML. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and run from Django.http. We're going to import the class of called HTTP response. Notice there's one for request, and we want the one for response. So this means it's going to return an HTTP response, which is how we return HTML. So in my case, I'll just give an h1 tag here of hello world with a closing off h1 tag. Now, if you know HTML really well, you know that this is poorly formatted HTML. That's not really the point here. The point here is that this is HTML formatted text. And of course, it's in a string itself, because if it wasn't in a string, it would no longer be valid Python, right? So we still need to write valid Python out. We still need to put things in strings. But the idea behind HTML itself is it's really just a document full of strings. That's it. It's not byte text. It's just strings. It's not a PDF file. It's not a video. It's not an image. It's just strings. That's it. So that's what we want to return. Great. So we're really close to having our first ever view. But the thing is, the view itself actually has additional arguments that come in here. One such argument is the request itself. I'll explain that in just a moment. And then we can actually pass in the args and keyword args, basically the catch-all for any other kind of argument that might be passed into the actual function itself for the home page view. Really, we only need request. But since you're new to this program, ideally, or in theory, you put in args and keyword args just to make sure that you don't have any issues that happen because you don't know the arguments that need to go through with any given view. So now that we've got this view, we created this function. Now we call it views.py because that is the way Django determines it. Now we could call it other things as well. We could call this pages.py if we wanted to, because of how we'll end up importing it. But the thing is, we want to follow convention. We want to follow what other Django developers do, both in terms of if we ever work with other Django developers, they will have an idea of where to find these things. But also, so when we actually look up documentation or we use an AI to spit out things for us, we'll at least have a better understanding of how to name the different files and all that. So with this in mind, with views in here, I'm going to go to urls.py here. And now I'm going to go ahead and import that function. So we'll do from.views. We're going to import the actual homepage view function in here. Great. So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to route a URL path to this homepage view. So the way we're going to do that is by using the path function that Django provides. Then we pass in where we want it to go. So we could say hello-world with a trailing slash, and then we actually pass in the view function as like a callback handler. And then we are going to go ahead and put a comment here because all of the URL paths are going to go in here. Now, if you're not familiar with URL paths, or at least that term, you're definitely familiar with how it works. In the sense that if you go to any web page and click on a link, what's going to happen is that link changes. The actual path itself changes. In this case, it says doc. So we're basically doing that same thing. We're designing where those URLs are going to go. We're designing the logic for it. So now, with all this in mind, we have our basic web page ready to run. So opening up the terminal window, let's make sure we're in the src folder here. We're going to run python manage.py run server. This emulates what would happen in production when we deploy it to the internet. And then I can actually open up this URL here and go ahead and take a look at my new page. Now this actually looks different than what we saw before. So if I close this out and then comment out the URL patterns, just comment out that one single line there, and then open this again. Make sure you're saving things, of course. I just hit Command S all of the time, or Control S all of the time. You just won't see me do it. But the idea being is this is the standard Hello World page, but as soon as I add in my own URLs in here, that page goes away. I save that, and now it's going to say, hey, I can open this up, and I get a page not found. Why I get a page not found is because these are the paths that Django is looking for. These are the only paths that have some sort of logic behind it, some sort of function that will actually handle that URL path. So now I can actually come in here and say something like hello-world and hit enter, and there is that page. Wow, fantastic. Very, very fascinating. Now, of course, that function itself we can reuse again, and I could just do an empty path here. This is going to be like the index page or the root page. That's another way to think of that as well. I can save that. Now open up that URL again, and there it is on that home page. It now says hello world. It does not say the page not found anymore. And of course, if I go into the other page of hello world, it's still there. That is probably going to remain. I'm probably going to keep that page in there to some degree on these different paths. So what you've learned to do now is you've learned how to create a basic function that can return back some HTML code, and then you create a URL to route the web page to that function, which is super nice. Now, if you're familiar with the HTML of it all, as in you've built HTML websites before, what's cool about this is you can still use .html in here. You could do something like this, where as soon as you save it, it will refresh. You can open up that web page, and then you can go into the same thing of hello-world.html, hit enter, and it's still rendering that out, and it shows me that .html. So what's happening here, using Django, I have the ability to write out any sort of URL path that I want to then be rendered on any sort of function that I want, just as long as you're using the correct way of returning back the correct response. So if you came in here and just said return, hello world and save it, you're going to get an error. It gets this string attribute has no object get. The error that's happening here is because Django has a lot of things that are built into it to secure your responses. That security comes in when you use something like HTTP response to make sure that you are using the actual valid way to return back HTML. In this case, it's a simple class that then you pass in a simple text to then render out your HTML. But what I want to do is I want to actually make this a little bit better. Let's actually put some real HTML back and return that as a response, so we can move towards the logic of using Django templates that will drastically speed up this process for us as we start to get more and more complicated views and more complicated ways of rendering out our HTML pages, because that's what Django is all about. We're going to constantly make more and more complicated pages to render out everything inside of Django. And from here on out, we're just going to be building off of this concept, really, and of course adding in databases and stuff like that. But at the core, this is what Django does really, really well. Now that we know how to route traffic to a specific function through the function itself and also the URL paths, let's actually take a look at how we can render out closer to the correct format of HTML. Now, if you know Python, but very little Django, you know that you can open up files right inside of Python. So let's go ahead and see how we do that. Inside of the CFE home here, I'm just going to go ahead and do home.html. This file I'm definitely going to delete in the near future, but I just want to show you how you might approach this from a logic perspective, as well as knowing a little bit about Python. So inside of an HTML document, you usually have to declare the doc type of HTML. Then you need to open up an HTML tag, and you also need to close it. Then you're going to go ahead and open up a body tag, also close it. And then you open up a header tag, also close it. And we'll go ahead and say something like, is this anything? Doesn't really matter what you write in here, but what we see is closer to properly formatted HTML documents. This could be improved quite a bit, but at the very least, we have the H1 tag like we did before, but now we've expanded a little bit to have better formatted HTML. Now, web browsers are incredibly flexible and forgiving to errors with HTML because it's really easy to make a ton of errors with HTML. So the web browser often makes up for that. So the idea here is not to become an expert in HTML per se, but to know how to actually turn this into a response inside of Django. Now, what I mean by a response, of course, is when we open up our web page, we go to the home page here, and every time I request it, if I refresh the page, I'm re-requesting it. That's quite literally doing a request. Django is turning back and sending back a response. You can actually see this in the terminal as well. So we see that this is a GET request, and then it returns back a response in there also. Cool, so good to know. Next up, what we want to do is we want to open up this HTML page, and I want to put it right into this HTTP response. In other words, I want my HTML to be, well, setting this string here. Now, there is a Django way to do this, which we'll see in a little bit, but for now, I want to just do it the Python way, which that means I'm going to import pathlib. And if you're not familiar with pathlib, what you can do is something like this dir is pathlib.path of this file. Then we resolve that file, like where it's located on our system, and then we can go ahead and say parent. This will give me that CFE home directory there, which of course you could always print out if you wanted to see what that looks like. Now to get that home.html, all I need to do within pathlib is say my HTML file path is equal to this dir / home.html. Once again, pathlib is great. It's really nice that you can see this, and we can actually change this HTML string into being from this file path and then something like a read text. And that will actually open up the file, allow me to read it, and then allow me to respond with the contents of that file. So we can go ahead and save that, open up the terminal again, make sure everything's running, open up that web page. We see that it is this anything is now showing up. We go back into our home page. We can see the printed out path is related to my system, but it will also be related to your system based off of how this is all done. Cool. So the next thing, of course, is just changing this and saying this is anything or something along those lines, and we can refresh on that page and it will work. Now, there's a chance that the reason it's working is because of how Django refreshes things, but realistically what's happening every time this page is viewed, it opens up this HTML page and then returns back those responses or that result itself. Now, of course, within Python, you could also think of this in terms of directly in line to Python. So you could always copy this HTML here and you could paste it in as a long string, so triple quotes in there, and you could paste it in just like that and then not actually read that file at all, but rather just have the document right in line there, and then you can refresh, and once again, it's still the same thing. So you could say something like inline is anything, say that again, refresh, and there we go. So it's showing us that I can now do all different things with HTML. Now, while both of these technically work, right, they both return HTML, they aren't using what Django does incredibly well, which is allows you to extend the capabilities of what HTML does natively with something called the Django templating engine. So let's take a look at how we can do that now, which will help us shortcut this quite a bit. So then when we think about our URLs and all of our view functions that go with it, we can start to think in terms of programmatically designing these things so you don't have to do them one by one like you would with pure HTML, right? You'd have to actually build out individual HTML pages for all of that. But instead, we want to extend all of that with the Django templating engine. So let's take a look at that right now. Now we're going to take a look at the Django templating engine so we can see how our web pages can be more programmatic and realistically just more effective at rendering out data, at sending HTML data to a user that's requesting it. So it all comes down to string substitution and that in Python. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this print statement and just say something like my title equals to my page, something like that. And then inside of the HTML document itself, you might be aware that you could do string substitution. Now you could do something like an F string where you just put in my title like that, and that will work. Or you could do something that's a little bit closer to how Django works, which is going to be something in the realm of .format. Now with format, what you could do is then say something like my context equals to, well, we'll go ahead and do page title is equal to the my title as a dictionary itself, and then we want to change the HTML document here as page title, and then we're just going to go ahead and unpack that dictionary itself into this format. As you're aware, what it would do then is say page title is equal to my title as an argument in here, which of course we could still put in just like that, right? But I'm putting it in as my context as this dictionary on purpose, as we'll see shortly. But as we save that, we will go ahead and take a look at that web page. And there we go. We got my page as anything. That is the variable. That's the context that's being passed through, and also the HTML document. So right here, we already have something that's going towards the actual formatting of Django templating engine. It's not exactly, but it's definitely going that direction. So what I want to do now is I'm going to go ahead and just copy this and paste below. And I'm just going to go ahead and say my old homepage view and implement my new one. So I'll go ahead and get rid of some of this right here. And I'm going to go ahead and leave my title in there, and I'll actually leave my context. And then we'll just go ahead and say HTML is equal to just an empty string for the moment. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want this to render out a document once again, but we want it to leverage the same sort of string substitution that this document did. So it needs to be an external document, and it's going to be doing so leveraging the Django templating engine. So in order for this to work, I'm going to go into my SRC folder here. I'm going to make a new template folder, and it's just going to be simply called templates. I'm following convention here. Inside and next to the manage.py, we see that there's that template folder. In here, I'll go ahead and do base.html. I'll leave it completely empty for the time being, but we'll go ahead and call it base.html. Remember that home.html, that first one we were playing with, is inside of CFE home. That's temporarily in there. It's going to be changing very soon. So in order for the actual view itself, this view right here, to render a template, the way we do that is by doing from Django.shortcuts import render. Now, this render function actually exists in two places, but using it as shortcuts is the convention. That's what you'll see in most places, as we'll see later in this course. But the idea being that we pass in render instead of HTTP response. We pass in render. We pass in the request itself. We'll take a look as to why in a moment. We pass in a template name. So now instead of HTML underscore, we'll say HTML underscore template. And in this case, I'll call it home.html. Now, I purposefully called it home.html as an attempt to load this page in. So that HTML template, I'll just go ahead and pass in right here. That's all I'm doing so far. That's it. So we want to render home.html. So let's go ahead and save everything. Keep in mind that I do have this templates folder here. I'm going to go ahead and open it up and open up this web page. And what we see is this, template does not exist error. So this error occurred because, well, Django doesn't know about this template. Instead, what Django did was looked in these places for the template. These places are not exactly relevant to our project, but rather to Django at large. Notice it's in the virtual environment itself, which will be true on your system as well. So we need Django to know about this new folder that I just created. Now, the way it knows about it is by going into settings.py. Inside of settings, we will see that it's using pathlib. This is the reason I used pathlib here, was to get towards that point where we use pathlib and we open up a file or something similar to what we saw down here. So back into settings, knowing that pathlib is used, where is this base directory? Well, of course, you could always print out what that base directory is, save the file, refresh in there, and what you'll end up seeing is exactly where that base directory is. This base directory, in my case, is inside of the SRC folder, which of course is where manage.py is, and what do you know, also where templates and CFE home is. That, of course, is on purpose and by design. So with this base directory printed out and removed, we're going to scroll all the way down, keep going down to templates here. Inside of templates, we have a lot of definitions that are definitely a little bit more advanced than what we need to worry about here. But the one that we do need to worry about is this DIRS definition, or this DIRS key with an empty list there. So we can pass in our directory to our templates folder, or the path to our templates folder, just like that. So now we have a path to our templates folder. So let's go ahead and open up that page again. Once again, it's still saying template does not exist. Now, notice where it's actually trying out the different paths. We've got a path directly to the source folder, into the templates folder, into home.html. Looking over here, there is no home.html in there. There is one inside of CFE though. So what if we actually did that one? Well, we could. So let's go ahead and go back into baster. We'll bring in baster, the variable, and then we'll do slash and CFE home, save it, and then go ahead and open this page up again. And what we'll see is, what do you know? It actually rendered out. Well, that's because Django is now able to look in those locations for the actual template that's being named here. Template name relative to the folder directory itself. In other words, if I said abc/home.html and change that as the template name, what's going to end up happening is, probably no surprise to you at this point, hopefully, that the template does not exist. It simply just isn't there. Of course, it's not there. It's looking inside of a folder that does not exist called ABC. So that is how the directories are loaded. Now, one of the things that's important, though, is we want to keep our templates nice and organized, nice in one place. So I'm actually going to remove home.html from CFE home and bring it into templates here and just paste it in there, right? So there it is now. It's inside of my templates. So back in my settings, I actually don't want this setting in here whatsoever. I just want baster and templates. This is convention. This is what everyone else does in Django. So now that we've got that, we've got home.html, we're getting really close to being able to leverage the Django templating engine. There's a major concept that we'll talk about in the next part, but the other one that we want to finish off with here has to do with the context, the actual template variables themselves. So what we had here in our old homepage view is we had this context that we passed in and we unpacked. We can do something similar inside of this render function. We can actually pass in that same context as well. Once again, having this page title could be rendered inside of home.html using something called curly brackets. So 2 curly brackets now, not 1. That's how the Django templating engine works. And then we give the actual key inside of the actual dictionary itself. So this value right here, the key value, to get the actual key value. So we save that. Now we can go ahead and refresh again. And oops, we still have it at abc/home. So let's go back into our view here and change this back into just home. Save that, refresh, and there we go. We've got my page once again. Fantastic. So now going forward, I can just use HTML templates, and it's really effective. Now, you might think that this is actually not a whole lot better than this. And generally, I would probably agree with you because they're basically the same thing at this point. However, home.html, I can do one new thing that I couldn't do before, and that is something related to my request.user, my request.method. I can do all sorts of things related to the request itself, and I can refresh in here, and now it's showing me stuff about the user, about the method that was used to get this page, which of course is get because it's just rendering things. But now my template has a lot of things in here that, well, just simple string substitution does not have the ability to do. Another one being request.user.is authenticated. Hey, are they logged in or not? Something like that, right? We could save that in there and refresh, and what do you know? It says false. So, of course, we can build off of this quite a bit, and we will still see a lot more to this, but there's one more aspect of the Django templating engine that we haven't covered yet, and that is using basically templates as templates should be made by leveraging little bits and pieces of other templates and extending how you can do some additional string substitution using just templates, not context. That will make a lot more sense once we actually start doing it. Let's take a look right now. Now we're going to talk about Django template inheritance. So what I want to do is take out home.html. I'm going to make a new page, just drop this in here just to let it sit for a little bit. And then in home.html, I'm just going to delete everything. It's completely gone. So base.html is empty, home.html is empty, and I have a little reference to it right there. So the idea here is we want to actually have the ability to not repeat ourselves. So one of the things when it comes to writing out HTML documents, all of them to be valid need doctype HTML. All of them to be valid need HTML. A lot of them, most of them, if not all of them, need head and then body. And so we could obviously build on this quite a bit, But the idea being every single page that we ever need to render needs all of these things. So one of the things that we could do in here as well is say title in something like SaaS or SaaS Foundation, and that's it. So that's what we want, right? And then inside of base.html, I'm going to go ahead and just say something like hello world. Great. So now, how do I make sure that home.html uses base.html and everything in it? The way that's done is by using a special tag called extends. So this tag itself is going to take in the name of the template it's looking to extend. Now, at this point, it's only copying everything in here. It's not doing anything else. So it's almost like it might as well be just base.html that's being rendered inside of my view, which of course you could test that out if you wanted to. But the idea here is as soon as you want to start building out more pages, you need to start thinking in terms of dry, not repeating yourself over and over. So we'll take a look at that in just a moment. At this point, home.html is rendering just base.html. So if I save it and I open this up and then open up that web page, I see it says hello world. Now, one of the intuitions you might have is to go back into your view and use one of your context variables like page title inside of one of your templates. So we'll just use it in base.html for now and just go ahead and put page title in here. We can save that. And once again, I can open it up and what do you know? My page is working. That actual template variable is now working. So what we're seeing here is everything inside a view that is being used, we grab that template and that actually passes it on into base.html. So all of the places that these variables might exist will be rendered out as they would as if it was in home.html. It's quite literally extending everything. But what if I wanted to add some content that's just in home.html? Something like, I don't know, hello again. Just like that. We save this. I refresh in my page. It doesn't show me anything. It's showing me nothing new. It should show me, but it's not. Why is this happening? Well, this is built into the Django templating engine. Once we do something like extends, we need to make sure that inside of that template that it's extending from, there's a section that can be replaced. The variables themselves are only one piece. It's easy to render out a variable anywhere, right? It's not so easy to render out, where our homepage is going to be, what it should look like. In other words, we need to bring in something called a block. So when we bring in a block here, we want to open and close it. But of course, it's not just a generic block. You actually have to name it something. So we name it block content. This is convention for the body. We'll look at another block in a moment. But we've got block content and then in block content, just like that. And so now, if I want this to be replaced, all of the content in here to be replaced with something else, first let's just put in some gibberish in there and then take a look at the page. There's that gibberish. If I want that gibberish gone and things more specific to the actual view it's on, I could do that. So this view right here, home.html, go into that template. Now we can go ahead and put in hello again. Once again, we declare that block. Once again, we close out that block, and then we need to use the actual variable that the block is named. In this case, it was content. So we use block content and block content. What do you know? There we go. So back into base, what we should see is not this gibberish, but something different. So we look back at our web page, and there it is, hello again. So we now did some substitution, some dual substitution here, just a little bit. We used the variable where it can be used, and then we used this block content substitution. Let's take a look at this once again. And this time I'm going to change it into the title tag here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go right around SaaS, and I'll go ahead and say block, and I'll go ahead and call this head title. And then I'll just put a in block in here. And once again, head title, just like that. Simple enough. So what I can do is I can copy this whole thing in here, go back into home.html, right above the content, or really wherever I want to put it, I can put in my head title here, and I'll just call this homepage, just like that. We save it, and so back into my browser, notice it's called SaaS. If I refresh in here, it's now called homepage. Great. So it worked, but it also didn't work. It also didn't work the way I wanted it to. The way I wanted it to happen is I actually wanted to keep SaaS in there. So the other part that's cool about this and how the templates work is I wouldn't actually need to go like this, where I'm rewriting SaaS again, but rather I can just do block.super, and it'll actually take in what's originally in the extended templates block there, and it will enrich it right in line, just like that. Fantastic. So that's template inheritance. Now, there's a lot more that we could do than just this, but what it allows us to do is really focus on any given area that we want to improve upon. So in the case of like our users authenticated, right? I could come in here and I could paste them in just like that, right? All of those things related to the user is in there now. Or I could do something a little bit different and say, well, let's go ahead and do something like snippets. And then I'll go ahead and say, welcome user message.html. And all I want to do here is use another thing called a condition. And I can say condition. We'll talk about that in a second. And then we'll do int if. So what's the condition that we want to use? I can use something like request.user.isAuthenticated. And I can say you are a user. I can also put an else clause in there and say you are not a user. That's simple. So I've got a condition in here just like that. We can also break it out if we want to. And we can put the whole thing into a div just like that. And now I have a message that I might want to reuse in other places. So back in home.html, instead of putting this out here, perhaps I just want to say include the snippets / welcome user msg.html just like that. So we can save it and then we can refresh and it says you are not a user. So this showed you several things that are going on. First off, we have the ability to include other templates. We can make those templates really, really small. We also have the ability to extend from another template, to inherit everything that they've got going on, except for the parts that we want to replace. So this is like replace me, right? We also don't need to have any variables in there if we want. We could also have them and understand that when we use variables like this, they can really extend throughout the pages that we're extending from, right? So in here, maybe we want to bring that one back in to the actual page here. And what do you know? I can use this same concept right in here as well. So there's a lot of different places on how we can use these templates and this inheritance. Now, you should play around with this because there's a lot to it, but we will look at it more as we go forward. Now, I did show you this condition because, yes, there's a lot more things we can do with our users. We can do all sorts of control flow like this. You don't necessarily have to do it in the template. A lot of times the view itself will be good at doing the logic itself, but it is nice to know that our control flow can happen inside of templates like this, right? It's really nice that we can do all sorts of things for our users and what's going on with them, especially related to whether or not they're authenticated, which is also really nice. So extending templates and using Django templates is something you will learn a lot more about as we go forward. But these last two were made so you can have at least a foundation to build a lot of powerful things with just some minor understanding of these Django templates. Keep in mind, there's a lot more advanced stuff to it. One of those advanced things that we didn't really talk about is where did this stuff come from? Well, I'll give you a hint and you can always look into the code itself, but it comes from the Django settings, the context processors. You can actually build out your own context processors. So every time a template is rendered, it has a bunch of different variables that you can use every single time, instead of having it only on one single view. But of course, we want to have it on one single view as long as possible, until we really understand how to use all the things with Django, or if we really need to build out our own context processors, which we will do at some point in this course. So yeah, that's Django templates. Once again, there's more to it than just this, but these are some of the fundamentals that we'll use. So now it's time to actually move on to actually storing data into a database. Now we're going to use Django to save and retrieve data, and we do this through something called Django Apps, and more specifically, the Django ORM through models. So we'll take a look at that in a moment, but before we do, let's go into settings.py and really just kind of discover what it is that I'm talking about. So if we scroll down a little bit, what you'll see is something called installed apps. These are all of the components that make up your entire Django project. The term apps, I think, might be a little confusing because you might think of apps on your phone where it's like an entire project. These are smaller components that build up our entire project itself. It's just called apps because it's been around for some time. But the idea is, out of the gates, Django has some default apps. One of them is the users right? So all of the user login, the user groups, all sorts of things with that. User sessions is in here as well. The Django admin is also in here. So there's a lot of built-in applications that come in with Django by default that make Django, well, Django. So it's actually really nice. So another thing about this is you could always look at the Django code for ideas and how you can improve your own apps. Of course, there's a lot of code out there that also has apps that you can actually review as well. But generally speaking, is we want our own custom app here. And more generally as well, if you create an app, you just want it to kind of do one thing pretty well. As you see here, there's a number of different apps in here. One of them is related to users, so it pretty much does users really well. It doesn't handle messages, it just does users. Another one's for sessions, so the user sessions themselves. Again, these are a little bit separated out. How you define these apps, I would just recommend make them as small as possible and grow them only a little bit if they really need to be. Otherwise, just create a new app because it keeps things nice and tight and focused. Because the real thing about Django is you can import these apps wherever you need them, and then you can store data or retrieve data wherever you need them. So that's actually what we're going to be looking at here as well. So the idea is we want to actually start our own app. So how do we do that? First off, we're going to go ahead and hit Control-C. In a moment, we're going to solve this error as well, but a Control-C to stop the server, and then run python manage.py, hit enter. We'll see all of the commands that we might need to use for our Django project in here. Now, at this point, what we're going to do is start app, but then we will also do make migrations and migrate. So let's go ahead and start the app itself. So we'll run python and then manage.py, and we'll just call it start app, and you can call it whatever you like. In my case, I'm going to call it visits. All I'm going to be doing is tracking visits to my website, the entire website itself. Hit visits, and that's it. Okay, great. So now I'm going to go ahead and close down this terminal, and we're going to open up this new app called Visits. And inside of here, we've got a number of different files that we can look at. Migrations is an empty folder, but it won't be empty for long. We've got admin.py, apps.py, models.py. This is what we'll look at in a moment. Test.py, this is how we can actually test our code, something that becomes more and more important as your project gets more complex and more people come in. And then we also had views.py. Hey, what do you know? Just like we did before, we actually made our own views. So this start app function doesn't actually do anything other than just build out some blank files for us. That's it. So keep that in mind when you actually build out things. You could always do this manually if you wanted to. But what I want to do now is I want to define my first model. So inside of models.py, I'll go ahead and do class and visit models.model. And visit is kind of like a vague term, so I'm just going to call it page visit. And now I want to actually store some things in here. So what is it that I want to store about the page visit? Well, you could think about stuff like which user is visiting, but we don't have users yet, so we can't do that. We might want to think about the actual web page they're visiting, and we also might want to think about, when they did it. So those are the two components we'll really look at. So the page, or really the path that we want to use, which I'll do models.text field for this, and then I'll do the timestamp, as in when it happens. And this is going to be models.time field or datetime field, and it's going to be auto now and add being true. Okay, I'll explain these in just a second. Now, this is the column, this is the column. So this maps to a database table. So it's going to be a DB table, and then path is a column, and timestamp is a column. So when you add new data in here, it's going to be rows. So there's also an invisible column called ID, and this actually is the primary key, and it's a auto field, which means that it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on until it runs out of numbers. So it'll go there for infinity, and it does it automatically. So the way you get these fields is in the actual Django documentation. So going into the Django project, into the documentation, and you can search for the model fields in here, and model field reference will show you all of the different field types that you can use. Now, these data types are really important for the database itself. So the database can be that much more effective and that fast It can be optimized as you start to grow. Now, the thing is, if you end up using just a bunch of text fields and you don't actually refine things the way you should, well, then you're just not going to get the performance that you would want to have with your application. So this is something you'll spend time with more and more as we go forward. This is as basic as it gets, right? So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to add in null being true into my text field. I'll also go ahead and say blank equals to true as well to allow this to be completely empty and really just to monitor the page visits themselves. Now, the way I'm doing this is not going to be efficient at all. In the long run, I probably wouldn't use this model. This is really meant to highlight how all of this works using something that I think is fairly straightforward, which is just a simple page visit. Okay, so now we've defined our model. This is going to be a table, and it's going to have 3 columns in it total because the ID column is hidden. So we'll say hidden, but it automatically comes through there. Path and then timestamp are going to be other ones as well. Path is really the only one we would ever need to set manually, as we'll see in just a little bit. So next up, we'll go into our settings, and inside of installed apps here, I want to go ahead and add in my new app, which is simply visits. Notice I use plural on purpose because the app itself handles more than one visit, so I tend to name apps as plurals. So I'll call this my apps, this section here, where these of course are Django apps, right? So my apps is now visits. Great. So now how do we actually make sure that this stores into the database? How do we make sure that that table is even created and all that? So as we get more advanced, we'll look at this more, but the idea is whenever you make changes to models.py, you want to run python manage.py, make migrations. What this is saying to your Python code, hey, get ready to change the database. That's all it's saying. It didn't say change the database. It said get ready to change the database. Now, the nice thing about this is that we can track these changes over time. That's actually a really key and important part that you want all ORMs to do, whether it's Django or something else. You absolutely want to track the changes that you're going to be making to your database tables. In this case, I'm just creating the actual model or the table itself, and then notice it has 3 fields in here. I said that there's an ID field. It automatically generated it for us, as well as the path and timestamp. Now, you should never have to change these files. They are there for reference and reference only. But once you actually do run the make migrations, then you can run something else called python manage.py migrate. If I hit enter, this actually did a bunch of things, not just one. So what we see here is it's applying visits.0001 initial. Hey, what do you know? That's the name of this file or this module. But it's also applying all of these other changes. These ones are all related to those built-in Django ones. So now our database table is fully set up and ready to go. So now if I were to run the server again, what we will see is no more error. There was a red error here for some time. That is now gone. But let's say, for instance, I wanted to start over with a new database altogether. When it comes to this early phase of development, I can just delete this db.sqlite3 and, well, let's go ahead and run the server again. And now that error is back. That error is back because this new database that was just generated automatically doesn't know anything about the data. So let's go ahead and bring it in and run migrate altogether. And once again, it runs those changes as well. So this is actually really, really nice. This shows us that Django's doing its job and running all of the things related to SQL with this local database. Now, this local database is defined by default in our settings under the database section. We will definitely return to this and make it far more robust and ready for production. This is not a production database, although some people might use it in production. I do not recommend it. We'll talk about that more when we get into more advanced databases. For now, what I want to do is I actually just want to store a page visit. How do I actually go about doing that? Well, the easiest way to do it is to go into our CFE home views, into our home page here. We're going to go ahead and import that model. So we'll go ahead and do from visits.models. We're going to import the page visit. Inside of this home page view, I'm going to just do page visit.objects.create, just like that. That's it. That's all I need to do. So now let's go ahead and run it. So python manage.py, run server, open it up, refresh. I'm going to do it several times. I'm refreshing a bunch, even though you can't see it. If you look at the terminal, you can see that it was refreshed a bunch of times. Great. Now, the important part is no errors happened. The home page was being rendered, no errors happened. That's a good sign for this itself. So what I can do now is actually see how many pages I've created. So the way I do this is I create something called a query set. So I can do query set equals to page visit.objects.all. Query set means, well, everything. It's going to look for everything. There's ways to narrow this down. There's ways to do all sorts of querying into our database with Django. So all we are doing here is we're getting everything, basically, and I can put query set as page context just like that. With this page context, I can go back into my home page template and I can render that context out, just like we did with other things in here with doing 2 curly brackets and that query set. I can save it, refresh. Now I can see all of these page objects. Notice that it says 14. Refresh it again, 15. Refresh it again, 16. So it's actually adding new data every time I visit the page. As you might imagine, it's going to start getting really big. So the query set itself will truncate these values. It's not going to necessarily show them up for you, which saves on how quickly that data can be responded with. That's a little bit more advanced. So instead of showing the query set, we'll just go ahead and do something like page visits. And then instead of using query set here, we will do something different. So I'll get rid of that and I'll go ahead and say page visit and count. So it's a new variable that we don't have to find anywhere. So of course, if I refresh in here, it doesn't show me anything. But if I were to go back into my views here, I can actually use this query set and do page visit count and just call a built-in function on query sets called count that will quite literally count up all of the rows of the database for those pages. So now I can refresh in here and notice it is incrementing every single time I do it. Now, the big question though is why did I have both of these fields? Well, this field right here is giving me a timestamp every time this is called save or create. This right here creates a timestamp automatically for the rows. The other one, the path itself, well, I'm actually not storing that path. I'm not actually storing it anywhere. So in order for me to get the path, I can actually grab it from the request. So I can do request.path and we can print that out. Let's try that. And we'll go back into our page here, open it up. And there we go. So what we've got is that slash right there, right? So that's the path. So path and path. Once again, refresh in here. There we go. There's that path. So what I can do then is I can pass in here path equals to, well, request.path. And that will now store that request for us based off of that path. Now the reason for this is because then what you could do is you could actually filter down your query set. So instead of getting everything, we could actually just go ahead and say filter path equals to request.path. We save that. Now what's going to happen is the actual page visits is going to change slightly. I hit a refresh and now it's at 6. That's because the first 60 odd ones didn't have the path in it, which is pretty nice. So what I can also do then is I can say the QS is usually what you'll see for query set. And then we'll go ahead and do page QS, just like this, right? And then we can actually put in, total visit count. And this is now going to take the total query set dot count. Something like that. And we can save that and then refresh on our page. And let's go ahead and make sure that we put this into our template as well. So we're going to do page visits and we'll just put in some p tags here so it's separated out a bit. And we'll just go ahead and do our total visits. So back into our views, let's grab that total visit count here, put that in, save it, and refresh on our page. And there we go. So those are incrementing. So it might not be surprising then is that you can actually do some math, right? So you can do percent and say, like our page qs.count, let's do times 100.0 divided by qs.count, and then you would get a percentage of some kind by putting these into parentheses, and then you would be able to say the percent is equal to whatever that percent is, and then we can refresh. And we see that the percentage grows for this particular page. And once again, we can actually do the same thing all over again for the About page or any other page that we want to. But the point of this is to be able to store data and then retrieve it. In this case, I'm storing and retrieving in the exact same spot. That might be what you want to do. That also might not be what you want to do. Most of the time, you're not going to do it this way. But the point is that we can actually see it in real time as to everything that's happening within the database. Now, there are ways to make this more efficient in terms of querying, like the query sets themselves, the pages, and even the math that's in here. A lot of this stuff we could actually do a lot more efficient things within the database itself, but that's not something you'll need to worry about for some time. Instead, we have a realistic way as to how we can track page views, and more importantly, how we can start storing data into the database. Now, one of the things that we'll do in later parts of this course are related to the Django admin. So you can start seeing all of that data that's coming out in the Django admin itself. We're not quite there yet. We're really just at this point. Now what we want to do is move towards actually getting this thing as a real web page somewhere. We have some data that we can store. We have a way to actually see that data. So now it's time to actually use the process of going into an actual production application, which is actually pretty exciting. Now we're going to go ahead and implement Git into our project. This, of course, is so we have version control, but more importantly, so we can actually move our code around really easily and then push it into production as soon as possible. Now, I have the philosophy is the sooner you get used to pushing it in production, the easier it's going to be for you to build on top of your application. Because there's nothing better than a good problem that's happening in production, because you're going to learn a lot when that's the case, and especially when you have users. So we want to use Git for this, and we're going to also use GitHub. Now, the example I'm about to do will only exist in terms of this example. If you actually want the actual code I'll end up using, including when we go into production, that will be on the course's repo itself. So at this point, download Git if you don't already have it downloaded. Actually, VS Code might have downloaded it for you because it does have Git built in to the project itself. So there's a lot of things with VS Code you can use that just make Git that much easier. So in our case, that's what we'll do is I'll go ahead and just initialize the repository right in VS Code, just like this, and the folder that we're in. Once you do that, you'll see a ludicrous amount of code that's trying to be committed. The reason for that has to do with the venv here. So one of the things you could do right out of the gates is you can put a .gitignore file in here, and you can quite literally put venv. And what that should do is it should remove the virtual environment from being committed in any form or fashion. But unfortunately, this actually doesn't cover all of the code we might want to ignore in terms of GitHub or pushing this around. So GitHub has something called a Python gitignore, which you could copy all of the raw file from, which I do recommend. You paste that in. That's going to take some of the files away from it as well. And then if you're on a Mac, you might want to put ds_store on here as well, just to make sure that that's gone too. Now, going forward, the way you could use this is by literally using the Git source control inside of VS Code and taking a look at all of the differences that are happening from the code itself as it changes over time. So that's actually what I want to do right now is just show you some of the basics of Git. Granted, this is not meant to be a comprehensive Git course, but rather enough Git so you can get by, pun intended, with this course itself. Okay, so the first thing is I'm going to use the command line, not VS Code. Git status is one of your favorite tools that you'll ever have because you can see what hasn't been tracked yet. Tracking means inside of the repo, ready for Git to check all of the changes that happen over time. If you don't want a change to be tracked, just throw it into gitignore. As soon as you take it out of gitignore, it can start tracking it. So now we got Git status. I'll go ahead and do git add -- all. And I'll do git commit -m and then I'll go ahead and say hello world MSG. That's it. So all I did here was I added all of the files to be tracked, and then I added a message. Kind of like preparing it, then we're ready to go, and then we can actually push it. But I don't have anywhere to push it yet, so we need to configure that. And the way we do that is going into GitHub, creating a new repository in here. I'm just going to call this SaaS and R&D sample. I'm going to make it a private repo in here. You can make it public, you can make it private, and I'll go ahead and say hello world test. You're going to go ahead and do none of these things because you already have files committed. If you add any of these things, you will probably run into issues trying to commit your project. We'll go ahead and create this repository here, and then I'll go ahead and grab this git remote add origin with all of this data on here, and I'll paste it in. And then I'll go ahead and run git push origin and main, or really what's ever over here. It might say master. If it's newer, it's going to say main. Then I go ahead and run push. Now mine was successful. Yours might not be. Yours might need you to log into GitHub to actually do all of the setup for your Git system. That is outside the context of this series. But once you actually do push it into Git, you'll see something like this where it's your actual code. And in my case, it's private. It's not accessible by anyone. Now, by the time you watch this, it will be accessible on the SaaS Foundations course, and I might even make a branch for it based off of this suggestion, but that will be explained another time. So the idea being that now our code is on here, we should be able to use services that will deploy from this code directly. If we need to change things, well, we can really simply. So I'm going to go ahead and just show you what you would do to make a change. You go into your code. Let's say you want to go into CFE Home, into Views. Now you want to go ahead and just change the ordering of something. Let's put the template right above context here. And then I'll cut this out and we'll save it. Modified. There's a yellow there. It's showing that it's modified. If we go into source control and I click on it, I can actually see what's happening. Let me break this down a little bit. I can see side by side what's happening. On one hand, on the right-hand side, we see that it's green. That's showing that this was added. On the left-hand side, it's showing red, which means it's subtracted. It's really just comparing and contrasting the difference between the files so you can change it, commit it, or not. So I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, this is good to go. Now I could do it inside of the command line here, or what you could do is right inside of VS Code. You can just review it, go ahead and hit add, and you go ahead and say updated views to change order or something like that. Hit commit, and then you can publish it or push it into GitHub, and that's exactly what happened. And so then you'll see that changed message here. You can click on it and you can see all of the changes that happened, which are the same basically as VS Code as to the changes themselves. So I'm really not going to go over Git much more than this unless there's a really specific reason for it, like a specific deployment option. Maybe we need an additional configuration for Git itself, or later maybe we'll do some CI/CD stuff. At this point, we now want to deploy it into a service with the code as it stands right now. It is definitely not production ready code, but we're going to do it anyway. Let's take a look. Now we want to start the process of deploying our SaaS Foundation project into a production environment. Now, I wouldn't consider this a production-ready project in the sense we don't actually want real users yet, but we can still learn a lot from deploying it into a production environment. And we can also start building the habit of continuously deploying and fixing bugs, deploying, and so on. So that's actually what we want to work towards. The technology we're going to use for this is actually Docker containers. Now, even if you don't know Docker or containers or the concept itself, I'm going to give you the exact code you'll need to actually leverage the technology without really fully understanding everything that's going on, because Railway makes it really easy to do that. Railway is where we're going to deploy our application, which will handle a lot of the container stuff for us in conjunction with this blog post that I have specifically for deploying Django on Railway inside of this course. Now, before we get to all of that, I want to do some fixes with my code. So let's go ahead and jump into the code itself, into settings.py. Now, traditionally speaking, when you go into production, you do not want to have these things set in the way that they are. You want to change the secret key, you want it to be an environment variable, and then you also want to change the debug to being false. That being said, I'm going to keep them on because we are really just testing our production environment, not so much of pushing this into production where other people can use it. In the future, in this course, we will definitely change these things. So the first thing that I need to address is allowed hosts. At this point, what we've been doing is we've been running python manage.py run server. This allows me to run Django on this particular host. This is my local host, right? It's not a production host at all. So this is one of the first things that we need to change to ensure that this project will work even in debug mode. So the way this is going to work here is I'm actually going to put in .railway.app. What this allows for is something like https:// and then .prod.railway.app. So it allows Django to run on a domain like this. Using that dot in the front allows for all of these subdomains to be able to work correctly in lieu of the local host domain. But as soon as you start adding in allowed hosts, your local development environment will also need those allowed hosts as well. So inside of here, we'll do plus equals to the 127.0.0.1, and then you also might put in something like localhost in here as well. So this debug flag will eventually be turned off, and then the allowed hosts will need to be narrowed down to the actual hosts that you want this Django project to actually run on. So now I'm going to go ahead and run it again, and if I open this up, I should see my page. Everything should be working fine, and of course, if I keep refreshing, I see my page visits change. So one more thing that I want to do prior to going into production would be actually going into my views here and changing my about page view, changing it to simply about view. And then I'll also go ahead and copy and paste everything from the home view or the home page view and paste it in here. I realize there's maybe confusion about page visit of the model and the page view name. Those things aren't meant to be confusing at all, but they are in there nonetheless. Now, before I actually go any further, one of the problems I do have with this is the percent that's going on within any given function itself. Because as soon as you actually have some page views, you can then divide by the count that's going on. But if the count is 0, then you run into some issues. Otherwise, what that means is I'll just go ahead and say try and just do percent equals to this right here. Otherwise, the percent is going to be equal to 0. And then we'll just go ahead and use that. There we go. So this is basically just handling some of the math issue that might come up with these items. And so with this in mind, the About view and the Homepage view are basically the same. I'm going to change it to Home view, and then I'm going to get rid of all of this and just return the About view, pass in the request, pass in the args, and pass in the keyword args. In other words, it's just basically using another function within that function. Now, I actually don't do this very often because it's kind of wonky logic, but it can be done because that's how things work here. Now that I've got these two new views here, I'm going to go into my URLs and just change them a little bit. This is now going to be our home view, home view, home view. I don't need all of those, but I will keep them in, and then I'll go ahead and say about, and then we'll do our about view in here as well, and then we just need to import it. Okay, there we go. So now, with this in mind, with everything saved, I'll go ahead and go open up my project. Here's my homepage view, and then I'll go into my about view as well, and I should be able to refresh in here and see all of the things related to about, and then home, and all that. So what we should have in our about view is we should get a lot of different page visits specifically for about. So the about percentage will go up as I refresh. So that's what I was doing right there, is just holding Command R. And now my homepage view has less, right? So I just want to see the changes between these two things. That's it. And for some reason, I think I put a comma at the end of this. I don't need that comma, so we can get rid of that as well. Okay, so at this point, I'm now getting closer to being ready to go full production with this application. I have set it up in a way that basically puts the groundwork in, so my URLs should be accessible. The settings should be ready for it as well. So I'll go ahead and save everything, and I'll go ahead and just bring it and push it into my Git repo. So I'll do git status. I can see all the changes that are coming on in here. And of course, I can see those same things by going through in VS Code, and then I'll go into prepare for Railway or something along those lines. I'll commit, say yes, and then I'll go ahead and sync them, and I'll say okay. So syncing them just means that I'm pushing them into my Git repo, which of course now I'm just using the SaaS Foundations repo going forward. I'm not going to be using the other one. So there is one other part that we need to configure in order to use Railway, but I want to leave that for the next part. I just wanted to make sure this part of Django was ready to go. Now, I will say that there is a good chance that we will need to make some changes again once we go into production, but we'll wait until production to make those changes. We will wait till we actually push it into Railway. So let's go ahead and get started with that. Now we're going to deploy our SaaS Foundations Django project to Railway using Docker container technology. Now, the idea here is we want to work off of the same code. If you have different code, the errors might be plentiful. There might be a lot of them. So if for some reason you decided to experiment a lot, right now would be a good time to come back to what we've done. And the way you could do that is by just downloading the code from the section 1 branch. This is the section 1 branch as to what it stands right now. This is not going to change. I did test it. I wanted to make sure that this all worked. So be sure to check out that section 1 branch to make sure that your code is also the same as mine. Now, in the video, will actually be working off of the main branch, so that's what you'll end up seeing. So the first step that we need to do is we need to turn our Django project into a Docker container. That is, Docker containers just like this. Now, these can be really, really complicated or really, really simple. The way it's going to be simple is by me just giving you the Docker file and really explaining, at least at a high level, as to what's going on with that Docker file. So the way I did this by creating a blog post. So if you see in the Git repo, there is a blog post that we have specifically for deploying Django on Railway and this course. So if you scroll down a little bit, what you'll see is the Django project setup. We've done a lot of these things with the exception of adding GUnicorn, which we will in a moment. And then we actually added Railway app into the allowed hosts. And we talked about some of the main configuration files you might need to do with your full deployment. But right now it's all about getting into that production environment altogether. Now what we need to do is create something called a Docker file. The Docker file is literally the instructions that Docker can use to build the container. Now, what's a container? If you think of it as like a mini virtual machine, you're on the right track. On your local operating system, what you did is you downloaded and installed a version of Python. What this actual Docker file allows for is other versions of Python if you wanted to change them. The other part about this is then we created a virtual environment. What do you know? Here is the process of creating a virtual environment in that container application. And if you go line by line, you'll see all of the things that are happening to set up that container environment. Now, the reason for this has to do with the Python runtime. I want to make sure that I can use Python 3.12. The way I do that is by actually having my own container to make this happen. Once I actually do all the runtime related things, including making a place to store our code, copying over our requirements files, copying over our code, running in the installation, then the container is built. Now, at some point, we might run collect static on here, so we might actually change this. I'll talk about that when that happens. But the next part is actually configuring how we can run this and how we'll run it with GUnicorn. So what GUnicorn will do is this is the production version of Python manage.py run server, right? So realistically, in production, you don't want Python manage.py run server to run. You don't want the development server. You want a production server. That's exactly what GUnicorn does. And what we're doing with this step is I'm making a bash script that makes it really easy to run GUnicorn based off of any arbitrary port. More on this in a little bit. Then I also want to make sure I'm running Python manage.py migrate to make sure that my production database is ready for my container to actually run. This will become a lot more important in the future, but you want to make sure that your production database has been migrated because, well, this might be the process or the place as to where it happens when this container ends up running. There's a lot of different things that we can talk about there, but for now, we'll just go off of this container file itself. So let's go ahead and copy it, and we'll jump into our local project here. And inside of the root, I'm going to go ahead and create Docker file, and I'm going to paste this in here. Now, I did mention that we are using gunicorn, so I need to make sure that I have gunicorn in my requirements.txt. I could also do something like this, where I do pip install gunicorn right in line here, which might be a good idea depending on where you are with your application. But I'm actually going to put it into requirements.txt. So we'll go ahead and do that right here. So gunicorn, save it. Now we've got our Docker file ready. We've got our requirements ready. We are almost ready for Railway. There is one more thing I'm going to add in. That's railway.toml. The reason I add this is so that if I need to have other Docker files, those of you who are a little bit more advanced with Docker files, you can do that. You can actually declare those things in railway.toml. So I'm going to go ahead and jump back into that blog post and scroll all the way down to the railway.toml code, and we're just going to go ahead and paste this in here. So we see that we declare the builder that we want, which is going to be based off of Dockerfile. The default, I believe, is their Nix builds, which is a lot like this, but just slightly different. So we declare the Dockerfile itself, and then we actually add in which path that we want to use. So if you did have other Docker files like V2 or something like that, you could then declare them as you see fit relative to this Railway file. Next, the watch patterns. This is basically saying, hey, Railway, watch if anything of these files changes, then go ahead and do a build. We'll explain that in just a second because we'll actually see it. But the idea being that we want our source code, all of the Django code, whenever that changes, we want to trigger a build. If our requirements changes, we want to trigger a build. When we don't want to trigger a build is if like README changes. This actual doesn't change anything about our application, so we don't need to watch that pattern. Okay, great. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and clear this out, and we'll do git status. We want to add everything, which we can just do on the VS Code as well. And we'll say prepare for Railway. And let's go ahead and commit that. And we'll sync those changes. And we'll go ahead and say OK. So now we are ready to deploy this on Railway. So back into this blog post, if you scroll up, you can always sign up for Railway. You can also sign up for it inside of the GitHub repo. Either way, just go ahead and grab an account for Railway. If you use our link, we just get a credit, a referral credit, just like you could as well. But anyways, jump into Railway now. I'm going to use GitHub so that it automatically authenticates with GitHub. So that's what I'll always use with this one itself. So I'll go ahead and authenticate this way. This is not the same thing as giving permission to our code. It's just authentication. That's it. Now we can give permission to our code. So I'll go ahead and add a new project. We'll do deploy from GitHub repo. We will configure the GitHub app. Notice that it shows me one thing. This is not something I want to actually deploy at this point. So I want to deploy a different one. I'll select the account I'm using. I'll go ahead and select specific repos. You can add all repos if you want. In my case, I just want to do specific repos. This is actually really easy to change in the future. I'll show you how to do it in a moment. But I'm going to go ahead and do the SaaS Foundations one, not the R&D sample that we talked about before, but just the SaaS Foundations. And I'll go ahead and do all the read access, install and authorize, and make this thing happen. Now, of course, I'll go back to that deploy, grab that repo. I'm not going to add environment variables at this time. We'll do that later, but right now what I'm going to do is just simply deploy this application. So what's happening here is Railway is going to clone the code. It's going to then build the container for us. It's going to do that process automatically. As we see here, it's building the container. Now, those of you who are familiar with Docker might be aware of the fact that you can build your container somewhere else. Railway does that all in line. Now, in our case, we gave it instructions to use our Docker file. Railway has a way to do this without Docker files, although I have a lot more success using Docker files that I design myself. And luckily for you, you get to use that same Docker file without thinking too much as to what's going on with it. But what will end up happening is this will build everything related to the environment to ensure that it ends up working. Once it finishes building, then it will actually deploy the application itself. So it does take a few minutes to actually finish building and then get ready to deploying. But what we see here in these deploy logs is starting gunicorn. That's a great sign. And then it's listening at port 5561. That's what my port says. Your port might be different. That is exactly why, going back into the Docker file itself, if you scroll down, that's why this port is kind of funny. That's why it's based off of a default value or the environment value, which is exactly what's happening here. And that is all set from Railway. You can't change the port that's being run there, which is actually a critical piece that would be easy to overlook if I didn't just hand you the Docker file itself. Great. So now that it's deployed and active, which is a good sign, this is only because all of my code has been changed and ready for all this. I actually want to now see the actual URL. How do I actually get to this? How do I actually see it? Well, there's no real clear way on how it's done here. So let's go back into our settings here. And what I want to scroll down to is the networking. And basically, I want to give public access to this. At this point, I only have private networking access, which means I can actually deploy other applications that then could connect to this one. But of course, I'm not actually going to do that at this point. We're just deploying our Django project. So we do want it to be publicly accessible. So let's go ahead and generate a domain for this. As soon as I generate that domain, really quickly, I'll be able to open it up. And at some point, this part will refresh and actually show my Django project in here. And it will actually end up working. At least it hopefully will end up working in the very near future. So I'm going to give it just a second to finish propagating before it ends up working. Okay, so mine's taking a little bit of time, so I'm actually going to just change something in here. I'm going to go to my variables. I'm going to go ahead and add a new variable, and I'm going to go ahead and say Django debug, and I want it to be equal to 0. I'll go ahead and add this, and right away I see that it says apply one change. So all this is doing is wanting me to redeploy this application, which is really nice. So if you change something in relation to your environment variables, it's going to redo everything. Those variables are available at build time. They're also available at runtime, which makes it really nice for doing all sorts of things that you might want to do at build time. That's a little bit more advanced than you might want, but the idea here is at some point we will need to actually handle Django debug on our project. This will be that toggle that we could use inside of our settings on whether or not this is true or false. Realistically, the default will probably be false, and then we'll change it to true locally, and that's it. But the point is that we can actually add in these variables at any time. We can also add in a new secret key as variables as well. That is definitely something we'll end up doing. But the idea here is showing you that in real time, you can just quickly deploy changes, and it might take a minute or two, but all of these things are happening right on the Railway application. Now, one other thing I want to point out is in settings.py, or the settings for Railway. In my case, at this time, the actual domain is .railway.app. If for some reason that ever changes, then you will need to update your allowed hosts as well. This would be a good time for that. Now, that also might be another thing that you put in environment variables at some point as well, because there are variables provided to you by Railway, like this public domain one. You could bring that into allowed hosts as an environment variable as well. So at this point, we have a deployment. I actually did a few of them, but the idea being if I refresh here, everything is at 0. All of those things are happening at 0. If I keep going, it will add in all of the page visits. And of course, if I go to the home page or about, either one, it will continuously add in those page visits as you might expect. But there's a big caveat, and it's really obvious when you do another deployment. So if we go into variables here and I just add in a new variable, something like Django version or just some arbitrary variable that you might want to use, we'll just go ahead and say Django version 5. We'll go ahead and add that. Notice that I have the option to deploy another instance of this. So I can add in a bunch of variables right now and then go ahead and deploy a new change. As soon as you run this deploy new change, it's going to build the container and then it's going to run the container. Keep in mind, those variables are available at runtime and build time. It's actually really nice. But the idea being is it's building something out. Now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to our application? Now, you might not know this or you might not realize this, but Django by default will create a SQLite database for you if it does not exist. The other part is Docker containers are ephemeral. They are quite literally designed to be destroyed. The code itself is not destroyed because that exists on GitHub. It's just the container that's being run that's destroyed and then recreated. That's exactly why we see building and then deploying. It builds a new container, a new version of our code, and then it deploys it. So that means it copies all the code, it does all the installations all over again, and then it actually has all of these changed variables. And since Railway provides these variables at runtime, the build process needs to happen all over again. That's another reason it all happens at this one place. So now that I have deployed a new version of it, let's go ahead and take a look. Once it is fully available, we're going to see something happen inside of my page here. So it's not fully available yet. It will take another second before it is fully available. But the idea being that since containers are ephemeral, the SQLite database is not being added to GitHub, as you could check on GitHub, but you can also see that it's grayed out here. That is done by default. You don't want to push a database onto your GitHub repo anyway. But what's going to happen is that database will be deleted. You'll see this on your page. I refresh long enough, I get zeros all throughout. This means the database was completely deleted. Now we can also verify this inside of Railway itself by going into our metrics here, or into our deployments rather, clicking on the deployment logs, going into build logs. What we end up seeing is everything being built. Then into deployment logs, we see all of the migrations being applied. This is a good sign that the database is a fresh database. We could test this same logic out locally by running python manage.py migrate here, and we'll see that no changes have occurred. That's because this database actually has all of those changes. But if I were to delete it and run migrate again, I will see all of those migrations happening. And this is a key part of the ephemeral nature of containers. They will delete all of the files that are generated at the time of runtime. In this case, this is all of the runtime stuff. So that means our database itself goes away. This is a huge issue that we definitely need to solve. So we have two glaring issues we need to solve soon. One of them is related to our environment variables in the case of the secret key and debug. The other one is related to the database. Those things we'll start to fix in section 2. One other part that we start needing to add in is how do we actually handle CSS, JavaScript, images, all of that sort of stuff on our Django project as well. But the big glaring ones as it relates to Django have to do with the environment variables and with a production-ready database. No surprise, we will be doing that in the next section, so stay tuned. Now we're going to start the process of using environment variables to change how our Django project ended up working. Luckily, Django has that debug setting that actually makes a big difference to see how things are changing. So we'll start off with pure Python, and then we'll start adopting something else called Python Decouple. So let's take a look. First off, we'll do import OS. And so OS, what this allows me to do is use the entire operating system that Python has access to. One of the things that it has access to is environment variables. So you can do something like os.environ.get and then some value like debug, right? And we can also just say or false. So basically, if the environment variable is not set, then we'll go ahead and say false. But the question is, what is a good environment variable here? Well, it should be a Boolean value. It should be true or false. Now, one thing that you could do is 1 or 0. Those would also count for true or false in terms of Python and in terms of this Django project. So what we can do here is we can just verify this. So first off, debug being debug. So if we were to run this right now as just simply python manage.py run server, what we see is debug saying false. No surprise here, we have a backup value for debug. And so that's what ends up happening. It takes that backup value. So now if we wanted to inject this environment variable, we can use it in the actual terminal itself. So we can say something like debug being true and then python manage.py run server. And that's one way on how we can actually set these environment variables. So in this case, it says that it is true, but is it the Boolean value of true? So what we can do is we can actually just use the type and then pass in debug here, and then we'll go ahead and run this again. Now it's showing me that the type is a string. That's because the Boolean value is just not happening. Like by default, the environment variables are not going to be turned into Boolean values. we can turn them in there, but they are not by default that. So one of the ways we could change this is by using str and just set that equal to the string of true. And we can even make that even better by putting it into lowercase and then setting that equal to the string of true. And so we could do something along these lines instead of or true. This would be false most of the time, unless of course we set it. And now in which case, if I run it, I now see that it is a Boolean value. So that's a proper debug configuration for Django itself. So you might get away with doing something like this for a long time. It actually could work with the secret key, but the question starts to arise, where do I actually set these values then? Like, am I going to put a ton of values right before run server? Or am I going to expose those values inside of the terminal window itself? So like if we were to do, let's change this a little bit here. I'm going to just cancel this out. I'm going to go ahead and run export. Let's call it now Django debug. And I'll set this equal to true as well. Okay. And so now in my environment variable, I'll call it Django debug just to see if this is working correctly mostly. So we list things out and we run python manage.py, run server, and hit enter. And once again, it's still working, right? So if I change that export to something different like false and then run it again, now it's giving me false. It's, again, still working, which is great. So we now see how we can inject environment variables. But the thing is, I just put that environment variable in my entire environment, which you may or may not want to do. So if I echo out Django debug, I can see that it says false. Now, if you're on a Windows machine, this process didn't work exactly like this, but the concept is still there. You can actually have these environment variables in your command line and just use them. This is often how you might use them in production, but that's not how we're going to use them. We're going to use them differently. I want a way to keep track of all of my environment variables, both locally and in production. So without actually having to read through all of the code for this OS environ thing here. So we need a much better way on how to do this. But before I get there, all I want to do is I want to check that this is actually working in production. So I'm going to go ahead and add it and deploy it and go ahead and say added Django debug environ var, commit, sync those changes, go ahead and go, and then jump into our deployed application on Railway, which we see is initializing right here. So there we go. It's going to go ahead and run. And then we've got our variables in here for Django debug. If I take a look at this, it's 0. So this Boolean value is going to be false. So we should see a false value for Django debug once this finishes deploying, which we'll take a look at once it is. So my project finished deploying, and what we see in the deploy logs, we can see that print statement is coming out. Debug is false. So that part is looking correct. And if I go into my application itself, once again, everything's zeroed out in terms of the database. If I were to go to a page not found, this is now what I'm seeing. It's no longer the Django admin debug kind of thing that's going on with the page. It just shows me page not found. So we're at least closer to what a production application should have. Yes, these things can be improved, of course, but the point is that this version of using environment variables is definitely the hard way. So what we want to do is we want to move away from this and use a third-party tool that will help us with these environment variables and help us cast them in a specific type, as we'll see in just a moment. When it comes to managing environment variables locally, we typically use something called a .env file. So inside of the root of our repository here, we're going to create .env, just like that. This should work on Windows as well, the same exact way, but the idea is we have this file that will allow me to add various environment variables. So in my case, Django debug, and we could say something like it's equal to true. Just like that. Not a whole lot different than what we've already seen, but basically changing the environment variable to being true on my local environment. So how do I actually make sure that that actual .env file is being loaded? And yes, .env, just like that. How is that actually being loaded into my Django project? That's the question that we need to answer. And the way we do this is by using a tool called Python Decouple. Now, loading .env files is incredibly common. So what's going to happen over time is maybe .env files become a part of Python itself. At this point, it's not. So we use something like Python Decouple. Now, Django had a bunch of its own versions of loading in .env files like Django.env. There's also a Python.env. Now, I really like using Python Decouple for a very good reason that we'll talk about in just a moment. But in the meantime, let's actually just load in this single environment variable with Python Decouple. So inside of our requirements, we'll go ahead and add in Python Decouple here. We'll save that, and I'll exit out of this Python here, and then we'll go ahead and make sure we're in the root with pip install -r requirements and .txt. Hit enter, and I already have mine in there, so it's already working. So I'm going to go into the src function here, and I'll run python manage.py run server. Okay, so right now it's saying debug is false. So let's go into our settings, and that's of course because, well, the environment variable of Django debug is coming from os-environ.git. So we need to change this to something different. We need to use Python Decouple. So the way this is done is we're going to go ahead and set debug to something different. I'll just say false for a moment. I want to first off import, we'll say from decouple, we're going to import config. This function itself will allow me to use environment variables. So I'll go ahead and say config and then the environment variable like debug itself. Let's go ahead and save it, and we'll go ahead and see if that gives me anything. Notice that debug is coming in as false and the class is str. It's coming in as string. So this is another reason why I really like using Python Decouple, is because I can cast this as a Boolean value. I can cast it as that data type. As soon as I do, notice that it still says false. It's coming in as false. Now, the other thing this has support for is that 1 or 0, which we'll see in just a moment. But the thing is, this should actually be working, but for some reason it's not. So what is that reason? .env is saying true. Let's change it to 1. Let's see if that does anything. That probably won't do anything for us either. So this is actually highlighting what's actually really cool about Python Decouple and how it orders which environment variable it should take. The environment variable it's taking is the export of Django debug. If I hit enter here, or rather, I should have said echo. I think it's going to be empty now, so we can actually see that it says false. Okay, so false is in there. It's in the environment variable. So let's go ahead and just close out the environment itself, and then we'll go ahead and do echo the Django debug again, and we'll just go ahead and see what happens. In this case, it's empty. Now, if you're on Windows, obviously this part didn't work for you, but overall, the idea is still there. It's going to take the system environment variable as preference over a .env file, which is really great. So we can go ahead and now run python manage.py run server. Now it's saying true. I change it to 0, and I run it again. Now it's saying false. Change it to 1, run it again. Now it's going to say true. Great. So that's debug. Now, this also means that I can go to all of these other ones, like the Django secret key, which I would typically call Django secret key. I would not leave it in as secret key because you might have other secret keys in there. So we'll go ahead and do something like this, and then I'll go ahead and grab this one, and we'll put it into here as Django and secret key. Set that in, and there we go. So we now have two different environment variables that are having a huge effect on Django itself. Now, what if I call this secret key 2, for example, and then I go to run this? It's going to give me an error, undefined value error. Django secret key is not found. Declare it as an environment variable or define a default value. In other words, we can go ahead and say default is none, for example. This right here is a Python decouple error. So if I actually left config as default being none, this is actually what I want to see right away. I want it to tell me that there's an error with my Django secret key. This is a major configuration item that we definitely want to have. So if I accidentally deleted it, I don't want my Django project to run. I want that deployment to fail right inside of Railway. When it goes to try and deploy it, it will fail and then use the previous version that's already available. So that's another reason to use Python Decouple. It does not fail silently. Whereas if we were to use os-environ instead, so if it was os-environ.git, this itself would not fail the same way. It would either be none or whatever. That's why I actually had this set up in that way. So again, we'll stick with the actual config value itself. And so now that it's actually set, it's going to go ahead and run. And of course, we need to bring that Django secret key into production. But this would be a good time for you to test that theory out, whether or not it will try to deploy this version. Now, if it does deploy the version, it's just going to be a bunch of errors and the project won't end up working. So that's okay in the sense that it will still show you those errors. The point here is just to have a better way of managing our environment variables, and Python Decouple does that for us. So at this time, go ahead and deploy it, push it into Railway. Make sure you add in your Django secret key. To create a new Django secret key, I actually have a whole blog post on this. It's really just one command here that will actually generate a secret key for you that you can run in an environment that has Django itself. So you'd run something like that, and you could just run it over and over and over again if you need to create new ones. So it's just really that command like that. You can also use something like OpenSSL and use rand and then base 64 and then do something like 32. This is a valid secret key as well. It can be used for Django also. So you would just grab something like that. You would then go into your Railway application, into the variables. You'll come in here and do something like Django secret key, and you'll paste that in, add it, and just do a new deploy. And then, of course, once you actually push the code changes, then it will be, change and make effect to everything. Now, this is really important for users and all of that down the line. So make sure that you do have a new secret key in there and it is secure. You're probably not going to need to change it that often. However, you could change it like every month if you wanted to. It does often invalidate a number of things like sessions, like the actual user session itself. If you change your secret key, I believe, at least it used to, it would actually end user sessions so they'd have to log in again. So that might be something you don't want to do as far as persistence is concerned, although there's probably ways around that as well. But the general idea is now we have a brand new secret key and a way to load these things in. So it's time to move to the next part, which is using a different database, an actual production database, because now we can actually have our database information not exposed in Git, and it's also going to just be in an environment variable, both locally and also in production, which is really important, especially with our databases, because that's going to hold, well, all of our data. Let's take a look. Now we're going to go ahead and implement a Postgres database into our Django project. Django and Postgres have worked well together for years. There's native integrations that are going on that make it super seamless and easy to work with and use, as you'll see in just a little bit, without much changes. Now, the way I'm going to do this is by using Neon. Neon is a managed version of Postgres. It's leveraging that open source tool, absolutely, but they are doing all of the work for us. They manage their servers, and they also manage the database itself. Security fixes, bug fixes, all of those sorts of things are all handled by Neon. Now, of course, any good managed database service will do that. The biggest difference about Neon and so many others is the fact that Neon is helping pioneer the serverless aspect of Postgres. This part is actually fairly important if you're like me and you have a lot of project ideas and you don't want to spend a lot of money every month for your database to just sit there and do nothing. So where serverless comes in is it actually spins down to where the database is no longer running. The actual database application is no longer running, but the data is still there. It's still ready and it's still available for when you need it. And then it'll spin up really, really quickly, like milliseconds, and then it'll be ready for you and your application and your application's users really, really quickly. So for that reason, we're going to be using Neon. And that's why I've partnered with them so many times, is because it's a really effective way to use Postgres on so many different projects. All right, so go ahead and sign up for Neon at this link right here so that they know I sent you. But the idea is once you actually do sign up, you'll log into your account and you're going to go ahead and create a new project. In my case, I'm just going to call this SaaS, of course, and I'm also going to use the latest version that's listed here. The versions don't make that much of a difference with how you connect to it. It's about performance and security oftentimes, so use the latest version when you can. In this case, it's 16, and then the next part is the region. Now, Neon has a lot of different regions that are continuing to grow. these regions should be as close to as possible to where you're deploying your application. So whatever actual region you want to use here is where you should deploy your application. Now, part of the reason I deployed Rs first before actually signing up for Neon was, one, give you a practical look at how that's done and how quickly it can be done. And then two, actually show you that if you're going to use something like Railway, you want to know where the region is where you're going to be deploying first. So go into your project, go into settings, and then scroll down, and what you'll end up seeing is an actual location that is deployed with that region. So in this case, it says US West Oregon. So if we want to actually lower the time it takes to access your database, the region for both where it's deployed, where the actual code's deployed, and your database make a big difference. So we're going to go ahead and use Oregon as well. So they're in the same region, so the actual latency, the speed should be really, really good. Now, there are other regions, and if you use something on the other side of the world, it might slow down the performance of your application a little bit. While the actual database will still be fast, the actual time for it to get to your application and receive requests and stuff takes literally as long as maybe going around the world. Anyways, so in this idea, we now have the ability to create our project. Now we could go based off of this right here, this connection string. I'm going to show you what to do in just a moment, so we will take a look at that. But the idea being, if you actually went into Railway and you wanted to use this database as soon as possible, you could just add it into your variables and then you're good to go. Of course, we still need to configure some stuff on Django, but that's how quickly you would be able to spin it up in the future. You just add it to one of these variables here. Now, some of you might be tempted to just use their database templates that are in here, and these are probably pretty good and they might be worth checking out. But you're still pretty much managing that database. Even if it comes up really quickly, the security updates, the potential security concerns, the bugs, all of those sorts of things aren't necessarily going to be updated using Railways. Now, there might be caveats to that, but I really like Neon because then I can also deploy my application in many different places, but also the key feature, the key clincher to me is how you can branch the database. So what we can do here is I can quite literally take a snapshot copy of the database in its current state and make another version of it. So this is actually really nice for local development. It's really nice for staging our application, as we'll see when we go forward. But I just wanted to mention that now because some of you might have explored Railway and said, hey, there is already a Postgres offering in here that is available. This branching, I don't think is available in there. And this happens in seconds. It's really cool, as we'll see very, very soon. So now that we've got that out of the way, we're going to go ahead and actually use this one with this connection string here. So when you log in, you got this dashboard. There might be this quick start that you go through. By all means, you can go through that way as well. I just want to show you the best way I know to actually get this going on Django. So the first and foremost part is, of course, the database. You can always change the database name in here, and if you do, you'll see that come through on the connection string that we're going to end up using. You can also add in new roles. This is that security feature that Postgres has. You can have different roles and what they can have access to in your database. Now that gets a little too database specific here, so I'm just going to go ahead and use the default values here, and we're going to use the connection string. I will say there is a Django connection configuration item in here that is really good, but it uses something different than what we did. It uses dotenv, a different package altogether than our Python decouple, which is fine. You could totally do that. You can totally get away with doing something like that. And you can see that they also had the .env file, which you could also just copy this as well. That's not the route I'm going to go. I prefer using the connection string because it's really easy to use. And then I can also change it really, really quickly. That doesn't mean I can't change those other variables really quickly, but this is just one variable that I got to worry about instead of a few. So that's what we're going to go off of. I'm going to copy this snippet here, and I'm going to jump back into my Django project, into the .env file here, and I'll just do my database URL, and I'll put that string in there just like that. So database URL is the common value you'll use in your Django project, as well as many other projects too, as we'll see once we integrate it into the Django project. So now that I actually have this set locally, I can also put this in my production application as well on Railway. I might as well, since I have it here. Now, using just one variable is going to be a lot easier to switch out, as we'll see in the future. So that's another reason to do it. Now, jumping into our production application here, into the variables, we're going to go ahead and add in our database URL variable, and then, of course, the database connection string itself. So I'll go ahead and add that, and I'll deploy a new version, even though I'm not using this just yet. So let's actually get to that process where it is integrated into our Django project. Now we'll finally integrate our Postgres database with Django. And the way we're going to do that is by using scopg's binary package. This one is also really useful in production, so you want to use it for both. You might be able to get away with just simply scopg without the binary, and this is version 3. So older versions of Django might have used version 2. I know I used it a lot. Now version 3 is available, and it works really well. So what we want to do then is inside of requirements.txt here, we're going to go ahead and add in the scopg and then the binary version, just like that. Of course, if you don't want the binary version, just leave that out. And then I also want to bring in the DJ database URL. This is for parsing our database URL string. The scopg one is far more important for this project in order for it to work. Now, as soon as I see something like scopg or any sort of Python package that is there to connect to any sort of database, I realize that my systems environment needs to make sure that it has all of the packages necessary to even use that package. In other words, my current Mac, might need additional installations to use this. Check the documentation if that's the case for you. If it was the case for me, I installed it a long time ago, so that is important on your local machine. But it's actually even more important in production. So inside of this Docker file here, if you scroll down to the OS dependencies, we see one for Postgres. This would be true for MySQL, Maria, or many other databases. Your actual OS inside of the Docker file, that mini virtual machine, definitely needs to have the actual OS level libraries installed so that our Python one can actually work. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and install these requirements here. I'll navigate into the root of my project with our python-m pip install-r requirements.txt. Of course, you can just use pip install requirements.txt as well, either way. But once you have these things installed, we then need to use the DJ database URL inside of our settings. So inside of our settings, we have the database configuration already. Of course, that's in the main configuration folder and all that. So what we want to do here is we want to get that database URL. As you recall, it's from config. Using Python decouple, we could go ahead and grab it and then cast it to like a string, right? So going into .env, we just need to make sure that that's actually in there. Now, one of the things we could consider with this database URL is we could consider using a default of none. The reason for that is because maybe you still want your application to run even if for some reason the database URL is not there. The application will still run, it'll just use the SQLite database. So all of the data will be gone. So like if you had users, they would let you know that they can't access anything. But this is at least a fallback that could allow it to run. I actually don't want that fallback in this case. I want to go ahead and get rid of it altogether, and we'll just keep that database URL, but I will have the condition in here as if you did have that fallback of none. So we'll go ahead and say database URL is not none. Now we want to go ahead and just redefine the database configuration. So if you think back to what we did inside of Neon, when we grabbed that database connection string, there was the option for Django. And if you needed more advanced configuration for your Postgres project and maybe the engine changes, maybe you find a third-party engine that's better than the one that's built into Django, which is probably unlikely, but it certainly could happen. If that's the case, then you'd want to go with this configuration where all of the components are broken out. What DJ database URL does is basically ignore all this. You could probably do some configuration for it, but of course, if you want that advanced configuration, this is where it makes a lot of sense to do so. And then, of course, instead of get env, you would still use config and all that. And then you'd probably want to check that all of those variables are available before you actually reconfigure the database URL itself. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this default configuration here. And I'm just going to go ahead and import our DJ database URL. And then we'll just run the default, which is DJ database URL.config. And then the default being our database URL in here, the default argument for the config. That is as far as we really need to go. But one other thing that we might want to do, there's actually two things we want to do. First off is just checking the health of our connection. So the connection health checks being true, we could say false. We could toggle that and kind of figure out what we want to do there. There's another one called connection max age. And basically, if you want to ensure that your database connection lasts for a certain duration, this is the argument that you're going to want to put in there. Now, every once in a while, you might want to see this as an actual environment variable. So the way you're going to do this then is con max age. Con max age is actually a Django setting that you can also have as well. So you can quite literally put 30 here. That may or may not have a big impact on the database URL itself. I think it does, but in case it doesn't, we're going to define it twice. So we've got con max age here, and then we're going to set it as an integer, and then we're going to go ahead and have a default value here of 30 seconds, and then I'll go ahead and connect those two things. Now, I know Neon's documentation has something related to this with Django on how you want to actually connect it. So be sure to check that out if you are interested in more and how it relates to Neon specifically. This is also because of serverless. The serverless database will actually spin down. So we want to make sure that we have adequate time with that connection to ensure that it doesn't spin down too quickly whenever we're doing something in our project. That's kind of the point there. All right, so now let's go ahead and navigate into the src folder and run python manage.py migrate. And of course, what we should see is it making changes to the database tables themselves. And sure enough, it is. Now, I will say if you actually jump back into your Neon console and wanted to go the direction of parsing all of this stuff out, it's also really, really easy. So if you just copied it, jump over into your settings here, paste everything. We don't need these imports. Instead, we just change get env to simply config. You could come through and do all of that. And then, of course, in your env, you would want to build out all of those files. I just want to show you that real quick because it's worth testing out on your own. It's really simple based off of everything we've done. Great. So now that it's done migrating, let's go ahead and do python manage.py run server and just verify that I can actually add items in here. So, of course, it starts out with 0. So I refresh several times on the home page, and then I'll also refresh several times on the about page, just so I have some data in here so that when I go into production, I can at least verify that it's not all zeros, but rather a certain number of actual visits that are coming through, because this is going to be the exact same database we'll use when we go and bring it into production, which you could absolutely do right now if you're ready. In other words, just go ahead and commit it and then push it into production and verify. That's something we'll do here in just a moment. All right, so I did push this into production and I just want to see if it ended up working. First off, here is the local version that I will keep open. Then, of course, on Railway, I just want to verify the deployment did happen. And of course, if you look at the deployment, there it is, and it is running. If there were any issues with it, go ahead and check out the logs themselves into the deploy logs. This would end up showing you some related issues that are going on before we set up other things to diagnose the issues that might be happening inside of your Django project in production. So at this point, it is now working, and it's working just fine. So on our production app, here's what we see. On our local app, if we were to refresh, obviously it increments a little bit, but it's basically the exact same. Well, it is the same because the data is the same. So what I want to show you now is a way to make sure that it's not necessarily the same, really simply by using Neon branches. So inside of Neon, we can go in here and create a brand new branch here, and I'll just call this the dev branch. Notice that I can change how I branch it or where. This might not be that clear until you actually do a branch. Branching means that it's taking a duplicate of your database and making a new version of it. So I'll go ahead and create this now. Now I've got this new branch. I can scroll up to the connection string. This is a new connection string. So I'm going to go ahead and copy it, and I'll bring it into my .env here. I'm going to go ahead and comment out this first one, the production one, and we'll just go ahead and put a hashtag in front of it. And then we'll do database URL again, pasting in our new one. So of course, if you were to select it, you can see that they are not the same. Normally, if they're the same, it will highlight it all across the board within our VS Code instance here. So now that it is not the same, what I typically do when I change my env file is I actually delete that terminal and start a brand new one, just to make sure that it's all working correctly and everything, all the cache and all that is flushed out. So I'm going to go ahead and run the server now. And there we go. So here's our server running. So if I were to open this, what I should see is the original state of it, right? So it's not a new database. It's the same database. It's starting from the same point. But if you think of it in terms of branching like code, it's taking just a point in time and splitting off. Now I actually have two versions of my database. One is this branched version with 27 page visits. The other one is going to be my production version, which we can see with the URL here. This one has 22 visits, right? So it's the same data, it's just slightly different. Now, the nice thing about this is then I can go into the Neon console and say, okay, I made a bunch of changes to my branch here. I can actually delete this branch at any time if I see fit. So going into branches here, you can come in and just delete that branch and you're done. So that dev branch is no longer there. It's no longer available. So we can go ahead and create another one and create that new branch. This is now going to go based off of that original branch. The first one, the production one. It's no longer going to have 32 page visits, as we'll see in a moment, but it will have the new value, whatever that ends up being. So that new value will now put back in here at that database URL. I'm going to close it out. And again, new terminal in here. We'll navigate into src, python manage.py, run server, hit enter. I don't have to migrate. I don't have to do any of that. Now I refresh in here, and now it's back at 24. Which should actually be just like my production app, or roughly speaking, just like my production app, as we see there. So this might seem like it's incredibly simplistic, but as your project grows into a lot of complexity, this is really, really nice. So in my case, I have a dev branch, which may be what you want. Maybe you do want to have a dev branch, or maybe you just want to have a preview branch. Like you come in here and you go ahead and do preview. And once again, you're coming from the main branch, or maybe you're coming from the dev branch. It's going to be completely up to you. So as soon as you create this branch, you could then deploy another version of your application with this particular database. And then you can actually allow other people to see it, interact with it, and it's not going to touch your production data at all. Now, of course, you could always create a brand new project and do all of those same things. So it's quite literally a different database. But the nice thing here is these branches, we can use them. We can use many of them at any given time. So we can really stage out our application as we see fit. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this preview branch and just have my main and dev branch in here. The other thing that's nice about this is as your project gets more and more complex, you can start testing out your migrations and making sure that they're working and ready with your basically production ready database. It's just not the production one yet. Once you get all that sorted out, then you could promote your branch, whether it's your Git branch or even your dev branch that you're using on Neon. You can do all of those things. There's a lot of great testing you can have in here with this. The point in time part of the branching is also super nice. So in the case of this particular app, it's sort of like an analytics app, right? This analytics app, at this point, we don't actually want to adjust these page visits. That's giving us false confidence or false numbers that are coming through that just simply shouldn't be there. But we might also want to do additional analysis on this. So that's the other thing about SaaS in general is maybe you're going to want to do a lot of analysis on your database. Doing a branch of the database will be a great place to do that analysis, not on the production database itself. And it happens in seconds. Both of those things are great and a really nice feature of Neon, and yet another reason to work with the Neon service itself. So now that we've got this, it's actually time to start building out more of the features we want in our production application. So feel free to play around with branching as much as you'd like. And do keep in mind, in my case, I actually deleted my database several times before I actually used it here. So before we got to this point, I deleted it several times because I was just testing a bunch of stuff off video. And then I got to the point where I can now use it as we have seen, which is incredibly fast. So you can come in here and delete this database and start all over again and see exactly what I mean by that. It's pretty cool. Let's keep going. All right, so now that we have the baseline backend functionality in place, that is, we have it deployed, we have a production-ready database, it's time to look at the front end and actually style it quite a bit better and handle how we're going to do our static files at first. So this means I'm going to go ahead and implement Tailwind CSS. Now, you can absolutely implement Tailwind directly and learn all about it, or you can do a bunch of copying and pasting and leveraging Flowbite. Flowbite is a great library that is built on top of Tailwind that makes it really easy to just copy and paste some of their components so you can have a professional looking app with practically very little work and maybe very little understanding of Tailwind itself. It reminds me a lot of Bootstrap, which isn't based off of Tailwind, but it has some of the elements of that I liked about Bootstrap. That's what Flowbite has. So we actually want to implement this on our local page. Now the way we're going to implement this is very, very basic to start out. Then we'll go ahead and add on to it as we go forward. So the first thing is actually using Flowbite's CDN, Content Delivery Network. Now the reason we're doing it this way is so we can see incrementally how we might want to improve it and work on our local site. That's what this section's all about. So going into Flowbite at flowbite.com, you're going to want to navigate into the docs and then go into Quick Start and then go to Include via CDN, just the Content Delivery Network. The reason we're going this route is because it's already made for us. It's already built for us. If you're a little bit more advanced and you know how to do all of the JavaScript side of things, you totally can. At some point, we'll probably get to here, but for now, for the vast majority of us, we're going to stick with the CDN and the already built versions of both Flowbite and Tailwind. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and copy and go through the actual setup process that it says, but let's go ahead and copy the CSS, and we'll open up our base.html. Inside a head here, we'll go ahead and paste in that CSS link. Then we'll go ahead and grab the JavaScript link as well and put it right before the closing body tag, just like that. So once I save this and I go ahead and look at my Django project and refresh in here, what I'll see is all of the browser styling is gone. So the thing that's really nice about Tailwind is it removes all of the default styling that your project might have. In other words, you actually have to add a class for everything. That's for paragraph text, that's for titles. Everything needs a class itself in order for it to work. As you can see, you could just try out some of these classes, just grab them, and then go into your homepage here and just add them in. So if you did class equals to, all of that stuff that's in the documentation, you could then refresh your page and you'll see slight variations as to what happens, right? So these variations are something I'm not going to talk about right now, but rather I'm going to talk about how we want to configure our actual CSS and JavaScript in the long run. So in the short run, this is probably fine, just using base.html. In the long run, we might have a lot more CSS, we might have a lot more JavaScript. So what we want to do is have a dedicated template for that. So inside of my templates here, I'm going to create something called base, and then inside of that, I'll go ahead and do base.js.html, and then also css.html. Now, something else you might have in here is like meta.html, all of the related meta items that you might need to put in your standard document here. I'm going to ignore that for now and really just focus on a couple things, but the idea being that our base.html file, that base template file, should have very few things in here. It should really only have the things that are necessary in terms of the Django templating engine. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this out here, and I'm going to bring it into base.html. Once it's in there, I'll go back into base.html and include the base/css.html, the new location for that CSS. And I want to do that same thing for JavaScript. So I'll go ahead and bring this in and paste it in here, and then I'll go ahead and do that include tag once again and do something like that. Great. So the big reason for this is so that when I actually do need to do some changes to anything related to CSS or anything related to JavaScript, those changes will be made in the respective files that there are. That allows my base.html to be very, very narrow, very, very specific to all of the things that we need to do. This becomes really important as your project grows in complexity, but also it makes it easier to just see these changes inside of Git, right? So inside of your version control. So for example, in my JS here, I've got a version of Flowbite that I might want to change, and I can change it to 1, right? I can just simply change it just like that, and then Git would show those changes over time. Whereas if you did it in base.html, those changes would still be tracked, but they might be tracked with other changes you might make to base.html. This just allows me to just go directly in and see what those changes are. Now, there are things that I will adjust with this in the future. So the Git part is only one small aspect of it. What's more important is the fact that I'm keeping things very, very narrow in the terms of my templates and my templating engines all across the board. Okay, so now that we've got the styling done with our CSS, let's just take a look at one simple thing that we would do within Flowbite, and that is a navbar. So if you do a quick search for nav and you get navbars in here, you can go ahead and come in, and here is a navbar, right? So it's got a navbar with some drop down. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this first one in here, and I'll go into my templates and then create a new folder called nav. Inside of here, we'll call it navbar.html. And then I'm going to go ahead and paste in the navbar.html. Great. So simple. Now in base.html, if I want my navbar on all pages, this is where I would go ahead and include it. And that's what I'll actually do for now. I'll go ahead and say include nav/navbar.html. And then we'll go ahead and save that and make sure that our project's still running. Go back into our local project, do a quick refresh, and there's that navbar that is responsive. So I can actually see that it's responsive and it should be working at this point. So of course, we're going to improve this quite a bit going forward. But what I want to do is I want to take the next step and not use the CDN anymore. Now, the CDN is great for short-term usage. In the long run, we don't want to use CDNs because we want to manage these files ourselves so that they're not actually subject to potential third-party vulnerabilities with using somebody else's CDN. This is unlikely to happen, but it is something that we should consider. So it's something we're going to do from the get-go, and it's not really that complicated. Plus, as it teaches us a number of things related to Django and how to manage and automate pulling your different files and also serving your different files. So let's see how we can do that in the next parts. Now we're going to configure Django to start managing our static files. This will set the foundation for what we might want to do in the future with our own content delivery network or more robust ways to manage all kinds of static files, including file uploads. Now, in the short term, we're not doing any of that. We're doing the absolute basics of managing static files inside of Django. Now, the reason for this is to start moving away from using third-party CDNs. We want to control the content delivery network ourselves, but also if I ever need to customize my CSS and have my own CSS files, that's something I will want the foundation of and the foundation for. So that's something to keep in mind as we do this as well. So in this case, I'm actually going to go ahead and take Flowbite's CSS as well as JavaScript, and I want to bring them locally. So the way I'm going to do that is by creating a folder inside of my project called static files. This folder is going to be the source of the static files that Django manages. It's not going to be the destination. The destination is something we'll configure as well, but the source is really like our custom CSS. If we wanted Django to manage it, then it would be our custom CSS. If it's vendors, then it will be our vendors. So in our case, we'll have it as our vendors. So I'll go ahead and create a folder in there for vendors, and then I want to actually bring in the CSS file that's in there. So I'll go ahead and open it up. There it is. I can actually go in and do File, Save Page As, and notice that it is a CSS file. And I'm going to just navigate into my project here that I have it stored on my local machine, into that static files, into vendors, and just go ahead and hit Save. Great. So I want to repeat this process with, well, my JavaScript. So let's go into base.js.html, and then I'll go ahead and grab it, and we'll open up that page. And once again, File, Save Page As, and we'll go ahead and bring it into our project here. Great. So now it's in a location called static files vendors. Both of those things are specific to this project. While Django might have a regular usage of the folder static files, it's not configured by default. It's very similar to like what we did with templates. We had to actually define that in the settings. So if you go into settings.py of your configuration, you'll see that there's a really good how-to guide on using Django static files. And we're going to do some of these things right now, and then we'll actually prepare it for production once we get there. Right now, it's all about development mode, though. And a big part of the reason for that is how big these files actually are. They are massive. Whenever you see a massive file, you want to probably not want to commit it into your version control. In fact, both of these files are probably bigger than all of my code combined, at this point at least. Maybe in the long run it won't be. But the other thing is vendor files like this should be downloaded. Similar to like when we're downloading our vendor requirements, our pip requirements, we don't actually have all of those requirements in our code, although it is in the virtual environment. We don't keep them in Git, right? That's something we want to avoid. So in other words, we want to actually add the vendor folder here. I'm going to copy this relative path. I'm going to add it into my git ignore. So I'll paste it in here and we'll say ignore vendor static files, or not vendor, but vendor. Okay, just like that. So now we've updated our git ignore and these things get grayed out, no longer to be really used. Okay, so the question then is, how do we actually reference these files inside of our CSS and JavaScript? Now, if you come from the JavaScript world, you might be used to doing something like, something like, let's grab the relative path for that JavaScript. You might be used to doing something like this. This exactly does not work inside of Django. It's not how it works for a number of reasons. One of them, Django itself can actually push your static files to a production CDN system and work based off of that. So that's something you'll probably want to work towards in the future, so you can have file uploads as well as a number of other advantages of having your own content delivery network. But we don't have that just yet. Instead, what we have is the static files here locally. So Django needs to understand not only where these static files exist currently, but also where we want to store them, at least temporarily. So that's what we're going to look at now. First off, we declare this vendors directory here, as well as the static files directory, which we'll do now. So the first one is going to be our static files. We'll call this our static files base dir. And this is going to take the base directory and then go into static files. This, of course, should resemble to you the exact same thing we did with our template engine up here, right? But it's just slightly different configuration because static files are slightly different than templates. So the next part is something that I like to do, which is our static files vendor dir. And maybe we should spell things correctly all across the board. But we got our static files vendor dir, which will be our static files base dir / vendors. This will become useful, way more useful later, not so much right now. But the idea being that we have now two configurations in here. So let's go ahead and let Django know about the source for Python manage.py collect static, this management command, as we'll see in a moment as well. So this source, or all of the sources, we want Django to know about. Okay, so the sources are going to be our static files dirs. Okay, and we want to bring in just simply that base dir. We don't need the vendor dir because it's inside of that base dir. But there's our static files dirs. We can add more if we see fit, but for now, these are the directories that Django will know about when it wants to run Python manage.py collect static. So the same idea is going to be our output for Python manage.py collect static. In other words, our local CDN. Long term, it's going to be our prod CDN, but for now, it's not a production CDN, it's just our local CDN. And this is called our static root. Now, the way we're going to do this one is going to be our basedir.parent / local CDN, just like that. Great. So with this in mind, if I close these things down, everything should be configured correctly. So let's go ahead and jump into the SRC folder, and then I'm going to just run Python manage.py collect static. Now, before I hit enter, I want you to think through the logic of what's happening here with me. First off, the source. This is basically saying, hey, Django, look in this folder for all possible files that are static files that are going to be needed. Then later it's going to be, hey, Django, when you need to load those files, this is where you're going to look. So if I run collect static, that means that I'm actually copying those files over to this folder location. And once again, I see that there's more than just the vendors files. Those are in there too, so they're duplicated. but also the Django admin files are in there as well. Something we haven't touched on just yet, but the local CDN does have both of those things. So once again, we're going to want to make sure that we ignore those as well. So I'm going to come in here and say, well, just simply our local CDN, and we're going to go ahead and say and ignore the local static file root local CDN, or our local content delivery network. Great. So now we've got two things that are fairly important for this. When we go in production, this local CDN might not be something we end up using. The other thing is, since we are using a Docker file, the way we do this, we also might want to change this to just simply base directory. It's really up to you on how you actually end up using the local CDN in the long run. So maybe in production, we can go ahead and say something like this, where it's if debug, if not debug, then we are going to go ahead and change where that location is from the parent location to a different one. And we can call this something like prod CDN. This is completely optional, but the idea being, once we do push it in production, we might need to change this location, or at least test where this location would end up being. So in the short run, I'll just leave it as this. We'll save that, and then I'll go ahead and run that collect static again. Notice that new folder did pop up, and that local CDN is showing up once again. Now in my git ignore, I just added local CDN, and so no matter where I end up putting it, it's going to ignore it in git ignore, which means I can also just delete it at any time as well. Great. So now that we have a place to store our static files, the source of our locally managed static files, and a place where we can push them, we can now start to use them. So instead of base.html here, instead of using this, we're going to go ahead and use the built-in Django template tag called load static. This allows me to do something similar to what we've got here, but instead of this, we use the static tag, and then we can pass in the path as to where it's located, just like that. And we can do this same process in our JS. So we'll go ahead and bring it in. And once again, we'll go ahead and do static and vendors.js. There we go. Let's save everything. And let's go ahead and run our server, or at least make sure our server is running. So python manage.py, run server. And let's go back into our page. We'll refresh in here. And I'll just go and inspect the element. And mostly to see the source code here, we see that the static files linked correctly on both of them. And of course, we can open these up into a new tab, and it shows the URL for my local host with all of that data, right? And so coming back into our CSS, that is what's happening here. So this tag, what's going on with it, what you might be wondering, is it's actually going based off of the root that we have set up. So similar to like our templates, if we look back at our source here, we've got our static file here. This is the root folder it's looking for. So when we reference any of those files, it's going to be relative to that root folder. So flowbitemin.css is in the vendors flowbitemin CSS folder. So that's why we actually use it like this. Very similar to the templates, right? In base.html, it looks for nav/navbar because it's in the nav folder, and templates is the base. So we just need to keep that in mind when we're referencing these files. It is not going to just be simply vendors, and especially because I use that as the root itself. Now you could try it out with other configurations and other settings, but overall, the built-in static loader that Django has will use, whether it's on the local environment, like what we have here, or if we have a production environment where it's going to a CDN, our own CDN that we manage, this will also work with that as well. So it just is a simple change inside of our settings that would end up doing all of that. So where we leave it at this point is none of this is going to work when we go into production. The reason it's not going to work is because those vendor files will just simply not be there. So inside of our Docker file, I do have this thing called collect static in here, but well, it's not going to collect anything because those files will not be available because none of them are going to be sent to Git, which we can verify as well. So if I close this out and do git status git add -- all, git commit, and prepare static files, and then git push, we can actually look into our repo itself, and we can see that inside of src here, we don't have that static file folder. Even though we've got the commit coming through of prepare static files, that static file folder is just simply not there. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the deployment will fail. It'll just mean once it is deployed, it won't have any of the styles that we just set up. That is definitely something we need to fix, and we're going to use something called WhiteNoise to do it. But before we get to WhiteNoise, we need a way to automate downloading all of those vendor files. That's something we'll do first. Now we're going to create a helper function to download any file from the internet to a local location. Now I'm having this being fairly general so that in the future, if I needed to download files, I could just reuse this utility function as I see fit. So inside of src here, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder. I'm going to call it helpers. I now use this helpers module to build functions like this as well as many others. But inside of helpers, I'm going to go ahead and create a new file in here, and I'm just going to go ahead and call it downloader.py. Now, you could probably call it all sorts of things, but I'm just going to leave it in as downloader, and it really takes in two primary requirements. First off is the request library, and then the built-in Python pathlib library. We're just going to go ahead and import path. Now, request, since I'm using this here, I want to actually add it into my requirements. There's a really good chance that one of these other packages already uses Python requests, but since I am definitely using it here, I want to make sure it's in my requirements so that it's always going to be used. And so what I want to do here is I'm going to define a function called download to local. What this means is I'm going to go ahead and grab a URL. That's for basically what the download part stands for. The next one is going to be our out path. This is going to be a pathlib instance. So what I'm doing here is just really declaring the data type that it should be in order for this to work correctly. And I'll just go ahead and run pass. Now, the idea behind this is so that I can pass in a URL and it's going to download to my local files. This will also work inside of a container element itself. And of course, this is going to be done when we actually go ahead and build the container through our Docker file. That's kind of the point. But to start out, we don't want to necessarily have it work there. We just want it to work in general. So to do this, the first step that I want to do is I want to check that this out path is actually an instance. So if it's not is instance of the Python pathlib, then we're going to go ahead and raise a value error, just like that. And then you can pass in whatever message you like. In my case, I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste a simple message saying that it needs to be a valid pathlib.path object. Next up, what I want to do is the out path itself will probably have the file name on it. This is realistically more of the destination path. So the destination out path is more of how you might want to think of it, but I'm just going to call it out path because I want it to just be fairly flexible here on how you end up doing it. And so what I'll also add in is the argument of parent make dir, and this is going to be a Boolean value, and I'm just going to set the default to being true. In other words, basically I'll say if parent make dir, then I'll go ahead and do the outpath.parent, which this of course is built into Python pathlib. Then you can actually do make dir, and then I'll go ahead and say parents being true and exists okay being true. All this is saying is making sure that wherever the destination is, that actual parent directory will end up existing, which will most likely be true. You could always add in these arguments in here as well if you needed to, but in my case, I'm just going to leave it as that. That's pretty much it for the setup process of the pathlib, just to make sure that the destination will exist for this to be downloaded. Next, what I'm going to do is just a fairly straightforward request response from Python request. So I'll just copy and paste this one. But the idea being, we go ahead and request with a GET request to that URL. Then if there's any issue, it's going to raise an exception. Otherwise, it will go ahead and return back the bytes and it'll say true or false. That's it. So that's going to be our download itself. So in my case, it says I could not resolve it. So in my project, I actually don't have Python requests on here. So let's make sure we do with our pip install -r requirements.txt. And there we go. So now it's in there and everything's all good. So all we need to do now is just convert this into a management command that makes sense for what we're trying to accomplish, which of course would be downloading at least these two files, if not many others. Now we're going to go ahead and create our custom Django management command that is going to be very similar to Python manage.py collect static, but it's going to happen right before. So instead of actually pushing our static files to some sort of destination, like what collect static does, it will actually pull our static files locally so that then we could push it to the location it needs to go. So this is very useful when it comes to building out Docker containers, which is why I'm referencing it right in here. It's going to come right before this. And now when it comes to Django management commands, you might be wondering, why do we use a Django management command versus something else, like just a standard Python module? The reason for this is as soon as you make Django management commands, you then have access to everything in settings.py. Basically, you have access to everything inside of your Django project because Django is going to be the one now controlling this command itself. So you can absolutely build out your own Python modules that don't necessarily need to do this. But as soon as you want to use something like your static files base dir, or in our case, the static files vendor dir, we want to make sure that we're using a custom management command. The other aspect of management commands is they have to exist in an installed app. So Django has to know about it, basically, in order for it to work. Which you could do this by actually just running out into your src folder, run python manage.py. We already saw this. This actually shows us all of the built-in management commands that exist right now, but there's no additional ones in here. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a specific app for this purpose. And I'm going to call this, we'll say start app commando. Just simply commando, because I probably won't use that name for any other app other than these commands, which is why I put it in there. So inside of commando, what we want to do is we want to create a new folder. We'll call it management / and then we'll put the dunder init dunder.py. And then inside of here, we'll go ahead and do another one called commands. And then once again, the dunder init.py like that. And then in here, I'll just go ahead and say hello world.py. And I'm just going to do a simple hello world command so you can see the absolute basic syntax. And then you can also take a look at the Django documentation if you want to expand on this and really not do what we're doing. So we'll do from django.core.management.base. We'll import the base command. And then I'll just go ahead and say class command. And this is base command. And then we'll go ahead and define a function called handle. And then we'll put in whatever arguments we want in here, which I'll just go ahead and say hello world. That's it. So the class of command must be named command. That's what it's going to look for. So now that I have this hello world here, I'm going to go into settings.py and into my installed apps, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in commando in here. And then we'll go ahead and run our python manage.py. Once again, without anything on there, we'll scroll up and we see commando in there with hello world. So now I can just do simply hello world. And there it goes. So it's quite literally going off of the name of the module. That's what's going to be the name of the command itself. Now, there's definitely a lot more advanced use cases that you can do than just this, but feel free to expand on it as you see fit. What I want to do is I want to go ahead and call it vendor poll.py. Now, maybe you call it vendor static files poll.py, but I'm just going to remember it as vendor poll.py because I'm just going to go ahead and do this right now. And that is bring in vendor poll, the actual command itself, into our Docker file to actually bring in that automation. So we'll go ahead and say vendor poll, and I don't need this argument here, just that. That's it. Great. Simple enough, I think. At this point, we need to actually handle our vendor static files. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste the locations as to where these files came from. So feel free to pause it here, but you can always go back to the CDN where we originally downloaded these two files. What I did was a key value store. You'll see why in just a moment. But before we actually start using that one, let's go ahead and actually implement our helper function that we just created. So back inside of helpers, we got this downloader here. I actually should have built out a little bit more to this, which would be adding an init module here with those dunders. And then we'll go ahead and do from.downloader. We're going to import this download file, download to local function. And then we'll go ahead and bring it in as all as well. Great. So now what I can do back into commands inside of commando, I'll go ahead and just import my helpers function here. So I'll go ahead and import helpers, which should be my helpers. It shouldn't be third-party packages. Rename this if you use another package called helpers, of course. I don't think you will, but if you do, let me know. Anyway, so now what we want to do is we want to use helpers. We've got the source files, where they're going to come from. Naturally, this could be an external JSON file. That might be a really good idea if you start having a bunch of vendor static files. I don't anticipate to have more than like 4 or 5 in this project. More than likely, it might just be 3 for a while. We'll see the third one in just a moment. But what we want to do is we want to use these vendor static files and we want to download them somewhere. So what we can do is we can iterate through this dictionary here for the name and URL in vendor static files.items, right? So no surprise here. If I print out the name and URL, we will see some stuff. So we'll go ahead and call this downloading, vendor static files. So the print statement is probably fine, but what I actually want to use is simply just self.std outright. That's the more proper way to do it, especially when it comes to these commands and how you might end up using it inside of some sort of automation pipeline. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and run python-manage.py vendor poll locally, hit enter, and we should see the key value pair. Now, the reason I named it this way is because the name is what we're going to store it as. So back into our static files, we have these names already in there. The URL is, of course, where it's coming from. In this case, the name and the actual extension, the file name itself from the URL is the same. But maybe you don't want to store it that way. Maybe you also want to put like, 2 or version 2 in here, like -v2, 3.0 or something like that. Maybe you want to put those things in there. Maybe not. It's completely up to you on how you actually end up doing that portion of things. But now that we have the files and we will have a way to download them, we need a destination. And this is the reason I really use the Django management commands as well. In this case, is the destination, I want it based off of my actual vendor's static file configuration, which was this static files vendors dir. I made that on purpose for this command. So now going back into our vendor poll here, now what I can do is from django.conf, we can import our settings here, and then we can use the static files vendors dir in settings. We can go ahead and get attribute of the settings for that specific attribute itself. Okay, so this is going to be the out directory itself. So what that means is down here, we'll now go ahead and say out path equals to the directory itself / the name. And now we can see where the destination is going to be. So we'll go ahead and save that and we'll run it again. And now we can see the file name, the URL it's going to download from, and then the final destination as to where it's going to go. All of this is based off of the actual Django project itself. That is the point. We want it to be automated, so it needs to run in the Django project regardless of what system it's on, so it needs to be very flexible there. But now that we've got that, there's probably going to be no surprise here. What we can do is we can actually use our command for downloader, so download to local. We can actually use it inside of here. So we want to say that DL success equals to the helpers dot download file to local. We're going to grab that URL, and then we're going to go ahead and pass the out path just like that. So simple arguments there. The URL is coming from the key value pair. Once we have that, we can then say something like, if it is successful, then we can print out, or actually, we'll go ahead and say our completed URLs is equal to an empty string. We can just go ahead and pass that URL there. And of course, we could also say something like, if it's not completed, we could add in some issue that happened, so you just be aware of it. And perhaps you want it to be a bigger issue, like a value error of some kind. But for now, I'm just going to print out the statement if for some reason it's not downloaded. And then once all that's said and done, I'll just go ahead and do another condition on whether or not it was completed. Oh, this should be completed URLs here. So checking if the set of the completed URLs is the same as the actual key value pairs. Then we go ahead and say, yep, they're all good. Otherwise, they're not all good. So now what we can do is we can just run that again. I run this now, and it says successfully updated all vendor static files. So we are now ready to move into the next phase of the automation, which of course is allowing for those vendor static files to even work, right? So once again, this is the command. This actually will work right in line during the Docker file build. The next part is actually serving the static files once they're done. We have a way to download them, we have a way to automatically download them, and then we have a way to collect those static files to where they need to go, and then we need a way to actually serve those static files, which is what we'll do now with a function called WhiteNoise. Now, WhiteNoise itself is great for this use case. Once our project gets a lot more robust and a lot more users, WhiteNoise may or may not be something you want to use anymore. You might use something more like object storage or S3 technology to actually move towards better serving of your static files, which these things can still happen with S3. So this doesn't necessarily have to change. And also, just remember, your vendor pull command, the management command itself, if you have no vendor static files in here, well, this iteration is just not going to do anything. It'll just be an empty dictionary, and therefore it won't download any of those files, which is pretty interesting. So the last thing I want to test, though, is I want to get rid of this static files folder here. I just want to make sure that the vendors folder is actually being loaded from this. So I'll go ahead and delete that. And we'll go ahead and run it again. And I just want to make sure that static files are showing up and vendors as well. And sure enough, there they are. But I get this warning about the static file dir setting does not exist. So one of the things I might want to do here is just jump back into my settings and just make sure that I do make dir and exists okay, being true, and maybe parents being true as well. Save that, and we'll try this again to see if that warning goes away, so that when I do run it, it automatically has those folders, and sure enough, it does. Great, simple enough, and now we have a way to automate this process. It's pretty great. So we added 2 Django management commands right inside of the Docker build. This is problematic for a couple reasons, as we'll see in a moment. Now, I have this comment that the database isn't available during the build. Well, the reason it's not available is if we scroll up, there's nothing referencing the actual database itself. There's no environment variable for that database. These environment variables are important during build time. During runtime, it's different on how it actually ends up working. So during build time, we can pass in our own arguments. From those arguments, we can make environment variables, or we can change them as we see fit, as we'll see in just a moment. But if you were to deploy the code as it stands right now, these commands will be attempted to run, and then you'll run into an error. You'll see failed here. So if I click on failed, go into build logs and scroll down, I'll see that Decouple has an undefined value of the Django secret key. But that doesn't make sense, because when I deploy it, before it actually did work. It works just fine. The secret key was working. So I did mention that Railway does inject these variables at build time and at runtime. So that's actually kind of important, because it gets a little confusing. Why aren't these actually working correctly? Well, it actually goes back to what I just said about the arguments. During build time, you can pass in arguments. You don't have to, but as soon as you need to use the Django project itself, you're going to need to. You're going to need to use some of those arguments. So if you do want the database available at build time, you would need that to be an argument and an environment variable. Both things need to be set, and both things need to be true. So let's actually take a look at how we go about doing this. First off, we can go ahead and say arg, and then the environment variable that we're trying to use as an argument. So if I scroll down or scroll up to the Django secret key, this is the very first argument that we might want to have in here. So we can set a default value if you want in here, or what we can do is just say the environment variable is now equal to that Django secret key. So if we were to save this and commit it, so git status, git add -- all, git commit, and then added arg this to Dockerfile, and then git push, what we're going to see is another error. I will show you in just a moment, but the next error is the Django debug. Notice it does not have a default value in here. So we could add a default value directly in the code, or we could add it right in here. We can say the arg is equal to the Django debug, and once again, we can add a default value. In this case, I'll give the default value of 0. I don't want debug mode on during the build process either. Once again, I need to set it as an environment variable, and the way you do that is just like this. So the argument and the environment variable are the same, and they actually have to be the same because the arguments are coming from these variables, or could come from these variables. You also could just set them directly, right? So in the environment variable, you could set them directly as well. So the last one is actually going to be something related to our database. At this point, I'll go ahead and get rid of this print statement on our debug. I will make one other change, and that's related to our database down here. In here, I cast it as a string, and then I did not add a default. Now I'm going to get rid of that cast as a string and just set it as a default of none, right? So basically, if it's not available there, it's going to go ahead and say none, and then it'll just go based off of this SQLite database. So this is what we want to test. We now have the two primary ones that I think will make a big difference in here as far as how all of this works, so that then I can actually run these two commands right here. Now, you can absolutely run your migration commands in here as well inside of those arguments. You could use that database URL during the build process and run migrate in here if that's the route you want to go. Now, this process right here is a little bit more specific to how the actual container is being built inside of Railway. It's not always done that way. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. So once I actually were to add in the last one, this failed one here, we see in the build logs, now we've got Django debug not being found, so no surprise there because we just added it. So if we look in here, there's that Django debug, and then our settings, we got rid of that, and then we went ahead and added in that default of none. So updated build args, I'll go ahead and commit that, yes, and we'll go ahead and sync these changes now, and so that we can actually see that process being built out in here in just a moment. So the other part of this, of course, is then actually using the result of those automations. But the thing is, we want to ensure that those automations are happening when they should. So if you were to build in other environment variables that your Django project needs to run, you need to make sure that you're adding in these arguments in here at that time. If there are other ones, there might be. It really is up to how your project ends up working in order for these two things to work. Now, you could think about doing these things in the startup run as well. So in here, what I've got is this command right here where you run python manage.py migrate. You might end up doing it here, or you might have a completely different process altogether for collect static, especially if you go into the S3 portion of it. The reason we have to do this here is because we're going to be using WhiteNoise. I typically would not do this in my production projects as they grow. I would typically get rid of this from the Docker file altogether because it just adds additional time to build the container, especially if we're trying to use S3 or some other production server. In our case, we're using WhiteNoise to simplify this process, even though maybe it doesn't feel that simple right now. But the point is that we now see that it is actually starting to deploy our application. It didn't fail during the build process. It is now in the process of deploying it. And so sure enough, I now have my application deployed. And sure enough, these static files are not showing up. So now we're at the point where we can finally implement WhiteNoise, which is really easy to do. It's going to take a couple minutes to get it going. So let's go ahead and do that now. Now it's time to update our project to use WhiteNoise with Django. It's really easy. If you went to the documentation and just did it right now, you totally could. It will take a few seconds. And once you actually do that, you'll be able to take your local development app like this and make sure that your production app matches it. So the reason you see something like this, to me, it's always a good sign that your CSS is not being loaded whatsoever. There's a chance that your JavaScript's not being loaded either, but the idea being that our static files just simply aren't being loaded if that wasn't very, very obvious. So what I want to do is I want to just implement this now. The way it's going to happen, of course, is by following in their documentation, which if you go to their website for their documentation, it's really just installing it, adding in some middleware, and then changing your static file storage to what WhiteNoise has. And this part you don't need either. You probably just need the middleware and the installation, but I'll put all three of these things in for these Django applications. Once I do that, we will actually run a few commands to make sure that it's working correctly. Then we'll do a push, and then I'll talk about why we should be using WhiteNoise in the short term, but not in the long term, instead using something like Django Storage and S3 technology. So let's go ahead and implement WhiteNoise now. Whenever I see these pip install commands, I jump immediately to requirements.txt, add it in there, and then I just run pip install, then my -r to my requirements.txt, wherever it's located. I just know I'm in the root of my Django project right now, so I did that version of the installation. Great. So now that it's in there, we'll go into our settings and we'll do the middleware setting. And notice that it has to be, after Django security middleware That's the main part. Otherwise, it can be above all other middleware. So we'll just put it right next to Django security middleware as it recommends. So go ahead and scroll down into middleware here, and we'll look for the security middleware, and we'll just put that in there. Great. So in the long run, if we stop using WhiteNoise, we won't need to do this, right? We'll just remove that altogether. But in the short run, we'll leave it right there, and then we'll go ahead and run our different commands. Actually, there is that one other aspect, which was adding the Django static file storage portion here. And then I'll go ahead and go all the way down right next to static root and paste this in here. Save it. Okay, great. So now we've got all of the configuration necessary. Now, if you dive into the WhiteNoise documentation a little bit more, you'll see that their static root is set to static files, which is not our static root, but rather our static files dirs. This is our source directory, not our output directory. I changed the output directory, and we explained that a little bit, but I just wanted to point that out because how different developers do this does differ from time to time. In my case, we see that right here, right in the documentation. So the rest of the documentation is pretty straightforward as far as how it ends up working. Notice that we have this on Django 4.2 up for that static files compression. This might be something else that you put in here as well to support either one. So I'm on Django 5, so I'm going to go ahead and actually comment out this older one and use the newer one as well. So this is going to be under Django 4.2. So that's why reading the documentation is often a really good idea, because this may or may not be on that homepage depending on when you're watching it. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and run our commands to make sure our static files are working locally as well as in production. What commands am I talking about? Well, the first one, python manage.py vendor and pull, hit enter. And so we want to grab all of our static files in here. Sure enough, it does grab them, or it seems to. And so I'll go ahead and next run python manage.py collect static and just make sure that that's working. We'll go ahead and say yes. And sure enough, it seems to be working. Great. Okay, so now what I want to do is I'll just comment this out for a second and then run vendor pull again and see if that does anything different. Doesn't seem to do anything different. Okay, great. So there is another file that I do know that I need, and you might see this in your error with WhiteNoise as well. You might see this error already. So in Commando, I'm going to go into Management, into Commands, and go to Vendor Pull, and add additional vendor files in here. This is actually really obvious even with mine right now. If I run python manage.py, run server, and then open up my project, refresh in here a few times, what I'll see eventually is a file being missing. So let's go ahead and come in here and just do a quick refresh in there. There's the file that's missing in here. Now, depending on when you do this, the idea being that this file's missing for me. There's a possibility that it's not missing for you, but the reason it's missing is because I never actually pulled it down. So there are dependencies that sometimes CDNs, when you're copying the CDN, it might just not be inside of your application. So copying these URLs might reference other files is really the point that I'm getting at here. And so I'm just going to make the assumption that that file, flowbitemin.js map, lives right next to flowbitemin.js because all of these other ones do as well. This is not an issue if you're not using Flowbite or you're building out your own static files and your own vendor files as well. It's an issue right now, so we're going to go ahead and keep that one as is. I'll run my vendor pull again, make sure that I have all of those files in here. There they are. I'll go ahead and run that server again, and then we'll open this up and refresh a few times. Looks like that map file is now coming through in local development. Great. So I went ahead and paused the video and pushed all the code into GitHub and then, of course, Railway. But the idea being that WhiteNoise actually ran an exception for me when I did not have this configuration in there. So WhiteNoise can run those exceptions sometimes, and I believe it has to do with this setting right here where it's trying to compress the static files themselves. That, I think, is the issue that could happen for dependencies that are actually a part of these static files. In this case, it just happens to be Flowbite, but with other projects as well. So on your local development, every once in a while, just go ahead and delete out the files that you are using for static files, especially with third-party vendors, and make sure that, well, you don't have any issues there with doing your vendor pull and your collect static if you end up going that route with the Docker file here. But now what I want to do is I want to talk about when you would leave WhiteNoise and move towards using something different and specifically using S3 object storage. So what ends up happening with WhiteNoise is the fact that you just can't upload files using WhiteNoise. That's just not how it works. So for example, if you wanted your SaaS to have user uploads of any kind, they want to upload a CSV file, they want to upload an image, a video, any of those things, WhiteNoise will not allow you to download those files. It doesn't really have a mechanism to upload them, but WhiteNoise won't even have something for you to download them. So for that reason alone, that's when you would move into Django storage in some sort of S3 service, S3 or S3 compatible service, which is really just object storage. You can upload pretty much anything into S3, whether it's all of your users' files, whether it's all of your Django files, your actual code itself, whether it's your static files that are going to be used with Django. All of that stuff is when you would start wanting to use Django storages alongside of your S3 compatible storage. Amazon pioneered this technology a long time ago, so it's often referred to as just S3 or AWS S3, but there's a lot of different services out there that are excellent at managing this kind of file storage system. And the other part that's really good about it is as soon as you use Django storages, you no longer need to use WhiteNoise. You would just use Django storages as a drop-in replacement for WhiteNoise. They can probably work together fine, but Django storages is what you would use for your static files as well as all of your uploads too. So that's actually really, really nice about it. And there's a lot of documentation on this. This is something we'll look at in the future as well. But this also doesn't necessarily mean this is how you're going to upload all of your files per se. Really, really big files, you might have to use something a little bit different, like the Boto3 package, which is something that works in tandem with Django storages a lot, especially when it comes to the S3 compatible storages. I recommend not using something like Dropbox or FTP in this case, for your static files especially. For your static files, you're going to want to use S3 itself, because that is going to be a lot faster. As soon as you start using S3 to store your files, then it's going to be really easy to use a content delivery network to distribute your files. That would be the next phase after using Django storages if you need a content delivery network to deliver your static files anywhere in the world. That starts to bring a new complexity that we're just not going to talk about yet, because WhiteNoise will get us pretty far. Until you need user uploads, WhiteNoise is something you can absolutely use, and I do recommend it. So user uploads means literally the files themselves. If you need them to be uploaded and persist, that's where you start using Django storages, most likely, at least at the beginning. You could use Boto3, but if you're using Boto3, you might as well use Django storages as well. So at this point, WhiteNoise is going to be really good. It's going to be something we can test with. We can do a lot of things with it, including if you are familiar with the process of building out your own CSS and your own images, you can still use WhiteNoise for that. Your Django project just needs to be able to pull that stuff in. So for example, if you do have your own theme file and vendor poll is just another thing that you could do internal poll as well, where it's actually pulling from another GitHub repo in there, and it would be able to pull that out also. And of course, you could use then arguments. If it's a private repo, you could just use a GitHub access token to actually pull that in as well. There's a lot of different things you can do here where WhiteNoise can still really provide a lot of value. But of course, we don't want to get too complex here. I just want to explain the rationale between using WhiteNoise and then upgrading to something different, because, well, some of you might be really interested in that. And if you've been following me for some time, you know that I don't usually use WhiteNoise. I usually jump directly to Django storages, but it's a complexity that we just don't need just yet in our project or just in the learning process in general. Now it's time for the next fundamental aspect of a SaaS application, and that, of course, is users. And usually, whenever I think users in Django, I think I need a transactional email service of some kind. I need Django to be able to send emails to my users so they can verify that their emails are accurate or correct for when they register. That's actually what I want to have happen. Now, this isn't the only way to do it in Django. You can do all sorts of user authentication with Django, but at the very baseline level, I think having an email-first mentality is a good idea. And so for that reason, we're going to be implementing Gmail as our transactional email service. Now, I don't recommend doing this in the long run. This is great for testing, getting everything working correctly, But in the long run, you're going to want to have your own custom domain name, not at gmail.com, but rather at yourdomainname.com, and then a transactional email service. It's not the same as marketing email, but it is specifically transactional email. So that's where you're going to want to work towards in the future. But in the short term, we can use Gmail both in production and in our local development environment. Now, if we think of our production application at this point as still a work in progress, you're in the right track, right? You're in the right mindset. This is definitely not a true production application, although it is in a production environment. So keep that in mind. Of course, I'll probably repeat that several times because it's fairly important. So I do have a whole blog post on this process. It's actually really easy to do, and it is something that has evolved a little bit over the years. But overall, Django itself does SMTP authentication for emails. It's not the only way you can send emails. There's other ways to send emails with Django, but the built-in native one to Django is the SMTP version of sending emails, which is very similar to like if you use Apple Mail or Outlook. Those often use SMTP too, also to send emails out. So what we're going to be doing here is in this blog post, we want to go ahead and actually create our Google account. We're going to go through that process. We're going to go ahead and set up two-factor authentication. Actually, I'll just show you need to do it. You'll go ahead and create something called an app password for logging in. And then we're going to go ahead and use out our Django configuration. I'm actually going to do this in reverse a little bit. I'm going to start with the configuration because this is what you can change for other services in the future. So there are several things. The first one is going to be our email host. This is going to be the actual domain for the SMTP login. So in our case, we'll do smtp.gmail.com. Then we're going to go ahead and declare the email port. This is very commonly going to be 587. This is for TLS, which is the next part we'll use is email use TLS. And this is, of course, modern security protocol in there. I'm going to just leave it in as true. You can also use the same thing as use SSL, but this is going to just be simply false. You don't need to use SSL. In fact, you would use a different port for that, which is 465. This isn't always going to be true, right? So it's going to be based off of the actual transactional email service you end up using for all of these parameters, literally all of them. The next one is, of course, the more important one, which is going to be our email host user. And we want to set this equal to what our host user will be. In my case, it's going to be hungrypie@gmail.com. This is an email I use all of the time in these testing applications. I don't actually use it other than in these classes. Next up, we're going to do our email host password. And we're going to set this password to our Gmail app password. So whatever that ends up being, that's what we're going to go ahead and set. So with these configuration items, we could probably use a lot of defaults in here, a lot of default values in our Django configuration, which is something you can consider doing. So to use these, we're going to go into CFE Home, we'll go into settings.py, and I like to put this at the very top, right near baster or secret key. This is usually where I put in my email config. So email config right in here, right? And so what we want to do then, of course, is use our Python decouple to grab these configuration items. That's the reason I put them in .env is to make sure that they're working correctly. So I'll just go ahead and say config and then this, and then we'll go ahead and say that our default is equal to smtp@gmail.com. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste the rest of this, which you can find all of this stuff on the blog post itself. But the idea being that we want everything from our environment variables, especially when it comes to email itself. And this should be use SSL. Okay, so with this in mind, now that we've got the email configured, let's go ahead and start actually making sure that it's working correctly, right? So that means log in to your Gmail account. And in my case, I'm going to see something like this, right? So this is my hungrypie@gmail account. Then I'm going to go ahead and go to manage my account, go into security, and you're going to want to scroll down and make sure that you have two-step verification on or two-factor authentication. So 2FA, you want to make sure that that's on. If you don't have that on, I don't know if this next part will work, and that is going to be app passwords. You're going to do a quick search for that, and there is app password. So if we open this up, this is how I'm going to be able to actually log in and create things. Now, I have two-factor authentication on, so it's asking me to confirm who I am. I'm going to finish that. Now that I've confirmed who I am and I actually want to do this, I'm going to go ahead and create a password based off of my SaaS, SaaS Foundation app or whatever. I'm going to go ahead and hit create, and here is that password. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to paste it in to this Gmail app password thing, just like that. So assuming my settings are correct and my email is correct, we are on the right path here. Now, you can delete this at any time, and you could also say something like SaaS prod and hit create. And this one right here, this one right away, we might actually want to come into our production application, into variables, and then just go ahead and say our email host password and paste that in as well. Now, of course, you're probably going to want to fill out the rest, so I'll let you do that at another time. But the idea is you definitely want to have those things in there if you want to use this in production. Now, there is one more aspect of this that you will want to have in order for testing purposes, and that is going to be our admins and also our managers. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and just give admins and managers the same thing. And I'm also going to go ahead and then start the process of building out the list. And I will just go ahead and say Justin, and this is at coding for entrepreneurs at gmail.com. So the person you're sending it to, the manager or the admin, and then a valid email in here as well. This is how we're going to go ahead and test this in just a moment. But these managers and admin are really useful for things like 500 errors. They will get emails for there, of course, if the email actually ends up working. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and just give this a shot with python manage.py, send test email, and then we'll do -- admin. And what it should do is that, nothing. It should show me nothing. Now, if I were to change anything on here, let's say, for instance, in .env, and I just change this to 2, or I make the incorrect password and I run this again, it's going to give me an error. So this is an SMTP authentication error. So these passwords are what have changed over time with Gmail itself. So if I were to delete this password, for example, I go back into security, into the app passwords themselves. So let's go ahead and do that. And if I were to delete this one, let's go ahead and delete it. And then I'll give it another try and try to run this again. It's going to give me that the username and password are incorrect. Okay, cool. So obviously that makes sense that they're incorrect because I deleted it. So the authentication does make a big difference as far as how you end up using this in your applications, right? So definitely make sure that you have the correct ones. But once you do, you can send this test email, and assuming that you can authenticate and do all that, this then is saying, hey, you're good. If there's no error, that's a good sign. So then what you could do then is go check in your, let's say, for instance, your manager account. This is not my manager account, but I can at least look in this account and say from HungryPie. Looks like these two were just sent from me. So I could try it again with another one. And I have just a built-in filter on Gmail to see that. And there are 3 of them now. And so then in my admin account, which is coding for entrepreneurs at Gmail, from HungryPie, it's possible that I actually sent it to the wrong email. Let's try that again by copying that one out into settings. And perhaps I spelled it incorrectly. Nope, that actually did do it correct. So let's try this again. It's also possible that maybe it's going into spam, and it is not. So it's actually not sending it into from HungryPie. Looks like my filter was off. I just did a quick search for it, and here's all of those recent ones as well as a test from earlier today. So I can do this again, and we'll just send it again. And sure enough, what I should get if I refresh in here is yet another email. And there it is. And now take this to something more like this, where you can actually use admin users as an external value. You probably don't want to hard code it. The only reason I didn't show you all this is because it's fairly straightforward at this point, and you can always copy the code on the repo itself. Now we're going to take a look at 2 features that I think set Django apart from many other frameworks that are out there. The first one we're going to take a look at right now with our project running on localhost. Just navigate to the path of /admin, and here it is. This is the entry point to the Django admin. This is one of the more powerful features that Django has because it allows you to really manage all of the data as well as all of the users inside of your Django project. Notice that I said all of the users. this is the other feature that Django has built in, which is, of course, users. Now, you might already know that, and hopefully you do, but the idea being that the Django admin gives us a peek into how all of that works and also how we can do authentication ourselves. So we're going to emulate certain aspects of the Django admin in the near future, but the idea here is right out of the gates, we see that it says Django admin, and it's asking for a username and password. It has nothing in here about registration. There's no way for me to actually create a new user yet. So if I try to log in here with a saved username and password, it's going to say that I can't. So we actually need to create a super user that will be able to log in here, a admin user for this. So the way we do that is, of course, going back into our project here, opening up the terminal, make sure you're in the root of your Django project where manage.py is, and then just run the command, python manage.py, create super user, hit enter, and now you go ahead and create that user. I'm going to use the user CFE, so I'll just say CFE. I don't need to put an email address here, but I totally could. And then I'm going to go ahead and put a whatever password. Now, the reason I'm putting a whatever password, as in not a great password, only has to do with the fact that this is my development mode. Once I go into production, I want to give a really good super user password because of what they can do. So at this point, I actually created this user, and it's quite literally the same password I used in my development mode all the time. So I can just go ahead and hit log in here, and in my case, it's going to work. Now, you're going to have to fill it out and stuff like that, but this is the Django admin. This is one of the key things that Django does so well. The key thing right now, though, is the fact that it says users here, of course. I can click on this, and I can navigate to that recently created user, and what do you know? User CFE. We got this form here. There's a thing for password. We'll talk about that in a second. We can add in some personal information. If you did fill out an email address when you created this user, you, would see it here. We've got permissions that are built in. Once again, permissions, how a user can do things, is built in to Django. Now, there's a lot of different things on how we can approach permissions in the project itself, but at least at the Django admin, we've got a couple of flags here that we can change on whether or not this user should have permission to the Django admin. And then we can also see when they log in and when they join and all that. So a lot of really good data that's going on in here. The main thing is this data right here. The fact is, this is not the actual raw password. The raw password is going to look something closer to the username, but there's no way for us to see this password. This has to do with modern cryptography and hashing. So we enter a raw password, we enter some string of text, and then it turns it into this hash. We can actually verify this inside of the Neon console as well. We can look at the database itself. So what we want to do then is let's actually navigate into our dev branch if you aren't already there. Go into your tables. Once again, make sure that you're in your dev branch. Go to auth user, and you'll actually see that user itself, right? So you can scroll over, you can see the username in here. You can see that these things are empty strings, whether or not they're staff or active, when they joined, all sorts of things in there. It's great. So we see the password as well. So this password, of course, isn't the raw password. Now, there's no real good way to reverse engineer this to expose what this password would be. There's only a really good way to verify that a password that's being used is the correct one. In other words, to allow them to log in, there is a way to do that. And I want to show you how to do that now. So in order to actually verify a user's password, we're going to go ahead and jump into the Python managed shell. Okay. So in the Python shell, what we can do here, of course, is all sorts of things related to our Django project. In this case, we're going to go ahead and grab the user. So you can just watch this to learn a little bit here, but the idea being you can import the user model from here. For those of you who are a little bit more advanced or want to advance that user model, you might want to change the user model, in which case you want to use the get user model. This is a little bit more advanced, so if you're not sure what I'm doing here, just go ahead and stick with the default user model, which is this right here. Now, we haven't talked that much about what's going on with models themselves, but the idea here is that we can import the model, the default Django user model, and I can do querying in here. So user.objects.all will give me literally all users as a query into this command line here. And I can iterate through all of them. So for user in user.objects.all, I can actually print out each user.username, and I can see these things come through. What I can also try is to print out the password. So user.password, and I can see what that does. Once again, it is not the raw password, not at all. So of course, inside of the shell here, I can also create users. Now, one of the ways you would do this specifically with users is user.objects.createUser or user.objects.createSuperUser. I'll let you play around with these commands as you see fit. The way you know what the arguments are is just by typing help, pasting in that command, and hitting enter. And you can see the different arguments that come in here for either one. Great. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and quit out of there. And the idea now is I want to actually just see how this password ends up working, right? How do I actually verify a user's password? Because when we went to the Django admin, we actually logged in, right? So that's what we're really unpacking here. We have a username, and then we pass in a raw text string here and hit log in, and it logs in. So we're not typing this in. I definitely did not type that in. I typed in the actual raw password. In this case, that raw password for me is just simply learn code. Not a great password. I don't recommend using it. But the idea being that's the actual raw password that I have. So how do I verify this? Now, the way we're going to do this is by saying my user equals to user.objects.first and hit enter. No worries if you're not that familiar with what's going on with these queries. That's not the point here. But what we can see is if you have a user in your database, this will grab the very first one that's available. And that, of course, is the same user that I have. So one of the things you might do, or the logic, is to say my user.password is equal to pw, or equals pw, hit enter, and of course this is false. This cannot be the correct way because, as we saw before, when we printed out that user password, we got this. So those two things are not equivalent whatsoever, and therefore that login would always fail. It would never be the right password in this case. But there is a built-in method on your user objects that you can say something like my user.checkPassword, and then you can put in the actual password itself, the actual raw string. So if I do check password ABC, I get false. If I do check password of the actual password, which was learned code, I will get true. And so what's happening is it basically rehashes this right here the same way it does when we create the user, however we create the user, and then it verifies that hash against here. And then that, of course, is going to be a true value. And therefore, we can now say, hey, this is the right password. Go ahead and log in. Now, I'm going to expand on this in the next part where we actually do this manual portion. But the idea being, it's really critical we never save passwords as raw data. So if you ever use something that's not Django and you have to build out your own authentication, because if you're not using Django, you might have to do that, then you're going to go ahead and make sure that your password has never the raw password itself. It's never stored raw. Now, the other thing is reverse engineering. If somebody knows a way to reverse engineer a hash like that, please let me know. I'd be really interested to seeing that and seeing how it works. This, as far as I know, is a modern way to make sure that your passwords are nice and secure on pretty much any database, even if it gets leaked, even if this hash gets leaked because it's not the raw password. Now, email addresses, on the other hand, well, that is going to be stored as a raw raw text, right? So hello at Team CFE, for example, real email address. We hit save and continue. That, of course, is going to be the actual email that's in there. So, of course, security is definitely a concern when it comes to some of this data. But the point of this is that our passwords are stored in a secure way, or as secure as they possibly can be, and they're really easy to access. The insecure version is not. So That's actually pretty cool. And then the Django admin, of course, we can do all sorts of really good stuff in here, as you'll see when you start working with Django a lot more. But at this point, you can obviously create new users in here and allow them to start using your project once you actually build that in. So what we want to see is actually that process of doing our own login process, because your end users should not be logging in here. Instead, they should be going into your project itself on like something like /login. So let's see how that's done. It's fairly straightforward, but the point is that it will be a process that we want to actually have some basis of understanding of before we use a third-party package like something like Django AllAuth. All right, so back into our Django project, I'm going to make sure that I'm logged in on the Django admin, and then I'll go ahead and navigate into the home page. One of the things you should see is this "you are a user" in here. This has to do with that template that we created before, this welcome user message. The condition on checking whether or not the user is authenticated in there. And this, of course, came from the Django templates with this process right here that's actually taking in the request as well as auth related activities. Now, our views are very similar, but the request goes there by default. It's not enriched, it's already there, it's available to us. In other words, the request.user.isAuthenticated, we can print that specific thing out. We can also print out the user themselves. So just request.user. So if we save that and go back to our home page and refresh a few times, we can see that the user is authenticated and it gives us the actual username. This is quite literally the user model itself. So I can do something like user.firstName, save that, and that would actually be correct, assuming that there was one in the database. There's not one in the database at this point. So this is actually really nice that that exists. Now, the flip side to this is if I log out of the admin and try to access the home page now, let's go ahead and navigate there real quick. We get this error here. Anonymous user has no attribute first name. This has to do with the fact that I am trying to access data from a user that is simply not logged in. They just simply do not exist yet. So often what you'll see is a condition in here, something like if the request user is authenticated, then I'll go ahead and start doing things like printing out their name or enriching context with their name and so on. Now, the point of what we're going to do now is to ensure that this works without logging in to the actual Django admin, but rather allows our proper end users to be able to access the same sort of data. So the way we're going to do this is by creating a new app. So let's go ahead and navigate into the root of our Django project. We'll do python manage.py start app, and I'm just going to call this Auth. The reason I call it Auth is because it's going to be for login and registration. We'll start with just simply login. Now, this obviously could exist in other places because really I'm just handling the views here. I'm not putting a new model in here. I'm not doing anything with the admin or migrations, really just views. So what is it that I want to have happen in this view? Well, I want a login view. And as you remember, every view comes in with a request and then it returns back a response. So we can render out a template in here, just like we've seen before, and we can say something like auth/login.html, and we'll leave it as empty dictionary for now. Now, of course, we could take that same concept again and do our register view, right? So at some point, we need to allow users to register themselves. And of course, in there, you might want to actually send an email to make sure they verify their email. We're not going to do that just yet. We just want to see the logic behind the login view. This is one of the advantages of reading the Django documentation. If you do a search on the Django documentation, you'll see how to log in a user. And what do you know? Here is some code that will show us how to do exactly that, at least on the view side. It doesn't show the template. I'm sure there's somewhere that shows the template, but we'll take a look at that in just a moment. So I'm going to go ahead and copy a lot of this code, and I'll paste in here. And then I'll go ahead and bring in just these few lines here and paste just like that. Okay, so what's happening here, I'm going to open it up a little bit, is we grab our username and password from something. We'll look at that in a second. then we call this thing of authenticate. So this is going to look for the username and password, and it's going to verify it against the database. And then it's going to go ahead and return back a user if that can be verified. If it can be verified, then they'll go ahead and log that user in. In other words, it will turn this from being false to true. That's all that's going to happen. The login portion is going to turn it from false to true. The authentication portion is going to check to make sure that this user has the correct username, has the correct password, and can actually be considered a user. So that's what we want to do. We want to actually see how this is done. So before I actually pull all of this data, I'm going to put some very bad practice going on and put the raw data in here. So in my case, it's just CFE and learn code. And so all I should be able to do is say login here and then exclamation mark. Great. So with this login view going, I'm going to go back into CFE home, into my URLs here. I'm going to go ahead and do from auth. We're going to import views as auth views. And then I'll go ahead and create a path specifically for the login. And this is going to be auth views dot login view. Make sure you're using login view. It's really easy to accidentally just say login, call it login, just like the actual function for logging in a user. Okay, so now we've got the login URL, so we should be able to see it to some degree on that page. So if I refresh into my login, I should get a template. Does not exist here. No surprise there whatsoever because I did not create that template yet. But if I go into Python, the actual managed server, notice it says login here. So if I go back into that view, we see a login here. So in other words, it should be logging me in. It should be actually allowing me to be logged in as a user. So let's actually verify this a little bit with doing a redirect. So I'll bring in the redirect shortcut, and all I'll do is return redirect to the home page. Great. So how I'm going to do this now is I'm going to go into the admin. The admin user is not logged in anymore. So I'll go back into simply login, hit enter. This in theory should redirect me to the home page. Looks like it did. And if I go back into admin now, what do you know? I am actually logged in. So the user actually does have everything authenticated to some degree in terms of the password and all that. So what I want to do now is I want to make a new user, CFE2. So let's go into users here. I'll go and create a new user. I'll do CFE2, same password, and everything just like that. Okay, no big deal. I'm going to go ahead and say that they're active. They do not have staff status or super user status. I'll go ahead and log out. Then we'll go ahead and go to our new page of login. This, of course, will take me back to the home page. You are a user. Things are looking good. Let's go to the admin now, and boom. You are authenticated as CFE2, but are not authorized to access this page. You should like to log in with a different account. So it shows us the permissions as well. By default, the actual user has no access to log into the admin, which of course is really important. We don't want just any user to be able to log into the admin. We only want our user to log into the admin. Now we just need to create the template here that will actually submit data with a form, an HTML form, that then would have the username and password in it. Let's take a look at how to do that now. Now let's go ahead and create the template for our login view. So the idea being we want to create the template, so let's go ahead and copy the path, go into the location in templates here, and just go ahead and add that in just like that. You hit enter, it's going to make the directory for you as well as the page. So we'll go ahead and do extends base.html, and then we'll go ahead and bring in our block and content, and then I'll go ahead and do our in block in here, or in block content rather. Okay, so now that the template exists, if I refresh in here, it's now looking a little bit better. So what we want to do is we want to create an HTML form. that's how you do it. You just write out these template tags here, or these HTML tags, and you put in input type being text, the actual name itself we'll talk about in a second, but I'll go ahead and say user, and then we'll go ahead and say placeholder equals to username, something like that. And then we'll do another one for our password. So the input type for password, we will leave as simply text. The name, again, we'll look at in a second, and we'll go ahead and say your password. And then we'll go ahead and just do a button and type being submit, and then I'll go ahead and say submit, or rather log in. Great. So this is a basic form. Now the question is, where did this form actually go? So the thing is, we want it to go to /login. We want it to make sure that it's going to that path, because that's the exact path that we have our login view. Our login view can then handle data from that path, just like as if we're going there on our web browser. Whenever I open up that URL, the path is being handled by this view. We can do the same thing with a form. We can actually send something to that view. If we leave it as is, it's not going to really work the way you might think. So if I refresh in here, take a look at the URL at top. If I just type in gibberish here and hit login, the URL at top actually appends those things up here. And it's 2 instances of user. We don't want that to happen, especially not with username and password. So what we want instead is we want to say the method equals to post. So this will actually send the data to the backend. There's a lot of things about this, but this is why the actual documentation says request.post. It's looking for a specific method to be able to send this data. Now, at this point, I would say keep it at request.get, or the method being get, because that's the default. Keep it there and try this somewhere else. See what that action actually does and just play around with it. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and put it at post. We'll go ahead and save this here, and then we'll go ahead and try that again. I'm going to go ahead and navigate just to /login, and then I'll put some gibberish in here, hit login, and I get forbidden. So Django has a built-in mechanism to just prevent forms from being submitted. So the reason for this is, if we go back into our view, with every web framework that's out there ever, if you accept post data, that means that that is potentially a vulnerability to your application. So if you get really bad data in here and then you run this code, let's say, for instance, like with eval, if you're not familiar with eval, you can actually print out something like this, where it's actually going to run that code. It's going to run that Python code for you. So let's go ahead and verify this by coming back into our login page and just refreshing here. And we don't want to resubmit the page. We just want to re-navigate to it. We can see that it printed out hello, right? So obviously you don't want to run eval whenever possible, but that mechanism that we just saw when we ran the password and username stuff, this is one step towards making sure you don't accidentally do something you shouldn't. This is called cross-site request forgery. So other websites also can't just submit a form without some more advanced mechanisms in place. In other words, another website can't create this same form and say yourdomain.com/login. That, of course, is something we don't want to have happen. Now, technically speaking, it can attempt to do that, but that CSRF token, or this verification here failing, will prevent it from doing it. So what we need to do is, like it says in our template, we just need to add this token in. This just enriches the form on a template level to actually allow for this to be submitted. And so if we log in here again, go to this page and actually view the source itself by inspecting the element, open up that form here, you will see a new input has been added to it with a value. So this is the middleware token. This is something you would need if you were using JavaScript to submit the form. That's outside the context of what we're trying to do here, but I just wanted you to be aware of that. So now I can do ABC, hit login, and nothing seems to happen. But something did happen. It just didn't tell me what happened. So what we can see here is now I can actually print out request.post or none. We'll do or none because the login view can be request.get. So you can also print out the method that's coming through with request.method. So we'll look at both of those things. We'll come back in here. I'll resubmit that form, go back into our page, and we can see that it's post data, and there's the data that's coming through. Now this case is giving me user and a list of items. Why is it doing that? Well, it's because in our login here, we have two inputs named user. That's not what we want to name our inputs. We want to name our inputs to match what's in our view. Now, the documentation gives you what you can do, which is simply username and password. But remember, the login view itself can have a get method. So in other words, I want to now add in another condition here and say if request.method equals to post, then go ahead and do all of that stuff. Otherwise, don't do it. Otherwise, just render out the template itself. And that's it. So now, with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and log in again. I will then see that the username is not inside of the multi-value dict error. In other words, this is looking for username. So another thing that you might do here is just put a get parameter here, and we'll say or none as well. Similar to like this print statement. Get password, and then or none as well. Then basically we could also say if all username and password, then we can go ahead and run all of this stuff. Now, this condition, this check, if you will, is not great. There's a built-in mechanism called Django Forms that will make this much better. That's something we'll look at in the future. And realistically, in the short run, we're not going to be doing this manual process for login or registration. We're just doing it for now so we can see how this all works. With this in mind, let's go back into our login page, and I will not actually resubmit the form. I'll just go back to it, and now I'll type in my raw user and raw password, hit login, and let's go ahead and see if this user actually logged in. We'll go into the admin here. I'm still logged in as CFE user, so it's not actually in the right place. So it didn't actually log in correctly. So why is that? Well, back into login.html, these names are still incorrect. So this needs to be username to match with the item that is trying to be get, and then the actual login with the other item from the dictionary that's trying to be get or got or looked up. But the idea now is I have the username and password here as data that's coming through and data that I'm getting. Notice that the raw passwords are actually coming through. So that raw data is showing up. That's an important part that needs to be understood as well. So now if I do the user and password, hit login, now it should actually log me in, and sure enough, it does. And then if I go into the admin, I should see the fact that now I can actually go into the admin once again. So it's actually working, and it's working as one would hopefully expect. So here's the big problem with this. Right here, I'm actually printing out that raw password. That is a security risk and one we don't want to actually have. So I want to get rid of that as soon as possible. That is definitely a piece of this that I want to change. The next one is this your password nonsense here, is the fact that, well, I'm putting in raw data. It's not a password input. So back into our login here, we change the type from text to password. We save that. Now if I refresh on that page, it will then actually fill in the things that I've saved, and I can just go ahead and log in, and here we go. I now have that login element. This is great, and it also highlights a number of things that need to be improved in terms of the logic here. One of the biggest things that can be improved is the validation of this data. Django has built-in ways to do this. We haven't done it yet. Once you have that built-in validation, you could then also display messages or better messages to the end user. In other words, if you go into this login page and put in some gibberish here and hit login, it's not telling you any errors. It's not allowing you to fix the problem that you may have, which is not true with the Django admin, right? So if I were to log in here and type something out, there is a validation error right there, and it keeps that username that I put in that was gibberish. But the point is, we can actually once all the conditions are correct and there are no validation errors, you can actually log in. So this actually does work as we see fit at this point. But the reason we're doing this is really to lay the groundwork for a much better package that will just handle this for us than us writing these things out. Now we're going to take this process and do it all over again, but we'll start with the actual HTML template. The reason we're doing this process again is it's because it's something you'll do a lot in Django. That is, rendering out some sort of HTML form, setting up that form so it can actually send data back to Django, Django then handling that data, whether it's stored in the database or checking if it should store in the database. Those two things are going to happen right now, and it happens all of the time in Django. There's still the key thing of validation and how Django handles that and does it really well. That's something we'll discuss in another section. But for now, I just want to repeat this process again so we really understand it well. So what I want to do then is jump into Auth and go and create register.html. This is going to be basically the same thing as login.html. So go ahead and paste in a lot of the stuff from that. Now, if we think about the HTML form itself, once again, we want to think about what is it that I'm trying to do on a registration form. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to save data in the database, or at least check data in the database. So that means I want the method of post. I'm always going to want that method. Next, I need an action of some kind where I want to send this data, and that, of course, is going to be on register. So I actually don't have that action set up just yet, but I want to know that that's where it's going to end up going. So what's next for this form? Yes, I need that CSRF token as a security measure so other websites can't send automated registration for their users or any users for that matter. So the next thing is the inputs that I actually want to include. What is the data I'm actually trying to collect here? Well, we probably want to have the username. We also might want to have an email, right? So the name being email, the placeholder being your email or something like that. Pick a username for your username. And then password, well, yeah, we definitely want to have that password in there. And this, at a very fundamental level, is probably all we need to register a user. Now, once again, this can be improved, just like our login screen. This can be improved in a number of ways. One of them would be to verify the password, have two versions of that. But the thing is, we're not really doing the Django side of forms yet. We will at some point. Right now, we're just doing the process of ingesting that data and the logic behind thinking on how we can do that. So we've got this register.html with these different elements here. So let's go ahead and create the view for it. So back into Auth, into views. I'll go ahead and do some elements of this as well. So I'm going to go ahead and uncomment out my original function for register view, and it's going to be auth.register.html. So the very first thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that I can render out this form and I can handle the action of register. That's the very first thing. Fairly obvious, hopefully. But let's go ahead and actually bring it into our URLs. So right next to login, I'll go ahead and bring in register in here. And then I'll go ahead and use our register view as the view. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and make sure our project is still running here. Sure enough, it is. So let's go ahead and jump into our project in here. And we'll go into simply register. And there we go. So it's actually rendering things out. This is great. So it's a good sign that it's showing us that. We should probably change the button name from login to register. Okay, good. So with this in mind now, I want to actually perform all of the logic in my view. So once again, we want to remember, are we doing request.post or request.get? Post data is for accepting it into your server in something you'll store potentially in your database. Get data, you typically do not do it that way. Get data is quite a bit different and something we'll look at later, but get data can be really useful for search. Like when you want to narrow down what you're looking for, get data is where you might end up with that. So in this registration view, once again, we want to get the request post in here. And we'll go ahead and do that like that. And then I'll go ahead and print out request dot post data there. And now let's go ahead and run that. I'll go ahead and say abc@abc.com. Hit register. I should have refreshed, but let's go ahead and try that again. And it submits some data. So it submits the username, the email, and the password, the raw password, the one that's stored. So it actually gave me all of that same data, which is interesting, but something that's important. So that means that I can actually grab these things right here, and I can also grab the email itself. And here we go. Now, what I want to do is the very first thing I need to check is whether or not the username or email exist in the database already. So the way we're going to do this is by importing the user model. Now, I did show you one way to import the user model, which is Django contrib.auth.models. You can import the user this way. This is not recommended because you can customize the Django user model. So instead, where you want to import it from is from Django.contrib.auth. You can import the function of get user model, and then you'll go ahead and do user equals to get user model. This is a funny way to do it, but it's definitely the best way to do it for the long run. So just do it this way for now. With this in mind, what I can do is I can now query the database. So I got post data coming through here. I can say something like user exists QS equals to the user model.objects.filter and grab the user name, and you can say iExact equals to username. This will do a query for the entire database for the username that's coming through. Then you can do something like exists. So I can change this to username exists for that query set. I can do another query set similar to this for the email, right? And so then you just do email exists. Now you have two potential validation errors, two potential things that will be like, nah, you can't use these. These are already taken. This is something that Django Forms does really well. Something we're not going to do right now because we're going to be using a third-party package for both login and register, but you still need to see how these things work. So Django Forms will do the validation in the future. But for now, what I'll do is I'll just try to create the user with this data. So we'll go ahead and do user.objects.createUser. Now, as you may recall, you can see what's being passed in here inside of Django. You can, or rather inside of VS Code, you can attempt to go to the definition, or what you could do instead is go into the Python manage.py shell to see the arguments that come through. Of course, you could also check the documentation. A lot of times I find this to be a little bit faster by just coming into Python manage.py shell, grabbing the imports, and then doing the thing that we want to inspect, which is just doing help around that item. And then you can see the arguments that are coming through here. Username first, so we pass in username, email second, email being email, the one that's being passed right there, and then password in there as well. So password being password. Save that. Okay, so now with that in mind, everything's set up. I'm going to refresh in here and submit the data. I get this integrity error. These things have to be unique. This is why validation errors are really, really important. It's saying that this user already exists. Of course it does. We already created that user. So we could put this for now into a try block and just say except pass, or rather except, we'll go ahead and just, maybe we'll just say pass for now. So we'll save it like that, and then we'll go back into register, hit continue. This time it doesn't show me an error. Let's go ahead and put some gibberish in here and do something like that. Hit register. I don't know if the user was registered or not for real. So let's go into the admin, log in as our admin user, go into users, and what do you know? There is that one that I just added with some gibberish in there and so on. So this isn't necessarily a great way to do registration. We could spend a lot more time making this really good. My hope is by the time you finish this entire application the entire SaaS foundations, especially when we start talking about Django Forms, is you would be able to come back and build this thing out quite a bit better, so it works a lot better for a realistic use case. But the thing is, user authentication can start to get really complicated, especially when you want to bring in social authentication, like logging in with GitHub, which is something we definitely want to do. And also, since Django has users already, there's a lot of really good third-party packages that will do the login and registration for us. And it will do other things like reset password or password verification or password strength. There's a lot of things like that that can also be done in other packages. And also really querying these usernames and all that. So that's definitely something we want to do now by implementing Django AllAuth. Now we're going to go ahead and implement Django AllAuth. This package has a lot of flexibility and customization that you might use at some point in the future. But the main thing that we want to do is we want it to be our regular username or email authentication to start. This also includes email verification. That's why we actually set up Gmail as Django's transactional email earlier. But it also, whenever we want to start adding in social authentication, the Django AllAuth package will help us with that. So if you go to allauth.org and then navigate over into the documentation, you'll land on this page right here. This is the process we're going to go through. So the first thing is we want to just go in the installation into the quick start guide. And since eventually we'll be using the social auth stuff, I'm going to go ahead and work off of that package itself. So inside of requirements.txt, I'll go ahead and add that one in, open up my terminal, and we'll go ahead and navigate into pip install-r requirements.txt. Just get that out of the way right away, and then we'll cd into our src folder once again to make some changes there. Next up, what we see is our templates here. This we won't need to change. By default, it has all of the things necessary, including the request, which is what AllAuth needs. So just make sure that you have that if you somehow deactivate it for some reason. Next up, the authentication backends. We don't actually have this one, so we want to go ahead and bring it in. By default, the Django model backend is the default one that's already on there, which you could verify in the Django code itself, which we're not going to do at this point. But we'll jump into our settings. I'm going to navigate down to where my auth password validators are, and I'm going to go ahead and put in here and say Django AllAuth config, and we're going to go ahead and paste this in. Now, these three dots here, we want to comment out. We actually don't need those. We just need this and this. That's it. Great. Next up, installed apps. No surprise here. We're going to go ahead and start off with the two things for AllAuth, and then I'll go ahead and navigate all the way up to my installed apps here, and I'll just go ahead and say third-party apps and paste this in. Next up, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring in my social account stuff. I will keep this in here. I'm not going to put GitHub in just yet. We will do that soon, but you will see that GitHub is right here, so feel free to add it if you like, but there's a few configuration items we need to take care of that we're not going to do just yet. We're just going to be doing some of the basic stuff for now. Next up, we want to scroll down to the middleware, where I'm going to go ahead and copy the account middleware here, and I'm just going to put it after the message middleware as it's written there, which is this one right here. Simple enough. And then the final step, we will eventually have the Google, or actually the social account providers without Google. We didn't set up the Google stuff. We did set up Gmail to send messages, but nothing related to the authentication. That's outside the context of what we're doing in this one. But I will put in the empty dictionary for it when we actually do come back to it at some point. Next up, I'm going to go ahead and grab the URL path, the URL routing. These things I'll come back to in just a moment, but you'll see it gives us all of the different URLs that you'll need to log into your account, as well as the templates that are related to it. So inside of urls.py, I'm going to go ahead and import include from Django.urls, and then I'll go ahead and bring in accounts and allauth.urls. So this would be a good time to think about redirecting these URLs themselves to accounts. So what we'll have soon is accounts login, and then something like accounts and sign in, or rather sign up, I think. But we'll go ahead and take a look at what those actual URLs end up being, so that at some point you can redirect these as you see fit. Cool. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and now run the Python manage.py migrate as the documentation says to do. But also, so if we look into our settings here, if I scroll up a bit, we see that we added something to our installed apps. Whenever you add something to installed apps, it's probably a good idea to run migrate, even if the actual installation process didn't tell you to do that. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and jump back into our project here. Let's make sure it's running, and then we'll go ahead and take a look at these new URLs. So we come in here and we do accounts/login. This is actually the default URL that Django recommends to have a login for your users. I put it in as simply login just as an example, but this is the default. This is the one that you're going to want to go off of in the future going forward. Once again, we can always redirect things as we see fit. Cool, we're almost done configuring everything for our Django project, but there's things that we want to consider. As we look at this one, the sign in, the username is there. Perhaps we want username and email. I think a big part of using Django AllAuth is how it can help you with verifying emails. So I actually absolutely want to have email as one of the options, if not the only option. We'll take a look at that in just a second. But then the sign up, notice that it says accounts sign up. This is the registration process. Notice that we've got an email being optional, which is also something I do not want to have. So back in a quick start, what we do is in the regular accounts here, we've got configuration that we can add in. So the first one is this account authentication methods. We've got the defaulted username, as we just saw, so the default login. We can also set email or username and email. So if you do set it to email, you need to have your email account required being true. Let's do those two things right now. So the authentication method, let's scroll down here and we'll put it right underneath where we put our Django our AllAuth configuration stuff here. I'm going to put the first thing is the authentication method being email. As soon as I do that, I also want to go ahead and say it's required, and I think we set it equal to true. Great. So we save that. Everything should be refreshed in our Django project. So let's go ahead and take a look at it now. If I refresh on the sign up, notice that email is prominent. It's the very first thing. If I go to sign in, notice that it's now asking for email. So if I attempt to sign in here, it's going to say this is invalid. I can't sign in with just my username. So this might be where you want to change this to being username, email, so you can use either one. And so your sign in process is just log in, and now you can actually still sign in with that. And so when you do log in, you go directly into accounts/profile, which might be where you want to redirect your user. It also might not be. But this also gives us the ability to see all of the different paths that our Django Social Auth gives us. There's a ton of them on here. So that's definitely something that we'll have to explore more as we go forward. But the main ones being, hey, confirm email, change your password, re-authenticate, all sorts of things that are actually really good as far as coming out of the box from Django AllAuth. So if we do want to change where we do our redirect after they log in, we just declare this parameter right here. This is built into Django to some sort of redirect. Now keep in mind that when we did this in our auth, we didn't actually take that into consideration. So this redirect right here should have actually used that same module from the settings, but it wasn't meant to because I knew I'd come back to it here. So that's something else to think about as well. Now there are other configurations that we might want to think about with Django AllAuth, especially with email and building everything around email. That is going to be our, scrolling down a bit, we can have our email required. We already got that one. Account email verification. We want this to be mandatory. We want to make sure that they're always verifying their email when they come in. So we're going to go ahead and set that as the parameter of mandatory. Great. That allows us to then require our users before they can ever even use their account to verify their email. The other one being like the account's subject, the actual subject line that comes through. We can also use something like that as well. So there we go. Now that we've got this, there are some things that we still need to change a little bit, and feel free to look through the documentation here as far as all of the different things you can change when it comes to Django AllAuth. like the login by code. If you have something like that enabled, the number of times that are there. You can also do logout on Git, which is not something you always want to do. You can do login on Git as well, or login and confirm. That's another one that you might consider. Let's see, log account confirm on Git, right? So that's another thing. Again, there's a number of reasons to change different settings in here. The main one that we still need to change, though, is how our actual AllAuth templates are being used. So if I go to log out here, this is what it looks like. It doesn't look anything like my other templates. So that's absolutely something we want to adjust. So we'll do that in just a moment. But the main thing is we now have all of this configuration in place. And then when we go to create a new account, I want to actually go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and do hungrypie@gmail.com, and then I'll give a new username. And then this time I'll go ahead and suggest a strong password directly from the Arc browser, Chrome, or whatever. And then I'll go ahead and hit sign up. So what it should do is it should send an email directly to hungrypie@gmail.com, or whatever email you put in there. So this is where, if you do have another email, in my case I do, I'm logged into hungrypie email. Here we go. We see that it's actually from the same location, right? So, but we do see that localhost is coming in here, and I should be able to grab this URL and navigate over into that URL itself, hit enter, and this should confirm that email address. We'll go ahead and confirm it, and now I can sign in with that user with that password as well, and now I'm actually that user. And then, of course, if I try to go into the admin, it's not going to allow me because I'm not actually that user. So again, we would have to change it back to CFE or whatever that user would be, and we can actually verify all of these different users that are in here. Most importantly, that HungryPie is in there, and that's actually the user itself with that email and all of those good things. And then our email address is in here. Notice that it's primary and verified. So now individual users can also add additional emails and verify them and do all of the stuff that you need to do when it comes to that. Now, before we actually can take a look at those things, I need to modify how the Django AllAuth templates end up working so that it actually fits with the brand and the site that I've been working on. Although it's not great, it doesn't look perfect yet, it's still a long way from perfect, but it actually is the direction of what I want the design to look like, whereas the actual current login process isn't. So we need to change that. That's one of the big things to do next. So with the configuration we have in Django AllAuth, we decided that everyone needs to have an email address. And I think this is true for you as a super user as well. So that means all of our old users that we don't have email addresses on, we want to go ahead and delete those users. Those are completely gone. Now, the email address I have for my super user is a real email address, and I recommend you do the same. But the thing is, I might want to not go through the process of verifying this email address for my super user. So what we can do is go into email addresses here, create a brand new one, navigate to your super user, put in the email address that you have for that user, and then just go ahead and verify it as primary. As soon as you do that, you will not be prompted to verify this email address. But the cool thing about this is if I do delete that verification from Django AllAuth and log out of the Django admin, then go back into the Django AllAuth login, which of course is an accounts/login, and then attempt to log in. Let's try that again by going back here and logging back into our account here. Hit login. What it's going to do, this is true for anyone who hasn't verified their email yet, it's going to say you need to go verify it, which of course means you could check your email and verify it like we did with the user we created just now, a little bit ago. But the idea being is I want to go back into the Django admin and I can actually verify it manually here as well. So if for some reason the verification process isn't reaching your end user, they can send a message to your support team. They can just come in and verify it manually if need be as well. So this is another thing that's really nice. If you were to onboard a user to your SaaS and you don't want them to go to the normal onboarding process, you can just add them in as users and then verify their email for them, and boom, they should be ready to go. And so with this in mind, we can actually log out here, and I'm going to go back into my project go in to log in, and then it just goes ahead and logs that user in. One of the downsides to using Django AllAuth or third-party packages in general is the fact they don't always look exactly the way you might want them to. In this case, we have a template that technically works, but it doesn't look anything like the rest of my site. Even if the rest of my site is just barely different than this, it still isn't the style that I want it to be in. So the way we're going to solve this is by using a package called Django AllAuth UI, because this one will make things look nice, and I believe they also leverage Tailwind CSS. So let's actually take a look at what that might be right now before we talk about how you can modify these things as you see fit. So first off, we're going to go ahead and bring the requirements from here into our requirements and bring them in just like that. Okay, and let's go ahead and open up a new terminal window. We'll do our pip install-r requirements.txt. Close out these other ones that I don't need. Server's still running. Next up, we'll go ahead and bring in some of these items into our installed apps. So AllAuth UI is one of them. And let's go ahead and bring it into here. I'll put it at the top like it does. I don't think that's necessary, but I will do it as they did in their docs. And then we'll go ahead and put the next one at the bottom there. Okay. So at some point we will have GitHub in here, but I don't want to do that yet. This is what you'll render out, or something similar to this, right? Which is great. This is actually what I would rather have it look like than what it did before this. So the server's still running. Let's take a look. If I refresh in here, this is already way better. I could probably stop here and not have to do a whole lot more going forward. But now I want to just show you how you might want to modify even this or reverse engineer things even further, whether it's on the Django AllAuth UI or Django AllAuth itself. Like if we were to want to have the Navbar up here, for example, what do we do and how do we bring that in? So back into settings.py, what we want to do is inside of templates here, I'm going to go into my appders and just say false. I'll save that so that when I go onto any given Django AllAuth URL, I now get this, template does not exist at account login. So how we find this could either be directly in the code for Django AllAuth. It could also directly be in the code for Django AllAuth UI. In this case, the Django AllAuth UI, I think, is overriding the default Django AllAuth stuff. So AllAuth UI is what we're going to look at here. We're going to jump in here. We're going to go into templates. We're going to go into account. And then we're going to go ahead and go into login.html. So what we see is exactly the login HTML page that we might want. One of the things that's interesting about this is it extends from account base. So this might be the location we really want to change. Not all of these other things. You may or may not know what's going on here. I'm going to assume that we just don't know what's going on here. I'm just making a minor change here. You can explore and experiment as you see fit. But I'm going to go into base.html into account. And this is what I'm looking for. This looks a lot like ours. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this one back into my templates now. And inside of a folder for account, we'll go ahead and do base.html. We'll paste this in here. And so far, so good. So if I save that, and then let's go ahead and go back into our template does not exist. Of course, it's still failing. I want to bring it back to what it was. So let's go ahead and put our appder as being true once again. We refresh it here. The page is back to what we saw before. So the next part of this is going into base.html and, well, emulating a lot of the things that we have from our base.html. Now, we also might go ahead and knock all of this out for just a moment and just do extends and base.html, as in the root base.html. Let's see what that does. If I refresh in here now, sure enough, it does render out my original page, but it doesn't render out the form now. So that's a little bit of a problem. So there is a way to do that. There is a way to do all sorts of modifications that would come in with that. But instead, I'm just going to modify a little bit with their base.html because it's not a whole lot different than our actual base.html. And you can decide later on how you go about doing these things. Now, keep in mind, this is just for logging in and signing up, and only at this level. It doesn't handle more advanced use cases. But the first thing that I want to change is this title tag here. I want to put -SaaS or whatever project name I have. so that there we go, log sign in SaaS. Great. Next, what I want to have is my actual CSS. So in base.html, I'm going to go ahead, actually let's first bring in our navbar. I'm going to bring in that navbar, I'm going to put it right at the top where that body is, refresh, there's our navbar. So it's not quite right. It's close, but it's not quite there. Now, it's a lot closer than it would have been without our CSS. So if I got rid of the CSS from here and refresh, now it looks a little bit more like you might expect with CSS missing. I'm going to stick with their CSS at this point. Then I'm going to go ahead and bring in mine as well. And I'll put it actually at the bottom of this. I want this to be our default CSS. So basically it overrides whatever theirs is. So putting our default in there means that it's going to look more like the rest of our web page than theirs per se. So there we go. There's our actual navbar. It's looking a lot better. If I actually change the ordering here, we will see the ordering actually have an effect on the rendering of that actual navbar, which is pretty interesting. Now, of course, the next thing I will need to do is bring in, base.js, and that's something else I'll bring in, and I'm going to put that right before the end body here, and we save that, and there we go. The nice thing about this is we now have better styling, and once we add in the social authentication, that should also be a little bit better than what we've got here as well. Now, in the long run, you're probably going to want to modify this quite a bit to better fit your brand. So the nice thing about the Django AllAuth itself is what you can see is the actual input.css. If you are familiar with Tailwind, you can really just copy this as your default input itself, and then you basically don't use their CSS at all anymore. So you could just get rid of that altogether as you see fit. So that's something else that's really cool about this particular package. But in the long run, you might do a lot of modifications here, and so you might even change how your form works. You might change a lot of those things. But at this point, this is really, I think, going to be good enough for us. And so all I want to test here is that I can log in with my email. This should be good. And of course, it's asking me that. Now, one of the things that I did notice from my test, which is probably just a little bug that will be fixed later, but as soon as I go to the logout page, I get this. So this is a really good sign or a good thing that we can look at because it actually is showing me two things. One, it's showing me general Django messages, which are super easy to change, and I actually want to bring them in just a second. But also I have a bug here on actually loading this component, this element here. So this gives us the opportunity to go into the Django AllAuth UI templates again, and then we can go in and take a look at our logout.html, and we can see the error that's right there. Now, by the time you're watching this, this might not be an error anymore, but the nice thing is I can actually modify this or copy this exact path. So let's go ahead and do that and jump into account here and just do logout.html. I'm going to go ahead and copy that whole thing, and we'll paste this in here. I'm going to fix that little error, save that, and then we'll come back into our project here. Now it looks correct. Now, one of the things that we noticed was that little message that was up there right below the navbar. That came from base.html. There's this if messages clause, this right here. This is something I actually want to have inside of base. So I'm going to go ahead and do base, and we'll say messages.html, and I'll quite literally copy this whole thing. It actually looked somewhat what I would actually want it to look like. So we'll put that in there. And now I'll go ahead and do include and simply base/messages.html with messages equals to messages. I'll explain that in just a second. But now that I've got that, I'm also going to put it on my base.html, the first one that I created in the same location. So right underneath, navbar HTML. So with this in mind now, I'll go ahead and refresh. I'll sign out. And then it says you sign out now. We see that message in other places. And so if I were to log in, accounts, and log in, we can log in. And now I should see that same message. Great. Now those little messages are coming up because of the Django message frameworks. These are one-time notification messages, pretty much from the system itself. Flash messages is another way to call it. And that's how we are able to use this. This is activated by default. It comes with, in the installed apps, middleware. It also has Django templates. All of that stuff is what is responsible for showing those messages, as you can actually see in the various places for those messages, which is why in both places in the Django AllAuth, we see the messages coming through on base.html. Those are coming through here as well as here. So in general, you probably don't want to have a context variable for messages because Django already has one. So that's actually something that's fairly interesting as well. Feel free to read through the Django documentation for this. These are really good one-off messages that just go to that single user that activates that message of some kind, which is what we saw with the login, logout process of those messages. But the fact that Django UI had it, or the Django AllAuth UI had it, made it really a good time to add it to the rest of our project because it just fits right in with everything. And we'll probably revisit it again, maybe in some form, but at this point, we now have a better UI for our login. So naturally, we kind of have to update our navigation for this authentication portion to make sure that that's actually flowing better, and so that our navbar doesn't just look like some generic navbar anymore. Now we need to improve our navbar so the actual navigation on our site makes sense, so we can actually log in and log out without having to go to the actual paths themselves. Now the way we're going to do this is, of course, modify the navbar.html so that the links actually work correctly. So the logic behind this initially would be to go into navbar.html and find all the links where they should go. So the very first one for Flowbite, this one I actually just don't want it to be Flowbite anymore. I want it to be simply our SaaS. So it's a good time to change it to our own branding as well. And then this URL, I'm just going to have it go to our home page. So we save that, we refresh in here. Cool, now it's looking a little bit more like our own project. Next up, what we want to do is find the next links. So if I scroll down, I just look for the anchor tag here with that href again, and I can put in the paths I want to put in. So like in the case of login, I can do /login, and I can change it from about to login, and then we might as well put in sign up as well. So we'll go ahead and say sign up, and we'll put this in as /register. But these paths may or may not be correct. If I refresh it here, I go to login, that seems to be correct. I go to sign up, that also seems to be correct. But it's not using the actual Django AllAuth. So those aren't correct. That's not actually how we want to define our paths. It's really easy to make this mistake, but it's also really easy that if you do change your paths, that everything then breaks. So what we do instead is we use something called URL reversing. We actually give our URL patterns a name. So in the case of the home, we can just call this home, simply home. Give it that name right in the URL pattern. So then back in navbar.html, instead of using this slash here, I can use curly brackets and then %sign URL, %sign to close it off. And then on the inside, we just say home. This right here then will render out the correct path to home. And you can see that it's the correct path because, well, there's no errors. If I called this, I don't know, Homer and refreshed, I get this no reverse match found. Reverse for Homer, not found. Homer is not a valid view function or pattern name. All this is saying is that in all of Django, it can't find something named Homer. Now it can. So if I save that and refresh it here, it will be able to show me that it's actually working correctly. Naturally, that's not what we want to do. We want to leave it in as home. That makes a lot more sense for our entire project, and we want to put that in everywhere where it sees fit. So this is the best practice right here, is using this URL reversing. So there is the Python side of it, and it's called Django URL reverse, and the function itself is this reverse function. This template tag is calling that reverse function if you ever needed to do it in Python directly. There is a way to do that. I mention it because some of you might actually want to do that at some point for your URLs. But what we see here is URL of home. Great, that works fine. Now what I want to do is the actual login page. What do I use for that? Well, the way you could find this, there's a couple different ways on how you can find it, but you can go to accounts and then some gibberish, and you can actually see all of the URL names here. Notice our home page has a name of home. We set that one. Django AllAuth has all of these different ones. Now, the way these things are named are different for all packages. Each package kind of has its own way of doing things. And there's a way to do something called name spacing, which is more advanced than this, but it adds another parameter that you would add into this. But in our case, we've got account login. And so instead of /login, we would do URL and account login, just like that. And then the same thing would be true for register. We would come in and put whatever the register one is, which is account sign up, like that. And then of course, we probably would want to have one for log out as well. So we come in here and we change this to log out. Now, you could always refine all of these things. Like if you ever need to find what those URL name patterns are, you can just look in the code in Django AllAuth. There's a way to actually go through it and you find the different URL settings that are in here. There's some right here, and then there's also some inside of the account folder itself. You go into urls.py and you can see name equals to sign up, name equals to reauthenticate. So I would recommend playing around with this if you ever need to do something like a password change and you need that link somewhere on your templates, which is something else that you definitely could do at some point. But there's one more thing that we need to think about when it comes to our navbar. So if I refresh in here, let's go and actually take a look at the navbar. I actually have log in and log out on this navbar. I shouldn't have both of those things. I should only have one of those things, like log in if I'm not logged in and log out if I'm not logged, or if I am logged in. So the way we're going to do that is by using a template condition. So we do if request.user.is authenticated. What do you know? There's that thing back. Then we put the log out in there. Otherwise, we put log in and sign up. Both of those things actually make sense for this function here. We save that, we refresh, and there we go. We've got login, sign up. These things, maybe we want them on the right here. So what we could do is we could actually just cut out these links here or just remove them altogether. And I'm just going to move them up a little bit, save that, and refresh. And there we go. So now we've got login and sign up. Perhaps you want login at the very end. So again, you can kind of play around with how you do these things. I'm going to go ahead and do exactly that. Save that and refresh, log in. Now I can log in, and there's my log out. Click on that, and now I can log out. Great. So it's actually fairly straightforward, but has a dramatic effect on our navigation for this purpose, right? So for logging in, for signing up, obviously these navigation parts have the same sort of elements going on with them, but it at least allows us to navigate through our project quite a bit more. Now, one of the things you'll notice is home stays blue. Now, this has to do with the classing of active or not. So something I'm not going to actually spend a lot of time on is changing those classes. Instead, I'll just go ahead and grab this one, paste it, and change this to being home to where there is no highlighted class for the active page. Maybe that's something you want to do, maybe not, but that's just outside the realm of what we need to do at this point. We now have better authentication overall, better navigation overall. It's time to actually bring in some social account login so that we have that as well. Now we're going to go ahead and leverage Django AllAuth to actually log into GitHub, one of the many providers that Django AllAuth has in their social authentication package. So to do this, go into the docs, go to social accounts here. You're going to navigate down to providers, and you can obviously go through the list of providers here for ones that you might want. Go ahead and click on GitHub. This is all we need to do. It's actually really straightforward. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that this is available and we can actually use it on our own project. So back into our Django project here, I'm going to copy the AllAuth.social account. I'll do .providers and then .github. And that's it. So any other provider that you might want to use, you just change GitHub to what that provider might be. I'm not quite sure why it's not on this code itself, but that's how you go about doing it. And of course, if a provider's not there, I think you could even build your own. It's fairly straightforward to do if you're a little bit more advanced in terms of your software development chops. So with this in mind, I now have GitHub as an option. I'm going to go ahead and make sure I run migrations. So Python manage.py migrate. I don't think I'll need any migrations, but in the case you might, go ahead and make sure you do that now. This, of course, assumed that you already did the AllAuth social account as well as this installation right here. If you didn't do those things, make sure you do them now. Otherwise, the GitHub login just simply won't work. So what I do want to have also is if I scroll down into this social accounts providers here, I want to bring in my GitHub account, and I just want to add in the default of verified email. So basically saying, hey, this email, we can treat it as verified, the one that comes through. We'll just say that's true. Now you could add scopes, you could add other things in here as you see right here. These scopes are really useful if you need more than public data, than read access to public data. So if you need a private repo from a specific user, this scope part is what you would need to expand on. That's outside the context of what we're doing here. All we're doing here is using GitHub as an option to log into our service. That's it. But as soon as we do that, we're going to go ahead and jump in to our Django admin. So let's go ahead and do that. And into the social applications portion, we're going to go ahead and create a new social application. Notice that GitHub is the only provider that's on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this CFE SaaS Dev. You'll probably have to call it something different because of GitHub. So now that we have some of the basics, we need to get a client ID and a client secret so that the OAuth can be configured and work correctly. Those are the main things that we need. So how do we do this? First off, we jump into GitHub. We can navigate into settings on our account. Inside of settings, you scroll all the way down to developer settings. And then inside of here, you've got your GitHub apps. You can go ahead and create a brand new GitHub app. So in my case, I want to call it the CFE SaaS Dev app. The homepage itself is going to be HTTP 127.0.0.1. And maybe we can put the port in there as well. Now, notice that it is a localhost port. The callback URL itself is going to be that/accounts/github/login/callback. With any other provider, you just change GitHub to what it needs to be. This is also inside of the actual docs as well. Here's that callback itself. When you go into production, you just change this portion to whatever your production URL would end up being. And when you do that as well, you'll register a new app specifically for production so that the homepage and callback all works based off of that as well. So there we go. That's pretty much it. Now, what I also might consider doing is request user authorization, OAuth, during the process. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure I do that because I have a callback URL here. And then I'm going to go ahead and take off the webhooks. I don't need webhooks at this point. You totally could have webhooks. This is actually really nice for a little bit more advanced use cases. And then you also want to put any account on here so that anyone can use this app itself. That doesn't mean it's in its app store. That just means that anyone can use this account. Okay, cool. So there we go. Now I've got my app created. I've got a client ID here that I'm going to copy. I'm going to bring this into my Django app admin. And then I'll go back in here and go into client secrets and just generate a new secret. You can generate a new one whenever you need to. This, of course, you want to keep secret where the client ID can be out there. So here we go. Now I have those things there. Save it and continue. That should be all I need to do. I'm going to go ahead and log out of the admin. I'm going to go back into the home page. And then I'm going to go into login. I'm going to click on GitHub here. It's going to give me this warning. I'll go ahead and hit continue. And I should see this. Now, if you don't see this, what you might see is something like going into localhost 8000 and then going into sign in, GitHub. This is obviously close to what we just saw. I hit continue. Now I get this failure here, right? Now, the failure is actually not really that obvious. So if we actually go back into our Python application, we can get what that failure might be by actually looking at the redirect or the error. But what we can see is the error description in here. It says the redirect URI must match the registered callback URL for this application. In other words, it has to be exact. It has to be exactly this callback from when you actually make the request to when it's coming back. That's far more important in production than what we see here. But I'm going to go back into this and try it all over again with the correct URL. Go into login, GitHub, continue, and sure enough, now it's actually trying to authorize this. Once it does, it's going to redirect back to 127.0.0.1. I'm going to go ahead and authorize this. It's going to bring me back, or in theory, it'll bring me back there I am logged in as my GitHub user with my GitHub username. Let's go ahead and actually go into the admin now with our super user, of course. So we'll have to relog in. What I want to see here is go into my users. I see my new user here. That's it right there. I can click on it. No password is set. This user never actually set a password. They're going to log in through GitHub going forward. They can set a password, but right now they don't have one. Then we can see all of the other information. And then we've got our email addresses in here. And there we go. It's primary and verified. I didn't send it again. It just happened automatically based off of that configuration. Now, depending on how you configure Django AllAuth, you could have it be sent again to just add additional layer of, fully confirmation in there. But I think using certain providers, a big part of the reason you wouldn't actually send your own verification email is because those providers probably already have one. In the case of GitHub, there's a really high likelihood that that email has already been verified by GitHub itself. So that's pretty cool. But at this point, we now have GitHub authentication. Now, bringing this into production, there's two things we really need to do. We need to create a brand new app itself. We need to have our production URL for that app. And then we need to make sure it's configured basically the same way as we did in here, where it was basically the callback URL and all that. So we've got our homepage URL, which would be your production URL. Your callback URL would be your production callback URL with the same path on there as well. And then also make sure you request user authorization in there as well, because this process is known as AllAuth. Great. GitHub is pretty awesome. It's cool that it does this. Now, one of the things that you might also want to do is basically take away all other authentication if you're so interested. You could just have GitHub on here. I really like having both things, whether it's GitHub or email and password. I like having both options for all users. And then, of course, that Django AllAuth UI just gave us this button, just made things really, really simple for us in that context. Now we're moving into the section of permissions and authorization. So once you have users, what are they allowed to do is really the question we're going to answer here. Now, one of the first things that you might do even before users is just a password protected page. So let's take a look at how that's going to be done. Inside of CFE Home under Views, I'm going to go ahead and create a new function for this. And we'll go ahead and just say pdub protected view. And it's going to take in a request, and it's going to be args and keyword args. So the idea here is we want to return some sort of template, as in we'll go ahead and do protected / entry.html. And then assuming that everything goes well, we'll go ahead and say is allowed being false for the moment. Then we'll go ahead and say if is allowed. Then we'll go ahead and protected and view. Simple enough. So the idea, of course, is how do we actually toggle this from being a reality? Now, if you remember back to actually submitting form data from our first auth views, these ones up here, we are able to submit data this way. So I'm going to go ahead and do something very similar to this, and I'll just come in here and say if request method equals to post, then we're going to go ahead and say the user pw sent is equal to something like code, something like that, right? So we're going to go ahead and do a actual form that will submit whatever this is. So we'll go ahead and just say valid code equals to ABC123. And basically we'll then go and say if user pw sent is equal to the valid code, then we can just change this toggle to something different. So we'll just change it to being true. Great. So let's go ahead and implement the actual templates and also the URLs for this. So let's go ahead and do the entry template first. Inside of templates here, we'll go ahead and add this one. And it's going to be a lot like home.html, so I'll just go ahead and copy that one. And I'll get rid of the block content here. And we'll just go ahead and say h1, enter the password. And then I'll go ahead and do form. And then we want to remember what the method is, being post. We want to have our CSRF token, because that's what you'll want to do on every form itself. We'll want to have a button, and this is going to be of submit. and we'll go ahead and say enter, or let's just go ahead and do submit. Okay, now of course we want an input of some kind. So input type, this time I'll go ahead and say password, and I'll give it a name. What is the name going to be? We'll take a look at that in just a moment. And then I'll go ahead and do a placeholder here and say enter the code. So hopefully that gives you an idea as to what it should be called, but it's going to be called code based off of the logic in the view. So go ahead and put that name in there. Cool. So with this in mind, I'll go ahead and duplicate this and make protected view. We'll just go ahead and create that one now. And I'll grab this and say you are in. And of course you can put whatever content you might want in here. Great, you are in. Now, with this in mind, we'll go ahead and grab this view and we're going to bring it into CFE Home's URLs. So let's go ahead and import it here. And then I'll just go ahead and say path and protected, and then adding in that view. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at protected. The actual user status doesn't matter so much, right? So if the user's logged in or not, that doesn't matter. Enter the code or enter the password, whatever, ABC123, hit submit, you are in. Okay, fantastic. Simple enough, but if I refresh, let's see what I've got here. If I go back to this page, it then asks me for the code once again. So this is where the part of sessions come in play. Regardless of whether or not they're the user, we can use the request session. So what I can do here is say request.session and then .get, and then we'll say protected page allowed or 0. Okay, and so down here then, what I want to do is I'm going to look this up. Down here, I'll then set this, and we'll do our request.session, and I'll put in the protected page allowed, and I'll set that equal to 1. And then I'm going to go ahead and print out what that value is, as well as the type of that value, and directly from the session itself. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and take a look. I refresh on this page. I should see the printout of none and none type. No surprise there, because it's actually not in the session yet, because this is where we actually set it in the session. So let's go ahead and try this again with ABC123. Hit submit. We're not going to save this. And now I get a none type once again. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. Now I get you are in, and I now get the integer itself. Great. So basically what I want here is I also probably want to set the is allowed being to 1 in both places. That way when you actually do submit it, it doesn't need to be refreshed based off of the session itself. But now this is actually showing me how I can do that. The other nice thing about this is if I re-navigate to this page, I go somewhere else, and then I go back to the protected page, it is now more or less allowed to go in. And if I were to log out, what this does is it actually ends the session itself. So then that actually removes the session variables that are associated to it. And there are other ways to delete it, but overall what we've got here is just a very simple way to have a protected page. But really this is not that secure of a view. There's no user authentication that's built into this, and realistically anyone that has this code will be able to access this view. So it's not really that secure, but it does highlight what permissions might look like. Once you have this code, you then are allowed to do something on this particular page. That something can change based off of whatever you want, whether it's in the template itself or the context that's coming through that might come from the database or something like that. And of course, you could think about this a little bit differently and change it from being code to being someone's email address, and then you can collect their email address, then allow them to do some stuff in there. And of course, if you were to collect their email address, you could save it into a Django model, or you could actually send it off to some sort of email marketing service, whether that's Loops, MailChimp, or whatever. The idea being that this right here is a really simple way to see authorization. After they successfully submit the code or whatever, they are now authorized to see this page right here. It's a very simple way to do authorization. And again, it's not that secure, but it is pretty interesting altogether. So now that we've got this down, let's go one step further and actually see a user required page in the way that Django recommends for specific views themselves. Now we're going to take a look at a user required view. Now, when we have this home view right here, this is almost like user required, but not quite. This just renders out different context, or could render out different context, whether or not the user is authenticated. So that is not the same thing as what we're going to do now. What we're going to do now is say basically this entire view means that you need to have an actual requested user come in. Now, one of the manual ways to do this would be to say if request.user.is authenticated, or rather if it's not authenticated, then we could return a redirect to log in, right? Something along those lines. So this is actually what we're going to do, but we're not going to do it in the actual function itself. Instead, what we're going to do is use in a built-in decorator for that exact purpose. So the decorator comes in from django.contrib.auth.decorators. We're going to import the login required decorator. This one is incredibly simple. We just bring it to a function and then do @login required, just like that. There's not a whole lot more I need to show you really, but we will implement it so we can see it in real time. I'll come in here and go into my views imports. We'll import our view and separate these things out just a little bit. And then down in protected, I'll go ahead and do another one for protected/user only, something like that. And we'll go ahead and do our user only view. Save that, and we'll go ahead and take a look at this path. So let's go ahead and open up our project, and we'll go into the user only of it all. Notice that it's automatically trying to log me in. If you were already logged in, you would actually have seen that page. But there's a big caveat. The caveat is it's going to the standard Django login. Not surprising there. Next up, it's going to go into the protected / notice that it has this URL parameter in here. So if I were to log in, what happens with Django AllAuth is it's automatically going to redirect me to that page. Naturally, that template does not exist. So of course we could go ahead and create it, and we could add in whatever data we might want in here as well. So I'll go ahead and say you are in dear user or something like that. We refresh in here, and there we go. Right. So that's our protected page that works differently than the previous one where we actually enter some code into a form. But of course, this itself is far more useful. We can put this anywhere. Now, this is just requiring login. It's not requiring this user to be of a specific type or have specific permissions. So this is not about authorization. It's just about authentication, that the user is logged in or not. It's a Boolean value there. So we can add one more layer, which is saying, hey, not only is this user logged in, but they are of a specific type. Let's take a look at how to do that now. I want to reiterate that this login required decorator is really just checking whether or not they're a user. Once they're a user, they can see this page, right? It doesn't really give them permission beyond that, but it does give a little bit of permission. So I actually want to take a look at this login required on a user that has no permission as a user anymore. So what I do here is I'm going to sign in to that protected page, and I'm going to go ahead and sign in as the Hungry Pie user. And I'm just going to go ahead and put the password in. And what I'll see here is this account is inactive, right? So the fact that this account is inactive is showing me something that I did in the admin. Your account is probably not going to be that same unless you did experiment with on your own. So I'll go ahead and actually re-log in as my super user, navigate into my users here, and I go into Hungry Pie, and I see that the permission is not active anymore. The actual user is not active. So that actually has nothing to do with the page itself, but rather the general authentication, right? So whether or not login is possible is not based on that page itself. It's based on the actual Django AllAuth and the Django authentication system. So what I want to do now is I want to change that HungryPie user to being active. But of course, I see this Boolean value of staff status. So I want to see active, but I want to verify this next level of permission on whether or not they are a staff user. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and copy this one. And we're going to change this to being our staff only view. The actual template, we don't really need to change whatsoever. But I want to go ahead and jump in and change the decorator to the staff member required decorator, which is a little bit different. So it's going to be from django.contrib.admin.views.decorators. We're going to import the staff member required decorator. And then I'll go ahead and bring that in down here. So very similar to login required decorator. And in this login required, we can also take a look at something like request.user.isStaff. So this is exactly like the request user is authenticated in many ways, right? So it's kind of the same sort of Boolean value that you might want to look at for another baseline level of permission. There is the active as well. That's another one that would be related to the user itself. But the thing is, we want to take a look at this is staff portion. Now, once we do that, we're going to go ahead and bring in our URL for the staff only view. And I'll just copy this one here and we'll paste it below. And there we go. So I'll change this to staff only. Great. So remember that HungryPie user is not staff. So I want to go ahead and make sure that I'm logged in to my project as that HungryPie user. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll go into the protected staff only and hit enter. What it does is it now tries me to log in to the Django admin. Now, in many cases, this might be fine. You might be okay with logging in here and doing everything necessary to then be brought back to the front end outside of the admin. But a lot of you are going to be like, well, I don't think I want to have someone accidentally stumble upon a staff member required page and, well, go into the Django admin. Especially if you deactivate this Django admin, you need to know how to actually change where the login can occur. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to come in here and I'll go ahead and do from django.conf. We're going to import settings. The reason for this is to get our login URL, which is equal to settings.login URL, just like that. This is a setting you can absolutely change in your main configuration if you wanted to. And then I'm going to go ahead and come down here into staff member required and just go ahead and pass in the login URL equaling to this login URL. You can do the same thing up here as well. But overall, the idea being that we can now modify where that login URL ends up being. So let's go ahead and log out. And I'll go ahead and go back into our protected staff only. Now it goes back into this and we see the redirect coming through. I log in as my super user and of course I can see it. If I were to change my HungryPie user, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Save here. We'll log out and I'll come back into my protected view here. Just do a quick refresh. Once again, it's trying to have me log in. I'll log in as my HungryPie user and there we go. So now I'm actually in a staff only page. And then of course, if I go into the Django admin, I do not have permission to view or edit anything. So this is really the next layer of permissions to actually give individual users permission to do certain things. Well, in our case, we're going to take a look at how this might affect a SaaS application as to what they can access and what they can't access. Yes, you can do it in the Django admin as well, and there's a lot of things that you can learn from just doing it in the Django admin. But in our case, we want to do it in the front end. We actually want to see certain things that are specific to the type of user that we are. And so that's what we're going to work on now. To explore Django user permissions, we're going to go ahead and create a user profile view. Now, in a SaaS application, you probably aren't going to spend a whole lot of time building out a user profile, whether it's yourself or even in the technical aspects of building out profiles. But you might actually want to do them every once in a while. The purpose of this next few parts is not to build out a profile, but rather to explore how the actual permissions work inside of Django and where they might fall short in the case of what you want to actually have access to or provide access to for any given user. In our case, this is really setting the foundation of a different user type based off of their billing situation, based off of their subscription for our SaaS application. So to get here, what we want to do is we want to build out a new app. So let's go ahead and open up our project into the root of our Django project with python manage.py, start app, and we're going to call it profiles. So inside of here, we're going to do a couple of things. Once I add a new app like this, I typically add it into my settings, into installed apps. So let's go ahead and do that now. And we'll go ahead and do profiles. Great. Next up, what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and come into profiles, and I'm going to immediately create urls.py. I'm going to copy urls.py from our main Django project, and then I'll paste them in just like that. The main thing we need here is just simply path. I don't necessarily need anything else. So we'll go ahead and do that import, get rid of all the comments, and then I will go ahead and delete a bunch of them as well, and we'll comment this out. Okay, great. So we've got URLs that are going to be right inside of profiles, which means we'll also have views that are right inside of profiles. So in this case, I'll go ahead and do the profile view, and it's going to take in a request, args, and keyword args. For now, all I'm going to do is return HTTP response, and this will just be hello there, something along those lines. So we'll go ahead and do from Django.http. We're going to import that HTTP response. With this profile view, since I want to have permissions, I'm also going to require a user login. So from Django.contrib.auth.decorators, import the login required decorator, and we'll go ahead and add in this login required. So with this view, we're going to go ahead and bring it into our profiles views here. So I'll just do from .import views. This is a very common way to do it, especially inside of apps themselves. So we'll go ahead and do our path, and this is going to be simply views and profile view. So we actually want it to be specific to the username that's coming through. So I'll just pass in username here, just like that. We'll see what this does in just a second. But before I can actually get there, I want to go ahead and make sure that this is all routed up. So let's go ahead and do that by jumping into our main configuration, routes, and I'll go ahead and copy. We have include on here, right? So we did use include before. What I will do is something similar to that, but now I'll just do profiles, and this is going to be include profiles.urls. So yeah, working closer to what you might do with third-party packages, but now it's in our own package, which is in this profiles right here. So what we want to do is just check that this view is actually showing us something with this hello there. That's it. So let's go ahead and make sure that the server is still running. Sure enough, it is. We'll jump back in to our project here, and we'll do profiles, CFE. All I should see is hello there. Change profiles to ABC. Once again, hello there. Great. So the next step, of course, is how do we actually get the username itself, right? So in our URLs for the profile view, we had this argument here. So what's happening with this is it's actually a string that's being considered here for the username. And that's actually being passed as a URL parameter in here, which you could verify in the keyword arguments as well. But now what we could do is actually just pass in that username, whatever it might end up being. And so if I refresh in here now, I can see that username coming in. This gives us a very dynamic way to manage different views themselves. So it's just saying, hello there, username, right? There's not a whole lot else we really would need to do here. One of the things I will do, though, is actually build this towards something that's somewhat realistic. So we'll go ahead and do from Django.contrib.auth. We're going to import get user model. And then I'll just go ahead and say user equals to get user model. And then I'll go ahead and grab the user itself. And basically I want to do user.objects.get username equals to username. Okay, simple enough. And this is going to be the profile user object is equal to that. And then I'll just go ahead and do dash profile user object.id. It's different than, of course, our request user. So we can also think of this user as equal to request.user. That's why I didn't call this user, because most of the time when you see the user the actual variable itself is related to the requested user, not the one that's being looked up in the database. So if we save it just like this and I do a refresh on CFE, no big deal. But if I do it on a user that does not exist, I get this exception. So this exception is good. It's showing us that in the database, this user doesn't exist. That's it. But there's actually a better way to handle it inside of a view, and that is by using getObject or 404. So inside of this shortcut here, we can do basically this same thing, but now I'll go ahead and do the profile user object equals to getObject or 404. We pass in the actual user class itself or whatever model class we're doing, and then we can pass in the arguments after that. So we can save that. And if I refresh in here now, it just says page not found and no user matching given the query. Great. So if I go back to the CFE user, sure enough, I see that user. Great. And then I can actually pass in what my user is. So user.id, and we refresh in here, and now I see that this is basically the same user. So once again, I can say something like is me equaling to user object equaling to the requested user. And we can bring that in as well. There we go. And of course, I could go into the Hungry Pie itself, and we can see Hungry is not one, but Hungry Pie should be one. And there we go. So we've got a lot of different things that we could use with this single condition. But before I go much further, what I really want to do here is I want to check that this user that I am actually has permission to view this stuff. Now, the thing is, our super user, that answer is going to be yes. If it's the super user, do they have permission? The answer is yes. If it's not a super user, the answer is maybe, because it's going to be up to you on how those permissions work. So that's a big part of this on how we're going to go through the idea of these permissions themselves. And don't get me wrong, we are not going to keep this HTTP response. We will build it out a little bit more than what we've got here. But this right here gives us a lot of insight as to how to render out certain data, how to check whether or not the requested user is the owner of that data or responsible for that data or similar to that data. There's a lot of different things we could do just from here as far as the logic is concerned. But let's move to the next part, which is going to be very simple user permissions that are built in to Django. Now we're going to take a look at user permissions in the Django admin first, and then we'll move it over into our view. Now keep in mind, permissions are about access. Like, do they have access to do this thing? It has nothing to do with whether or not that data belongs to that user, right? It might actually match with that user, as we'll see. It's just really the question of whether or not they have permission to do what they want to do. Using the Django admin to start gives us an ability to really quickly see what happens, what the implications are when permissions are used correctly and when they're used incorrectly. So in the Django admin with my super user, I'm going to go ahead and add some permissions into this Hungry Pie user. The first one is staff status. We want to allow them to access the Django admin. The next thing is I'm going to go ahead and filter down to specifically whether or not I can see users. So under authentication and authorization, user can view user. I'm going to go ahead and add that in, and there we go. One single permission for this user in the admin especially. I'll go ahead and hit save and continue editing here. Then I'll go ahead and copy this actual URL into an incognito window. The reason for this is so I can have two user sessions running at the same time. As soon as I do that, I'm going to go ahead and log in as my Hungry Pie user, and I should be able to see this admin user. This is my user account, but I have no access to changing it. The Hungry Pie user cannot change this data. So you might be like, okay, well, cool, I can see the data, but I want to give this user the ability to edit the data. So we go back into the other Django admin where our super user is logged in. Now I'm going to go down into my user of can change user data. So I'll bring that in to can change, and then I'll go ahead and hit save and continue editing. Then refresh into the Hungry Pie user. And what do you know? I can now change it. I can add in something like Justin in here and hit save and continue editing. And I can do all sorts of things in here, including changing permissions. Let's go ahead and see if I can do that. I'll just go ahead and add one over for email confirmation for some reason, and I'll hit save and continue. And sure enough, I can actually make those changes. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. But this is the downside. This is the potential problem with this value, is I can now go into other users and I can actually change things for them as well, right? I just removed something from that user, hit save, that permission is now gone. So this is one of the actual downsides to using the permissions. When you grant too many permissions, it might open up the floodgates as to what those users end up doing. So granting those permissions need to be understood to the degree that you can test it in the Django admin and then you can test it otherwise. This can start to get really, really complicated. So what I often recommend that you do, especially in a SaaS application, is you don't necessarily touch the built-in Django admin permissions or the Django permissions, but rather you start customizing your own. And that's something we want to work towards in the long run. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take off all of the permissions for the user to change things and really just have the single permission to the user, and that is whether or not they can view user data in here. So I save that for that particular user. I can refresh it here. Now all I can do is see user data. Great. So with this in mind, let's see what this looks like inside of a view. This is actually fairly straightforward, but the question is, how do we actually know what permission we can use? So our requested user has the ability to do something like user.hasPerm. So this is where we can pass in a permission in here. So the question, of course, is what are those permissions? What are available to us from the get-go? So the question is answered very simply. We just jump into the Django admin shell, so python manage.py shell. We're going to go ahead and do from django.contrib.auth.models, import the permission model. This is, again, built into Django, and it is updated as you add more models. So we can add in a query set of all of those permissions, so permission.objects.all. Then I can iterate through each one, so for obj and QS, I can print out what those permissions are. And of course, if I do just print out the obj, the actual object itself, these are the same exact list that we saw in the admin. So in the admin, we see everything that's in here, literally the same. So you might be tempted to be like, okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and then in my view, I'm going to go ahead and do something like that. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. It needs to be a little bit better designed than this. So we can save that, we can look at it. Let's go ahead and take a look at any given profile here. I'm going to refresh on that view, and what I'll see is true. Interesting. Well, when it comes to the admin user, it always will be true. The admin user, the super user, will always have access to things. So if I refresh it here now I should see false with the Hungry Pie user in that other session. So we actually need the correct value here, because in the admin, if you remember, we actually did set that they can view those users. So what is the actual value? It's not these strings here. So what I want to do is I actually want to come up to OBS, the actual iteration, and then I'm going to go ahead and do .code name. This is going to get a little bit closer to what we want. We can see that we've got, add session, change session. We can see the social stuff. We can see, hey, what do you know? View user. So, hey, maybe that's it. Let's go ahead and try that one out. I'm going to paste that in there. I'll go back into my, Hungry Pie user authentication session. I'll refresh in there, and it still says false. So I'm going to go ahead and print out the actual item that I'm putting in here and the value itself. Refresh there again, and that's the incorrect value. Okay, so this actually makes a little bit of sense because the way this code name works has to do with the model value itself. So the way we actually find this is by doing not just the object name, but object.contentType.appName, and then we can take a look at all of the different app names. The content type, not app name, rather app label. And let's go ahead and run that again. App label in here. And this is closer to what we end up wanting to have. So here's all of the app label ones. We've got auth.viewUser. I'll go ahead and bring this in here as auth.viewUser and then auth.viewUser, just like that. Now I'll go ahead and refresh in here, and we see that the value is true. Okay, so this might be a little bit complicated, but the idea here is we say app label dot view underscore, and then this is going to be the model name. Okay, so app label dot view model name. The other option here is going to be, well, we've got a few of them in here. One is going to be add, one is going to be change, one is going to be delete. All of these things are built in by default. These are default permissions that Django has that you can add to any given user. And you would do it piecemeal at this point. So every time you want to add a permission, you would do it inside of that user specifically. Right now, this user only has one single item of permission, which is why it's able to see that thing. To actually see these permission values, if you look in the Django authentication, so using the authentication system, and then you look for the default permissions, you can see this exact same thing. So we've got foo.add underscore bar. That's saying the foo model view app name. So we can try this again with visits. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and print out another one, and it's going to be user has perm visits. What is the app label? Let's go into that's the app label right here. What is going to be the actual model? And that's page visit. So come back in here, and this time I'm going to go ahead and put page visit. You put it all lowercase here, just like that. So visits, view page visits. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And let's go ahead and refresh as our Hungry Pie user. It should print out two things. Visits page visits is false. No surprise there because we don't have that permission. Let's go back into the admin itself. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here's all of those page visits. And then I'm going to go ahead and add view. Hit save and continue. I'll go back into the Yo Hungry Pie session, refresh, and now I can see that it says true. Great. Now, once again, these are general permissions. This means it can see all of the visits. This particular user is getting inching closer to a super user that can see and do everything. It has nothing to do with seeing the user's own visits. This is good and bad. It depends on how you end up using this particular user. So if you remember back, we had this is me portion, right? So this is basically saying, I can say something like, if this is me, then I can say, oh, well, if I also have permission to view my page visits, then I'm going to go ahead and grab what those things are with the page visit.objects.all or something along those lines. For now, I'll just go ahead and say pass. But the idea here is we can now chain together these permissions and we can use them how we see fit. I will continue to refine this over the next few, but the idea being on how we actually use this is going to be something like this. Now, the other part is we can define our own permissions, and that's something we will want to do as well. But before we get to defining our own permissions, let's see how this shakes out inside of an actual template itself so we can adjust how that works as well. Now we're going to take a look at how to do permissions inside of Django templates. It's fairly straightforward, so let's go ahead and start off with our login required here as the profile list view. We'll go ahead and create this one out, and it's going to be our request, and then it's going to return render the request. We'll do profiles list.html, and then we'll go ahead and add in some context here. The context itself will be just a dictionary. We'll go ahead and put our object list here, and we'll do a query set of user.objects.filter, active being true, or rather is active being true. So that way we can actually see all of the users that are active inside of this query set. So what we've got with this, I'm going to go ahead and jump in to my URLs here and bring it in. So we'll go ahead and just put in the path of an empty string here, and it's going to be views.profileListView. Great. So the idea now is to actually build out this template. What we'll do is go ahead and copy this and go into our templates and go ahead and create our profiles list view. I'll copy home.html here and we'll paste it in. All I want to do here is say something like users like that. Okay, so we've got our users here, and normally what we would do in this case would put a div and do something like for user in object list, and then end for. Now, the reason we don't use user or users as actual, context objects has to do with the fact that the request user is available. So I'm going to go ahead and say for instance in object list, and then I'll go ahead and bring in each instance that's in here. So this will be just simply instance.username, something like that. And then, of course, we could actually have a href going to their profile so we can actually see their individual profile. And that is going to be simply profiles/instance.username. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and make sure our server is running, and we're actually able to check this out. So in profiles with my Hungry Pie user, I now see these three different users that are in here, and I can click on them and take a look. Great. So within the admin of my super user, I actually want to change my Hungry Pie user to not be able to see anything. So I'll remove all permissions, and we'll hit save and continue. So back into our list here, we see that this list is showing up, which is fine at this point. But what I really want to do is only iterate through this if the user has permission. So the first thing to do is to check if perms.auth. If you remember, auth is the app label, so that's what we use there. And then we put an if statement in there as well. Let's go ahead and put the div inside of that also. And then I'm just going to go ahead and tab things in, so it's just a little bit more obvious as to what's going on. Great. So if I do perms now, it goes away. Completely gone. Okay. So let's go ahead and add a non-relevant perm, or a non-relevant permission. And that is going to be, let's say, for instance, add user. Okay. Non-relevant permission, save and continue, go back in, refresh. Now those things are showing up. So it's actually really nice that I can use perms anywhere. So with this user, using perms will give all of those permissions for this user, as we can see there. Right? So if you are logged into a different user, that is what those permissions will end up being. And this comes in from the Django context for templates. So the auth context here is providing those values in there. So back in here then, if we've got perms auth, the next statement really would be if perms auth dot view user. And then we would go ahead and say, and if. Back in here, we refresh, sure enough, gone, right? So they can't actually see the user. So what we then say is something like else, and you are not allowed to see this. Just like that. Great. So the same concept would probably be true for the individual profiles, right? So we're going to go ahead and do detail.html. I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole thing into detail. And instead of instance object list and rather users, I'll go ahead and put in the instance.username. Okay, so we'll have to build this out, of course. So I'll put that username, and then perms, I'll go ahead and say something like down here, instance.firstname, and maybe last name, and maybe last login. Like that. Great. So in order for that to work, we need to come back into here. So profile view will now be our profile detail view. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of some of these permissions that are written right on the actual view itself. And then I'll go ahead and do a very similar context. So let's go ahead and get rid of all that. And we'll bring in the return render. This is now going to just be simply detail. And the object itself is going to be this. So we'll go ahead and say object is that. We also might want to put in here as instance is that. I'll explain that in just a moment. Next up is whether or not this is the owner. In this case, we'll just say is me, but often you'll say something like owner, like the owner user of the instance or the object. So we'll leave it in as that. So next up, we've got our instance. We've got all of the same sort of things. So once I go into something like username, let's go ahead and go into CFE here. And let's go ahead. Oh yeah, we need to actually make our view in our URLs. Let's go ahead and make sure that's the case. There we go. And we'll refresh in here now. You are not allowed to see this. Great. So now at the very least, we can attempt to go to someone's detail, and it's based off of the template now on what their actual permissions are. So what we also want to do though, is if it is me, then we do want to allow for those permissions. So back into the detail, or is me, and or is me. So CFE user, still can't see, hungry pie, not hungry, but hungry pie. You are not allowed to see this still. Oops, I changed it to owner. Let's try that again. And there we go. Okay, cool. So it doesn't have the username's first or last name, but it does have the last login, which is great. So it's now showing me that that part's working. And we go back into CFE user, not allowed to see this. Let's go back into our admin here, and we'll go ahead and remove this, and then go ahead and add in the view user, save and continue. We'll refresh in here. Now we can go ahead and see those users, and we can see all of the other user profiles that are available here. Great. So once again, very, very robust permissions, but they also grant a lot of access that you may or may not want to have. We could continue to improve this, absolutely. But the important part here is how we can actually use the template tags themselves on what permission this user ends up having. And once again, it's going to be the app label, then the action underscore, and then the model name as all lowercase, right? So we saw that before, and now we are just seeing it again. So that's using it in templates. Traditionally speaking, I would say using it in the view is probably the best option, because if they don't have permission, you could then just have a generic template that you render when they don't have permission to do something, saying something like you're not allowed to see this or something like that. Where right here, this is giving a lot of context. It's actually doing a database lookup and all that. And then it gets to the template where we sort of make that decision. So yeah, typically speaking, with your permissions, I recommend doing them right in the view, unless you have a good reason otherwise. So when it comes to like these different users, you know, perhaps your admin user, you want to have an edit function in the template itself. And so you could then render a template form inside of here, and that might be just in the template for specific users. So you kind of mix and match the things that you end up wanting to do. So most of the time when it comes to permissions, I recommend that you leverage groups instead of actually adding permissions to the individual user. Sometimes you might want to give it to the individual user, but most of the time you'll probably want to start thinking in terms of groups. So I'm going to go ahead into this user here, and I'm going to remove all permissions that they have, and we'll hit save and continue. Verifying it with their session, I'll go ahead and jump into a user profile and see basically just their username. So what I want to do then is go back into the Django admin, and I'm going to go ahead and call this group view users. Now, this is a very generic group name on purpose because it's really going to hold one value, one thing that it can actually do, which is simply view users. As we can see in here, we can go ahead and add in the ability to view users, and we'll go ahead and hit save and continue editing. And what we see here is now this group called view users. So of course the question is, how do we actually add users to this group? Well, in the Django admin, it makes it really easy to do that. You just grab any given user, and then you grab their group that you want to bring them in, and then you just add them to that group. We hit save and continue. Notice that the user permissions themselves are completely empty, but the group itself has permissions. So now when I go to a profile and refresh, once again, it's back. I'm able to actually see that information. It's really just that simple. So when it goes beyond here is the thought process of like, oh, well, can I take a group and say something like company A, and then company B, and then company C, and so on? While technically you could probably do it that way, this is not really what it's designed for. We can add permissions later to other places, but for now, we're going to leave these groups to being a little bit more generic. The generic being like your subscription levels, for example. So let's go ahead and say basic plan, right? Something like that. And then we would do something else where it's like pro plan. And then another one being like advanced pro plan. right? And so each one itself is a different level that the user could be on. We're not doing multi-tenant SaaS just yet. That's a little bit more advanced. Multi-tenant means that individual companies can manage their own users internally and have their data sort of grouped together if it needed to be. That's not something we're going to do yet. We're really just going to be focusing on having groups with these various plans. But of course, the question then is, what actual permissions do we want to have for these various groups, and how do we actually approach that process of managing users to being added and removed from this group? Maybe you have another plan in here like free plan or something like that, where this view users one is not really that practical. It's not really that important to limit the users. That was much more for showing the capabilities of just some basics permissions. So what we want to do now is actually work toward the process of having these different kinds of groups. Now, the groups are going to be separate from the actual billing. This is just going to be the technical ability to separate users into different groups so their permissions are related to what that group has permissions to do versus what their billing status is. We don't want those things to be conflated ever, really. So let's go ahead and start the process of doing exactly this. When it comes to user groups, one of the nice features about it is you can actually access that group from your user directly. So I can go ahead and say user groups equals to user.groups.all. That's a simple way to do that, and then I can just print out my user groups like this. Now, one thing I can also do and consider is I could say something like if the, let's say, user groups.filter name I contains basic, and then .exists, then I can return something like HTTP response and say congrats, right? So in other words, I'm basically changing the content based off of the group that user is in. So within our change user for this user, we're going to go ahead and bring in the basic plan, and I'll go ahead and hit save and continue. The reason I brought in that basic plan was to make sure that this condition was true, right? So it contains basic. So let's go ahead and take a look and refresh in here. And there we go. We've got congrats in there. So I did a very basic Django query, which is this right here. And then I've got exists. And I can also see all of the user groups this user is a part of. Now the logic here I think makes a lot of sense. You're like, oh, if they're in this group, then let's go ahead and do something for them. Let's change what they see. Let's change the access level that they might have. Now I think this logic is fine overall, and it's something you might do from time to time. But the thing is, what if you decide that you want to change it from basic to, like starter? Uh-oh. Now you have to go change your code, and you have to do a lot of things related to that, which is not ideal. So this is definitely not a way that we want to filter things down or look at groups realistically. What we want to do is we want to use the permissions instead. But sometimes you might not want to use the default permissions, the add, change, view, delete permissions. You might want to see something different. So let's actually see how the custom permissions can make a big difference in something like this. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new custom permissions by navigating in. We're going to do python manage.py start app, and I'm going to call this subscriptions. So the app name itself will be subscriptions. And then inside of here, we're going to go ahead and create a new model, and it's going to be a subscription model, and it's just going to be models.model. And for now, all I'm going to do is put the name in here. So we'll do models.charfield, and we'll do max length being something like 120. Then I'm going to go ahead and do class meta and do permissions equals to my own custom permissions here. So the custom permissions is going to be what you see fit. In my case, I'm going to have 3 different custom permissions. Now, the idea here is for our actual plans, like what we're going to be putting within our subscription. So for example, our basic plan, well, maybe the permission is simply basic. The pro plan is pro, and then the advanced plan is simply advanced. And that's it. So we can say advanced perm and so on, right? We could just use that same concept. So these labels here are really just based off of what we're going to end up storing. So pro perm and basic perm. So the way we're going to access this is going to be subscriptions dot and then advanced, right? So that's it. So that's going to be the perm itself. This is going to be subscriptions pro and subscriptions basic. That's it. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and add this into our app installed apps. So we'll come in here and we'll bring in our subscriptions right after profiles, and we'll do subscriptions just like that. So let's go ahead and run Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate, and there we go. So what we should see in our migrations is related to those permissions as well. There they are. Good. So now what we want to do is we're going to use these permissions within our groups. Let's go back into the Django admin and let's take a look at our groups here. Basic plan. If we scroll to the bottom, we should see these basic permissions. So we add basic perm. And then we can go to the next plan and do, well, something similar, right? So let's go back into the pro plan. The pro plan should have probably the basic permission and the pro permissions. So now it has both of those permissions. Great. Go ahead and save and continue. Go into the advanced plan, whatever that might end up being. And now we can have advanced, basic, and pro. All of those things on there, and we hit save and continue. Now we have the makings of something pretty good in our views. It's really going to be just that simple. So now instead of having all of this in here, we can just see whether or not the user will go ahead and print out user.hasPerm, and it's going to be subscriptions.basic. So if the actual group name changes, the permission has not changed. The permission is going to be the same. So let's go ahead and print out all of these different permissions here. And we'll go ahead and do basic, advanced, and pro. So pro and advanced. Maybe you call it enterprise instead of advanced if that makes it a little bit easier in your mind, because pro and advanced feel very similar. But the idea here is, does it have any of those permissions? So if we refresh here onto this user, we can see the print statement and we get true, false, false. So now going back into our different groups here, I can now add just another group. Let's say, for instance, we're going to do our basic 2025 plan. And once again, I have this basic permission in here. I'm going to go ahead and hit save and continue. So this might be where you actually are going to go and do something different. You're going to add a new permission that you might want to have on here. So let's say, for instance, this is going to be now a new permission. We'll go ahead and add it in and put a comma after here. This is now going to be basic AI. So the basic AI permission. Now we just added a new permission in here. We made some changes to the model. So let's go ahead and make sure we migrate those changes. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, so we've got the basic AI permissions now. We refresh in basic 2025. We scroll down, basic AI permissions. That's now in there. Save and continue. Now we can have some users with different tests. So we've got a basic plan, and then we can just add them into this new group of basic 2025, or whatever you call it. Save and continue. Now this user is going to have not only the basic access, but also the basic AI access as well. And then we can come in here and do something like basic AI, just like that. Save it. And let's go ahead and see that print statement again. Refresh in here. Now I've got basic and basic AI. The group itself doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how we name the group. It doesn't matter if they're in the group. All that matters is now we have these different permission tiers that we can use. How we name them is completely up to us. You know, maybe basic AI is actually the pro plan that's going to be coming out soon, and you can give people access to it or some basic access to it. Or you could even do a beta plan or something like that. But generally speaking, the idea here is these permissions are going to allow us to change the experience of our user based off of whatever we want to do with those permissions. Now we want to correlate our subscription model with the groups model as well as the permissions model. Yes, we do have these custom permissions here, but even if we just pretended like they weren't there, how do we correlate all of those things? And that's what we want to do right now. So the first thing is we're going to have groups in here, and this is going to be models.many to many field. and it's going to be literally the group model. So to do that, we'll do from django.contrib.auth.models. We're going to import group here, and it's going to be just like that. So this is going to be all available groups for any given subscription. So we'll go ahead and save this. I'm also going to go ahead and bring this into the admin. So we'll do from.models, import the subscription, and then admin.site.register of that subscription. So we'll go ahead and save that, and we'll run our migration. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py, migrate. Great. So with this in mind, we'll go into the Django admin, and we'll see subscriptions in here now. We can add a new subscription, and let's go ahead and call this our, our beginner plan or starter. So not quite the same name as the groups, but in the starter plan, we hit save and continue here. Notice it says this field is required. In this case, I think it actually makes sense to make this field required. So I'm going to go ahead and say my basic and my basic 2025. Both groups are now a part of this starter plan. So the idea here is not to really manage the groups. The idea is to connect the subscription, whatever it ends up being, with the groups themselves, right? But the other part of this is to make sure that that same subscription has specific permissions that are then also selected now as well. So in other words, when we start to build out our subscriptions, we might have a bunch of them. As soon as we start building them out, we want to make sure that they are correlated to a group as well as the permissions that that group should have for those subscriptions. So this means that when we go to a group, for example, this basic plan here, what if I accidentally removed that permission? That's certainly possible. Now I have no real way to know what permissions were available for any given group because I don't have any traction or tracking of it. So obviously this one's fairly straightforward because basic and basic, but the idea is we don't want to leave that to chance. We want to make sure that whatever the user is paying for, those groups are correlated yet another way, as well as the permissions for those groups, or at least the basic permissions for those groups, that those are available as well. So the next part of this is then adding in permissions in here. So I'll go ahead and add in the permission model. And now permissions equals to models and mini field permission. Great. And so once again, we want these to be required. So I'm going to leave them as is. And then we'll go ahead and run our migrations, make migrations, and then migrate. So now we actually see all of the potential permissions that there are, and that's not really what I want. I actually want just these, advanced, basic, and all of that. So there's a few different ways on how we can think about doing this. One of the ways I'm going to do it is in this limit choices to option here, and we can pass in a dictionary for the different choices we want. In our case, we're going to go ahead and limit the content type app label, and we want that to be equal to subscriptions. So quite literally the same exact thing that's going down here. So if we save that and then refresh in the admin, what we should see is just those few subscriptions that are in there. So that might be how we want to go about doing it. Or we could go further than that and go ahead and say that it's just these permissions right here. And so to do that, we would say code name I contains, and then we can set the code name I contains, let's say, for instance, basic. So we save that, and then we refresh in here. This time it'll just show me those two basic parameters just like that. And so we could obviously advance this quite a bit, or code name, and then we can say in, and we'll do basic and advanced and pro. Okay. So now we can refresh in here, and then there we go. Now I've got the basic permissions that are in there. And of course, if I wanted basic AI as well, we can add that one in as well. So as we tend to advance these permissions, maybe we want them listed in two places. So I'm going to go ahead and say the subscription permissions. So let's go ahead and add that in as subscription permissions. I'll literally cut this out here, paste this here, and bring this up like that. So that at the very least, what I could do then is codename in, and then just grabbing all of those codename values, which will be x sub 0 for x in subscription permissions, just like that. And we can separate these things out just a little bit so it's easier to see what's going on with these limited choices here. And then I'll go ahead and refresh in here, and now it should give me all of those permissions that are related to subscription level permissions. And so now the starter plan, we can then come in here and say that's the baseline level of what we want to do. Once again, the group names don't matter so much. The permission names, even the labels for them, don't matter so much. It's really what's behind those permissions that make a difference. So we did make a bunch of changes to the model. So I'm going to go ahead and run python manage.py, make migrations again, and then python manage.py migrate. Perfect. So the idea here is what we will still need to advance is we need to turn every subscription that we might have, ensure that the group has the permissions that are on there. I actually can do this a number of different ways. What I want to do is actually delay it a little bit. So what the value in here is going to be probably different or potentially different than what's in the group directly. So in other words, if I went ahead and hit save and add another one and set the pro plan, I would then add it to the group and then add the permission and hit save. That value would not change until I actually ran another command, a Django Management command, to make sure that those things are coming through and they're all synced up. I'll explain why in just a little bit. But the idea here is this is mostly metadata. It's not actually managing the permissions or the groups themselves, but rather just making sure that all of these things are tracked in some form. So let's actually see how we can then bring them together to make sure that the groups, the actual groups that are matched in any given subscription, matches the same permissions also in that subscription. Since we're going to be building our SaaS application around the idea of user permissions, we need to make sure that those permissions, the groups related to them, are always in sync. They're always correct. In other words, if we were to go into one of the groups and let's say, for instance, the basic plan, and then we just removed one of those permissions, we want to have a way where it automatically heals itself. It automatically comes back and it is tracked as well. That was the motivation behind having this subscription model in the first place. But this is now how we're going to heal it. The way we're going to heal it is by a custom management command. So go into Commando here, copy the management folder, and let's just bring it into subscriptions. And then I'm going to go ahead and delete the vendor poll here. I will also delete the cache folders in here as well because we don't need them. So this hello world here, I'm going to go ahead and just call this sync subs, as in sync subscriptions, so that we can actually handle this as we see fit. So the idea here is we're going to go ahead and bring in our subscription model. So from subscriptions.models, we're going to go ahead and import the subscription class here. So the idea then is QuerySet equals to subscription.objects.all. Right away, I might be like, okay, do I want to make sure that I have something like active being models.boolean field default being true? Yes, I actually want to make sure that I have this subscription as being active so that when I go to sync them, they are syncing correctly. So right off the bat, I'll go ahead and do make migrations and then python manage.py migrate. Okay, good. So with this in mind, I'll go back into my sync subs and I'll just filter this down, being active, being true. Great. So now we'll go ahead and do for obj in QS. We're going to print out obj.groups.all, and then we'll print out obj.permissions.all. Both of those things should yield some sort of values in here, as we will see right now. So the way this works is, of course, if we do python manage.py, we should see the sync subs command in here. And now if I run sync subs, I should see the groups and then the permissions associated to it. That's it. So this is where I can now run through each one of these subscriptions, or rather the groups in them, and then make sure that my permissions are set on there. So that's what I'll do. So for group in group.objects.all, I'll then go ahead and say for perm in object.permissions.all. Then I'll go ahead and do group.permissions.add the per. And that's it. Okay, so we don't need to print everything out. I'll leave those things out. And let's go ahead and run sync subs. Okay, so it seems like it worked. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. Basic plan here. Notice that it gave both of these permissions in here now. I'm going to remove all of them, hit save and continue editing, run it again, and just do a quick refresh in here. Once again, they're in there. So now we're at least a lot closer to what it should be. So the other thing is, what if I added additional permissions in the group? So say, for instance, I wanted to add in the advanced permission, and I hit save and continue in here. So the basic plan now accidentally has the advanced permission. If I run this again, and I refresh in here, it still has that advanced permission. So this is where you're going to want to think about, how are we going to handle this actual command? Are we going to always have all permissions, like the subscription permissions? Should they always match the group permissions as well? And so this is going to be a little bit tricky and one thing to really think about. So how do we do that? This means that group.permissions can also be set to the actual permissions from the subscription itself. So I'm going to go ahead and do subperms equals to this right here. And that then will go based off of those permissions. We save it, and then it's going to go ahead and refresh in here. Now if I refresh, the advanced one goes away. So this basically takes away the management from here. So it's going to be up to you on how you want to go about doing that. In my case, I'm going to have my subscription model being in charge of making sure that those permissions work correctly, but I'm going to have this done in a delay, as in this sync subs is not going to happen right away. It's going to happen over time. I'm assuming that I won't have to do this very often, but in the cases that I do need to do it, I can just run it really quickly and make sure that all of my groups and their different plans are updated as they need to be. And so that's going to also depend on how I run these different subscriptions, right? So going back into the Pro plan, here's the Pro plan. Going back into the Basic plan, here's that Starter plan. And then if I go into Advanced or Enterprise, I can just say that it's the Advanced Pro plan, and then it has all of those permissions. And then we're going to go ahead and hit Save and Continue. And then maybe back into our actual Pro plan, we want to make sure that it is all of these permissions except for Advanced. And then we hit Save and Continue. And then now when I do that sync, it's going to go ahead and make sure that the users that are on these different plans will have those different permissions like we had set up already. There's that Advanced plan, then our Pro plan, and so on. Great. So now that we have the ability to manage those plans, we have the ability to sync them, we need the ability to move the users based off of what subscription that they actually have themselves. Users will have one subscription per user. They're not going to have multiple, just one. Subscriptions themselves could have a little bit more, generic feeling. Now, the thing here is groups themselves, you might also think of this as potentially being a 1-to-1. We will see what this kind of looks like with our users when we put them as a 1-to-1, because maybe you only want your subscription to have access to one single group. So it's really going to be up to you on how you go about doing that. And of course, in any given subscription, let's say, for instance, you want to have that beta testing and you don't want everyone in the starter plan to have access to the basic group, you could just change it to where it's like this. It's just basic. We hit save and continue. Then when you do the syncs, it's not going to actually touch the groups that you have that are a little bit more manual and something that you're just testing. And so there's a lot of things that you could do as far as playing that out. But the point is that we have the flexibility to do it as we see fit. Now we're going to correlate users to subscriptions. So the way this is going to be done is we're going to do from Django.conf, we're going to import settings, and we're going to go ahead and do our user equals to settings.auth user model, which ends up being the string of just simply auth.user by default. But this is far more flexible when you need to change the user model sometime in the future, if you ever need to, but that's not the point here. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and now come down and say class user subscription, and there's going to be models.model, and the user is going to be simply equal to models.one-to-one field. Once again, a user, and then we'll go ahead and do on delete equals to models.cascade. So all this means is when the user's deleted, their subscriptions are deleted as well. And so the next part, of course, is going to be the actual subscription, which is going to be related to that model. So we'll do subscription equals to models dot, foreign key, and the subscription is going to be this right here. That's going to be the foreign key itself. And then I'll go ahead and say on delete for this one being models.set null. And then I can also say null equals to true and blank equals to true. In other words, the user does not have to have a subscription. If they have one, great. If they don't have one, that's okay too. Okay. And then the next thing is maybe you have something like active, and that's models.boolean field, default being true. Great. So we might have to modify this in the future. That's not so much the point right now. The main thing is that we have some of the fundamentals down. So I'll go ahead and save this, and we'll run our Python manage.py make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, and so with this in mind, I'll go into the admin. We'll bring this one in as well, and then admin.site.register of that user subscription. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the admin. And we've got user subscriptions now. I'm going to go ahead and add one for our Hungry Pie user. They are going to be one of these subscription objects. This is not great, so let's go ahead and change this from saying subscription objects to having the str class defined, and it's just going to return self.name, and we'll go ahead and put it into a string because it is going to be a string. Once we do that, I will run migrations in a moment, but here's the different plan options. That's much better. Okay, Hungry Pie, and then we'll go ahead and do starter plan. We'll hit save and continue editing, and we'll take a look. So as soon as the user goes into a new subscription, the user should be added to that the groups that are related to that. And so the best way to check this is by going into the user directly and seeing what groups they are a part of, right? So right now it shows both of those groups, which is fine, but once again, we are faced with how are we going to run this portion. So there's a couple different ways on how we can do this. One of the ways is by using the Django model signals. So from django.db.models.signals, we're going to import the post save signal. And so the post save signal is going to be based off of when the user subscription is changed and then grabbing the groups for that user subscription. So in other words, we're going to define the user sub post save signal. It's going to take in the sender, the instance, and then args and keyword args. So the instance itself is going to be the user sub instance. So we'll go ahead and say user sub instance, and that's going to be equal to that instance. And what we want, of course, is user sub instance dot subscription. So that's going to now be our actual subscription object, as in one of these. And we want to grab what that subscription object is going to be, more specifically, the groups. So the groups associated are subscription object.groups.all. Great. Very, very straightforward. So the next thing is our actual user. So the user is going to be equal to the user sub instance.user. That right there. So now all we need to do is take the Django user model, which has .groups in there by default, and then I can do .set and then pass in groups. This will allow me to then set those user groups based off of this user subscription. There's a problem with this current setup, but we will fix it in a moment. Then we're going to go ahead and bring this in with postsave.connect, and that's going to be grabbing this user postsave here, and then the sender being the actual user subscription model to make sure that all of this is all set up correctly. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure that everything's running correctly. I'll go into my user subscription here. I'm going to change it to enterprise, and we'll just go ahead and hit save. Once that's done, let's jump into the user model themselves, go into Hungry Pie, and what we'll see is our groups are now in there. But the thing is, what if I accidentally were to want to add a different group? Let's go ahead and just create a custom group in here, and I'll just call this something like custom group, and we'll hit save and continue and add whatever permissions we want. Then going back into our user subscription here, if I were to go ahead and change this and hit save and continue, what's going to end up happening is that specific user might be removed from that group. More than likely, they would be removed from that group when we do make those changes, right? So even if you did change it or not, the idea being this is maybe a little flawed with how it's managing the groups themselves. So we're going to need to change this in just a second, but we just want to see that process happen. Great. So let's go ahead and see what we can do now. Now, the logic here gets a little bit tricky. So what I want to do first is say something like allow custom groups, and I'll go ahead and say true. So if allow custom groups is not true, if not allow custom groups, then we'll just go based off of that. Otherwise, we're going to have to do a few things in here that might get a little complicated on how it ends up working. So the way this works is using Python set. So if we jump into Python here, and I did something like let's do groups equals to 1, 2, and 3. So those are representative of the actual IDs themselves. And then we'll do groups B equals to 3, 4, 5, right? So if we were to change these into sets, then we can actually save it and use it a little bit differently. So we've got groups in here. It's now a set. And if I did groups B in here as a set as well, we would then be able to do stuff like groups minus groups B. And there is the new value that's in there. We could also do something for a union, as in bringing them together and then see all of the available groups that you possibly could have. So getting to this point is what we could do now. Now, the first thing is to know is as soon as you want to actually use group IDs, you can do that. So we can say groups IDs is equal to those groups values list and just simply ID. We can say flat being true. What this will do is give us all of the IDs as a list. So say, for instance, it will be 1, 2, and 3, and so on. And then we can now set it just like that. So what would happen then is this would just go based off of the subscription, and it's going to set this user to only those IDs. So what we want to do then is we want to say maybe, for instance, my current groups is equal to user.groups.all, and that would give me my current groups. Once again, I can use this values list here and grab all of those IDs. And so what I could do then is, of course, combine these two things, which we will in a moment. But the idea being is if I do group IDs as a set, then I can do the union of them. So the set is this, and then current group set is equal to that. And then our actual union, or the final group IDs, is equal to the list of the two sets in a union, and basically just converting them like that. And then this right here is saying almost the same thing as this, but it's now adding in those current groups, which means it's not going to remove any groups. That's actually the reason we have sets in here, is to be able to remove some of the groups. So the way we can remove some of the groups is by getting the subscription groups. So first off, I'll do my subs QS equals to subscription.objects.all. Realistically, it'd probably be filter active being true, right? Whatever the active groups are. Now, this is the active subscriptions, not the active groups from those subscriptions. So now I can do subs groups equals to all of these, and then I can do values list. Now, I can actually do groups here, or I can do all of the IDs from those groups with this 2 underscore, and this is going to be flat being true. These are going to be group IDs, much like we saw down here. And of course, if I change this to subgroups set, I would just turn the original subgroups into a set just like that. So this is all of them, right? What it's not taking into account for is the newest one, the one that I just changed. So I can actually filter this down even more by excluding a value, and I can say ID equals to this subscription objects dot ID. Once again, if you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed about this, yeah, it's a little bit complicated to get this working in this way, but it's important to see that it can be done. Okay, so now this is going to be all of the subscription group ID set except for the current one, the one that's being used in this value. And so what I can do then is in my current groups here, I can remove this value. So this current group set, I'll go ahead and say that it's the current groups minus the subgroups. So this is now going to be my like current groups or the almost ready groups. Then we get our final ID, which includes what the current ones were minus any of the old subscription groups that are in there. And then we can go ahead and set that. And then we can just give this a try as well. Let's make sure our server is running still. So we go back into the admin here and we've got our custom group with our pro plan. Let's go back into the subscription for that and we'll change it to enterprise. What we should not see is that pro plan, but rather the advanced one. We hit save. Let's go ahead and jump back to our user here. That custom group is still in there, and so is that advanced pro plan. And so that's really what we want to do. That's like a little bit more advanced, but it's far more effective so that we can still use groups as they were designed. It's not really changing everything to subscriptions, but it's kind of mixing the two as it should be. And so the other part about this is the fact that if you were to put custom group into one of the subscriptions groups, right? So if we came in here and I were to start adding enterprise now has the custom group in here, that would then change everything, of course. This is now a actual subscription-based group itself. So that also is pretty interesting as well. But overall, this allows me to then move my users around and sync with the current subscription that they have and all of the permissions that might come with it, which I think is fairly important. So the other part about this, the reason I want this method versus having the subscriptions and groups being perfectly tied, basically the simple method, the reason for that, of course, is when I go into my users, and let's say, for instance, this user, I want to give them a trial plan. So that custom group is actually a trial plan, a full plan, because I'm trying to sell them on this advanced plan. And so maybe they don't have that yet, right? So if I come back into my subscriptions here and put it being nothing, we get an error here. None type has groups. So we've got a little bit of a problem with this here. So basically, we want to go ahead and say that we're going to just change it just slightly to make sure that we can account for no subscription. It's a good thing that this happened, but we'll go ahead and say groups IDs equals to this empty, and we'll go ahead and say if subscription object is not none, then we'll go ahead and grab those groups, and then we'll go ahead and grab the group IDs being equal to groups and values list. So just like what we saw down here. Okay. And there's our IDs now. And so I don't need to do it twice. I'll just do it this one time. And so down here, I'll set those group IDs. Good. So that should work now. So let's go ahead and refresh in here, continue. And we get none type has attribute ID. So let's see, for instance, why. Oh yeah, so we can't actually exclude this because there is no subscription. So once again, we'll go ahead and say if subscription object is not none, then we'll go ahead and do sub QS equals to sub QS dot exclude. There we go. Let's refresh that again. And now there we go. So we've got no subscription. Let's go back into our users. Let's take a look at Hungry Pie, just the custom group. Great. Let's try that again by adding in something beyond the custom group like enterprise. We hit save. We go back into this user, Hungry Pie. There's the advanced one. Let's change it back to being basic or something else. Starter, save, and user back there. Let's take a look. Custom group is still there. So yeah, I think that's actually fairly important for managing how a user might fit in with all these groups and all of the permissions that are associated to it. Notice that this has nothing to do with permissions themselves. We are not setting the permissions on the user directly. We're only setting them in the groups, and therefore this like sort of advanced like usage of all of these different groups becomes more and more important. So yeah, if you have any questions on this, let me know. This is fairly important to get. You can always copy the code itself. I realize that if you're brand new to Django, you're going to be so lost with these set and set all over the place. These sets here, the sets here. But overall, this is how you would actually handle it in terms of setting any sort of many-to-many field, which is what we've been doing, right? So we've got these many-to-many fields that are in here. And of course, users and groups are quite literally many-to-many fields as well. Now we're going to go ahead and take a look at how to do subscriptions with Stripe and Django. The idea here is some sort of reoccurring transaction, an actual financial transaction that will change their user group and of course their permissions inside of Django. Now, if you wanted to do one-off purchases, you can actually take a look at my micro e-commerce with Python course because it covers one-off purchases to purchase products within Stripe. But the concept still works really, really similarly to what we're doing here. But with recurring subscriptions, we need to do a number of things to make sure that those subscriptions are still active so the users have the correct permissions based off of their financial status and our policies in place. So these are going to be things that you'll want to continue to refine. This section is all about just getting it up and going, at least at a fundamental level, because the Stripe API is really powerful and there's a lot of things you can do with it. So we're really kind of scratching the surface there. At this point, you're going to want to sign up for Stripe. So go to stripe.com and then you'll go into your dashboard. It's probably going to look very similar to this in some sort of test mode. Basically, I can't get actual financial transactions here. To do that, I need to create a business profile. So even if you don't intend to have a business profile anytime soon, you're going to learn a lot of stuff on how the transaction part works. So keep that in mind as you go forward. Now what we're going to do also is we're going to go into docs.stripe.com and we'll go into API right here. And so we're going to go off of the Stripe API. Make sure you select the Python library because this is the one we're going to be using when it comes to integrating our project. So let's go ahead and add this into our requirements. So in requirements.txt, we'll bring this in and we'll just do our pip install-r requirements.txt. Okay. Next up, what we want to do is take a look at an example. So I'm going to go into customers here, and the next part we'll actually implement this with Django. But the idea is you'll see this all of the time where it's importing Stripe, it configures the API key, and then it makes some sort of API call. So in other words, if we were to open up a Python file, this is essentially what it's going to end up looking like. But the thing is, when it comes to API keys, I want to be very deliberate on how I'm going to design those things and how I'm going to end up working with them. So I'm not going to put the Stripe API call like this. Instead, I'm going to make one dedicated module for this. So inside of helpers here, I'm going to go ahead and create a module called billing.py. This is where I'm going to go ahead and put all of the related API keys and API calls to Stripe. This keeps it all in one place, so it's a lot easier to make changes to the API as it needs to, but it also makes it a lot more simple for us to just call different things. And then, of course, at some point, if we wanted to move away from Stripe, then we would just need to implement a lot of the same sort of methods because the ideas behind it are separate from the implementation of it on how Stripe ends up working. So keep that in mind as we go forward. Now, what we see here is this API key. Where did that come from? Well, of course, it's in the docs. It's already enriched in the docs, assuming you're logged in. But where you can get it is in the dashboard. So if we go back into the dashboard itself, and then we navigate into the developer section of that dashboard, we can go into API keys here and grab this key. We can also roll these keys whenever we need to. Like we can say it's expired right now, roll an API key, and then boom, we've got a brand new one here. So of course, once we have that API key, we'll put it into our env here, and then I'll go ahead and call this my Stripe, and it's going to be secret key, and it'll just be equal to that. Now, I want to point out something about the test secret keys is they start just like this, sk_test. All of them do. So that's actually important to note because, well, if we're in debug mode, we want to say, oh yeah, we want to make sure that the test key is in there. If we're not in debug mode, we want to raise an error if it is in there. Thus, another reason to have one single module for this. So let's go ahead and implement this. Now, the way I'm going to do this is by using Decouple directly. So from Decouple, import config. I'm actually going to use the environment variables in here for two reasons. The decouple, we'll bring in that, the Django debug, the default being false, and we'll cast it as a Boolean value, just like on our Django module. And then our stripe secret key, we'll bring that in as well. The default being none. Okay. And actually, we will put the default being an empty string, and then we'll cast it as a string. Okay. So the idea here goes back to this SK test thing right here. So basically, I want to see if SK test in the secret key and not debug, as in debug is false, then I'm going to go ahead and raise a value error saying that invalid stripe key for prod. That's it. So with this in mind, I'll go ahead and bring in the stripe key now, and I will run this in just a second. But the idea being we now have some configuration related to this billing module itself. Great. So with this in mind, I will now go into my Django project. We'll cd into the src here, and I'll run python manage.py shell. And then we're going to go ahead and import helpers, or well, we'll go ahead and just say from helpers decouple, or rather helpers billing import all. Okay, so that should give us the Stripe API key. So if we look at that secret key, I should be able to see it now because I imported everything. And then, of course, if we wanted to make a customer here, just like the documentation said, I can just do that. And there is my customer response. Now, we'll come back to this later, but all I wanted to do now was change the environment variable a little bit. So I'll change it to 0. I'm going to go ahead and refresh my terminal session here. We'll cd into src. We'll do python manage.py shell, and then we'll go from helpers.billing and import all. And there we go. Invalid stripe key for prod. Great. So there's going to be a bigger discussion on the test key and the production key later when we actually build out more production related systems to this. But for now, I just wanted to get this ball rolling. So the next part, what we actually want to do is integrate the customer. We want to actually build out the customer. So it's going to be something like create customer, and then we want to have various arguments that are going to come in through there. All right, so bringing the Django debug to being 1 once again, we are now going to go ahead and create a place to store all of our Django users as Stripe customers. So in other words, when we actually created that little early days of the helper function to create a customer, we want to be able to store some of this data. Now, I actually did create a customer on that API call. So if you go into the Stripe dashboard, you'll see Jenny Rosen in here, and it has related customer details. Now, if you were to dive into all of the documentation, which I do recommend you do, you will see that the customer ID, this right here, is unique. So every time you reference that customer ID, it's going to reference this instance of that customer. So what I want to do then is I want to tie that customer ID with a specific user, an actual user on our project, on our SaaS project. So that's what we're going to do now. So we'll run python manage.py, and we're going to go ahead and do start app and customers. I'm going to call it the same name as Stripe calls it. It makes a lot of sense logically, but I also want to correspond this resource with the Stripe ones. So in case you are curious about that, you can always go into the docs, go into the API, and you can see all of the core resources in here. There are a lot of them. We don't need to correspond all of them, just some of them. And so if we look at the customer one, we can see the customer object. We can see all of the data that is available to us that we could sync with our Django database if we wanted to. Now, you don't have to sync anything. The only real thing we need is that ID. All of this other stuff is fairly optional. Live mode might be one that you want to sync that will be discussed later. But overall, you want to make sure that you only grab a certain amount of that data that you really need on your database. Now, of course, if you're doing in-depth analysis, just keep in mind that you can always use the Stripe API to then grab additional data that you might need. In other words, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my Django model specifically for the customer is going to have basically 2 fields. So I'll go ahead and do class customer, and this is models.model. And what are those 2 fields going to be? Well, it should be fairly straightforward, but user and then the Stripe ID, which is really the Stripe customer ID, but we'll just call it the Stripe ID because the model itself is the customer class. Okay, cool. So how do we grab these things? Fairly straightforward as well. So we'll do from django.conf, import settings, and then I'll go ahead and set the user equals to settings.auth user model, which is really just code for the string of auth.user, but it is far more reusable if that's the direction you're going to go in the future, as in changing that model. So what we want to do here, of course, is a one-to-one field. I only want one Stripe customer per one user. That's really the idea. And then I'll go ahead and do on delete and models.cascade. Great. So basically, if this user is deleted, so is their customer reference number in our database. Next up, the Stripe ID is just going to be models.char field. Max length is probably going to be 120, null being true, blank being true. 120 is probably even too long. So if we were to look into the documentation itself, this is not 120 characters. That is, I don't know, less than 20. But the idea being that we've got a user and a Stripe ID that are going to be associated. And this should say blank true. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and define the str method as well. And it's going to return, well, just simply self.user.username. Now, normally when you have something like this, you might need a condition like, oh, if the user is even set, then you set it. But this is a one-to-one field. This customer model should not be able to exist without the user itself. Cool. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and bring it into my settings, into installed apps. What do you know? Right there. So we'll do customers here. And then we'll run our Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Great. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and add this into our admin too. So from .models, we're going to import customer and then admin.site.register of that customer. Okay. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and run our server now. And there we go. Let's log in and into our customer, create a customer, and we'll go ahead and create this Hungry Pie customer and hit save and continue. So naturally, all I did was enter this into my Django database. It didn't actually do anything with Stripe. Now, in order for us to create this Stripe ID for a customer, we have a number of different options. The option I'm going to opt for is overriding the default save method inside of a Django project. So what I have here is actually the same thing as the save method, which is args and keyword args. So this is not doing anything new. What we can do is inside of this save method, and more specifically referencing self, we can reference the row or the instance for every single thing every time it's being called as save. So for example, if I did self.stripe API equals something cool, save that in our actual code, then go into the Django admin, assuming that we still have that open, and then hit save and continue editing, it'll show me something cool. And if I were to delete it again, it will show me that once again. And so the reason we put it before the save method is that, well, after the save method, it's not going to do anything. So this is post save will not update for a number of reasons, but we can do self.stripe ID being something else, save that, and I hit save and continue in here, assuming that it's still running. Looks like it did, but nothing changed, right? So it basically did the same thing. Now, one of the things about this is how familiar you are with Django models altogether. So what I want to do then is let's go ahead and jump into the shell. We'll do python manage.py shell, and let's navigate into the source to make sure that we can do that. So from customers.models, we're going to import everything. And then I'm just going to go ahead and grab my first customer.objects.first. Okay, so this should give me that very first customer that I created. So anytime you call obj.save, it's quite literally going to insert this data into the database. It'll store this data into the database. So if I hit save, it's doing this same exact method, the entire thing, including this something else in here. Now, what's not happening is it's not actually running these post saves. It's not going to update things if you don't call save. It's just going to completely ignore it. So let's just try this for example. So if I just look at obj.stripeID in here, it actually does say something else. But as soon as I exit out of here, run back into the shell, and then do it all over again, like grabbing the import, grabbing the customer, and then the Stripe ID, I see that it does actually say what's in the database. So yeah, it's sort of changing the field, but it's also sort of not. Now, this has a lot of implications of the different things that you can do, but just keep in mind that you run the .save method. That will actually change things. That will commit it to the database. And if you were to create an object like customer.objects.create, and let's say user ID being 1, I'll explain that in a second. But if I do create here, this will also do that save method. It will literally also run it. So there's a lot of different ways on how this save method can be called. Now, the reason I used user ID of 1 has to do with the fact that in my users here, this user right here has literally an ID of 1. And so we can actually use foreign keys in that way. We grab the foreign key name and then do underscore the ID, and then we're able to save it. So if we look back into our model, we can see that I've got a username here. If it said owner, then this would have to be owner underscore ID. There's a lot of different ways on how we can associate that as well, which I'm not going to talk about right now, but it's mostly about this overriding the save method here. So one thing that you might be interested in doing is saying something like self.save and running that. But of course, you are causing recursion. You're causing it to call itself. It's going to continuously call itself until the memory runs out. So in the admin, if I were to go into my customer here, either one, and hit save and continue, it's just going to hang. As you can see, it's like loading. Eventually, it's going to say max recursion depth reached because it just keeps on calling itself over and over and over again. And so that's something, of course, we want to avoid. Now, for this reason, the reason I'm bringing this up, it has to do with setting this Stripe ID for this user. And so instead of doing something cool, we actually want to set the Stripe ID to something real. So inside of billing here, I'm going to go ahead and grab this create customer method that we almost did create or use. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my response back from Stripe here. So I'll say response equals to that. And then realistically, what we're going to return back from that response is just the ID. We can also pass in something like raw in here, or let's say raw being false. And we can say something like if raw, then we can return back the regular response. But all I want is the Stripe ID. This is going to be the Stripe ID. In fact, I should probably just say Stripe ID equals to the response, just like that, so we get that back. Great. So that's handling the function itself, but now we need these arguments in here, of course. So there's a couple of different ways to think about this as well. We could pass in our user object and then break down this user object, or we can pass in just the arguments that are needed. Now, the reason I'm going to pass in just the arguments that are needed is so that this entire module, with the exception of maybe the naming of the Django debug, I could reuse in other Python projects. That's really where I'm thinking with this module itself, because the Stripe API, you might want to use it in Fast API or Flask or whatever other Python project out there that you might want to use. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and create customer being simply the name and simply the email. Basically, any arguments that I might want to pass in here, I would then continue to refine this. Now, of course, this name and email is not correct. We want to leave it as just empty strings in here so that the Stripe API can handle it as it sees fit. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, and then go ahead and do that. Great. So the first thing that I want to do is call this in my save method, and we're going to return the raw response so we can see what ends up happening here. So into models.py, we're going to go ahead and import helpers.billing. And then in here, we'll go ahead and just call helpers.billing dot, and then create customer, whatever that customer is going to be. In my case, I'll leave it as empty strings for names and email, and then pass in raw being true. And then now I'll go ahead and say the Stripe response equals to that. And we'll go ahead and print this out. Save it, and let's reload everything. Go into the Django admin here, and let's go ahead and make sure. We'll just hit save and continue. The Stripe ID part didn't change yet, but notice that in my print statement, I got all of this data back in here, which is great. So this is the actual Stripe data that's coming back from the API. This is all of that raw data. So what I want to do, of course, is not name the customer with no email. I want to actually correspond the email to the user itself. Let's remember back to when we were doing something with Django AllAuth. A big part of the reason we used Django AllAuth had to do with the fact that when we were to sign up, we get email by default. We actually have emails coming through in here, how we configured it with the mandatory email and all of the authentication methods and all that. So the reason I did that was for Stripe, so that's correlated, because if I go into Stripe right now and take a look at my customers, I see that one has no name and no email. That doesn't help me at all. And then I have one that is just a pure example. So both of these aren't great. So I want to go ahead and get rid of both of them. So instead, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and actually create this user that's based off of their actual data. So the way we're going to do this, of course, is to grab the email from self.user.email. And so I'm going to go ahead and say email equals to email now. I'll turn off raw being true to being false. This is now just simply going to be our Stripe ID. Okay. And so now I can just go ahead and change this to being the Stripe ID just like that. Okay. So the problem here is if the user does not have an email. If email equals to an empty string or email is none, then we are going to basically not do these things. Actually, I'll just leave it in as if email is not equal to an empty string and is not none. There. So this will allow me to do that. The other thing, though, is if I already have a Stripe ID, then I'll also not do that. If Stripe ID, or rather if not Stripe ID, then I will not go through this process whatsoever. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that. So if there's already a Stripe ID on there, then we're good to go. Okay, so back into our customers here in Stripe, we should have no customers whatsoever at this point. And if we go back into our admin for a customer that definitely has an email, we can verify this by actually editing the user itself, which of course, there's the email right there, which you may or may not need to do. But I'm going to go ahead and hit save and continue. It's not going to run it because Stripe ID is something that's related to the Stripe user. So the other thing about this that you might consider is going into the customer object itself and seeing the ID. Notice that it starts with CUS underscore. This is definitely corresponding to how the Stripe API works. So if you go into charges and you look at the charge object, for example, you can see that the charge object starts with CH underscore. And if you go into any of the other objects, they all start with a unique value. So the only reason I bring that up is because this ID here, we might put in a clause here saying something like, if the ID does not start with that, then we can run this process. But I'm not going to do that at this point. Just something to think about. Okay, so here in our Hungry Pie, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. We'll hit save and continue. And now I should have my Stripe ID in there. And if I go into my customers here, I should now have a customer now corresponding to that one customer. Let me refresh it here. Let's see if it actually came through. And sure enough, there it is. Great. So we can always enrich the customer data with more data. Like I didn't pass the username or the name. That is something you can absolutely do. But a big part of the reason for this is so now if I need to search in Stripe, I can just search by the actual customer email. And now I can get some data about them, like how much they've spent and all that. If I did not have that email in there, it's going to be a lot harder to actually correspond these two customers with each other. It's going to be really, really hard. So this is why I'm doing it this way. Now, there's a huge caveat here that we need to understand, and that is the difference between production and development. When we go into production here, some things about the Stripe API aren't going to work the same as they have been. And so we'll come back to that in the future. But the idea being whatever customer you're creating here in development is not going to be the same one as it would be in production. So if this was on production mode, this same search would not have the same customer ID. That's kind of what I'm getting at there. Cool. So we'll talk about that later when we get into more of the production stuff with Stripe. But for now, we're going to leave it as is, and we'll continue on by building out the actual subscription model as well. Django AllAuth has some built-in signals here that we can use to associate the user to Stripe automatically when the registration process happens. Now, there's a bunch of different ways how we can approach this process, but I want to keep in mind that Django AllAuth also has mechanisms for changing your email address. So there might be conflicts with that with users, so we want to sort of avoid those conflicts, and the way I'm going to do that is fairly straightforward. And so the first part is we're going to implement a user signed up signal. Then we're going to go ahead and implement a user email confirmed signal. So those two are what we're going to use to actually create the Stripe customer. So when they sign up, this will make the initial Django customer, but then after they confirm, that's when we'll go ahead and trigger the sign up process for the confirmed Stripe customer. So the way this is going to happen then is we're going to go ahead and do something like init email, and there's going to be models.email field, blank being true and null being true. The only reason for that is that I want to have, if there is an initial email, whatever that initial email is, I want to then use inside of Stripe. So I'm going to change it from the user's email to whatever it is at the time to this initial email. Next, we're going to go ahead and do init email confirmed, and then models.boolean field and default being true, or rather false. Great. So now, down in our save method, we want to go ahead and say if not this. Then we'll also say if not self.init confirmed, or rather if it is confirmed, great, and self.init email. Then our email is just going to be the init email. Okay? So naturally, the init email will have to be filled out in some form or fashion, but we're going to go ahead and do it with the signals. So with these changes, I'm going to go ahead and run my migration. So let's go into src and then python manage.py make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. Okay. There we go. So the other part about this is how we actually create our end user, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But what I want to do is bring in these signals here. So the first one is going to be the user signed up signal. So inside of AllAuth, under regular accounts, under signals, you can see these signals right here. And so to do this, we're going to go ahead into our models, and under Django, we'll go ahead and do from AllAuth.account.signals. We're going to import the user signed up signal, and then we also will import the email confirmed signal. And I'm going to just change this as AllAuth user signed up, and then as AllAuth email confirmed. Now, again, this is because these functions are a little too vague here. I might even put a signal there altogether. But the point of signals is to have some sort of receiver. So we create a receiver function. This I'm just going to call it a handler. And for now, I'll just go ahead and say pass. Then I want to connect it to the signal that I'm using, of course, with my custom name here. So we'll go ahead and connect it just like that. So if you're not familiar with signals, they often need to exist in models.py, or at least it's a good idea to do that so that we have a way to trigger things like the actual customer itself. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass in a couple arguments. Those arguments are in the documentation. It's those two right there, request and user. So you can put in request and user, and then args and keyword args. Okay, so what is it the email that we want when they signed up? Well, when they sign up, it should just be email is user.email. And that's it. So we literally have their email there. So we can now create the customer instance. So the customer instance is going to be customer.objects.create. The user is going to be the user. And then the init email is going to be the user email. Again, this is duplicate data, but it's mostly to make sure that this logic is working correctly. we also want to go ahead and say that the init email confirmed is false. Now, there is something that we can continue along with this in just a moment, but the idea is this is the baseline data we'll have when that user signs up. Great. So this then means that when we go to verify the email confirmation confirmed, this signal right here, we could then create a handler function for that. So now I'll go ahead and do that with our AllAuth email confirmed handler. So we'll go ahead and call this handler, and it's going to take in request, email confirmed, and then args and keyword args. It might say email address. We'll check that in just a second. But we'll do the confirmed and then connect it just like this. Okay, so what's the argument name in here? It's going to be confirmed and email address. With signals, you definitely need to have the args and keywords args in there just to make sure that that's working. So with this email address, this is saying that it's confirmed. What I want to find is all of the customer objects, and we'll go ahead and filter this down. Instead of create, we don't need the user. We just need init email being this email address. And again, we need it confirmed being false. This, of course, is a query set. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and do for obj and query set. I want to change the init confirmed. So this is going to be obj dot the init confirmed being true now, and then obj dot save. So what this should do then is trigger this save method. We've got confirmed being true, and we also have an init email. Then we've got all of the other things that are coming through in here. And so now we've got a way to trigger this. This will send the signal. Now, for those of you who look more into Django query sets, you might see something called qs.update, and you could do something along these lines. This will update all of those values in the database, but what it won't do is it won't actually trigger this function right here. So just keep in mind if you go that direction. So I don't recommend doing that. And I'll just comment it out and says, does not send the save method or create the Stripe customer. There's a lot of different ways on how we could go about that as well. But for now, we have a way to then have our customer being confirmed and then added into Stripe. Now, in the long run, you might not want to put these in as signals. You might want to put them in as background functions using something like Celery or a worker process, but that's a little bit too complicated for what we've got now. So let's go ahead and actually try this process out now. And the way I'm going to do that is by running my server. Let's go ahead and come in here, run server. And then I'm going to go ahead and jump into the admin. And what I want to do is I want to delete my Hungry Pie user that actually does have an email account in here. Go ahead and delete it. Yes, I'm sure. And then I'll go ahead and open up a new incognito window. Try this process out, and we'll go ahead and sign up. Hungry Pie in here, Hungry Pie, and then a whatever password. Okay, so what's happening here is it should send that signal. It sent the verify email address in there as well. So if we look inside of our customers, we should see the Hungry Pie customer. Sure enough, we do. We do not have a Stripe ID. We have an init email. We do not have init email confirmed. Great. So at this point, I should get an actual email in here from my own account. I'm going to go ahead and copy this URL here into the incognito window, paste that in, confirming the account. Okay. So now back into our Django admin, we'll refresh in here, and now we've got our Stripe ID and our customer confirmed. Great. So this is a little bit of a hedge for the long run. But there's another thing that we can do to make sure that our Stripe ID, our customer, has additional data in here. And that's going to be something like our user ID in here as user ID. So what I can do is I can actually pass in metadata, and this will just be our user ID, and this is going to be our self.user.id, right? Something along those lines into the create customer function. So inside of create customer here, we'll do metadata, and it's going to equal to an empty dictionary here. With this in mind, we'll go back into the Stripe API docs into create a customer. And one of the things you can see is we've got this metadata key value pairs in here. And so let's go ahead and pass in that metadata dictionary in here. We'll go ahead and save that. And there we go. And here we go. So I'll try this once again with our admin user here, or our Hungry Pie user rather. I'll go ahead and delete this user here. And then we'll go ahead and look into the customers. Let's just make sure that that customer is gone. Sure enough, it is. So I'll refresh in my incognito once again. And we'll go ahead and sign up for that account once again with all of the same data. And there we go. Verify email address. I'll just go ahead and start. Well, we can obviously see if our customer was created. Sure enough, they were here. But then I can go into my inbox now and I can go ahead and grab that email. Let's verify that email, confirm it. Hopefully we don't get any errors. Looks like we did. So I got create customer and I did metadata. Oopsies. That should say metadata. Let's go back into billing. And we see it says metadata as well. Let's see if I can rerun this. Not sure if I'll have to redo it again. I will have to redo it again. So I'll pause it real quick and redo that whole process again by creating a brand new user. Okay, so I'm back at that verify email address portion. I'm going to go ahead and do this again. Copy this. And we'll paste in here. Confirm email. And sure enough, there's confirmed. Great. So let's go back into our Django admin, into our customer here. There's our customer. Looks like everything's looking good. I'll go ahead and search by this customer ID into Stripe and do a quick search here because obviously we've got a lot of different customers with that same email. And so what we've got here is a metadata field now with that user ID. So it enriched it quite a bit. The user ID is specifically for our Django user. So let's try this again with another user. I'm going to go ahead and jump back into our users here for the customers. I'm going to go ahead and create a new customer. I'll do it as CFE. This time the init email, I'll just go ahead and add it and then just say it's confirmed. I don't actually need to confirm it. Here's a manual way on how we can create these customers. I'll go ahead and hit save and continue. And then of course what we'll end up seeing inside of Stripe is these customers. So here's hello at Team CFE, that one I just created. There's that user ID. And so I can also take that even further inside of our create process, which is going to be this right here, right? And so I could come in and say username and then self.user.username. And we can really build this out quite a bit. Now, there are other ways to improve this in terms of updating the customer if you wanted to update the customer on how they end up working and stuff like that. But the more metadata that you have from your Django project into Stripe, the easier it's going to be if something fails and you need to associate them manually or even programmatically. You would then be able to go through all of the metadata to make sure that those are coming through. Because if we go into that first Hungry Pie customer, that metadata is not in there. So this may or may not be the correct customer. The next one, same thing, right? And so those ones we could delete. We can just say, oh, these aren't actually valid customers anymore. So we'll just go ahead and remove them altogether. So now that our Django users have an extended customer account in Stripe, it's important to know that now going forward, whenever we have a new user come in, we need them to sign up through our website. They have to do it that way. Otherwise, you might run into issues with correlating data. So for example, if we were to go into the Stripe account here and go ahead and add in a new customer and just add this customer here, this may or may not be a real customer that you want to use. The only way you can have them correlated to a Django user on your application would be to use that Stripe ID, which is definitely something you could do manually, but it's something to keep in mind as you go forward. I don't recommend going that route. I recommend going the route of having everything being through the API, as in through our Django project, to create all of your customers in Stripe. But the reason we spent so much time correlating this data has to do with the fact that it's really easy to make it not correlated. And when it's not correlated, then you get so many issues that could come about from your users, from the financial institutions, and just from general access. All of that frustration we want to avoid. So the two keys here are make sure that your customers sign up through your website, through Django AllAuth. That's a key one. And then the other key one is make sure that you don't use Stripe to create new customers. You can use Stripe for a lot of things, but that's not something we want to do at this point unless you build in a mechanism that listens to when new customers are added. But the thing about this new customer thing right inside of Stripe is it's not going to verify whether or not this email has been used before. So yeah, let's avoid it altogether and just use Django at this point. Now we're going to go ahead and do the subscription pricing inside of Stripe and connect it, of course, to our Django project. Now, inside of Stripe, it's actually going to be called a product. So the subscription itself is a product of our service. There is something called subscriptions in Stripe, but that's the actual process of billing that actually is correlated to the end user. That is not what we're going to be doing here, just products. So we make product and price. So really, it's about the pricing. So if you look at create price here, you've got the ability to do a reoccurring amount, and that's what we actually want to work towards. But first, what we'll do is actually create our subscription model, very similar to our customer model. So we're going to go into our subscription here, and I'm going to open up models.py, and this is where I want to build things out. Now, the actual subscription, we're going to go ahead and put this in here as a little note, and we'll call this Stripe product. R sub equals to a Stripe product, basically, in addition to other things, of course. But in here, I want to go ahead and create the Stripe ID, and this, of course, is going to be the same length and same sort of model field as what we did with our customer. And then, of course, we want to do the save method once again. So it's going to be very similar to this save method here, but of course, we want to modify it so it's for the product itself. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and import my helpers and billing. And so naturally, we want to go into helpers and billing. And then we're going to go ahead and define create product. And it's going to be similar to what we did with customer, except the arguments are going to be slightly different. Okay, so we've got our create product here. Let's see what the arguments are. At the baseline, if we go into create product here, we just need the name. That's pretty much all we need. We also might want to pass in metadata like the subscription ID. So that's actually what I'll do. So we're going to go ahead and do our name in here, just the name, just like that. This is going to be now stripe.product.create. We'll get rid of the email, and boom. Basically the same thing. Okay? So, and naturally, I want the Stripe ID as the response. So let's go back into our models here for our subscription. We'll scroll down a bit, and I'll now do create product. Get rid of the email as part of this. We don't need that argument anymore. We just need name equals to self.name, which of course was our subscription name here, okay, which will also be our product name. The metadata is not the user ID, but rather we're going to call this our subscription plan ID. That's essentially what this is a subscription plan. Maybe we change the model name, maybe not. But anyways, subscription plan ID will just be self.id, and then we'll get rid of our username in here. Great. Simple enough. Now let's go ahead and test this out. So naturally, I added a new field in my models.py, so I want to go ahead and run my migrations. And we'll do that with python manage.py make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. Okay, let's jump back into the admin here and take a look. So inside of our subscriptions, we're now going to go into our advanced pro plan. We should see our Stripe ID in there. I'll hit save and continue. And I've got no init confirmed email. Oh yeah, so we have a few conditions on this save clause that we definitely don't need. So basically, if the Stripe ID is not there, then we'll call these things. That was a little bit of something I should have done, but there we go. Simple enough. Let's go ahead and if I open this up a bit, I can see the calls that are coming through here, and we'll just separate it out just a little bit more so it's easier to see. There we go. And now let's go ahead and try that again. I'll do a quick refresh here, and the subscription change, sure enough, there it is. If I go into Stripe and I search for my products, so if you do the search of product catalog, we might see 2 in here because I think I might have created it twice, but let's go ahead and do a quick refresh into my products. But there it is, Advanced Pro Plan. Okay, so no prices are available, so there's no way that somebody can sign up for this. So the reason that we can have many different prices is if you need to change your prices anytime, but also if you want recurring prices in terms of annual, monthly, every 3 months, or custom. You could obviously go through and really customize these things. We're going to look at it in terms of annual and monthly, so there's 2 different basically pricing options there. But that's going to require a whole nother model. Now, we could put the pricing directly in line with this subscription, but then that would mean that this subscription model has all of the pricing information too. Instead, what we're going to do is create a brand new class and model for it that will then be associated to this subscription model as well through a foreign key, very similar to what we did with our customers as well. So let's keep going. Now we're going to go ahead and create a price for any given subscription product. But the idea here is creating these prices. We can come in and create them just like this. Now notice by default, the price, we can create a product when we create a price. So if you really want to simplify things, your subscription itself would only have one price. But the thing is, I think most SaaS applications have a monthly price and an annual price. We want to do both of those same things. So that's what I'm going to be doing right now. So let's go ahead and copy a lot of our subscription model here, and right below it, we'll go ahead and paste it in here. And this is going to be our subscription price plan or subscription pricing. And this is going to be equal to a Stripe price. Okay, so we're going to call this subscription price. Great. So the first thing is we want to go ahead and say what our subscription is going to be. And this is going to be equal to a models.foreign key. And of course, it's going to be the subscription model itself. And then we'll go ahead and do on delete equals to models.set null. And then I'll go ahead and say blank is equal to true. Now, the reason I'm allowing for this is so that I can still see historical prices if for some reason I deleted one of the subscriptions itself. The prices are more important in terms of the correlation on Stripe than it is the actual subscription itself. So that's why if the actual subscription model was deleted, we will just leave this being blank, and that's what it'll leave as. Okay, so with this in mind, now that I've got the subscription that I want, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of some of these things here. I probably don't need the name in there either. I just pretty much need the Stripe ID and then a few other things. But before I go much further, what I will do is I'm going to create a property here, and I'm going to define the product Stripe ID. And it's going to take in self, and it's going to return something. Well, now that our subscription can be null, we'll go ahead and say if not self.subscription, we'll go ahead and return none. That, of course, we'll have to account for when we do some things in just a moment. But if it does have a subscription, then we'll return self.subscription.stripe ID, right? Whatever that ends up being, which also in theory could be none as well. But more than likely, if you're creating this subscription, you're then going to create the price, not the other way around. So this hopefully will work, assuming that the subscription is valid. So now that we've got that, we can then start thinking of our actual pricing call. So I'll go ahead and copy this whole thing, and I'm just going to design it right in line in the model, and then I'll move it into the helper in just a moment. So we'll do self args and keyword args here, and then I'll go ahead and put that super call in here as well. And again, args and keyword args. Okay, so let's go ahead and paste this in here. And I'm putting all of these things in here. I don't need all of them necessarily, but I just want to think through all of the things I'm going to do here. So the first thing is the self product ID. So first off, we'll check if self.stripe ID is none and self.product ID is not none. That's really the key here. So I'll go ahead and wrap these into a parentheses here. And there we go. And there we go. And then just separate it out a little bit. Okay. So very similar to like this, we could probably say if not Stripe, self.stripe ID as well, just to keep some consistency in here. So there we go. And next thing is I'll go ahead and tab this forward. So now with the self.product ID, we can change this product data here from product data to just simply product, and that's going to be equal to whatever that is. Next up, we want to do is the reoccurring revenue. Now, I want to have both kinds. I want to be able to do yearly and monthly. The way I'm going to do this is I'm going to go ahead and say interval, and this is going to be equals to models.char field, and we'll do max length being like 120, and then I'll say a default is going to be something, which we'll go ahead and leave it as monthly for a moment, and then I want to set up some choices. So now I'll go ahead and define the choices I want. So we'll go ahead and do our interval choices. And this is going to be models.text choices in here. the first one we'll put in caps as monthly. And it's going to have two values here. Monthly as a lowercase value, and then monthly as an uppercase value. So this is what's going to be displayed on the dropdown. We'll see this shortly, and then we'll see monthly is the default. That's going to be what's stored in the database. So now with this, I can do interval choices dot monthly, and it's just a really nice way to separate out what our choices will end up being, and making sure that they are based off of these choices here. We just pass in choices equals to interval choices dot choices. Okay, so of course monthly, and then we want to grab the next one, whatever that other option is, which of course we'll jump into the Stripe docs for this. And so we've got our options for the price here, and we want to see reoccurring, and then we want to see the different interval choices, and here's the different options for billing frequency. So monthly is actually month, yearly is actually year. Okay, so we want to change this to month, and then this one to year, and then we'll go ahead and say yearly, just like that. So the database value is what's important here. These values are also important for when we actually use them, but those are going to be the choices. It's going to be either month or year for the pricing. Okay, so now that we can do that, we can come back into this reoccurring here, and we can just say self.interval, and that's it. Now, notice this is very similar to what you may see inside of the Stripe product dashboard here. We can go to add price, and we can see this billing period. Notice the label, right? So that's important. That label there is exactly what we just did. That same sort of label. It doesn't say month on Stripe, it says monthly. Oh, and this should say yearly or annual. It's completely up to you on how you decide that. So next up, what we can do is there's obviously a few other options as far as reoccurring is concerned, but we're not going to go ahead and change the interval count at all, but you totally could. Notice that it says allow 3 months, which is also pretty interesting, but I'm just going to leave it as these two. So of course the next thing is going to be our pricing and our currency. I'll do the currency first because we'll leave it static. I'm going to go ahead and come in here and do property and then define the Stripe currency, and this is going to be self, and I'm just going to return the default that I've got, which is US dollars. Now, yes, you can obviously turn this into a field as well and have different currency available on here. That's a little bit outside the scope of what we're trying to do. But you could also do something very similar to like what we just did with the interval. The next one is the unit amount. Notice it says 1,000. So it actually does not have a decimal place for pricing. So what we'll end up doing then instead is we will use our own decimal field. So I'll go ahead and do price being models.decimal field. And what we want here is max digits, however many max digits you'll want. 10 is probably more than enough, if not way less than that. And then decimal places, we'll go ahead and say 2, and then we'll set a default, which I'll put at 99.99, something along those lines. Okay, so that's going to be the display price as well, or close to the display price as well. What I want to do then is create yet another property, and I'm going to go ahead and do Stripe price, takes in self, which is really like, if this is $99.99, this is going to be self.price times 100. We just need to get rid of decimal places in here for Stripe. Remove decimal places. But our decimal field we still might want to have for our display purposes. And so there's our now Stripe price. So we'll come down here and do self.stripe price. Great, so we're now at a place where we can put this into the building model itself, or actually the building module itself. So we'll go ahead and now do something like create price. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and grab all of these different arguments that I had in here. I'll go ahead and add in a metadata one as well, and then we'll call this very similar to what we did with our subscription one, which I believe was, let's go ahead and scroll up a little bit. There it is right there. So this is going to be the subscription plan ID, which was the other one. This is now going to be the subscription plan price ID. And there we go. Okay, so those are going to be all of the arguments we're going to pass into our helper function. So we'll go ahead and bring them into billing, and then I'll just paste them in here, and then I'll give some default values for this stuff. So currency, we'll do 99 $99. That's the same thing. That's $99.99. Unit amount, or rather this should be USD, and this should be 99.99. And then the interval being whatever interval that we had before, which we said per month. And then the product itself we do not have, so I'm going to go ahead and say none. And then our metadata we'll leave as an empty dictionary. Okay, so now what I'll do then is we'll say if product is none, return none. Maybe raise a value error or something like that, but I'm not going to do that at this point. Okay, so the next up is I'll now copy this whole thing of price, and we'll come back into our response here, paste that whole thing in, and of course changing these to the different arguments that we just passed from our other value. Now, one of the things I will actually do is instead of reoccurring being an entire dictionary, I don't necessarily need that level of granularity for this. You could always change it as you'd like, but I'm going to just change it to being the argument being the interval itself. So that's what we'll pass in just a moment. And then the product being this, and metadata we will leave in as a dictionary. Great. So reoccurring is no longer that, so we can get rid of that argument in there as well. Perfect. So now we're going to come back in here, and we're going to use the helpers.billing.create price argument here, and then we'll just pass that interval being self.interval, and there we go. So this response will just be our Stripe ID, and I'll go ahead and say the raw is false. I'm not sure if I did this up here as well, but let's go ahead and do it. Yeah, it looks like it is there. Okay, great. So now we've got our Stripe ID here, so I can get rid of these imports as well. And there we go. And then we'll do self.stripe ID equals to that Stripe ID. Great. So now we've got a bunch of stuff in here that's looking pretty good as far as how we want this designed and how we should be able to create these different products. So naturally what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to bring this into the admin. But before I do that, I'll go ahead and run my migrations, and then we'll look at the admin in the next part. So make migrations, and it looks like I've got something right here as on null. I can't do that for how it's set. And this should not be blank being true, but rather null being true. That's a little mistake there. Okay, so let's make those migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. Now we're going to go ahead and bring this subscription price into the Django admin, but more specifically, right associated with the subscription. Now, before we jump into that, one of the questions you might have is like, why isn't it already in there? Groups and permissions are. Well, the reason being is that we actually used a foreign key association here instead of the many-to-many field association like we did with those other two. Now, part of the reason I used these many-to-many fields was because that's how the user model works as well in the group model. We can see that it's very similar to that. Granted, the admin styling might be a little bit different, but it's very similar to that process, so it feels natural to be a many-to-many field. The other reason has to do with the fact that I can't do much editing for the groups or permissions in here inside of the subscription. In other words, the many-to-many fields don't allow for editing by default like the foreign keys do, as we'll see right now. So the first thing that we need to do is jump into the admin portion for the subscriptions, and we're going to go ahead and create a class called the subscription admin, and this is going to be admin.modeladmin, and then we'll just go ahead and do list display, and I'll just go ahead and give it the name for example. So this list display is fairly straightforward, but it's taking this name field here. We also maybe put in something like active, like that, right? I don't think we'll need groups or Stripe ID in there, but there we go. So that's going to be our list display. So once we save that, assuming that our server is still working, we can go back into the admin and take a look at our subscriptions, and now it looks a little bit differently, right? So that's actually pretty nice. But the reason we're doing that is so that I can bring in the subscription pricing in line. So obviously you can build out the admin a lot more than what I just did, but I want to bring in the subscription price to being inside of this admin The way we do that is by creating a class called admin.tabular inline, and then we pass in the model we want to use here, which is going to be our subscription price model. And then we're going to go ahead and do something like extra, being how many extra prices we want to have in here. And I'll just leave it in as 1. Then I can do inlines here and just pass in this inline. This is like one of the simplest ways to get other data, foreign key related data, right in there. And what do you know? There it is. So I did an extra being 1 so that we could just see the example. But what I actually want is an extra of 0 so that there are no prices in here by default, as in new prices, until I actually start to create them. So now we have the ability to create new ones. And realistically, I probably don't need to manage this Stripe ID inside of the subscription price at all. So I'm going to go ahead and do the read-only fields being my Stripe ID, which is actually really nice because then when I refresh on my subscription here, assuming that I can then just use my interval in here, and we'll do that monthly price at $99, the yearly price being something like, we'll do $10.99, which saves a little bit, and we'll go ahead and hit save and continue. What both of these things would, in theory, do is actually create the request itself, but I get invalid integer here. This is actually not that surprising, and part of the reason why I didn't test everything out yet was so we could do this tabular inline to see it. The Stripe price itself needs to be an integer, so we actually need to turn this into an integer right here. And this actually will definitely turn it into an integer because 2 reasons. 1, this says decimal places being 2, and then 2, this is going to go ahead and multiply that by basically moving it over 2 decimal places. And so that's how we can turn it into an integer. Let's go back into our subscription here, and let's see what's going on with it. The subscription prices is not showing up. I'll go ahead and add both of them once again, yearly, and we'll go ahead and hit save and continue editing. And hopefully what we'll see is that Stripe ID come through here, and sure enough, it does. Cool. So what we can also see is that the Stripe ID is, of course, inside of our subscription, which is probably something we won't want to modify ever. We don't want to even accidentally modify it. So let's go back into our admin here. That's going to be yet another thing that I'll add in to the subscription admin. The customer, on the other hand, you might want to modify from time to time, and so we'll leave it in the customer, the ability to remove it if there's some issues with that and you have to go into the Stripe admin and give your customer a brand new Stripe ID. That's completely different than what we're doing here. The subscriptions we shouldn't have to change, but there will be stuff that we want to be aware of when it comes to these prices. In other words, what if I want to add new prices in here? That's something we'll address in the next part. But for now, we've got these right here. And there's one other thing that I want to do in the Django admin and say can delete being false. Like I literally do not ever want to be able to delete the subscription pricing. So I'll refresh in here and notice the delete clause goes away. This is actually fairly important in terms of how we manage this. So what do I do since it's not delete? How am I going to avoid using this subscription pricing? Well, the way this is going to work is with another field. So in the subscription price itself, we need to have an active value. In other words, I want to have only 1 active for month and 1 active for yearly, and that's it. So that's something we'll address very soon. But at this point, we now have prices for the subscription. And naturally, you're going to want to go through and make sure that all of yours have prices. And then, of course, if you go into the Stripe admin, you will see exactly what those prices end up being. And there they are, $1,000 a year, $99 a month. That's exactly what we were looking for. So yeah, cool. We're in a good place. Let's go ahead and actually build out the next level of this and change what subscription prices can be displayed. So when it comes to pricing, we eventually want our pages to look something like this when they go to select what price they're going to have. In other words, it's going to have 1 price per subscription tier. And that's it. That's all we want to show. At this point, though, what we could do is we could absolutely have more than 1 price per subscription tier. And then we can hit save and continue. And then you'll see that this one single tier has 2 monthly prices. That's not what we want. So we want to change that. The other part is we want to make sure that we can order it as well, as in which one should be first, second, and third. So these are 2 things that are fairly straightforward to do. In our subscription price model here, we can go ahead and set an order right here. So I'm going to go ahead and do orders.model.integer field. and the default being -1. I'll explain that in a second. Next up, we're going to go ahead and say the featured one. And this is going to be models.boolean field and default being true. So the featured and the order both take into account other models that are similar. So let's go ahead and make these migrations first. And Python manage.py make migrations. And then we'll go ahead and do Python manage.py migrate. Great. Okay. So what I want to do now is I actually want to grab the save method here and essentially say if it's featured, all of the other ones should not be featured. So after we save it, we can go ahead and say if self.featured, then I'll do a query set of basically the entire subscription price model. So let's go ahead and grab that query set.objects.filter. So what the filter is going to be is, of course, the subscription itself. So we'll go ahead and do subscription equals to self.subscription. Naturally, we will go ahead and say and self.subscription. So if it was deleted from the subscription for some reason, we don't want that. So now we've got this. Next up, we're going to go ahead and filter it by the interval itself. So interval being self.interval. Okay. So this is going to be all of the same ones that match the interval. All we need to do here is exclude the ID from self.id. So this is now going to be all the other query sets that have the same interval from the same subscription. And now we can do qs.update and then featured being false. This is going to update all of those other ones. And of course, this featured is featured in the Django web page, right? So we'll go ahead and do a help text here. And we'll go ahead and say something like featured on Django pricing page. Something along those lines, so we know that this has nothing to do with Stripe, really. And then I'll go ahead and do the same thing for my order, and we'll go ahead and say ordering on Django price page. Good. Next up, what I'll actually do is I'll add in a updated item here with models.datetime field, and we'll go ahead and do auto now being true, and then I'll do another timestamp being models.datetime field. And auto now add being true. Okay, so I'll save all of that. I'll run my migrations again. It's going to ask me about my timestamp auto now. I'm just going to provide a one-off default by doing timezone.now. Normally, I would put that in to the actual field at first when I create that subscription price, but I want to do it now for a good reason. So now I'm going to go ahead and run the migration. So Python manage.py migrate, and there we go. Okay, so now we got ordered and featured. So the first thing is just to verify that ordered or the featured part works, and then we'll do the ordering part. So back into the admin, we'll go back into the one that actually has pricing in here. And so notice that they're all at featured here. I'll go ahead and hit save and continue, and it probably won't change anything at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and add another one, monthly, and this one is going to be $89.99, also at featured, hit save and continue. And so what this should end up happening is it actually unchecks the other ones. And so if I were to change the $99 one being featured, hit save and continue, it should also uncheck all of the other ones. Great. So that's a good start. So we are now able to change what's going to be featured, what's going to be displayed inside of our Django project, which is really nice. This help text is not showing up because we're using a tabular inline here. So what we can also do is something like a stacked inline if we wanted a little bit more data that's going on in those subscription pricing. And then that way we can see exactly what's going on in here. Now, of course, one of the downsides of this is we can't actually delete these new prices. So this might be a time where we're like, okay, maybe we can delete them and maybe we can add some additional features there. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it as is and just have our featured ones in here. So the next part is the ordering of it. And the ordering should take two places. The ordering should probably actually be on the subscription itself, not necessarily in the prices themselves. So it's kind of going to be up to you on how you go about doing that, where you put the ordering. But what we can do here is do class meta and do ordering based off of the order and then whether or not it's featured. And then we're going to go ahead and say updated in reverse. So the most recent updated should probably show up first. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and make my migrations again, now that I've added that ordering clause in here. And sure enough, there we go. We refresh in here. This should give us a different ordering look. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and put this as 1 and this as 1. Hit save and continue. And now we've got the ordering just slightly different. Okay, so this part doesn't really make that much of a sense unless you intend to have multiple prices shown on the page itself, which we are going to have either or. We're not going to have yearly and monthly show up. We'll have them separate. So I'll actually bring the ordering back to the subscription, but do something very similar to it. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all of these things and come back into our subscription itself. And we're going to go ahead and paste these things in here. Notice that I already have the meta class, so let's go ahead and make sure that we bring this down as well. And here we go. So featured, once again, we want featured to work the same way. So I'll go ahead and scroll down to where I did it down here, and then we'll come back up and we'll be able to paste this in here. And I don't need this, but rather, there we go. I don't need the interval, but what I do need is essentially all of them. Whether or not it's featured actually doesn't really need to check against any other one, so I can actually get rid of this clause altogether. So we don't need that one at all. There we go. I'll explain that once we build the model manager a little bit more. Once again, I'll do timezone.now and then migrate. Okay, so now the ordering for the subscription is going to make a difference. So let's refresh in here. Our advanced one, I'm going to have an ordering being 3, and then I'll hit save, and then we'll go into our basic plan. This should be ordering being 1, save, and then we'll go into our pro plan, and this will be ordering being 2, save. There we go. So now we actually have the plans in order. And so the actual prices themselves, the subscription price in here, we do have an order, but what I also want to have is the subscription order. So subscription __ order. We're going to try that out. Let's go ahead and make those migrations and then migrate. Okay, so now if I go into Advanced Plan Pro, when I actually display it in the front end, we'll end up seeing this all together with the prices in the correct order based off of the plan itself, the actual subscription plan itself, so that when we have a display table like this, it will actually look correct in terms of the ordering itself. Now let's go ahead and create our pricing view. I'm going to keep this into subscriptions here, and I'm going to define it as subscription price view, and it's going to take in request, and then it's going to return render, and of course request, and then subscriptions/pricing.html, and then we'll pass in some arguments here. So the question, of course, is what is it that we need to look up? Well, it's really just the subscription pricing based off of the interval we're going to display. So the first interval is going to be simply monthly. So there's a couple of different ways on how we can design this one to make sure that it's working in terms of the query set. So what that means is in our view here, we can go ahead and do from subscriptions.models. We can import the subscription price. We don't need the parent subscription, just the prices themselves. So we would do something like QuerySet equals to subscription price.objects.filter, and then we can do subscription price.interval, or rather, let's do interval equaling to subscription price.interval choices.monthly. So that's what we're going to start out with. So this is going to be our monthly query set. Okay, and so we'll bring this in as our monthly query set, being like that. But with this same logic, what we could do instead is not just that query set, but I'll go ahead and do the base query set, which will be filtering again. This time it's going to be featured being true, right? So we definitely want featured. Those are going to be the ones that are displayed as we put in the help text right here. So with featured being there, I want to use that query set as the main one, and then replace this subscription price.objects as the query set. So we can now have two different query sets in here, and I'll go ahead and do my yearly query set. And so we'll go ahead and do something like that. Great. So simple enough as far as the view is concerned, just rendering out all of these different things. Now the subscription pricing.html, I'm going to go into my templates here. We'll go ahead and create that template. And then I'm just going to go ahead and copy home.html and then paste in the home.html. And then I'll go ahead and get rid of the block content here. And then I'll change the page title to just simply pricing like that. And then I'll jump into Flowbite, go into blocks, and search for pricing. And you'll see pricing tables in here. And then I'll just grab that very first one as show code. And notice that it's just the section. So I'll go ahead and copy this whole thing out. And then we'll go ahead and put this into our block content here. Granted, I will change some things about it in a little bit. But for now, what I'll do is I'm just going to go ahead and put in my monthly QS in here for a moment. So monthly QS, just like that. And so now I just need to bring in that URL as an actual URL. So with the view in mind, I'll go back into CFE Home, into URLs here, and then we'll go ahead and import similar to what we did from Auth, but this time subscriptions, and then as subscription views, and then I'll bring in a path here for my pricing, and I'll go ahead and do pricing, and this is going to be subscription views dot the subscription price view. These two paths, login and register, I'm going to get rid of now. We don't need that anymore. So with this in mind, I now have pricing here. I'm going to go ahead and give it a name of pricing. There we go. So that then in my Navbar, of course, I can now go ahead and use something similar to this home one, but specifically for pricing. So we come in here and we just change this to pricing, save it up, and let's take a look. Refreshing our SaaS application, hit pricing, and there we go. So I have only one subscription price, but we do have some of them showing up. Now, some of the styling is off, and that's because we really didn't customize how our styling is going to end up working. So that's something we will definitely need to look at with the pricing page, how we can change this. And it comes down to some of the buttons that are available to this. So if we scroll down here, what we will eventually see is like text green 500. That's working. So that's green. What we want, though, is the actual button itself that's in here for getting started. So that's this primary. So all I'm going to do is take a look for primary on this page like that and replace it with simply blue. And I'll go ahead and replace all of them. And then we'll refresh in here. And now I've got that blue color coming through and it's looking a little bit better. Flowbite just changes that color a little bit. And this would be adjusted if we had more customized Tailwind config. So you can actually see the color that's being used in here as well, if you're interested in that part. But the main thing here is we want to make sure that we can actually set up this pricing correctly based off of these subscription prices. So off the video, I created additional subscription prices for my different plans, my 3 different plans. So now we're going to go ahead and make those things happen. So what we're going to do here is inside of pricing.html, I want to iterate through the monthly QS to start. So of course, the way we're going to do this is by looking for the starter element here. So I'm going to go ahead and inspect the element here, and I see that this is the block that I want to use. So notice that there's the pricing card actual element in here as well. And so what we do in our HTML is I can see this pricing card and I can actually break this down. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this out, and I'm going to change it into a snippet inside of these subscriptions here as pricing card.html, and we'll paste that in now. This allows me to just focus on that one single thing, and then I'll go ahead and copy this relative path inside of pricing here, and I'll go ahead and include that relative path with the price object equaling to the price object, or rather we'll call this object equaling to the price object. And then I'll go ahead and get rid of the first part of this. Okay, so that also means that all of these other cards I can get rid of as well. So I'm going to go ahead and call this now pricing cards in here. And then I'll get rid of the other 2 that were already in here as well. So the way I'm going to do this is just by breaking down the related divs here. So I'll go ahead and select all of that and then break down this one if it's not already broken down. And there we go. Okay, so naturally what I need to do is just iterate through all of the monthly query sets here. So go ahead and bring it in with doing our loop for price object in monthly QS, and then end 4. Okay, so price object is going to be the individual instance that we pass through to this pricing card. If I save that and refresh in here, I still have 3 coming through. Great, and if I were to get rid of that sidebar, I still have this little gap here, so let's take a look as to why. If we go into pricing again, we've got this space YX, whereas that space Y is not necessarily showing up in other places, so I'm going to go ahead and do MD space Y0 as well, and see if that changes everything, and it does, so that when I break it down, I think that spacing will come into play. So if I were to bring it down, then we absolutely want to see some more of that spacing. So not quite sure why that's not working correctly, but we'll leave it as is for now. The idea being that this card here, of course, needs to change based off of what we've got. So our pricing card now will need to have the subscription itself. So the object is going to be the pricing object dot subscription and then dot name or something along those lines, right? And so naturally, just doing that will solve this. But what I want actually is we'll just do our display sub name or something along those lines, where the display name will come from the model itself. So I want to do as much in the model as possible as I can. So the subscription price, I'm now going to go ahead and just say at property and then define display subname, and then we'll return self.subscription.name. Of course, assuming that there is one. If not self.subscription, then we'll just return the price or something like that, or plan. I'll just go ahead and say plan. And then we'll now go ahead and refresh in here, and it should say the exact same thing. Sure enough, it does. Great. So the next part is maybe the benefits inside of the subscription price itself. So right now, the benefits are coming through from this right here, and they're all sort of a list itself. So there's a lot of different ways on how we can approach this. The way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to go ahead and inside of the actual subscription itself, I'll go ahead and do the let's say benefits or features. Let's do features, and we'll say models dot text field, and we'll give a help text of features for pricing separated by new line. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and do blank being true and null being true. Okay, and so with that in mind, let's go ahead and run our migration. So python manage.py make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. And back into the admin here, we will now go into our basic plan, and I'll just go ahead and copy some of these default values here. And if I put it in here, notice that it is separated by new lines. We'll go ahead and hit save and continue editing. Okay, and then with that in mind, I'll go ahead and change this to being define get features as list. And we'll go ahead and return back the self.featured and then or features.split by the new line. And then we'll do x.strip for x in all of that. That will give all of our features as a list. And so now then I'll go into my pricing. Once again, I'll go ahead and grab the display features list. So grabbing this, we'll go ahead and come down into these list elements here. So we'll iterate through each one. So we'll go ahead and say for feature in object.display feature list, display features list, and then in 4. Okay, so let's go ahead and make that one inside of our model again. So I'll go ahead and just define display features list, and we'll return something. Of course, if there's not a subscription, then I'll return just an empty list. Otherwise, we will grab the subscriptions get featured as list. So self.subscription.get features as list. There we go. Once again, I'll create this as a property. Back into our pricing card, we should see a duplicate now of some of these. So if I refresh in one of the plans, I got none type being split. Great, that's a good error to see. So we've got back up here, this should say if not self.features, then we'll go ahead and return back an empty list. Okay, refresh again. And so the basic plan has all of the same things all over again with this configuration. So it's repeating the same thing. We'll fix that in just a moment. But each one of these plans I want to go ahead and change as I see fit. But back into the pricing card, the reason it's showing the same thing is because we didn't put the feature here, just like that. And now if I refresh, it shows those different features. Granted, it doesn't have the bold and all that. That could be something you could add later, or you could just hard code these things in. There's a lot of different options that we have here. You could also then just say something like this, where you go into your model itself, and you could just treat this as HTML, the actual feature list itself, or features in here. You could treat that as HTML. I'm not going to do that. I'll just leave it as is, and then you can experiment with it as you see fit. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of a lot of these things in here. These list elements, we no longer need those. Refresh in there. I'll pause it and just add all those same things to the other pro plan. All right, so I went ahead and changed mine, and there are my featured display. Naturally, the price is going to be the next one, right? So the price being into this object model here, we are going to go ahead and grab the object. We can do object.price, and I'm going to leave the $ in here. So object.price. Save that and refresh in here. Now I've got our different pricing. Now, if you don't want the decimal places on there, then of course you wouldn't allow for them. But I'm going to leave those decimal places on there because some of you might actually want to have them. And then the interval in here, we also want to show that as well. So this could be another one where it's maybe the display interval. So we'll go ahead and do interval. So we can save that, and we see that it says month still. But if I were to say get interval display, that changes it a little bit, and it says monthly. So it's really up to you on how you approach that. So this display value is basically saying get underscore the field name display, and that's coming from our choices. So if we come back into our subscription price here, we've got our interval. As soon as you add choices in there, you can do get, field name and then display, and that will give you this value that's in there as well. So it's completely up to you on how you approach what you want to do there and how you want to display those things in the object cards themselves. So we can also verify that this is correct with changing the pricing page from monthly to simply yearly, and just take a look at that query set, and assuming that it actually came through, let's go ahead and take a look. We've got year, not monthly, so let's change that to yearly QS, and we'll refresh in here. And there we go. So now we've got our yearly one showing up, although it doesn't seem to be the correct values in here. There we go. Our interval choices. This should say yearly. Maybe you caught that before. I just caught it. So now when I refresh in here, there it goes. So these pricing, it's a little bit wonky, but overall I can see that I can now swap between the two. So we'll need to make a function that allows for that to happen as well. And I also want to change the interval back to just being the interval itself. Save that. And there we go. So per year and per month work. Of course, we need this get started button, and then maybe you want to have a sub headline in here as well. So back into your model for the subscription itself, this is probably where we'd put it. And I'll go ahead and do our subtitle, and it's going to be models.char field, or we'll go ahead and say text field actually, and blank being true, null being true. Save that. Once again, make some more migrations, and then migrate. And then down here with our subscription display subname, I'll go ahead and do our description, our display subtitle, and then that's going to be our subtitle. I believe it was dots, just the name subtitle. There we go. Cool. And so now that we've got that, we can go back into our pricing card. This time I'll go ahead and just say if it's even there, then we'll show that. So I'll go ahead and put an if clause here, and we'll go ahead and say if object.subtitle, subtitle, which is funny, but kind of sounds like it's a sandwich. It is not. We'll go ahead and do an if, and then we'll bring this one in. save it, refresh. Now none of them have it, so feel free to add it if you like. Naturally, this page you probably want to play around with as well, or you totally could. But there we go. We now have the ability to see our different pricing plans. It's just a matter of now implementing this get started method, which is something we need to do within the actual Stripe processing as well. And then we also need to toggle between yearly and monthly, because what we could do is we can actually put both of them in here and just show them off right now. And that's exactly why I have the different plans the way I do in terms of the query set, and also why we put the card in here is because it just makes a lot of sense in terms of how we display it. Now we're going to bring in these tab elements so that we can actually toggle between the monthly plan and the yearly plan. We don't want all of them showing up at once. We just want to toggle up here. So this is going to be done using basically just Python and HTML. There is a way to do it with JavaScript. That's not something we're going to touch right now, and you'll see why as we go forward. But the idea being, let's go ahead and jump into the pricing tag here, and we're going to go ahead and put in inside of right underneath the actual headline here and the text here at SaaS. We're going to go ahead and put a new div class in here. This class is going to be flex and justify center. We'll see what this does in just a second, but then we'll go into Flowbite here, do a quick search for pill tabs, and you'll land here, which will give you the UL element here, which you can copy that whole thing, and we can paste in here. Now, naturally, we only need 2 tabs, so tab 1 and then tab 2. So I'll go ahead and get rid of some of these other tabs in here. Now, what we're really going to be doing is just turning these into links that go to a new page. So basically something like pricing / monthly or month and something along those lines. So that's what we'll need to design here. Now, before we do that, though, I'll just go ahead and say month or monthly and yearly. Save that as is, and then we'll take a look at our SaaS here. And so we've got monthly and yearly. Great. So what this means then, in my view, I actually want to change how I render these things out. The way I'm going to do that is by saying interval equals to month, for example. And then from this interval idea, I want to just change these query sets to just being something like object list. That object list by default will be the month. And so this is now what I'll use inside of my pricing page like that. So then in pricing.html, this will now just be object list. And then I'll get rid of the yearly one in here. So now we should just have one set in here based off of the interval itself. And sure enough, we do. So with this in mind, I now need to have the ability to toggle between what this interval would be. So basically what I want to do is I just want to do a quick check and say if interval is equal to, well, the yearly interval. So notice that I've already repeated the subscription price here a little bit. So what I want to do then is I'll just say INV as an interval, MO as in month is going to be that, INV YR is going to be the year one, so that it's going to be a little bit easier to reference these things in here. So basically I want to check if the interval is the year. Then I want to do that same query set that I did before. This time it's going to be object list equals to that query set. And once again, I can use the interval year like that. So this means that I can now get rid of these altogether. And then the interval month being the default. So we'll go ahead and put that one in there as well, just like that. And now it's a little bit closer to what I'm going towards, which is having the ability to toggle between these two. So with this in mind, I can actually grab this subscription price view once again in my URLs, and I can duplicate this pricing path and then allow for a string to come in here as an interval. So now what I can do then is put a trailing slash there, put in here as pricing interval. And so now with this in mind, I can come into, let's say, year, and now it actually should show that year, right? So if I go into month here, it's going to show that month. And then if I do one that this does not exist, it's just going to go back to the month, the default one in there. Great. We don't need a 404 error there. We can just show that default month, and then we can track at some point, we could track the actual pages that are coming through. So the next part is the actual URLs that are associated to this. So you might remember back to our Navbar, we had this URL pricing here. Now we're going to actually implement the Python version of it called reverse. This is actually very straightforward. It's just from Django.url, we're going to import reverse, or rather from Django.urls, we're going to import reverse here. So the actual URL path name is equal to, well, we just set it, and we said it's pricing interval. So that's the path name. So then to actually have the different URLs here, so we'll go ahead and say the monthly URL is equal to reverse of that path name, and then the keyword arguments that we can pass in here. So keyword args equals to, well, we already see what the keyword argument is in here, that's interval. So I can pass in the interval itself, which is going to be the interval month. And that will give me my monthly URL, and then if I paste this again, I can get my yearly URL. So year URL like that, and there we go. So now I have the two different URL options in here. So month URL, and this is going to be equal to that, of course, and then year URL equals to that. Great, so far so good. So what I want to do then is use those URLs inside of my pricing tabs. So these tabs right here. So this is going to be my month URL, and this one's going to be my year URL. Save that, refresh it here. Go ahead and select yearly now, and the price changes. The only thing that doesn't change is the coloring on this text here. So that's another thing that we can do right now, and just basically say which one is active. So I'll go ahead and say active is, well, month. So interval month. And then active is interval year. And then we can just pass in this item in here as which one is active. So back into pricing, I can now go ahead and say for the class itself, we can come in here and say, for instance, if active equals to month, right? And actually we'll use single quotes here because it's inside of the class. Then we can have that same exact class that it was. Otherwise, we'll put the other class in there without knowing anything about these classes. And then we can go ahead and do end if, save that. Then I can grab this active clause and put it right next to the yearly one, and we can change this to year. Save that. We're refreshing here now. Now I have a little bit of a toggle. Now this is not ideal because it will reload the entire page, but it is something that works for now. In the long run, we will change this to something called HTMX, where it'll work basically the same way. It will just reload this entire little block here when we click one of these buttons, and that's pretty much it. But that will be done later. At this point, we now want to do this getting started section now that we have the toggle and we can actually find the different price that we want. Now, one of the ways we could think about improving all of this is by actually iterating through all of the interval choices. The reason I didn't do that is because I know that I'm only sticking to 2 choices. But you can definitely iterate through each interval choice. That just makes the logic here quite a bit more complicated. But it definitely is possible if you had a bunch of different interval choices and you wanted all of those to show up here, like if you did quarterly or something like that. There's a lot of different options there. And then you would, instead of saying inside of the pricing, instead of just saying monthly, you would actually get the interval display name that we saw before. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and start the process of actually doing the checkout. Now we're going to implement the Stripe checkout process. What this means is our users, when they go to select a plan, they will be redirected to a Stripe hosted page, not on our website or on our domain. It will go on theirs. They will fill out their credit card information. They will agree to whatever plan they have, and then it'll come back, or whatever their payment information is that you set up inside of Stripe. So there is options for like ACH, there's options for Apple Pay, Google Pay, there's options for payment plans. There's all sorts of options that are in there that are beyond what our app is offering right here. So that's a nice thing about these checkout sessions. The other part is it's really straightforward to set one of these things up. As you can see right here in the documentation, we've got this success URL, which of course we'll implement, the line items, the actual price itself. As we see, we can add a quantity if we needed to, and then we set a mode, and that's pretty much all we'll really need to do to be able to capture payment from our customers, which is why we're doing this. So let's go ahead and start this process. What I want to do is I actually want to create an app called Checkouts. So inside of this app, I'm going to go ahead and create 3 new views here. The first one is going to be our product price redirect view. I'll explain this in a second, but of course it takes in the request and then it returns something. And then we're going to go ahead and do our checkout redirect view, another redirect view, I realize. And then the final one being our checkout finalize view. Okay, so the checkout redirect view, what we need here is the login required decorator. So to grab that, we'll do from Django.contrib and .auth, decorators. We're going to import the login required decorator. So we absolutely need login required because in here, what I will be grabbing is my user's Stripe ID. So my customer Stripe ID equals to the request.user.customer.stripe ID. So this absolutely should be something that already exists based off of everything we did to generate this. So the reason I have this login required though has to do with this redirect here. So what I want here is my subscription price ID here. My subscription object price ID. That's actually one I want to pass in here. But I'm just going to call this my price ID and I'll set it equal to none and args and keyword args. So the reason for this is so that I can actually associate that price ID with this login required. And that means I can do request.session and then we'll go ahead and do our subscription price ID. We'll go ahead and call it our actual checkout subscription price ID. And that's going to be equal to this right here. So then down here, what I can do is I can grab that value. So request.session.get and then that subscription price ID. And basically we'll say, if this is none, then we'll return our redirect somewhere else, which will be, of course, our pricing page. So we'll need to adjust all of these things. So the first thing that I want to do is get the pricing redirect going. So we'll go ahead and do from Django.url or .shortcuts. We'll import the redirect here. I'll put it up here, actually. Okay. And so redirect is going to be used a couple of times. We probably won't even need render for in any purpose yet. So I'll just go ahead and do this as checkout ABC or something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement these things. And then this one wants to be rendered to /checkout. Cool. So first off, we're going to go ahead and come into Auth here, or rather CFE home, into URLs. We're going to implement a bunch of these. So from checkout import views as checkout views. Okay. So the first path is going to be the we'll go ahead and do checkout and then / the sub price / whatever the argument was that we set, and that's going to be our checkout view dot, and then what do we call it? We called it the product price redirect view. Okay, and looks like I have, this should be checkouts. There we go. Next up, I want to give this a name, and I will go ahead and separate these things out a little bit. So when I name this as, maybe sub price checkout. Okay, so this is where I actually want to redirect everything. And the first thing is getting this price ID here. We're going to go ahead and press the str as the price ID. Actually, this is an integer, so it could be a number right there. And so this will then just put that value into the request session. And then it'll go to the checkout page, which will be this one. So I'm going to have errors for sure. I just want to print out what this subscription ID is going to look like right now. Okay, so this checkout redirect view will be the next one. And then this is going to be checkout start is what I'll call it. And this is going to be our checkout redirect view. And this is going to be just simply stripe checkout and start. And then I'll go ahead and do something like checkout and success, which will be our very last view. Okay. So now on my prices, I want to actually have this URL always accessible. So if we go into our subscriptions, into models here, we should have our subscription price here. So what I want to do is I want to bring in the URL resolvers. So we'll go ahead and bring in reverse. And we'll do from Django.url, URLs import reverse. And so what this is going to do then is on my subscription price, we're going to go ahead and create a method, and it's going to be get the checkout URL. It's going to take in self, and it's going to return reverse. We need to grab what that subscription price or the actual URL name was, which is this right here. And then we're going to pass in our keyword arguments here, which are going to be keyword args equals to. And we're going to grab our keyword args here, which is the price ID being self.id. Okay, so notice I'm not using the actual Stripe ID here. I'm just using the model ID itself, right? So price ID, we just want to make sure that that's the correct one. Great. So now that I've got this get checkout URL back into my pricing, or rather the pricing card, I should be able to do object on here. So this is going to be now object.get checkout URL. Again, that method there. And then we'll go ahead and select plan, something like that. Great. So let's go back into our pricing here, select plan, and then I get this redirect here. Okay, so I get an error on render checkout. That's not correct, but we will take a look at what happened with that view. Okay, so back into checkouts here. We've got our view, a couple of redirects. This should be redirect, not return render. Okay, so redirect where exactly? Well, we want it to redirect to this right here. So I can actually use, inside a redirect, I can use an absolute path. I can use an absolute URL, or I could use a name just like reverse. So I don't have to write out reverse and then use that. I can just do something like that. And now if I were to refresh in here, it brings me to that checkout page, which gives me a 404 page. So we definitely need to implement it. But it actually did this redirect right here. And so what we've got here in our print statement, the reason I did that is for this checkout price ID. So let's try this again now with our actual unlogged in user. So inside of pricing here, I'm going to go for this basic plan. This redirects me to log in to that checkout start. Now I'm going to go ahead and log in as that user, hit save, goes to the checkout start, does the redirect, and what do you know? It still prints out that same price. That's the only reason I have this view. It adds a little layer of convenience when somebody's selecting a new plan on their account. It doesn't have to be there, but it is pretty cool that it is. So now that we've got the plan, the actual plan object, we're going to go ahead and grab that model itself. So from subscriptions, .models, we're going to import the subscription price. And in here now, we're going to go ahead and just do, instead of printing this out, I'm going to go ahead and do we'll do object equals to subscription price, objects.get, ID being whatever that ends up being. And so all I want to do now is say try object and accept, and now I'll say object equals to none. And realistically, if this is the price ID is none or the object is none, then we want to redirect back to the pricing page, which we did give it a name of just simply pricing. And so now I'll go ahead and get rid of that slash there. And so this will allow me to then, if I were to log out, let's go back into our home page here. I log out, and now I go into /checkout, the URL that we've got. So checkout/start. It should redirect me back to pricing once I go through the login process. So let me do this, and then there it goes. It goes now into pricing. If I hit select that plan, it takes me to the gibberish page. Great. So that flow is accurate. But of course, we now need to implement the actual process here for this flow. And so what I can do is I can print out this customer Stripe ID again. So let's go ahead and refresh on that checkout page or through the process again. I just want to make sure that I also have that user's ID. And sure enough, there's my customer ID. So here is now where I can actually start that process of doing the checkout. But I wanted to make sure that this flow was working for this convenience method. Definitely adds a little bit of work here, but overall it makes it, I think, a lot more seamless when your customers are going to go ahead and buy something. The other part about this, if the session is active, when they do come in here, let's say, for instance, they're going into SaaS, they go into pricing, they're like, oh, cool, I'll do this one. They could sign up here and that session should remain active, and then they should go right back to that checkout process as well to finish that off also. So that's another cool part about putting it into the session like that. So into the Stripe documentation, we're going to go ahead and copy the session create portion, which is actually fairly straightforward as well. We'll bring it into our helpers billing, and we're going to go ahead and define, and this is going to be start checkout session. And we'll talk about the arguments in just a second, and then it's going to return back. Basically, this is going to be the response, and then we will return back that response if we say raw is true. Okay, so we'll go ahead and just say if raw, then we'll return back the response. Otherwise, what we actually want to return back is response.url. We'll see what that does in just a second. But the idea here is our success URL, that is something that should be an argument in here for sure. We have a bunch of things that we'll need to do with that. So we'll go ahead and bring that success URL here. Price, the actual line items, this is going to be one quantity. We definitely need that, but I also need to get my price Stripe ID, whatever that ends up being, which of course there is an example right there. I'm not going to bring that in just yet. Great, so now I've got my line items. The mode itself is not going to be payment, but rather subscription. And so there are a bunch of different modes you can look through, and I'm sure there'll be more in the future, but if you go into the create session and scroll down to the mode itself, you can see the different modes that we've got here. In our case, we are just going to go ahead and do the subscription. You can also grab their payment details and then do a subscription later as another process that you might want to look into to advance it a little bit. So the success URL is one thing. I also want to have a return URL or cancel URL in here as well. So let's go ahead and take a look in the arguments here. We've got this return URL to after they authenticate or cancel their payment, right? So let's go ahead and bring that in as well. And that's just going to be our return URL, just like that. Now, the big one is our customer ID. That is definitely something I'm going to want to pass in here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it in as the customer equals to that customer ID. You can create one of these sessions without a customer, but a big part of the reason we have this checkout process in this way, so we have that login required, so that we definitely have a customer ID already going, and that's the big part here. So there we go. We've got our session itself, which is going to take in the success URL, the return URL, and so on. So one of the things we do want to check with our success URL is actually going to be that it ends with a specific value. So basically, I'm going to come in here and say if success, or rather if not success URL ends with the, basically we want to grab the session ID as part of the redirect, which is this right here. That's what we want to make sure that it ends with. And then we'll go ahead and add, if it does not end with that, we will go ahead and add it in to make sure that it is in there. Now, this process, this combination, probably should be something that we improve on later. And notice that I have curly brackets in checkout session. So when I try to do an F string here, it actually doesn't allow me to do that because this is not a variable I defined inside of Python. So what I'm going to do is just put it like this, right? So I'm going to add in, I'm going to do concatenation of these strings instead of string substitution. And that's what's going to happen. Then we'll have a better success URL. So with this in mind, we'll go back into our checkout and we're going to go ahead and import the billing process. So import helpers.billing, and then we'll come down into this checkout redirect view. We've got a few items in here that we can use now. So we've got helpers.billing and then start checkout session. The customer ID is already in here. Okay, so we've got our customer ID. We want to do our success URL. Well, I wanted to go to this checkout finalize view. So in my URLs, we've got this checkout success in here. So that's going to be the success URL path. That's going to be the initial path. We're going to go ahead and do reverse for this one. And that's going to take in the URL name. So we'll go ahead and grab this real quick. And then I'm going to go ahead and make sure I bring that in from the Django.urls package, import reverse. Okay, so that's going to give us the path, but the success URL base is going to be equal to HTTPS or http://localhost and then 8080 or 8000. That's what we've been using. So this is now my success URL. So my success URL is going to be equal to combining these two things. Once again, I can use the F string in here. So the base plus that. Now, I did say that we should probably have the session ID in here as well, but the start checkout process will append it for us with how this works. So I actually don't need to bring that in. So I'll just put my success URL as that. And then for my cancel URL, it's going to be similar to the success URL base, but instead of it being here, I'll just go ahead and do my pricing URL path. And that's going to be, of course, in here as pricing, which you could verify if you wanted to. But the idea now is not cancel URL, it should be return URL. That's a little typo there. So return URL is going to be equal to the success URL base plus the pricing path URL. And then we've got our return URL. Great. So what's the last thing? Back into our billing. It's going to be the pricing stripe ID. Whatever that price stripe ID is going to be, we'll go ahead and grab that from, what do you know, the object, the price object itself, and then .stripe ID. And now we can pass that in as well. And what this should do, if we say raw equals to false, we should be able to get a URL from this and then redirect to this URL. Now, assuming this all goes well, we will take a look at what actually comes back on a session call in a little bit. The actual raw response we will look at shortly. But the idea being that this will start a brand new session for us. The other thing is the success URL should probably not be written this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go into my CFE home settings. And what I want is an actual URL for our domain in here. So let's go ahead and go into our .env and let's just check if we have anything. We do not. So what I'm going to do here is say base URL is equal to http://localhost 8000. So this base URL is going to be inside of my settings in here. And I'm going to put it right by allowed hosts. And we'll do config and base URL, default being none. This, of course, would cause an issue when we deploy it, so we will need to put that on there at some point. Something like this would be in our base URL. And so with this in mind, back into our checkouts, we're going to go ahead and do from django.conf import settings, and then we'll grab that base URL from our settings. Okay, and so this is going to be the base URL now. Great. So naturally, I don't need to put the success URL at all or that success URL base. I can just use that base URL again. Okay, now let's see if this works. Let's go back into our Hungry Pie user, into pricing. What should happen here is I should be able to select this price, this pro plan at per month, and it should be able to redirect me into Stripe. So I hit select. Naturally, I need to log in, which is great. So I see the login process. I log in, and we get this invalid request error. And it looks like it can only be used in the mode custom or embedded. So it looks like maybe we just grabbed the wrong setting. Going back into Stripe, into the session here, into create session, under checkout, let's go ahead and scroll down a bit. And we can see return URL. Oh, sure enough, it says embedded. So cancel URL, that's the one we were looking for. So let's go ahead and go back into all of the different places where return URL was written and change it to cancel URL. That's a small little typo that's really easy to fix, but it is important to get the arguments done correctly. Okay, so now with that in mind, let's go ahead and jump back into our Hungry Pie user. We can even probably go back to checkout start, and all of that process should work. And now we're at the point where we can subscribe to the Pro plan per month, as we see here. The test card is 42 repeated, just like that. You need to make sure that you have a valid year, so you can use 4042 or whatever. Put in whatever here. I'll put in ABC here, whatever zip code. That part doesn't really matter so much. I will not save it. Notice that it's got my customer's email already in there. I can go ahead and hit subscribe. This should actually subscribe this user, and it takes us back to this URL here. Notice in the URL at the top, the actual path does have this session ID here. So that variable was added for us based off of this single argument here. That is something that's built into the Stripe checkout process. Now, the reason for that is so that we can then handle it in our success page. So in this page right here, we will handle it. Right now, we haven't had that set up, and we will do it shortly. But the idea now is if we go into Stripe, go into our customers, go into that Hungry Pie customer, we now see that this Pro plan is active, and we can see everything about it. Pretty great. So we now have that subscription process working. And of course, if I wanted to change the plan or get a different plan, I could come in here, go back into pricing, go to the advanced one, and this will take me through that same checkout process again. And here we go. So it's in that advanced pro plan. Once again, I would have to actually add in all my credit card details or any other payment methods that you might have, and boom, that would happen. If I hit back here, it takes me back to that pricing page. So that's like a cancel event that ended up happening. And there we go. So we are now ready to handle when this checkout process happens and what happens when it's successful. So we left it off where the checkout process ends in this, page doesn't exist, but it does have the session with things related to the checkout. So what I want to do now is I actually want to unpack what's happening with that by grabbing the original checkout session itself. So inside of our billing module here, we're going to go ahead and define get checkout session, which will take in the session ID and then basically raw being, true or false. So basically what we've seen a number of times now. So I'll go ahead and come in here and do something for this. And we'll just go ahead and give our response. And then we'll set it equal to, let's go into the docs for retrieving a customer session. So in checkout, under sessions, retrieve session, and there we go. Very simple. We'll go ahead and paste that in, and then I will go ahead and do something like that. Great. So I'll just pass in that session ID as the argument. No surprise there. And so I'm actually going to copy this same sort of idea with get subscription. Because if we go into our session itself, what you'll see in the response here is you'll see something for our subscription being null. So the reason it says null in this example is because, there's a lot of different things you could do with a checkout process. And so in the billing process, we want to go and grab subscriptions, and then we want to go ahead and retrieve a subscription here, which is the same exact process, which is why I'm doing it now. So this is, instead of this, we'll just go ahead and say the subscription itself. In fact, I'm going to change this from session ID to just simply Stripe ID, so it's like a little bit easier to reuse these values here. Okay, great. So now let's go ahead and get our session checkout. So in this Finalize view here, I'm going to go ahead and grab the session ID from the request.get params. So I can do something like this. This, of course, is going to grab this value right here, which, yes, you can absolutely modify that. You can change that as you see fit. And in order for you to change it, you just need to make sure that when you start that checkout process, the session ID or that argument that you're using is changed as well. But in our case, we're going to go ahead and stick with just session ID here. And then what I want is, of course, my session response, which is going to be, helpers.billing.get, or rather not get, but get checkout session of this session ID. And then I'll go ahead and say raw is true for right now. From there, I'm going to go ahead and grab my subscription, or we'll do our sub Stripe ID. And that, of course, is our subscription ID. So I'll do .subscription here. And then I'll go ahead and grab the subscription response. So we'll do our sub response. And this is get subscription. And then passing in that subscription ID. Great. So I want to render out both of those values, the actual raw response, so we can see what those look like. And so what I'll do then is return, we'll do our request. And then I'll call this checkout and success.html. And then we'll pass both of those things in as context items here. So we'll go ahead and just do our context, and we'll go ahead and do our subscription is sub R, and then our checkout is session R. Maybe that should be called checkout R, as in checkout response. Let's just do that. Great. So now with this context, we'll bring it in. Let's go ahead and create this template now. And inside of here, we'll go ahead and bring those two items. This, of course, is going to be a lot like home.html, so let's go ahead and just copy that. And I'll go ahead and say success, welcome, or something like that. And then bring in those two values. So the subscription we'll put first, and then I'll put it into a div. And then we'll repeat that all over again. And I'll just put the class in here as in margin bottom. Let's try 12. Maybe that'll work, maybe not, because of Tailwind. But I'll go ahead and bring in checkout there. We'll save that, and I'll refresh on this page. It brought a lot of stuff, and now it has a lot of data in here. It's kind of hard to read as to what's going on, so we can do a bunch of different things for this. But I'm just going to go ahead and print it out in the actual terminal itself, so we can see those responses in here as well. So print sub R, and then before that, I'll go ahead and print the checkout R, just like that. So I save it and refresh on this page again. Once again, that session ID is still there. We could always save that session ID, but what we can see is if I scroll up a bit, I will see the checkout process, and you can see that there's just a lot of data that's coming through here, which is pretty cool. We see the checkout itself. The checkout process has that cancel URL in there. It's got created. It's got custom text. The customer itself, which is actually really nice. So notice I don't have the login process going on. So what I might want is my customer ID. So I'll go ahead and do customer ID equals to checkout R dot customer. And that is going to be the customer we end up using. And then if I scroll down a little bit more to the subscription itself, we will see that it has canceled, related things related to canceled. We can see that the billing related start period is current period end, current period start. We have all sorts of items in here. One of the other main ones that we might want, though, is the actual plan. So we can do this with the payment plan. So this is the subscription plan, rather. So if we do subscription plan equals to the actual subscription, so sub r dot plan, that's this value right here. And the reason we have that is, well, because of the price. The plan itself is not like has its own element. It has the price itself and then the product itself. So the price that we're working off of from this. So in other words, we've got our subscription plan price stripe ID, and this is going to be our subplan.id. Now, we can also verify this in the documentation as well. So if we go into the documentation under plans here and retrieving a plan, we will see, hey, there's a plan ID here. That's a little weird. That's not what we got on this plan. So where is that plan ID? It works a little bit different. So this, because it says price underscore, we know it's related to the price, the actual price that we're paying, because this is a subscription. This is not a plan. Plans are like older subscriptions, I think. You can now use the model. This is backwards compatibility. So it's not the same thing. I just wanted to point that out in case you were curious about it. So when we retrieve this subscription and we go through all of the different things in the subscription object, you will see something in here related to the plan itself, which you could scroll through and eventually see something related to it. But the point is that those aren't the same. We see that this price ID, and what can we use that price ID for? Well, think about back to where that price came from. We can now go into our model here and we can see subscription price, and that is going to match our Stripe ID. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. You can just test it out with me right now. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and grab our subscription price. What do you know? It's already in there. So scroll down a bit here, and we're going to grab our price ID, which is this right here. So we'll grab a query set, and that's going to be our subscription price.objects.filter, and we'll go ahead and filter out to the Stripe ID being equal to that exactly. And now I'm going to go ahead and grab the price QS, and we're going to go ahead and now print that out instead of everything else. We'll save that, and then we will refresh on that page again, and we'll take a look at what gets printed, and what do you know? There's that query set. Now, we are going to definitely do this in the next part, but the main thing here is now that we've got this subscription price, that also means we have access to the exact subscription, which also means that our actual user subscription can now be correlated to what they're paying for. Of course, we still need to do it, but the idea is this checkout process allows for all of that. Now, I want you to keep in mind for just a moment, if you went through the process of correlating these things, we have all of the detail here basically coming only from Stripe. All of the detail from Stripe can now correlate the active subscription for a user. The only detail that's not from Stripe is the actual, plan in our own database. So that, of course, would be another step that we would need to do. But the fact that we have this checkout finalize view with that price data is a huge part of this as to, we're almost really, really close to tying these things together. So let's go ahead and see how that can be done now. Now we're going to go ahead and update our checkout finalize view so that we can actually associate the actual purchase with the user subscription. But what I want to do is refactor it a little bit based off of the things that I absolutely need. So the checkout session I probably don't need. I really just need the customer ID so we can get the user object. And then I also just need the plan, whatever the price plan, Stripe ID, so we can actually get the subscription object. So those are the two main things. Because thinking back to our user subscription, we've got user and subscription. That's all I need right now. All of the other data I could probably sync, but in terms of finalizing a purchase, I don't need to sync anything else just yet. We'll do that part in the next one. So for now, I'll go ahead and update the actual calls here. So I don't actually need these two things. I need just one of those two things. So I'm going to go ahead and copy what I'm doing in this request into billing. Now I'm going to go ahead and define get the checkout user or customer and plan. That's essentially it. And it's going to go ahead and do some of these things in here. So the first step here is going to be passing in our session ID. I can use that get checkout session. So it's basically calling the same function. Then, of course, I can go ahead and grab that customer ID there. There we go. So that's going to be our customer. We don't really need anything else. Next is getting the subscription itself from that. And then, of course, we get our plan ID. Great. Those are my two values. So we'll go ahead and return that. And I'm going to return it in the order of customer and then plan. So let's go ahead and just return the customer ID and plan ID. Okay. That's all we need. Great. So from this, I'll go ahead and come back into my view now. And we'll go ahead and use those two values. So customer ID and plan ID equals to helpers dot billing dot get customer plan, and then we'll just do our session. So now I can actually clarify or make these things a little bit cleaner, so it's a little bit easier of a view to work with overall. Okay, so now we've got this subscription price. Of course, this is actually something I want to change. I'm also going to update my context. I don't need that context in there anymore. So what is it that I actually want? I don't want the subscription price. I want the actual user subscription related data, which means that I need the actual subscription itself from the price. So the nice thing about this is back into our view, what I can do here is I can import the subscription. Now, using Django's related lookups, what we can do is we can actually say try, we'll call this our sub object equals to subscription.objects.get. Now, this get call can actually go related to the subscription model price, right? Or the subscription price model. So if we do subscription price like this, and then I grab all of that data after two underscores here, this allows me to do that related lookup. And then I'll do an exception here, and then just do sub object equals to none. Okay, so this subscription object itself, let's go ahead and take a look. Let's just verify the logic here for the lookup itself. So if I scroll up a bit, I've got my subscription object. Granted, there's no field directly written on here for that subscription price. But of course, if I scroll down, I see subscription price in here, and that does have that field. So this allows for that reverse lookup, that reverse relationship in there if you weren't already aware of that. And putting it into a try block is just saying, hey, this should absolutely exist. If for some reason it doesn't exist, we'll just set none. But at this point, there's no way that this price is displayed if the subscription itself doesn't exist, unless for some reason you delete it right at that exact moment, which could happen, of course, which is why we have the exception in here. Okay, so that gives us our subscription object in here. Great. So I no longer need this price query set at all. Next, of course, we need the actual user object from the customer ID. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and jump back up, and we'll go ahead and do from Django.contrib.auth. We're going to import our get user model, and then we'll go ahead and use that user model just like that. Okay, great. So now we can scroll down, keeping this same logic where we can do this lookup, this related lookup here. I can go ahead and say user, and this is not our sub object. We'll just go ahead and call it our user object. Once again, if it doesn't exist, then we'll have this error. Now the related field is going to be for this customer ID. What is this right here? Well, it's going to be the customer model. So I can actually look for the actual user based off of this related field, which of course is what we're doing. So going into our customer model here, there's our user, and that's how we're able to do this related field. Great. So in the case of our subscription here, the related field will only have one Stripe ID with this plan, which is why we can do get. In other words, I don't need to filter it down based off of this plan ID because these plan IDs are unique. That's the same with our Stripe customer ID. These values that we're looking that up by are unique values, so there's no way that we'll have multiple objects of it, which would mean that we have to do something a little bit different if we did. But now we have the conditions. We've got the sub object and our user object. Those conditions are now in place that we can then update or create our actual user subscription. So what I want to do then is back into this view here, we want to import it. So I'm going to get rid of the subscription, or actually bring in the user subscription right there. And then we'll go ahead and come back down. And so I want to import this, and basically what I'm going to be doing here is user subscription.objects.create, and the user equals to the user object. And then the subscription, the lowercase subscription, is equal to the sub object, right? And so that's actually what I want to do. But the only way I'd want to create this is if it doesn't already exist. Remember, the user subscription itself has a one-to-one field. So if it already exists, this would cause an error. So in other words, what we're going to do now is I'll say my user sub object equals to, and actually I'll put an underscore under it as well, just to make sure it's definitely distinguished from the user object. The user sub object is going to be equal to user subscription.objects.get, and then it's going to be user equals to the user object. So this should get our user subscription object if it exists. If it doesn't exist, we need to go ahead and create it, which is what that next step does. Now, of course, the way we do this is in a try block as well. So we'll go ahead and do try and our user subscription object, and then we'll go ahead and do an exception, and then our user object here. But the thing is, we don't want a general exception in this case. We actually want to check the user subscription that does not exist. So this exception will handle in the case that this does not exist. Then it'll go ahead and run whatever's next. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and just put an exception and say our user subscription object is none. So now if this, or this is none, then we need to return something for it. So we'll basically say if none in the list of these values. So this, and then of course this. And then we'll go ahead and return a HTTP response of some kind. So let's go ahead and bring it in from our views, or for our views, and then we'll go ahead and do from Django.http. We're going to import HTTP bad response. Okay, so there we go. There was an error with your account. Please contact us. All right. Now, let's actually try this out. So with our Hungry Pie user, I think we already have some user subscriptions in here because we did some tests for it. But we can actually try this out, and what it should do is attempt to get this user account. But here's one of the things that we didn't actually do is adjust the user account if they were, actually existed already. So I'll go ahead and say, underscore user sub exists being true. And then if it does not, I will just go ahead and say user sub exists being false. Okay. So both of those things will handle the different try block exceptions. And then I'll go ahead and say, if the user sub exists, then we'll just go ahead and grab that user sub object, which grabs the actual instance itself. Then we set the subscription to the subscription object, which we have up there. And then we'll go ahead and save this. Great. So again, we check all of the exceptions here. So if there are any non-errors here, these two are fairly straightforward because they grab the instance itself if it exists. This one right here might be a little bit more complicated, but if any of them are none, it'll just say it's a bad request. Assuming that there aren't none, then we'll go ahead and come in here and we'll see what happens there. Okay, so let's go give this a try. We'll navigate into our project here, run the server, and then I will navigate to the incognito window where I should still have my Hungry Pie user in, and sure enough I do. So I'm gonna go into pricing, and I'm just gonna grab the basic plan here. And let's go ahead and grab that, and then let's complete this off. Okay, so I just paused it and filled it out, processing. And so if everything went well, this is gonna go ahead and take us back, and success welcome is looking good. Next, we just need to check in the admin that that's the correct subscription. So we go into user subscription here. I have one object, got Hungry Pie at basic plan. So let's go ahead and do it again, but this time I'm gonna go ahead and change what this user is, which we'll go ahead and do the advanced pro plan, for example. And let's change it to yearly. Advanced pro plan at yearly. Go ahead and select this plan. It's quite a bit more. I filled it out, hit subscribe. And if everything went well, it goes back, success welcome, great. We look at our admin here and refresh, advanced pro plan, very good. And then of course, this also means that the user itself should have those permissions and be in the correct group itself. Fantastic. So this is working really nicely. But of course, we still have kind of a major issue. This is great for the checkout process to make sure the user subscription is correct, but what it's not checking is Stripe. So inside of Stripe, if we go to that customer and we see this customer has a lot of active plans in here. So naturally what we want to do is remove those active plans, so whatever's in there. And so the question is how are we going to go about doing that? Well, part of it could be, in here, if the object does exist, then we want to cancel that previous subscription, which is probably correct, like actually in this process, canceling that subscription. Then also we want to have a regular check of canceling old subscriptions as well. So realistically, the question is, do we want just a regular check of canceling old subscriptions as the default, and then once in a while actually canceling subscriptions itself? So realistically right here, I want to go ahead and cancel old sub, and then, or verify it's canceled, and then go ahead and assign new sub. So in here, we still need to do that, which is something we'll do. Then in addition to that, we will have a process in the next section that will regularly cancel old subscriptions or clear them all out. So we'll see how to do that very soon. But for now, this is a good start. All right, so now in order to be able to cancel the old subscription, I need the actual subscription ID itself. Now, to do this, it's going to be fairly straightforward. If we jump into billing here, in our Get Checkout Customer Plan, we actually did get that subscription ID right here. We just never returned it. So I'm going to go ahead and return it as part of this Get Checkout Subscription Plan so that back in my views, I can actually use that one as well. And I'll just call this the Substripe ID. That works. So then down here now, I want to go ahead and set that to my user object, and we'll call it Stripe ID, and it's going to be equal to that sub user object right there. And I want to put this in both places if the subscription exists already or if we are creating it for the first time. So this means then in my models, I'm going to go ahead and create the Stripe ID as an argument, and I'll just go ahead and copy the exact same thing I've done before. So we'll go ahead and bring this in and put it into our Stripe ID right here. Okay, so one of the things to think about as well is if we do have this Stripe ID in here, I could actually use the post save as a method to cancel the subscription as well. So I don't necessarily have to do it in the view, but the reason I'm doing it in the view is just to make sure that it does happen in the same process, the same request, so that it's not necessarily needing additional discovery. So in other words, if the cancellation fails, then we should be able to get a response of some kind or some sort of error, so the user would be able to update their subscription as we see fit, or basically how that's going to handle. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and create our migrations now. So Python manage.py, make migrations. Okay, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, and so mine says none to apply because I've tested this out a little bit, but you should have your Stripe ID as a field now. So what I want to do then is I just want to sign up with a new account with my user. So of course, going forward, this is what it's going to end up looking like. So when they sign up for an account, they will actually have that Stripe ID in there. So I went ahead and filled everything out. I'm going to go ahead and subscribe now. And of course, this will give me a new plan for this user. If everything went well, I'll get this success welcome. Great. So that's a good sign. So back into our actual model, the admin itself for this user subscription, what we should see now is the sub ID here. And so this is something we can use then to cancel that subscription. And it's also very, very straightforward. So the way we're going to do that, of course, is inside of billing. I'm going to go ahead and copy this get subscription here and just call it cancel subscription. And then we'll put cancel here. Now, one of the other things you might want to have is a reason for why it's being canceled. That is something you can grab from the user. In our case, we're going to put it in as a reason that's automated. So we're going to use these cancellation details in here. So cancellation details as another argument, and then we'll show these child parameters here. We can do different sorts of feedback items in here as far as that. If you wanted to, in my case, I'm just going to go ahead and put the comment. So we'll go ahead and say comment equals to the reason. This should be a comment is equal to that reason. And then if I need the feedback as a requirement, it doesn't show if it's required or not. I'll just go ahead and say other for now. Obviously, you could change this as well. So feedback, let's go ahead and say other. And I will put in feedback as other by default. Okay, there we go. So now we've got this cancellation reason, and we should be able to cancel this user now. We don't necessarily need to invoice them or prorate them for the remaining credits, but it's definitely something that you might want to do depending on how you're doing this cancellation process. So that's another thing, as in if they stop your SaaS and they want a refund right now, you can prorate it on that refund right then. Or you can just say, oh, it ends at the billing period, which is what we're going to do by default. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and add in this cancellation process. So naturally, the old sub ID, so the old Stripe ID, is going to be equal to the current one, whatever the current one is prior to this, right? So that means that the actual object itself is grabbing it here, right? So this is before it's set with the new one. Then I can go ahead and use helpers.billing and then .cancel subscription. We'll bring in that old Stripe ID. And really, I'll also go ahead and say if old Stripe ID is not none, something like that, then we'll go ahead and give our reason being that auto ended new membership. Okay, and then if there is a feedback item in here, let's go ahead and just look. We've got customer service, low quality, no. Switch service, no. None of these reasons are real or valid for what's actually happening. It's switching plan, which is not in here. It's just other. Okay, great. So there we go, and I'll actually put that in there as feedback being other. Actually, all lowercase other. Cool. So let's go ahead and try this out now. And the first thing I want to do, though, is I want to verify in Stripe this user's subscription, which they have a many. So yeah, we'll have to figure out how to get rid of these old subscriptions soon. But the basic plan, this should be the one I just did. So let's go ahead and change it to something different. I will go ahead and make it the yearly advanced pro plan once again, and I'll fill this out. And there we go. Subscribe. And then if all went well, it will subscribe it to the new subscription and cancel out the old one. So yes, it's subscribed. We refresh in our customer's account here, and hopefully that old one will say that it was canceled. It doesn't show it right there, but there it is, canceled. Great. So all these other ones need to be canceled as well, of course. But the main one is this right here. So what we have here now is something that's fairly nice. In terms of our user subscription, we have the current active one, whatever that might end up being. But what we don't have is a way to ensure that it is still active. We don't have a way to check that it's still active. So there's a couple of different things on how we can implement when the subscription status changes. So for example, the next billing period ends in 2025. It gets charged again, they're still active. But if it didn't get charged again and they are now inactive, we need to make sure that our system is constantly checking for that, and also constantly checking for any mistakes that might have happened with subscriptions, as in some of these other ones should also be canceled. And we should just regularly check to make sure that there's really only one active subscription if the actual process has been activated on the user subscription here. And so what I also want to do is this Boolean value, maybe I also want to say user cancel, something like that, and the default being false. Because when I do want to toggle this, I want to turn this off, as in the user canceled being, they just canceled it, so they don't have any active subscriptions whatsoever. So once again, I'll go ahead and migrate that, and then we will go ahead and add this in to this process as well. So user sub exit or object dot user cancel being false. Right? We probably don't need to put it up here unless our default was true, but let's go ahead and add that in as well. And here we go. Okay, so right away I'm starting to see a lot of parameters that are being reused in both places. So basically what I want to do now is just modify this a little bit and say user sub options, or we'll just go ahead and call it sub options, and we'll take the subscription itself. So we'll come in here and do subscription, and there we go. And then the stripe ID, and stripe ID, and then user canceled being false, and the stripe ID should be the sub stripe ID. There we go. So now we've got that. I'll go ahead and unpack this now here, and then I'll go ahead and do an iteration in here as well. So we'll go ahead and do for key value in those items. Then we'll go ahead and do set attribute for that user object based off of those key value pairs. And then I'll get rid of that. Now, of course, the reason for this is because if you add additional fields into that process for that model, we want to make sure that we are adjusting all of the fields in both places. And that's really what's happening here. So we'll go ahead and say updated sub options or something like that, and go ahead and put those in like that. Great. Let's go ahead and give this a shot once again with our pricing model here. And I'll go back to that basic plan, filled everything out, processing it. And what we should see, of course, is the plan actually coming through. Everything's good. We look back into our subscriptions here, so we can change what we're looking at here with canceled. And there's the canceled one, which just happened as well. All right, so if we were to refresh on our success page enough times, we'll get this invalid request error. So this, of course, means that it's trying to cancel something that just simply does not exist. So what we could do is just put this into a try block for now, and then basically allow it to be try, or if there is an exception, we'll just go ahead and say pass. Now, of course, the reason for this is because this is probably not the long-term method on how we're going to cancel all of the previous or historical subscriptions. We're not going to worry about that just yet. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to start the process of having the start and end time for our user subscription for this particular model itself. So the way we're going to do that now is, of course, if I refresh on this page, it should give me the success is welcome, because it's attempting to cancel something that just simply doesn't exist anymore. So that's important. The other part that's important is basically if the actual subscription ID, if those things are the same, then we want to skip it as well. So same stripe ID is equal to this being equal to that. There we go. And then basically say, and not that. They're not the same. That would be another thing to just verify that that's the case. Cool. Because we don't want to cancel the subscription that we just added, especially if we're saving these things and then constantly refresh it in here. So in our user subscription object now, we want to add in whether or not we've got the timestamps available to it. So in our billing here, if we think back to getting our subscription, there's a few other fields that come in play as well. One of them is the current period start. The other one is the current period end. Okay. So again, this is still the checkout process. That's the important part of this, is getting the current period start and end. We want that as a part of the checkout process, similar to what we had down here. So what that means is I'm actually going to set some new data here as the response. So the first one being the customer ID, we'll keep that in there. The next one being the plan ID, we'll go ahead and just use that one a little bit differently now. Of course, the sub stripe ID in here as well. And then the last two are going to be the current period start and then the current period end. And of course, we need to set those ones, which is going to come from the sub response itself. And then we can go ahead and grab that data. And now this is what we'll return. Now realize that I'm starting to expand on this and it's getting closer to what the view originally was in the first place. But the point here is the ability to make sure that we get all of the data that we need. So in this instance here, we're going to go ahead and say that our now billing data or our checkout data is equal to that, which is all this stuff, right? So now I'll go ahead and grab my plan ID is equal to the checkout data .get and plan ID, this value right here. So now we've got that. Next one, of course, is the customer ID, which I will also grab from the checkout data and similar thing. Great. And then the sub stripe ID, also from that checkout data as well, assuming that it's all correct here. And there we go. Let's just make sure that I have no other errors in here. Looks like we're good as far as things being missing. Of course, the next ones are the current period start and the current period end. But before I use those, I will go ahead and grab them and do our checkout data .get that. And we'll repeat that for the end one. And then what we want to know about the current period end and the current period start is I just want to bring it into my updated sub options here. So we'll go ahead and do that. Current period start and then current period end. Okay, so the important caveat about this is these are actually timestamps by default. So inside of this checkout process, we want to convert them from a timestamp to something different. So I'll go ahead and grab this and repeat this process again. And we'll go ahead and put it here and here. Okay, so the reason for this is so that we can change it from a timestamp to something different. So inside of helpers, we're going to go ahead and do a date utils here. And then we'll go ahead and import our Datetime class, or module rather. And we're going to create a function and we'll call it timestamp as Datetime. And this takes in a timestamp and it's going to return the datetime.datetime from timestamp, and it's going to take in that timestamp argument, and then we'll set the time zone equaling to datetime.utc. Okay, so if you're not familiar with this process, it takes in an integer, which is what the timestamp will end up being, and then it returns it as a Python datetime object. The reason for this is going to be very clear in just a moment. So inside of this billings util here, we'll go ahead and bring that in. So we'll do from .import date utils, and then coming down into that same part, we will go ahead and change these to date utils and timestamp as datetime. Just like that. Great, and there we go. Okay, so with this in mind, now what we can do in our model is set datetime fields for these. So we will use the same field names. I'll explain why in a second, but we'll use the same field names. And we'll do current period start, models.datetime field. And we'll go ahead and say auto now being false. auto now add being false, blank being true, and null being true. Okay, so there's that. I'll go ahead and copy this and repeat it again as end. Now, another thing that I want to do is actually my original start period. So very similar to our current one, but add in original in here as well. Now, the reason for this is so that I can see how long this user has been subscribed to this, or subscribed in general at this point. It won't really take account to when the actual plan changes, but rather how long have they been subscribed. So in here, we'll go ahead and then say our save method. We're going to do self and args and keyword args like we've seen before. And then I'm going to do my supercall of save and then args and keyword args. Okay. So what I want to check is if the self.original is none, and we'll go ahead and put this into parentheses, and then something like the self.current period start is not none. Then we'll go ahead and set this equal to that value. There we go. Okay. Now, with this in mind, I should be able to actually track the time as to when it starts. So our update sub options, this should now save it inside of our account, which is great. So then I can see that duration for at least the current billing period, but also from like when I actually started as being a subscriber of some kind. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and run my Python manage.py make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate, and there we go. Okay, so mine actually did migrate before. I just did some tests. Let's go ahead and try this out now. So what I need to do is I need to add the fields in my user subscription object here. Now mine actually already have some because I've been doing some testing here, so it's already in the database. But in your case, it probably won't unless you go to this checkout session again and just refresh in here. What this will end up doing, of course, is, well, give us errors if there are some. So in my case, I have one for that customer ID. So let's go back into that view here, and it looks like maybe our customer ID was not added. So we've got our customer ID. Ah, yes, this is the whole data block needs to go. Okay, great. Let's refresh again in this checkout process, and that should actually update your timestamps. So if you go in here, that will update it accordingly. So I'm going to go ahead and try this again just to see what ends up happening as far as my subscription is concerned. So let's go ahead and go to pricing, change it to a different plan altogether. I'll save this. This is now an annual plan. I filled out all that information. I'll hit subscribe and let that run. And now into our user subscription. Notice that I have it as just a monthly plan here. The current period start is today, and it ends in a month. If I refresh in here, assuming everything went well, it ends in a year now. So I just refreshed, and that's that. So pretty cool. Now we've got all of that working. And now we have the dates available for us. Now, before I go much further, I will mention something about the checkout session start process. Now that we have these dates, and we have the ability to reference our previous subscriptions if there is one, like this right here, we can actually do something very similar to that and adjust when the billing period starts. So I'm actually not going to do this because it adds a layer of complexity that's outside the scope of this one, and it may be something you may or may not want to do. But in other words, we've got this billing cycle date in checkout, which means that we can actually add in an anchor as to when the billing cycle actually changes. So, for example, if you have an annual subscription that's already running and you want to change it to a monthly subscription, when that annual one finishes, there's a way to delay that process. In this checkout redirect view, we can actually do it in our checkout session. So inside of the billing helpers, of course, when we go to getting the checkout session here, starting this process, in this right here, we can add in this additional subscription data for this billing cycle anchor. Notice that it is a timestamp, which would come directly from your model and most likely at the current period end. So you'd basically turn that into a timestamp. So what I can do then is I can actually bring in a property method in here, and we're going to define billing cycle anchor. So I'll save that as self, and then we'll go ahead and say if self.current period end. Then we'll go ahead and return self.current period end dot timestamp, and then we'll turn that into an integer right there. Actually, that should probably be the default, so I'll go ahead and say if not that, then I'll go ahead and return none. Okay, so we could then use that billing cycle anchor if it exists in the session create call. Once again, this is just something that's optional, but it will allow you to, let's say optional delay to start new subscription in Stripe checkout. And I'll go ahead and reference this documentation in here as well, just so that you have that if you ever want to come back to it for some reason. But the main thing being that it is a timestamp, and you would have to update the checkout process here for that. So the big thing, though, realistically, is if somebody were to contact you, one of your customers like, hey, I wanted to downgrade my subscription, you could go ahead and say, okay, go ahead and do it now, and then you could just delay the next bill to a year and a month or whatever duration it is plus the bill that they just took. You could always change that as well. There's a lot of different options on how you can think about that. And that's where the nitty gritty of each SaaS application or each company is going to handle that process differently. Because you might also just want them, if they change their plan, they charge us today and then that's their plan. There's no proration, there's no additional savings or whatever in that process. But again, you could always refund them the difference if they were to change their plan and they wanted that proration. So there's a lot of caveats that happen there, which is why we're not doing it at this point. So yeah, but we do have the next part is really just verifying and ensuring that all other subscriptions that are happening here, all of them are deleted on a regular basis, or they're ensured to be deleted. And we should also have something that checks, hey, something's going to come up, your billing's going to end soon, so maybe we want to send an email to them for that as well. So we need to start that process now. First, we'll handle some of the logic, and then we'll start implementing it in a way that I think is pretty cool. Now we're going to go ahead and implement a way to ensure that our customer only has one subscription. And so that means that all of the other ones should be marked as inactive or at least canceled. So that's what we're going to do now. The way we're going to do this is by going back into the user subscription, and we're going to make a new field called status, and it's going to be models.char field, max length being like 20, and then null being true and blank being true. Okay, so how do we actually set this? Well, I want some of the default values, which of course, if you go into the Stripe API for the subscription object and look at the status object options, we've got them in here. And so I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste something that I did that actually covers this idea. So we've got our subscription status here with all of the possible subscription statuses for this particular user. So the way I'm going to do that then is, of course, I'm going to set my choices in here being subscription status dot choices. And then we might want a default one in here as well. So perhaps we want the default one to be active, but I actually don't want to set a default. I want that to be set based off of API calls. So with this in mind, we've got our status here now. I'm going to go ahead and run our migration. So Python manage.py, make migrations. And then, of course, Python manage.py and migrate. Okay. So with this in mind, I also want to go back into billing into my get checkout customer plan here. And I should get the status from the plan itself. So the status is going to be equal to that the actual sub r dot status, and then I'll go ahead and add this in as well. There we go. And so what I'm starting to see for this utility is the need to potentially reuse some of this data. So we'll go ahead and do that as well. So back into our view for that checkout process for the Finalize view, what I'm actually going to do now is this checkout data. I'm actually just going to pop the plan ID and the customer ID. So I'll pop those things out of here just like that. And then the sub Stripe ID might be another one that we need to pop out. So let's go ahead and do that as well. And then the rest of that data is really just enriching the updated sub options. I don't really need it anywhere else. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. And this checkout data is now going to be in here. But I'm actually going to call this my subscription data, and that's going to be equal to whatever's left of this by unpacking it like that. So that subscription data, I'll then go ahead and come in here and unpack that. There we go. So the updated sub options will come in and have all of the same things that are in there. But then in billing, now if I need to add additional fields, I can do that. These three will be popped, but then everything else after won't be. So that also means that I probably want to actually grab that subscription and then serialize it. So we'll go ahead and define serialize the subscription data, which will take in the subscription response, and then it will return back the data that we want. In other words, it's taking in this value, and then it's going to return back basically these three values. So we'll go ahead and grab this. And here we go. And the subscription response now is coming in here and here. There we go. And then we return back the dictionary that we want for that, which of course are these three items. And then we can pass in here. And we'll go ahead and do that serializing of that data now. And we'll go ahead and do the subscription data, serializing that response. And we will enrich this as well. Okay, so of course, one of the things to think about is, maybe this logic is starting to get a little convoluted and it should just stick into the view itself. But what I really wanted to do was have the ability to serialize this data whenever I need to. And so that's really the key here is this get subscription, raw being true is nice and all, but what I actually want is grab the serialized data as the default response. So I'm going to go ahead and pass that in here as well. And I'll bring up my serialized subscription data to maybe the top. And this might be something that I want to turn into a serializer and use something more like the Django REST framework or something a little bit more robust than what I've got here. But now I'm at least decoupling the data that I actually want and cleaned up for how I'm going to use it. Okay, great. So with this in mind, let's just go ahead and make sure that I'm not using this get subscription other than the raw data. And sure enough, I am using that raw data just later in that, that part. Okay, well, we need to make sure that we close that off. Great. So with this in mind now, what I want to do is I want to make sure that I have this status data. And you might be wondering, it was like, why did I just do this? Like, what was the purpose of that, of serializing the data and adding in the status? Well, on one hand, of course, when they actually do the purchase itself, we want the success page to actually have that status data. On the other hand, I want to be able to go to like membership or something like that, or like account and billing, and actually have that all refreshed. So that's definitely something that I'm going to want to have. So that's another reason to update how we do the serializing of this data, because what's going to come back for the period, so any given subscription, this stuff will change, right? So every time the period changes, we need to know what that start period is. Every time it ends, we need to know when that ends. And we also need to know when the status changes as well. So that's a key part of this as well. So now that we've kind of decoupled these things a little bit, let's actually build out the view that will allow us to refresh this data, or at least see a refreshed version of this data. Although in our case, it's not going to change a whole lot. Once we have that view, then we're going to do a big sync, an actual Django management command to ensure that we can do the same thing in the management command, but for all of the subscriptions for anyone on our service. In the subscription apps under views, we're going to define a new page here. It's going to be defined as user subscription view, and it's going to take in a request. And then of course it's going to go ahead and return render, and we'll go ahead and do subscriptions / user detail view.html. And of course it'll take in a request first, and there we go. So since this is going to be the user subscription view, I also want to make sure that I do from Django.contrib.auth.decorators. We're going to import the login required decorator. And then we'll go ahead and put this on here like that. Okay, so to refresh the subscriptions, we will go ahead and do if request.method equals to post. Then we'll do the refresh. So we'll go ahead and print out refresh sub. Okay, so we're not going to do that just yet. What we will do first is actually grab the user subscription. Okay, so I'll go ahead and give my user sub object and then created being user subscription.objects.get, or create user being request.user. Now, the reason I'm okay with creating this has to do with the fact that it does get taken into account when we did the billing process, right? So when we did the checkout process, all of that takes into account if the user already has one. If they do, it's still going to update everything. If it does not have one, then it will go ahead and create one. So basically, if they don't go to this page, it's going to create one for them when they go to checkout. But if they do go to this page, then we'll go ahead and say our sub data is equal to an empty dictionary. And we'll say that if user sub object.stripe ID, then we'll go ahead and take a look at what the current subscription data is going to be. So what is that exactly? Well, going back into our billing, we already have a few things for this. We've got our serialized subscription data, of course, but we also have the fact that we can come in to get any given subscription with that data specifically, which is exactly why I did that, right? So we'll go ahead and come into our view here, and we'll do our import from our helpers, so helpers.billing, and then I'll come back down here, and our subdata is going to be equal to helpers.billing.get subscription of the Stripe ID. And there we go. So with this in mind, I'll go ahead and grab what our subscription data will be, and I'll put that in as context dictionary here. And I'll call this my subscription data. Okay? So, or rather, we could just call it our subscription. Now that we've got that, let's go ahead and create the template for this. And we'll go into our templates here, create a new template. Description view, I'll go ahead and copy home.html, paste it in here. And now what I'll do is similar to what we did on home. And we'll go ahead and say page title, your subscription, something like that. And then I'll just do the for key value in the subscription itself, the items. I'll go ahead and loop through, and we'll go ahead and say the key and then the value, and then in for. Okay, so in this view, I'm going to go ahead and grab this user subscription view, and we'll bring it into CFE Home, URLs, and then we'll import. We already have the subscription views in here, so I'm going to go ahead and bring it right above, let's say, for instance, accounts here. I'll do accounts billing, and this one is going to be subscription views. Let's grab subscription views, and then that's dot, and this is going to be our user subscription view, and I'll say user subscriptions, or user subscription. There we go. Okay, and so with this in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at that path and see if we get anything in here. Sure enough, there we go. And let's put the trailing slash here, and this should be accounts/billing, and there we go. We've got no attribute user. Just a little spelling error there. This should be user. There we go. Refresh in here, and we've got our billing object. Need two values to unpack, so it's looking like maybe the data is not coming back. So we'll go ahead and change this to being raw as false. Maybe that was what the problem was, and sure enough it is. Current period start, current period end, and the status. Great. So now we want the ability to refresh whatever that status would end up being, of course. So the refresh process means that not only are we getting this billing data, but then we're also storing that billing data. So this right here is actually not correct, right? So what we really want for this initial subdata is coming directly from the object itself, right? So we've got the object in here. There's our user object, and that's actually where some of this data is: start, end, status, right? So we can actually do something very similar to that inside of our model. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and say this refresh status. So I'm going to come in here, and I will just comment this out for a moment, and then or actually we will cut this out for a moment and we'll paste it into our post method here. So there's my sub data. And then I can go ahead and say for key value in subdata.items, I can actually refresh or set everything. So set attributes for that subdata, key value, and then after all that's done, we'll go ahead and hit save. Okay, so that means then that's going to be our new data that will come through with, which we'll look at in just a moment as well. But I'll go ahead and put this up here. Okay, so it is reset in the post method. So if I come in here and refresh, it's not going to show me anything. But if I were to add in a simple form here with a button that is type and submit, then we can go ahead and say, something like refresh, and we'll give it an action of the current URL, which we can just leave it empty for that, and then the method being post, and of course our CSRF token in here. And we'll refresh here, click that button. Once it refreshes, it shows me what that refresh is, which then also means that that subdata is coming through correctly. So what I want then is, going back into my model, is I want to just create a method in here called serialize that will return back that same data. So the data we have, which was status, the current period start, and then the current period end. For now, I'm going to leave the serialize as just a simple serialization, which means that I'm just grabbing this data. So we'll do self.status and self.current period start, and of course, self.current period end. So now we've got the serialize method. So that also means that the request method itself would be based off of, serialized object.serialize, and there is our serialized data. I don't have to refresh in here with the post method, but I'll go ahead and do the billing. And there's that same data. Obviously, it's in a little bit of a different order, which we could modify and change as we see fit. But now it's refreshed. So the other part of this is I can actually cancel and delete things, which we will have that view in just a little bit. But the idea being that now when I do refresh it, it does actually refresh that page. One of the things we do want to change, though, is after the post method happens, I actually want to return a redirect, and we want to return it to back where this actual URL exists. So what I'll do is I'll bring in that redirect. I'll also bring in the URL reverse here into my subscription, which looks like it's already there. So the user subscription, I want to go ahead and create a URL method on here, which I don't have one yet, but I'm going to define it as get absolute URL, takes in self, and it's going to return reverse of the URL name that we just created, which was our user subscription. And we don't need any arguments or parameters because it's specific for this user. So we'll grab this get absolute URL method. Back into our view here, the redirect is going to be based off of that get absolute URL. And so now it's going to redirect it back after we do that post method. So then if I refresh, it doesn't do confirm or form resubmission, but rather when we go and do it, it will just redirect me back to that page itself after it's all done, assuming that it does finish in due time. So let's go ahead and take a look and do account billing. It's kind of hard to find or see how fast it goes, but in accounts billings, refresh, the page should be done. If I refresh in here again, it is also done. So this quite literally worked well. One of the things I probably don't need to do is reset the subdata at all, but this will actually at least update my subscription. So naturally, what we need to do also is take this and apply it to all potential users and all potential subscriptions as well. So that's definitely something we're going to go ahead and take a look at. Before I go there, I want to go into my Stripe account, into the most recent one, which I think is this one right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and cancel this subscription immediately. And we'll go ahead and now go back into our billing page here, hit refresh, and what it should show us is canceled. So that part is working. But of course, what's not showing up is the actual plan name itself. So there's a couple of different ways on how we can think about doing this. Back into our user subscription, we can just add in a property and define as like plan name and take in self, and of course return basically self.subscription.name. And then, of course, we'll return nothing if there is no subscription. So we'll say if not subscription, return none. Okay. And so then in serialize, we can actually do our plan name as self.plan name. And then, of course, if I refresh in here, now it's showing that plan name. Now, the serialized data can be really useful for all sorts of things. And it could also be useful if you have some sort of API service that's going to want to use this serialized data. This can be improved quite a bit, but realistically for what we're doing right now, it's not something I want to use. Instead, I want to have something inside of here based off of this data. So what I'm going to do is just be a little bit more specific about the data that's coming in here. So back into my view then, I'm going to change my subscription from being serialized to just being the actual subscription object because we don't need to serialize it anymore. And then in our detail view here, instead of doing subscription.items or spelled incorrectly subscription.items, we're just going to go ahead and iterate through basically each one or just display them directly. So plan name, status, and so on. So let's go ahead and make sure our view has this saying subscription, not subscription. And then we'll go ahead and refresh in here. And there we go. So that's a little bit better as to how we might want to display this. And then, of course, we can also do in our template, which is really nice, we can do something like title, use that template filter so that it's titled. And then at subscription current period end, we can also do time until and take a look at that. And we see that it has 11 months and 4 weeks. And then, of course, we can put that into parentheses then as the actual date that's going to come through for that value. Right, which is kind of nice. We can also put like age in here. So say, for instance, we have age, and then we can, or rather, membership age, and then we could grab something like this. Instead of it being the current, we can do the original, and then we can do something like time since, and we can refresh there. And in our case, it's not really that old, but it now shows us a number of things related to what we might want with our subscription. Now we're going to do our user subscription cancel view, which will take in some of the elements of the original view. So user subscription cancel view. And instead of course, refreshing it, we will actually cancel it, which will give us some sort of things with refresh. I'll leave that in for a second. But the thing is, with the actual helper function that we want to use, so inside of helpers, we got billing, we have the ability to cancel the subscription. But one of the things is, do we really want to cancel it right away or at the end of the period? So when the user does it, we want it to be at period end. So let's go ahead and see the documentation for this. So in the documentation for the subscription object, if you go into cancel, you don't see anything related to at period end. But of course, the response has the ability to cancel at period end. So what this means then, of course, is we have another option for this, which is updating a subscription. And here, this is where we can cancel at period end. So that's actually what we want to do. And all I'm going to do is pass this in as an argument to cancel subscription. And I'll go ahead and put it in as cancel at period end being false. So we'll save that for a second. And with this canceled at period end, the other question is, can we still pass in some of those other items, like the cancellation details? So let's go ahead and do a quick search here. And we have cancellation details for the update. Sure enough, it looks like those things are there. So perhaps we put in some of these details as options to the view at some point. But the idea here is I can actually copy this response here, change it a little bit, and say, if it is at period end, then we're going to go ahead and do one thing. Otherwise, we'll stick with the default, which is something just slightly different. Now, of course, we could actually pass in the arguments and do things a little bit differently for this, but I'm going to go ahead and just leave it in as this, and then add in the parameter, the default parameter, which will be cancel at period end being the true value. So since I now have this in here as an option for my subscription, I want to go ahead and make sure that my user subscription has that in there as well. So cancel at period end coming through in here and doing models.boolean field and default being false, right? So default being false is probably the right call here. And so I'll go ahead and run Python manage.py make migrations and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, there we go. So now that I've got this, let's go back into our view here. Instead of get subscription, of course, it's going to be cancel subscription. Okay. We've got our user object still, same thing. The reason we're going to give, we'll go ahead and give a reason as just some sort of default reason. User wanted to end. That's it. And then the feedback we'll leave in as other, but I will pass it in as an argument in here if for whatever reason you end up wanting to change this to something just slightly different. So let's go ahead and put enter and separate these things out a little bit so it's easier to read. And there we go. Okay, so cancel subscription in here. Now, this, of course, would probably mean that the subscription has not already been canceled. So, and user subscription status, well, maybe is something like is active status, something along those lines. So with that in mind, we'll go back into the model itself and we'll create a property here and define is active status. And then we'll return this as something fairly relevant. Okay, so the first thing is the subscription status. So basically self.status in the different status options we want to allow for. So the subscription status, we'll do subscription status dot, or rather our user. Actually, I'm going to take this subscription status out of here. I'm going to copy this, cut it out, and put it right here so we can import it wherever we need to, not just from the model itself. Okay, so we've got subscription status active, and then maybe subscription status trialing too. So subscription status and trialing. Okay, so we'll just say that these are the active states for it so that we can then say, okay, cool. The status is that, and that's what we're going to go on whether or not this is active, which might have implications to our post save method as well. But these are going to be our defaults is active so that we can't really delete something or cancel something if it's no longer active. And then once we get that response back, the actual data that comes back looks to be the same stuff from our subscription. So we should be able to grab whatever this sub data is and see if we set those arguments in here. So that means back into our billing here, the response itself should be serialized as well. So whatever that serialized is of that response, that's going to be the default unless, of course, we pass raw in. So we just want to verify the serialized data that's coming through as well, like what actual data we're going to have in here, which, of course, canceled at period N should be one of those things. So let's go ahead and grab that, cancel it at period N into our item here for the serialization, and again, subscription response, cancel at period end, and there we go. Now that we've got that, let's go ahead and see if we can do this. So first off, we need to actually activate our new account. So inside of pricing, we'll go ahead and fill all of this out. Go ahead and subscribe again. This hopefully will work in terms of refreshing our subscription, giving us an active one. So then when we go into the billing, or rather accounts/billing, we can see that it is active now. Great. So this actual view then, or this template rather, we're going to go ahead and come in here and change a couple of templates for this view. So the cancellation view, this should be user cancel view. We should go ahead and copy that right here. So inside of our templates, let's go ahead and create this one. I'm going to copy the detail view and say something like, are you sure you want to cancel? Something like that. And cancel maybe the plan name. And we'll get rid of this. Okay. And realistically in here, we'll have to go ahead and say whether or not this is an active account. Let's go ahead and keep the name in there. And so we'll go ahead and say if subscription dot is active, what do we call it? Active status. Let's just verify is active status. Otherwise, we can put in you do not have an active membership or something like that. Your membership is no longer active. Great. With this in mind, let's go back into our detail view here. And next to our refresh button, I'll go ahead and put another button, which is going to go into our delete view. And so I'll go ahead and say, end or cancel membership. Okay, and so I need the URL for that. So back into our models, I'm going to go ahead and copy this absolute URL, and we will paste in here, and we'll go ahead and call this get cancel URL user subscription cancel. And so back into our site URLs, we'll go ahead and wrap that in. I'll copy this billing and then just call it cancel, and then our user subscription cancel view, user subscription cancel. Great. And then back into our detail view here, I'll go ahead and grab subscription get cancel URL. Let's see if all that works. Let's refresh here. Cancel membership brings us over. Are you sure you want to cancel the basic plan? It should probably not say refresh. It should probably say yes, cancel, or we could do ahref, go back basically. So that's going to be subscription.get absolute URL and say no, go back. Save that, and we'll refresh in here. No, go back should take us back here. Cancel membership. Yes, cancel. And there we go. It says your membership now canceled. And of course, the problem here might be that it actually redirected us into that page. Great. So it did cancel. We also want to bring one more thing in here, and that's from Django.contrib. We're going to go ahead and import messages. And with this being canceled in the cancel view, we'll go ahead and say messages.success, and it's going to take in the request. Your plan has been canceled. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try that out again. Once again, I can't actually cancel this membership because it's no longer active. So I want to go in and redo this part. I did the subscription. It's going to load. One of the things about the success call here is I probably want to change this as well. Instead of success welcome and having this checkout view, I probably want to actually send them to accounts billing after that's all said and done. But there we go. It's now active once again. I can go to cancel the membership, and do we want to cancel? We can say yes, cancel. And now I get this success message in here as well. So pretty great, pretty straightforward. Not really that much of a difference as to what is happening in terms of what we did before with the automated version. But now if I refresh in this user's account, I can now see that they're active and they cancel at some point, right? So that's actually really nice versus what we did before where it immediately canceled them. Now, these pending ones we still need to cancel, of course, but I wanted to make sure that the user could do it before we did all of the automation for everything else. This message success, we also probably want to put in other places and say your plan details have been refreshed, right? And then also when we actually do our checkout process, let's bring that in as well for our checkout finalize view. Assuming that all things go well, we'd come in here and say this, and then we would want to return redirect to the user sub-object, which again is going to be that same thing. And this is going to be user sub-object.get absolute URL. So it goes to that billing page. And then inside of messages, we'll go ahead and bring that one in as well. So from Django.contrib.auth, we're going to import, or rather contrib import messages. There we go. And so now, success, you have joined us. Or thank you for joining, or something like that. Thank you for joining. There we go. Save that. And obviously you go through this process all over again. The only thing I'm going to check here is going back in here and just hitting refresh. And boom, plans have been refreshed. Now we want to build a custom Django management command that will clear out our old active subscriptions, the ones that are kind of dangling that shouldn't be there. Before we do that, I need a slight housekeeping thing, and that's with this cancel subscription. I actually didn't implement one of the portions of it, which was the cancel at period end. we actually will bring that in to being canceled at period end being true for a reason, as we'll see in just a moment. So now that we've got that, we're going to go ahead and update some of our management commands. This sync subs is actually more like syncing permissions. So I'm going to go ahead and call this sync permissions instead. And so that way we are syncing our subscription permissions from that subscription model. I'm also going to go ahead and copy this, and we'll go ahead and do our sync user subs. So just a way to kind of change it from before, but slightly the same. Okay, so the idea here is we want to go through our different user subscriptions, and we want to see which ones are still active. So there's a couple of ways on how we can think about this. First off, what we could do is we could grab all of these ones that are in here, literally all of them, and then find the user's customer ID here. But actually what I want to do is I want to grab all of my customers. So from customers.models, we're going to go ahead and import a customer object here. And I'll go ahead and use that as my query set. And so that I'll come in here and say for customer obj in QS, we'll go ahead and grab our user from that for a reason that we'll see in a moment. And then we'll also grab our Stripe ID, or rather our customer Stripe ID. And then of course that's our customer object.stripe ID. Now, as soon as I see this, that I actually need the Stripe ID, I think, okay, maybe I should filter this out to where it says is null being false. That way I'm grabbing all of these customers. And so what I want to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and print out, and we'll go ahead and sync the user subs and remove old ones, or something along those lines. And then I'm going to go ahead and do print the customer Stripe ID, or we can also grab that as well. And so I'll go ahead and do something like this. Great. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and just run python manage.py, hit enter, and we've got our sync user subs in here. And if I hit run through that, I see that it says the incorrect value because I did not do the string substitution. So let's go ahead and do that again. There we go. Okay, so I want to sync through each one of these customers, basically. And so that means I want to actually list out all of their various subscriptions. So if you go into the API, you can see that we've got this ability to list subscriptions. But the main thing here is not listing any subscription, but rather just listing the active subscriptions. So before I actually go through the active ones, I want to go back into my user, my HungryPie user, and cancel out one of the recent memberships. I just want to verify that it's going to do cancel at period end. And of course, this did not. That raised an error. So it shouldn't be cancel, but rather update. Let's just verify that it's update by going into the actual update a subscription. It's not update, it's modify. Let's go ahead and call it modify. Now I'll go ahead and try and run this again. Let's make sure it's running. Great. And we go back into our user account. I'll resubmit it. And hopefully what we'll see then is the plan was canceled and it will end at the period end, which we could also verify inside of Stripe that it should probably be listed in here as one of those values. And there it is, canceled. Okay, great. So now what I want to do is go back into billing, and we want to grab our general listing or getting out the different subscriptions. So we'll go ahead and search for get subscription. There it is right there. I'm going to go ahead and copy this and paste right below, as in we're going to call this now our get customer active subscriptions. So this is going to be our customer Stripe ID. We probably don't need raw because I'm going to have everything coming back. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it as that. And then we're going to return this raw response itself. Okay, because we don't need to serialize it. We really just need the response because we will iterate through it in just a moment. So this, of course, is now going to be list, which is very apparent by looking in the API itself. We've got list here. We got the parameter of customer, which we can put the ID in. So that means I can pass in customer and the customer Stripe ID. Easy enough. Next, what we want is just the active subscriptions. Literally anything that says active on here, we want it to come through. So that I'll change to being status being active, just like that. Now, of course, you want to make sure that you're getting the right actual value here. So if you need to, just refresh as to what the statuses can be in the subscription object itself. So if we scroll down here, there's all of the different statuses. So maybe you do trialing as well, but for us, we're just doing active. So I'm only going to be deleting the current active ones if they aren't somewhere. And then also the other thing is there's a limit as to how many will come back. So that maximum limit is 100. We're doing it per customer. there should be no way that any customer has over 100 active subscriptions without something major going on in your system, which might mean that you just go and stripe and delete them manually. In this case, we just want to just check that the dangling subscriptions, if we accidentally have any, or for some reason in your checkout view, if you were to go into your checkout view and you accidentally commented this out, that means it's just not going to cancel your old one automatically. Instead, it's just going to stay there. But it will still update all the other values in there as well. So that's the part that we want to sort of account for. Now, inside of our user subscriptions here now, I'll go ahead and import. So import helpers.billing. And then we want to grab what those subscriptions are. So I'll go ahead and say subs equals to helpers.billing.get customer active subscriptions. I'm going to break down the Explorer here. We're going to go ahead and put in that customer Stripe ID there. And then I'll go ahead and do print, or rather we'll do for sub in subs. I want to just print sub.id. And that's it. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and run that management command again. Just going to clear everything out. Let's run it. And there we go. So we've got a bunch of different subs that are coming through here. And of course, it's printing out the sub ID as well as the subscription. So let's go back into our get subscription list here. We actually don't need a lot of the print statements that are inside of billing. Okay, so we'll get rid of that response. And then I'll go ahead and run this again. And so now we've got our Hungry Pie user and then all of this. Great. So the next part of this would be to come back into our sync here. We want to check our user subscriptions. Basically, I want to do QuerySet equals to user.objects, or rather user subscription.objects. And I'll go ahead and say existing user subs qs.objects.filter stripe ID. I'll do iExact equals to the string of this sub, and then we'll go ahead and strip this thing out if need be. Probably don't need to do that, but we will do it. And it should be sub.id. And then I'll go ahead and just see if it exists in the database. So we'll go ahead and run this again. And so I think one of these should say that it does. And sure enough, one does say that it does. So basically, we want to avoid that one. We don't want to actually cancel that one because it is still active. So we'll go ahead and say if not that exists, then I'll say if it exists, we'll go ahead and continue it. Otherwise, we'll see all the other ones, which should all say false, right? Great. So there we go. That allows me to now then cancel out those other subscriptions, the ones that are active but dangling, that should be canceled. So what I'm going to do then is I will cancel them, but I'll cancel them at period end. So if there's some issue with it, then we will see that. As in, it's not going to rebill it. It'll just be canceling soon, and then eventually it'll be cleared out. That's kind of the point. So let's see what that looks like first. So inside of here, we'll go ahead and do helpers and billing, cancel subscription. The Stripe ID, of course, is going to be related to sub.id. And then we're going to go ahead and give a reason. And I'll call this a dangling subscription, dangling active subscription. And then we'll go ahead and say cancel at period end be true. Great. So now I should be able to see that my subs, I will have no subs left after I do it one time. So I'll go ahead and run this again. And so it's going to go ahead and remove all the old ones. It just did. And then I'll go ahead and run this again. And now I should have no old ones really active anymore. Now, those are technically still active. So it's going to continue to do that until I completely remove them. And I'll look at that in just a second. But if I refresh in my Hungry Pie user now, I should see that these all cancel out at the end, right? So they're all now canceled out at the end, which is nice. But I can go one step further and say, instead of canceled at period end, I'll just go ahead and say false and just quite literally remove all of them so that they're completely canceled and they're completely gone from that future lookup. So it's going to be up to you on how you want to approach that. Do keep in mind that if you do cancel something that doesn't need to be canceled on accident, it can be a big problem. But this is the basic plan that we have for our user. This should be the exact same one that's in our database. So let's go ahead and copy that ID, go into that actual user subscription, and then just verify. Sure enough, when I do a quick search, there it is. It's literally the same one. So this process is nice for getting rid of those dangling ones. And maybe you run this like once a month because you're doing monthly or annual subscriptions. If you run it once a month, you should probably be in good shape as far as getting rid of those inactive subscriptions. Or you just run it on a one-off basis and you just make sure that you're just checking that all of that in there. Now, this also assumes that your user subscription model is being updated correctly, because you probably don't want to cancel subscriptions that shouldn't be canceled. Now, the reason I actually called our management command sync user subs is because I want it to be multifunctional. I don't want it to just do the dangling subs. So what I want to do right now is refactor it a little bit so that it does do the dangling subs and any other ones that I want to do inside of this command. So I'm going to go ahead and copy everything here, go into our subscriptions, and we're going to create utils.py, paste this in. The reason for this is this handle function is going to be a standalone function that we will call whenever we want to. And of course, it's not going to be handle anymore, and it's not going to take any of these arguments. Instead, this is going to be something like clear dangling subs, right? So that's the util function that we will have for our subscriptions, and it'll just run through all of that same stuff that we just did. But now I don't need these imports here. And so once I've got this, I'll go back into my sync user subs here. I'll get rid of some of these imports, and I'll just import utils from the subscriptions app as subs utils. And then now down in handle, I'll get rid of all these and just do subs utils dot clear dangling subs. So we're right back to where we started, except it's a little bit cleaner for the management command. Now, typically speaking, this is what I'll do when it comes to commands that start to get a lot more complex. So in the case of sync permissions, this one's still not very complex, although this could be grounds for being a utility function as well, because we really don't want to repeat ourselves anywhere. So I'll do exactly that. And I'll just copy this, go into my utils here, right under here. We'll go ahead and do sync subs permissions, or rather sync sub groups permissions or something like that. And then in here, there we go. We've got that same call. Subscription model we need to import. So let's go ahead and import it. There we go. So back into our sync permissions, we'll go ahead and do the same import as we did here. So we'll go ahead and do this and get rid of all of these things in here and just subutils dot sync subs groups permissions. Great. So one of the things that's important to note though, these functions should not be imported to these models, the actual model libraries themselves. Otherwise you'll get a circular import. That's an important piece of that if you were thinking about it, of putting like in a post save calling this stuff right here. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and talk about why I did this, because we want it to be a little bit more complex than this current command. This can be true for the permissions as well, but we're really going to focus in on the user subs because that's the major part that we still need to fix or finish within our Stripe integration portion. So the command itself, we can actually bring in new arguments here. So we can do something called add arguments, and this takes in self and a parser of some kind. And I can just do parser dot add argument, and I can do something like clear dash dangling. And then I can set this as an action of being the store true value, and then the default being false. So basically, in other words, when I run python manage.py and then the name of the module, so of course we'll just grab the module name, and then this actual item here, it will set this value to being true, and this value is inside of options. So let's actually just print out options first. We will go ahead and run that management command just like this. And so we can see that I've got an unexpected value of active. This should not be active, but rather action. Let's try that again. And there we go. And so we see here's the options right here. And notice at the very end, we've got this clear dangling option. We also have other options in here related to defaults for the base management command. Settings, you could change the Django settings module. There's a bunch of things in here that's kind of cool. But in our case, we just want clear dangling, which of course is this exact argument, but it's with the first dashes being removed and then this dash being a underscore. So basically we just come in here, grab that, and do options.get, essentially the same thing. But once again, it has to be an underscore, so it is Pythonic. There we go. So now all I want to say is if clear dangling, then I'll go ahead and run that. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and sync active subs. This is going to be more like sync or clearing dangling active subs, or not in use active subs in Stripe. Something like that, right? Okay, cool. So now that we've got that, if I do sync user subs, I get the options still printing, which we don't need anymore. But if I run this, I can see it's just trying to sync active subs. And then, of course, we can go ahead and say something like done. So there will be a process in the middle of those two things, but the idea being that our management command is a lot more refined and allowing me to have different arguments in here while also giving me a new utility function that I can use in other places, which is pretty nice. I don't know if I will ever need to use it in anywhere other than what we've got. That's certainly not how I'm designing it, but this idea of clearing these dangling subs, this is something that I might want to be able to use anywhere at any time, and instead of just having it stuck inside of the management command. Great. So this serves two functions, which was this add argument. Now, of course, we're going to add to this so we can actually sync these active subs. Let's go ahead and take a look at how to do that right now. Now we're going to go ahead and create a subscription utility function so that we can refresh any given user subscription. Now we already have this process in our user subscription view where we did it on this post method here. So really it's actually this block right here for the refresh, not so much this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this block to being inside of a utility function. I'm going to go ahead and copy it. And then in our utils here, we're going to define refresh user subscription. And then we'll go ahead and do this part right here. Okay. So how is this going to work exactly? Well, the baseline of it all would be to grab our user ID, whatever that is, and then we can go ahead and grab our user subscription object here now. So we can do obj equals to user subscription.objects.get user ID is equal to user ID. Remember, with a foreign key here, if the user model is in there, so users.model foreign key, you can just use the ID in there as well. Just putting that underscore, that is a field that comes by default. Okay, so now that we've got that, this is our user subscription object now, and we come in here and we can just kind of replace everything, and that looks generally okay. But the thing is, I want more than one single user. So the way I'm going to do this is now going to be refresh users subscriptions, and this right here I'll set as equal to none. So the way I'm going to think about this now is rather being a filter and this being a query set. So then I go through each object in that query set and then save it accordingly. Now, the reason I want to trigger that save has to do with any other post-save signals I might want for that user subscription, which of course we do have some, but I definitely want to trigger that save if things change. There are other ways to do this. This is just one of the ways that I think is effective. Okay, so now we're going to filter down based off of that user ID. But before I actually get into that user ID, let's talk about another filter that I think is a little bit more important right now. So we'll start out with just the base query set. This is all user subscriptions, which is actually not what we want. We don't want to get all user subscriptions. We really want to refresh active user subscriptions, right? And so in my case, I'm going to say active is two different kinds of subscription statuses, which is active and trialing. So those two things right there are the ones that I want to use, which actually presents a little bit of an issue as far as how do I actually do a filter for both of these things. Now there's a couple of ways how we can do it. So let's go back into our utilities here, and I'm going to go ahead and import the subscription status. One of the ways we can do it is we can say active QS is equal to QS.filter status equals to the subscription status.active. And then we can also say the trialing QS equals to basically the same thing, but then trialing, right? And then we can actually give our final QS, we can actually map these together with a pipe, just like that. So that brings out a final query set that actually combines these two. Now, there's actually a better way to do this with a different kind of lookup for our Django query set. And the way we do that is from django.db.models, we import a queue lookup. What a queue lookup allows us to do is to chain things together. So I'll go ahead and say my active QS lookup. And I'm going to set this equal to just a tuple for right now. And this tuple is going to be a queue lookup, which is this lookup right here. That's how you use queue. And then you can use a pipe to do another one. And so very similar, but this is now the filter that we're going to end up using. So instead of having all three of these, we can just do the QS being QS.filter of that lookup. Okay. So naturally, I could also make some custom Django management commands that I can say something like active accounts or something like that. That is doing a custom model manager as well as a custom query set, which is not something I'm going to cover right now. But the idea here is we can now filter these things down based off of those actual status items, which of course is what I want. But going back to this user ID thing here, how do we actually approach this? Well, there's three options I would say that are available for this user ID. I could actually think of it as user IDs instead of user ID. So this means that I could think of it more as just an empty list here. And so if it were an empty list, I would then change my filter down a little bit more to being the user IDs in there. So something like this where it's user underscore ID is in that list, right? So doing that would actually filter this down even further. So you may or may not want to have the user IDs in here. In other words, you might want to have this as your default query set always. And then if you pass in the argument of user IDs, then it will adjust. So that's why I'm going to keep it in as a default. So I'm actually going to rearrange these things a little bit and actually bring in the active QS first as the initial filter that we want to use. Then I'll go ahead and say if the user IDs is an instance of a list, then I'll go ahead and use that as my next filter. So QS equals to QS.filter, this item right here. Okay. Then of course, if it's a integer, we can do elif is instance user IDs of an integer. Then we can filter down again in a very similar way, but this time we just put it into a list. And we can also actually do this with a string as well, which may or may not be something you want to support. But basically, if it is a string, then we can come in and do that same thing. Again, I don't know if I would want to support that necessarily, but then everything else is just going to be ignored, right? So any other kind of data type for user IDs is just ignored. And now we can filter this down even more. So let's go ahead and verify this. And what I want to say is the actual count finished. So I'll go ahead and say complete. And this is going to be equal to complete count being 0. And then the amount, or actually the QS count, being QS.count. So complete count would go up every time it's completed. So complete count plus equals to 1. And then basically I want to return back the complete count and then the query set count. Okay, so basically did I complete all of the ones that are equal? In other words, let's go ahead and just say that it's equal. So the query set is updating all of those. And it's really just checking based off of the stripe ID. So with this in mind now, going back into our view, we can actually update this. So let's go ahead and do this with our from subscriptions. We're going to import utils as subs utils. And then in this post method here now, instead of this kind of refresh, we're going to go ahead and do subutils dot. This is refresh active users subscriptions. And of course, our user IDs equals to request.user.id. Okay, so then I can go ahead and get rid of this. And then I can go ahead and say finished. And then if finished, your plan details have been successful. Otherwise, something failed, and this is going to be messages.error. Your plan details have not been refreshed. Please try again. Okay. There we go. And so now we've got a reusable function that we can use anywhere we need. Let's go ahead and just verify that this works inside of our actual user. So going back into my Hungry Pie user here, I'm going to go ahead and hit refresh in here, and they have not been refreshed. Okay, so naturally we have some sort of issue in here. And we've got our complete count coming through. So maybe the query set is bigger than this. So let's go ahead and just do a print statement on that query set count. And I'll refresh in here. Oops, not cancel membership. So no one go back, refresh the membership. And once again, hasn't been refresh subs was 1. Complete count. Let's see what that is, which is interesting. Oh, there's a problem. This should be plus equals to 1. So adding 1 there. And let's refresh again. And what do you know? Your details have been refreshed. Good. So that showed us that that condition statement did work. And now it's actually going through and verifying that all of those were refreshed. And now we're in a really good spot to... Now, as soon as you start seeing a bunch of different kinds of filters in your query set, it's actually a really good grounds to start using something different, something better. The way we're going to do this is by using a custom model manager and a custom query set. So we're going to start off with the custom model manager, and that's going to be our user subscription manager. And this is going to be models.manager. And then we're just going to go ahead and say pass to start out. As soon as we define that, we go into our model that we want to customize. And this is going to be the user subscription manager. Now, the reason for this has to do with our utility function. We actually filtered things down based off of our user. So if I were to grab this user stuff, let me just grab this isInstance part into my model manager. I can define something like by user IDs. And I can say self and user IDs is none. And then I can refresh this into something along these lines, right? So we've got user IDs coming through in here. And I can actually do the query set being something like self.get query set like that. And then we can actually return back that query set. And so now I've got this model manager here that in my utility function, instead of doing something like this, I can do the objects. So something a little bit more like user.objects and then .by the user IDs model manager, and then pass in the user IDs and user IDs. Right? So this is nice and all, but the problem, of course, is the fact that it's actually ignoring a whole other query set that we have in here. So we want to actually adjust that so that it is working correctly in terms of the actual query sets themselves. So to do that, we actually create a custom query set. And then the way we do this is saying user subscription, query set, and this is models.querySet, just like that. Notice the capital Q and S. We're going to go ahead and define this by users IDs here. So I'll go ahead and cut this out, paste it up here. We no longer need to get the query set, but rather we can go ahead and say if the instance is a list, we'll then just return self.filter that query set. If it's not, if it's an integer, we'll return self.filter that query set. Otherwise, we'll return self.filter that query set. And then we can go ahead and return self. So that's another way on how we could go about doing it. Now, you might not want this return statement necessarily. So if you don't want that return statement like that, you can keep it in as the QS like this and just say QS equals to self and then returning QS. And that probably will work just fine as well. So this query set, this is allowing us to do something a little bit more robust. But first, we have to define the getQuerySet method here, which is going to be something similar to what that auto-completion did. But instead, it's going to be returning an instance of this class with self.model and using self._db. So it's using the default database on this model. And now what I can do is in this by user IDs, instead of having the actual arguments in there again, I can just return self.getQuerySet.by user IDs and then pass in the user IDs equal to the user IDs. Now, I actually probably won't ever use this. I probably won't ever use it as the model manager itself. You might, but also you might not. In my case, I want to go ahead and ignore it, mostly so we don't get it confused with this query set here. So then back into my view, what I would end up, or rather the utility function, what I can end up doing then is cut this out and paste it in like that. That's it. So, which actually means that essentially I would then say if user IDs is not none, then we'll go ahead and do query set equals to query set by user IDs. So I now have this new function on any given query set, which of course I could do with this active query set lookup as well. So the way I'm going to do that is bring the Django Q function lookup inside of my Django models here, and we'll paste it right there. And then we'll go ahead and come back down to our new query set manager, or the query set object itself. And then I'll go ahead and grab the active QS, and then we'll go ahead and say by active trialing, something like that. And then I'll return back what it will be, which of course is that same lookup itself, and then self.filter of that same lookup. Okay, so now I don't actually have to do anything with this if I don't want to. But back into my utilities here, let's go ahead and change this to just simply all.byActiveTrialing. Great. So refresh that, and there we go. So now it's actually a little bit closer to what I want. And the reason for this is, say, active only being true or false. And so active only would then mean that basically I come back in here and say if active only QS equals to QS dot by active trialing. Great. So now that we've got this, I can go back into this view here and come in and say active only being false. Because whatever the subscription is, whatever this user's current subscription is, we want them to be able to refresh it. Because, well, they couldn't before. So if I come back in here, let's go back into our users app here. I'm going to go ahead and hit refresh, and your plan details have been refreshed. In this case, it was active, but if it was not active, of course, we still want that to be refreshed, which is the main part of what we're doing here. And so now that we've got this concept in mind, we need to actually start adopting the next part of this, which is going to be straightforward as well. Now, the straightforwardness of it will be based off of those dates, which we'll come back to. But for now, I want to go back into the sync user subs here now, because I can actually start using that utility function. So the user IDs, if we don't pass any, the default is going to be this subscription. If we use only active, it's going to use that only active, and then it's going to go through all of the other ones. So let's go back into here, and now I can do subutils dot refresh users active only being true. What do you know? This could also be an argument if we wanted to change that. So now we have the ability to say false if we wanted to. And then, of course, we could also pass in our various user IDs. But the problem with this current lookup is it's going to look for everything. So we definitely still need to limit that down. And basically what I want to do is we'll go ahead and say done. And then we'll go ahead and say print. If done, we'll print out that done. So let's go ahead and run it now with our python manage.py. And then grabbing that sync user subs, hit enter, and sync active subs, done. Great. So, of course, we could print out to everybody. So if we wanted to do verbose being true, I'll just go ahead and come back into the utility function itself, pass in verbose being false, and then I'll just do a print statement now. But basically, if verbose, we'll go ahead and print out, updating user, and then this is going to be object.user, and then maybe object.subscription, and then maybe object.cancel date or something like that. Cancel period end or the actual date. Let's go ahead and grab the actual date with the current period end, and back into here. We'll print that out. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do that. Sync these users, and it's going to go ahead and updating user basic plan. Boom. Now we're going to take a look at how to do some timing inside of Python so that we can do our own custom query set based off of that timing. We'll explain that in just a second. But the idea here is inside of Python, doesn't have to be the Django managed shell. You can grab what now is. In my case, this is now. This is definitely the past for you because it's the past for me now. But the idea being we can actually use that now and then get what next week is going to be by using the time delta here. And we can see this is next week. Now we can actually check is now less than next week. Of course, true is true. right? That's an easy thing to find. It's also easy to glance, but what we've got here is a condition that I can use programmatically now. And of course, we can also check in 6 days. Now is, of course, less than 6 days as well. No big surprise here. Now, of course, if we wanted to do our subscription, let's say, for instance, our subscription ends in 6 days and 20 hours. Now what we're going to see is something a little bit different. So is the subscription end greater than in 6 days? Well, of course, the answer is yes. Is it less than the next week? So sub ends, is it less than next week? Well, yes. Is it greater than next week? Is it after next week? Well, no. Great. So this alone should allow us to filter things down quite a bit. And so what we see is a couple examples there in that. And what we can also guess is, does it end in about 7 days? And of course, if we use these two conditions in 6 days and then less than 7 days, we can see that it ends in about 7 days. But this is not perfectly accurate. It doesn't end on the 7th day. So what we can do then is we can take this a little bit further and say we'll do our sub 2 ends in 7 days and 2 hours. So technically speaking, it ends on the 7th day. So what we need to do is we need to check inside of there. So we still have our next week here. So our next week min, this is midnight of next week, 7 days from now. And then this is going to be almost midnight, 7 days from now. And we can come in here and take a look at that. And of course, if we add in the microsecond here, it's even better. And this should be 59 as well. So even closer to what the max would end up being. And so then we can obviously test if it's in between those 2 days. So if we put it into here and do something like this, we can see whether or not that is a true value. So basically we want to be able to query our subscriptions if it ends in that time frame. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to start off fairly basic, and then we'll go ahead and make it more and more robust. So inside of our user subscription here, we're going to go into our user subscription query set, and I want to define and say by next week. So basically we want to say, actually we'll go ahead and do by days left. So we'll go ahead and say days left equals to 7. So the way we do this is we're going to grab now. Now, of course, is going to be from Django.utils import time zone. This will take into account the time zone that's being stored on our database so that we just have it. And then we'll come back down here. Now is timezone.now. And then we want to go ahead and say next week, or rather, in days. That's going to be something from datetime. So we'll go ahead and import that one. Import the datetime object here, or the datetime module. So then we can actually create a datetime object here. So datetime and the datetime.time delta, or rather datetime delta like that. And then we'll go ahead and add in days equaling to days left. Okay, so what that means then is actually we're going to do now plus that time. Then I want to actually use that same thing, and we want to do min and max. So in days min, and that's going to be in days, and replace, and this is going to be hour being 0, minute being 0, seconds being 0, and microsecond being 0. Okay, so I'll do that same thing again and do max. And this, of course, will be 23 and then 59, 59 all the way. All right, and there we go. So that's the min and max. So this is then going to be a filter based off that. So we'll return self.filter, and we're going to go ahead and grab the field, which of course is current period end. So that field is what we're going to filter down here. And what we want to filter, of course, is based off of these dates. So if this makes it a little bit easier, we can say in days min, or rather days or day start, and then maybe this being day end, just so you can see that it is going to go based off of the start of the day and the end of the day. So that means that it does our period fit in that time frame. The way we do that is by saying that it is greater than or equal to, so GTE will be greater than or equal to, we can pass in the start. So it's after the start of the day, but then we're going to do that same idea here to being before the end of the day. So less than or equal to before the end of the day. And so now that will filter based off of how many days are left in the future. Now, if we want to do the same idea with days ago, it's actually really simple. We can just say by days ago, and instead of it being days left, we would do days ago, and this would be however many days we want in here, and then we put in days ago, and then we just change this to simply a minus. The period filter is still the same. So this is looking for how many days in the past it's looking for, but we still want the same start of the day and the same end of the day. So the actual filter is going to fall under that same realm. And so we could actually combine these two if we wanted to. I'm going to keep them separate for now because realistically, if it ended 3 days ago or if it ended recently, perhaps we don't want to have the start or the actual end filter. Maybe we just want the start filter, so everything that's ended within the last 3 days. Maybe you want to do that with days ago so that every day you can kind of check what's happening in the last 3 days. But I'm going to go ahead and do it for literally 3 days ago if it ended, and then that would be the last sort of sync that I might end up doing. But the days left is one of them that I also want. So let's go ahead and now use these two filters. The way we're going to use them is inside of the utilities function here, refresh active users. So we'll go ahead and say days ago equaling to negative, or let's say 0 to start out. So days ago being 0. So basically, if 0 is the days ago, then we probably won't actually end up using it, right? And so what I want to do then is in my filter, which is going to happen after this, we'll go ahead and say if days ago is greater than 0, then QS equals to QS.filter, or rather by days ago. We can then pass in days ago here as exactly that. Okay, and then again, we can then add in days left. There we go. So days left, and then by days left, and we pass that in as well. So days left will be another one that we put in here. Great. So with this in mind, I'm going to go back into my sync user subs, and I'm going to add another argument, or 2 arguments rather. So we'll go ahead and do days left. This is now going to be a default of 0, and then we'll go ahead and grab in the type being an integer, and then I'll go ahead and grab this as well as days ago. Once again, default being 0. We might even put it at -1 or something like that, but I'll leave it as is, and we'll go ahead and do days left equals to that option, and then days ago. Paste that as well, and days ago, and then add these in as arguments to our subscriptions. And one of the things you might want to do then is active only, maybe change that to being an argument as well. That's not something we're going to do at this time, but it's up to you. Okay, so with this in mind, we've got our verbose being true, so days left being a default of 0. So now let's go ahead and exit out of here and take a look at what's going to happen with python manage.py and grabbing our user subs, sync user subs. It's got my hungry plan, so it's doing everybody. And then if I did days left to 1, we can see there's none. If I did 20, there's going to be none. If I did 200, there's still none. Let's do 400. Now I should have the actual 400, but that's not accurate. That's not how many days are actually left. So what I want to do is maybe allow it for, I'm just going to remove something real quick on my filter, and that is I'm going to go ahead and say less than or equal to that day. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this for just a second so I can actually see something coming through. Hit enter, days left at 400, that's working. If I change days left to 200, it's no longer, or at some point it's probably going to say that it's not working anymore. Let's put it to 10. It might be a monthly plan, and sure enough, it's a monthly plan. So 30 days, they're showing. Let's put it down to 20 days. It's no longer showing. And so the only reason for that is because of iterating through every possible day that it might fall into. Is just not something I want to show right now. But that actually gives us a really nice thing with this. So perhaps we also put in a range here. So let's say, for instance, we just want to say days until, or within this range. That is something else you could think about doing, like basically taking this and putting it as a range. So let's say by range, and days start being 7, and then days end being 120, something like that. So then an end days would be days start. So this would be the days start from now, and then the days end, and then days end from now. And we bring this days end in here, just like that. Okay, great. So now the start one, day start, is going to be that one. And then the days from now is going to be the day end. So basically, it's at the beginning of that range and at the end of the range. But I want to change it from day to range start and then range end, right? And so hopefully that makes a lot of sense here. And so now we can just use that same sort of idea with the range. So let's go ahead and grab that and do parser. And we'll go ahead and say start. Or let's go ahead and say days start and days end. Okay. And so back into our utility function here, we'll go ahead and do that again. And we'll do day start and day end. Let's just make sure that we did day start and day end here as well. Okay, so now we've got that. And so we'll go ahead and then say if day start is greater than 0 and day end is greater than 0, then QS equals QS by range, and then passing in the arguments for that range, which are these two. So let's go ahead and come in here, day start and day end. Great. So naturally, we would probably want to improve these conditions more. So like if days ago is there, then the other ones don't work or whatever. But for now, I'm just going to leave it as is. And then we'll go ahead and grab this again and day start and then day end. Okay. And now passing those in, day end, and day start. Great. Let's try it again. So day start, 20 days, day end, 30 days, run that one, and there's our range now. So it's actually going to be that simple in terms of how we can narrow these things down or what we can end up doing. Naturally, we can change everything to just run through this range here, because we could probably put a negative in here as well, and then just change how the date time objects end up working. But overall, we've got a really robust way to find out our various user subscriptions, which is actually really nice. So days left being, let's say 300, there's nothing, right? So that is, I think, pretty cool. Now, how do we run a Django command on a schedule that we decide? Now, of course, this is the command right here, and if you went through that last section, you have an idea as to why we need to run this, but that's not really the point. The point is, how could we run it? How can we schedule this to be ran every single day? Now, of course, there's the manual option where you just log in and do it every day at a certain time. That, of course, is not something I recommend. The other option would be to use something like Python Celery, which is actually really great, but this requires us to have a whole nother server running all of the time with a message broker as well, something like Redis, which I think is actually really great. It's a really easy process to do and can be very powerful for scheduling all sorts of things out, which is why I cover it a lot on my website. But the thing here is we are just looking at scheduling. I'm not trying to delay other kinds of tasks in my Django project yet. I'm literally trying to run this command on a regular basis. So I want it to run every day, every week, or whatever I decide. That's not really the point. The actual command itself isn't even really the point. The ability to run it on a schedule is. And so the way we're going to do this is by using GitHub Actions, as you might already be aware. GitHub Actions itself is often used for actually CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous delivery or deployment. But the idea here is we can use GitHub Actions as a serverless scheduling process, thanks to what Neon also brings, and the fact that we can branch our database at any time, use that branched version to do all sorts of stuff, or even use the production version to do things like syncing user subscriptions. And so that's actually what we want to work on in this section. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get started with our very first workflow, just so we can get our feet wet as to how it's going to work and how we might end up using it in the long run. All right, so navigate into our GitHub repo. We're going to jump into the Actions tab here. And this is what we're going to be doing in this section. We're going to be building out a bunch of different GitHub actions to make all of these features work well in production and on GitHub. So the idea here, of course, is you can always do these suggestions that are in here. There's a lot of good suggestions to make these things happen, but I want to actually build one myself. So we're going to go ahead and click on Set up a workflow yourself, and it gives you just an empty document. But the main thing here is we see there's a path to make this workflow happen, which is .github/workflows and then the workflow name. So that's what we want to do. Let's jump back into our local code, and this is where I'm going to go ahead and start working. Make sure that you're working on your main branch, whatever your primary branch is for the repo, which is, in our case, main. But assuming that you have your branch and all your GitHub stuff set up, this will work just fine. So I'm going to go ahead and do .github/workflows. And then I'm going to go ahead and name my workflow. My very first one, we'll just call it hello world.yaml, just so we can see the basics of this. The first thing that we do is we set a name for this workflow. And in this case, I'll just go ahead and say hello world GitHub Actions. Then we want to define a trigger, a workflow trigger. What is actually going to make this thing run? So that's the point of what we're designing here. We're designing steps to make this run. Very similar to a Docker file, actually. It's not the same, but it is similar in how it works in terms of these are a bunch of steps that need to happen. In this case, it's to build a Docker image. In GitHub Action Workflows, it's just to make sure that something runs. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do on, and we're going to decide that the push is what we're going to be doing. Push as in a git and push. The next part is the actual branch that we want this to run on. So when a push happens on our main branch, this workflow would then run. So the next thing is, what is it going to run? That's where we then declare jobs. So far, everything that I've used in the terms of whatever's here and then colon, those are all built into the workflow. The things that aren't built into the workflow just yet is the name itself. I actually gave it that. And then the branch I decided. So this branch could be whatever gibberish if you wanted to. Jobs is one of those things that we need to name it jobs. This next part is where we can start to divert from that. We can now give each job a different name or a different parameter inside of this YAML. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and just call it hello. You could say hello world if you'd like, but in this case, I'll call it hello. So inside of this parameter, I'll then start to design all of the different things about this particular workflow. And all this means is I'm going to bring in some steps in here. And the very first step, I'm just going to go and say the name is just say hello there. And then what it's going to do is run echo and hello. That's it. So that's what it's going to do. So that's my main job here. But there's one other aspect about this job that we need to declare, and that is where are these steps going to occur? So that means very similar to like in a Docker file, at the very beginning, we say, hey, we want Python 3.2, which is saying, hey, some other Docker image, which likely is built on top of Linux in this case, especially with Python and a lot of open source languages. So what we do here is we actually need to declare that as well. So we go ahead and say runs on, and in this case, it will be Ubuntu and latest. So this is a Linux version of an operating system that it's going to run on, and it's just going to run on the latest one. There are other versions that you can use, but I want a general system that I can work off of, and that's what I'm going to use. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and commit this to Git. So I'll go ahead and say hello world GitHub Action Workflow, something like that. Commit that. We'll go ahead and say yes. We will sync these changes to GitHub, and then we'll jump into our GitHub Actions. Go ahead and navigate away from this workflow. We do not want to create it or save it. That will cause a little bit of conflicts with it. But what we've got here is now this workflow is going to run. So when I mean run, I mean it literally went on another computer and ran this job. So this job, here's the operating system, here's the image, which is a container image, just like a Docker container image, all of the things related to this actual job itself. Then it runs our steps, the things that we have in here. In our case, we just ran hello, and it runs that. That's it. That's all it does. It's really just that simple, which is actually really, really nice. But the thing is, notice that it only runs on a push. In other words, I can't go into actions here and I can't run this workflow again. There's no way for me to run it. I could rerun old ones, but I can't rerun or run a new one. So there's another trigger we could use, which is called workflow and dispatch. Let me go ahead and open up the actual file here. We can come in here and say workflow dispatch, just like that. And now I'll go ahead and say added GitHub workflow dispatch. Okay, we'll go ahead and commit and sync these changes. Once again, I did a push, which means that it's going to run. So if I go back into GitHub Actions, it's going to run again. But the cool thing about this is now I can select the workflow over here and I can actually run this workflow. I can click on this run workflow here because I have that workflow dispatch trigger. So I can literally run this at any time. Really, really cool. The next thing is, let's go ahead and get rid of this push. There's another one where you can do a pull request and run this. There's a lot of different options as far as workflow triggers are concerned. But what I want to do to wrap up this video is, or this portion is, bring in something called schedule. And so what we can do is we can actually do a cron schedule in here as to when I want this to run. So let's say, for instance, we want it to run every day at 3:30. So we would put 30, 3. 3 is actually 3 a.m. 15 would be 3 p.m. So we would do 15. And then we would say every day of the month, every month, and then every day of the week. Okay, so this is confusing. If you aren't familiar with cron, that gets confusing. So you can go to crontab.guru and you can try the same thing out. So if you wanted to run every 30 minutes at 3, there it is at 3 a.m. If I change this to 15, there it is at 15:30, which is, of course, the afternoon, 3:30. And that's going to run every single day. And, of course, if I were to do a comma here, I can have it run in the morning and in the evening or in the afternoon. So 12-hour split between the two of these. If you wanted to run at 2 a.m. and 2 p.m., you would do something like that and change this to 0. If you wanted to run every day at midnight, you would just go ahead and say 000 or 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. and so on. So there's a lot of interesting things about cron itself, and the crontab.guru is a great place to just kind of play around with this. But the nice thing about this is now I can have this run on a schedule and have it run whenever I decide. This is the main thing. This is why we have this entire project. Granted, we still have to build out the steps for this to make sure that it's working correctly. But in my case, I'm going to go ahead and comment out the schedule for now because this actual workflow, I don't need it to run on a schedule. But I did want to mention these 3 options that are available to us, and they are pretty great. So let's go ahead and now look at how we can start implementing this in a more practical use case by just testing our Django project. So GitHub Action plugins are one of the main reasons to use GitHub Actions. There's a lot of ones that are built in from GitHub themselves. Like they made a ton of them. So you can always go into github.com/actions and you'll see all kinds of GitHub Actions in here that you'll probably want to end up using. And we're going to use a couple of them right now. So the first thing that we want to do though is grab into our workflows. We're going to go ahead and duplicate this one and we're going to call this test Django basic. Okay. So in here, in this new Django basic one, we'll go ahead and do test Django basic. In the triggers themselves, we do want the workflow dispatch, but I also want the push in here so that this just runs whenever I push it, at least while I'm testing this out, and I'll get rid of some of these comments. So now, once again, we'll go ahead and just change the name of this job to simply test, and then we've got the runs on, that's fine, and then we've got our steps in here. So the very first thing that we actually need to do is we need to check out our code. So you do something called checkout code. This is incredibly common, and it's probably one of the most used GitHub Actions items or plugins. And we just go ahead and say uses actions/checkout. So this is one of those plugins that we can grab. And so if we actually go into github.com/actions/checkout, hit enter, this will take us to that plugin. And if we scroll down to it, we see that it says checkout v4, but then we also see a bunch of things about this action. There's a lot of different parameters we can use in this action. In our case, we don't need that many parameters because this is going to be checking out the same code on our repo. So it's going based off of the code that's actually in the repo. If you don't do this step, the code won't be there. You won't be able to use it. So that's actually fairly straightforward. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to set up Python. And once again, it's going to use a built-in action. So we do actions setup -Python. What do you know? Simple enough. I'm going to go ahead and grab this, go into GitHub Actions, and just do setup Python. There it is, another GitHub action. It's telling you can use it. You can scroll down here, and you can see all of the parameters that you've got with setting up Python to make sure that this job runs with Python. So I can paste in here with the new one of GitHub Actions, just like that. And let's go ahead and bring this back a little bit and tab this forward. And we've got setup Python at version 5, and then the Python version we want to use. Well, the Python version that we want to use is going to be 3.12, just like our Docker file. So that's the one I'm going to stick with. So there's consistency within the environments. Now, this is not a Docker file, right? But it is able to build Docker images for you if you wanted to. So in other words, I could actually use this Docker file to do a lot of the same things I'm about to do. But we're going to keep this really simple and not go down that route. At this point, I'm just going to go ahead and test out some very, very basic things within Django. So the next one is going to be, well, installing requirements. So installing our pip requirements. And so now that we have Python installed here, I can use this run argument, and we can go ahead and say python-m pip install pip --upgrade. Now, hopefully this looks familiar to you. Inside of the Docker file, if you actually look in here, we have our pip install r requirements.txt. Looks like I didn't actually update pip in here. Oh, there it is. Upgrading pip right there. So this is very, very common inside of Docker files as well, and it should be very common in your Python applications. So with that, I can actually run these pip install, and then I can actually try and run the python-m pip install-r requirements.txt. Now, I already know this is going to fail for a very specific reason, and that is where my working directory is. So I can actually come into this installation process and change the working directory right here to src, which of course is /src. That way I can grab wherever the requirements end up being. But in my case, the requirements are right here, so perhaps I don't need this working directory just yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Next, after I install these requirements, I'm going to go ahead and run my Django tests. This time, I'll definitely need that working directory, and it's going to be /src, and then I'll just go ahead and run python manage.py test. Now, I could always do a cd into here, so I could actually do cd src if I wanted to inside of that run, and then run that manage.py test, but I'm going to leave it as this. Okay, so that is something that is a simple way to run various tests in your Django project. I don't actually have any tests written just yet, but the idea being that this is something you would probably want to do in the long run, build out your entire test suite for your entire application. So let's go ahead and commit this, and we'll go ahead and do our test Django basic workflow, and I'll go ahead and commit, and yes. And then we'll sync the changes, and then we'll go ahead and take a look at our GitHub Actions project here. So we'll go back into our repo, into Actions, and we should see that the test workflow is now starting to run. And so it will take a moment for this to happen, but the thing is, it sets up Python incredibly fast because it's probably using some sort of cached version. Then it upgrades the actual pip install that's in there, and then it's going to go ahead and do our installation process as well. So this looks like it's only doing one thing, but it's actually doing two. So we see that it's running our requirements. It installs literally all of our requirements, and then we scroll down, and wait a minute, Django tests failed. They worked fine locally, but they failed in production, or rather in GitHub Actions. And so this is hopefully obvious, maybe not, but the idea is our Django secret key was not found. This comes back to what we actually did to make sure that that is there. So in our CFE home settings, if we scroll up to the secret key, we don't have a default set up, so it gives us that error. We saw that before, a long time ago, but now we can see it in action with GitHub itself. So what we want to do then, of course, is to enrich the environment for this. And we'll take a look at how to do environment variables right now. Now we're going to take a look at how to use environment variables inside of GitHub Actions so that we can actually test our Django project. Now I just duplicated the previous workflow we just did, and I just commented out that previous workflow's automated run, and then I just go ahead and build based off of that. So the idea here is we want to declare environment variables inside of the step itself, the Django test step. I'm going to go ahead and do Django secret key and set it equal to something like not good, or set it to the value of not good. So these environment variables should mirror the sample, right? So we've got this sample here. I could probably copy that whole thing in here and bring it in and go one by one. Make sure that you turn the quotes into colon and do something like that. But I'll just leave it in as secret key is not good and just test this first. So we'll go ahead and now do that. I'm going to grab these test vars here. We'll go ahead and just name it that, save it, and commit. And so what we should end up seeing is this secret key actually being fine for this test. It's not good for production, but as far as what we're doing here, it's probably just fine. So the next thing is I'm going to go ahead and do something like Django debug, and we probably want to set that to being 0, just to make sure that we are explicit that we do not want testing mode on for this one. So that's actually kind of cool. We can put it directly on the step itself. We can also bring it up one step further, and I can cut this out here, and I can put it on the entire job itself. So I can bring it up here and paste it just like that, which is also really nice. So this allows each one of these steps then to have access to the environment variables that are up here. So this is fine and all, but what if we don't actually want our Django secret key like this? What if we actually wanted to generate one on the fly inside of these steps? So the way that's going to be done is we'll comment this one out, and then we'll come in here. Right after setting up Python, we'll go ahead and set up our Django secret key. And the way we're going to do this is by using a built-in feature inside of Ubuntu or Linux distributions. The first thing is I'll go ahead and say my key equals to, we'll set it equals right next to each other with $ and parentheses. This right here will allow me to run a command called openSSL rand and then dash base 64 and then 32. So if you actually have a Mac or a Linux locally, you can run this command and you'll see it's going to generate a key that looks like that. You may have seen that before. That's it. Now you could also do something with Python in here. There is one for Python. You could probably even, after you install Django, you could even use Django's built-in mechanism to build one. That's not really the point here. The point here is to see how to actually use this in our environment. So right now, my key is not the actual secret key that we want to use. What we want to do here is we want to say echo, and then we want to bring in the environment variable that we're going to use into GitHub_env. So let's say my var equals to my value, something like that, and then my var would be used. In our case, it's not my var. We want Django secret key. So right now, Django secret key is set to my val. It would actually be down here as my val when we run that test. But if I want it based off of some other program, some other result, then I can use this my key here and literally put a $ in front of it and do something like that. I'll call this my generated key, or I'll just say gen key, just so it's a little bit easier. And then we've got this is going to be the value that's going to be equal to whatever is in here. Great. So that's the string substitution that would end up happening for this. So at this point, I now have a new version of it. This is how you're going to want to do it if you need to generate them on the fly. This is how you're going to do it if you can just set them and just leave them as is. Now, that is pretty much it. It's pretty straightforward in terms of how these environment variables work. But of course, they'll get better once we actually use secrets. We use something that's also built in to GitHub Actions. If I go to this test here, I should probably see something related to it. And we see the Django debug is not found. So maybe that's kind of strange that it says that, because maybe I didn't commit it. I don't know. But anyways, now that we've got that, let's go ahead and add in this environment variable here. And I'll just go ahead and go into my source control and say updated, commit it, yes, and then push. And then we'll go ahead and wait for a moment in GitHub Actions for that to finish. I suspect the reason this one failed is because this actual test did have a Django secret key, but it did not have Django debug being set anywhere, which of course is something that we also did in our code. If we go back into our settings here, Django debug does not have a default value. So I just needed to set it inside of there as well, which is what we ended up doing. And so now with that new test, we should see hopefully all green. And sure enough, we do. Now, of course, I don't actually have any Django tests on here, no automated tests whatsoever. And so if you were to go down the route of CI/CD, this is what you would want to do. You would actually want to make sure that you have all of the necessary environment variables set up in there to go forward. But what I want to do in this next part is I actually want to use something called the GitHub Actions secrets. Let's take a look. Now we're going to go ahead and test Django with a GitHub Actions secret. This GitHub Actions secret means that it's not going to be exposed or displayed at all inside of our workflow, as we'll see in just a moment. So the way I did this was duplicate the previous workflow, turn that one off, and then basically build based off of that. So the first thing that I want to do, though, is actually create a test case for this to actually work. So inside of Commando here, I'm going to go into test, and I'm going to go ahead and do class, and we'll call this a neondb test case. And it's going to take in the test case here. And then all I want to do is define test db URL and self.assert in, and then basically see if neon.tech is in my database URL. So to grab this, we'll go ahead and do from django.conf. We're going to import our settings, and I'll grab the database URL from that. So database URL equals to settings.database and URL, right? So of course we could verify that that's in there, or at least it is configured in there by going into our settings, and sure enough, there it is, right? So what we want to do here is we're just testing that neon.tech is inside of that database URL itself. We can also test if that database is none, right? So basically the assert in kind of tests both if it's none or not. But let's go ahead and run this test here on our local project. So if I do python manage.py test, it's going to do a couple things. First off, it's going to create a test database, and it actually will find a test. So that means that it will take a little bit of time for this to run, because in this case, it's running off of my dev branch for my database URL. So naturally, neon.tech is inside of each URL domain here. If that changes for some reason, you would see that in these tests, which is also kind of nice. But here we go. Now that I've got that, I've got the ability to actually test whether or not that value exists and it works correctly. So what I'm going to do now then is set up that value. Inside of my jobs here, I'm going to go ahead and do my database URL. And we want it to be equal to $, curly bracket, and then secrets dot, whatever we want to name it. So you could call it something like my underscore database URL, or let's say neon database URL, or whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it in as neon database URL just to highlight that point. And then we'll go into our settings here, and then I'll go into my secrets and variables under actions. I'm going to go ahead and do a new repository secret, and we're going to bring in a neon database URL here. So of course, the way this is going to work then is we need to go into our console. We need to go into branches, and we're going to create a brand new branch from our main branch, and I'm going to call this gh-delete. Now, the reason I'm calling it gh-delete is because I want to think of this branch as being temporary and something that is okay for me to delete at any time if it's there. My dev branch is really my local branch, something that I probably don't want to change, right? So in my branches here, I don't want to delete this one. I don't need to change this one. The delete branch is the one that I want to change and delete. So that's the one I'll work off of, and we want to grab, of course, our connection string. I'll grab that from the dashboard. Here it is right here. I'll just go ahead and copy that snippet, bring it into my GitHub Actions, and go ahead and add this secret here now. So there it is. It's quite literally inside of my repository secrets, and this is how I can reference it. And so if I were to try to echo this out, let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to come in here, and I'll go ahead and say name and show database URL, and I'll go ahead and do run and echo the database URL, which is as simple as just doing that, because that's the environment variable itself. Now, another thing you can do just to make sure that it's definitely going to work inside of the environment, the actual GitHub Actions environment, is to use $ curly brackets like that, env dot, and then whatever the environment variable is that you set. So it should work with both of them. this is the one that will definitely work in the long run, especially with the older kinds of environment variables. Okay, but the thing is, we didn't set this for our test database ever, and it still worked. So the other method of echo $, and then the environment variable as to what it should be, that those both should work in some sense. But now, we've got this database URL. Let's go ahead and do our git status. I'm going to go ahead and add everything, and we'll go ahead and commit to everything. I probably should have done it on VS Code. Sorry for those of you who do not know Git that well. I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then we'll go ahead and do git push. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go back into the GitHub Actions, and this should actually now run a test. All of the other ones didn't, so we'll have to wait for this to go. But the idea here is this should run a test with our production database. If we go to show database URL, notice that it's not allowing me to see anything yet. But what we've got here is I did echo and echo. So it quite literally didn't show the database URL at all. It hides it from us. So this one, it didn't show it at all, which is pretty interesting. Okay, so with this in mind, I can now see that it's running everything, and then now it's going to run that test. And of course, this actually does do a test, and we should see that it is valid. So it might take a moment for it to happen, but it will actually run it, because the reason it's taking a moment is because it's actually creating a test database in Neon, right? So in this database here, it's quite literally creating a brand new one, which is bringing it up, making sure it's running. Notice it's active now, and then it's going to go ahead and finish off whatever those tests are for however long that ends up taking, which of course didn't take very long, and it did the test correctly, and it was able to assert that that neon.tech was in that URL, which is great. But the big thing here is I don't actually want to do that in the long run. I don't want to run with my database URL. Instead, what I'd rather have happen is a new branch happen every single time I want to test this. Maybe not every single time, but having the ability to create a new branch right in line and not have to set the database URL myself, but rather have GitHub Actions do all of it using the Neon command line tool. So that's what we'll do in just a moment. Now we're going to go ahead and automate the process of having a branch database from Neon inside of our GitHub Actions. Now, in this case, we're going to use it for the test just to make sure that it's working correctly. In the long run, you might use it for different things like analysis on your actual production data without using your actual production database. Now, we will see how to use the production database as well, but the thing is here is the caveat is this database URL right here is just fine. Using that manually made branch and just sticking with that is absolutely okay. You could do that for a very long time. But what I want to do is actually set up the conditions to have the ability to automatically branch my database or the ability to use my production database. And the way that's going to work is through the Neon command line tool, and this is the Neon CLI. So that means we're going to go ahead and use npm to install this, which requires Node.js 18 or higher, which will probably change over time as well. But the idea is we want to run this command here. So using the same method that we've been doing, I created a new actual GitHub Actions workflow and deactivated the old one. So what we want to do is the very first steps, we've got Python and checking out the code. The next step is going to be our setup node.js. So setup node, and this is going to be uses actions/setup and node. No surprise there. Let's go ahead and see what version is currently available on GitHub with setup node. And the current version is 4. Okay, so that's the one I'm going to use is at version 4. And then we'll go ahead and say with, and then I'll just do node-version, and we use 20.11. I think there's other ones that you could use. You could probably use node 18 as well, but it's up to you on how you want to go about doing that. Okay, so once we have node available to us, we can then go ahead and say install the Neon CLI, and this is going to be simple. It's just going to be run, and this is npm. Let's do a pipe here, and we'll do npm install -g neonctl. And so, of course, that's coming from the docs itself, so it's literally this same command here, and this will now set up the Neon command line tool. So the idea here, though, is in our environment variables, what we want to set is things related to Neon now. So the Neon API key we want to set in here now instead of this database URL. So I'll go ahead and get rid of that. And this, of course, is going to be our secrets. We're going to use the same process we did there. And this is going to be the Neon API key. So to do that, we'll go into the Neon console. We're going to go into our user account, under account settings, API keys, create a new one, and I'll call this my SaaS GitHub Actions key. Create that. We'll copy this value. We'll go into our repo, navigate into the settings, navigate into our secrets and variables, into actions, and then go ahead and create a new repository secret. I'll paste that secret in, and then I'll go ahead and do my Neon API key. Let's just verify that it is the Neon API key right here, and also in the docs itself. So if we do a quick search for it, we can do and see that the API key, so we don't actually have to append it to every call, but rather just add it in our environment like that, which is why I put it in as environment variables here as well. Great, so now that we've got that, the Neon command line tool is set up. It's all ready to go, so we can start doing various things. The first various thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and delete previous branch. So what branch name do we want to give it? Well, we can think of a couple different ways on how we could do this. So back into our project, we're going to go into SaaS here. The branch is the GH delete branch, right? So I'm going to come in here and I'll go ahead and do my Neon, let's say GitHub branch. And this is going to be GH-delete. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and do our Neon prod branch. These are just environment variables that I'm coming up with here. You can name them however you'd like. But we've got our Neon production branch and our Neon GitHub Actions branch. So I actually want to delete this one off out of the gates. So we'll go ahead and do run. And the way we delete it is going to be Neon CTL branches delete. We put in a string here, and then we also need our project-id. So let's verify that that's actually in the command line tool arguments themselves. So we've got our global options. We don't need to look at the global options. We need to come up here and look at branches. If we go into branches and scroll down a bit, we can see that there is the delete option here. And so we've got delete ID. And here are a couple of arguments we can put in, which of course I've got my project ID here as well. And this is only if you have one or more project. In my case, I do. So I do recommend that you put this because you'll probably at some point have one or more project. So coming back in here, this is now going to be our Neon project ID. This again will be a secret value. I don't necessarily need this exposed for no reason. And so that's going to be the one I'll use. So then we'll put that into quotes as well. So how do we actually use those secrets? Well, once again, we do $ and then 2 curly brackets. We use env dot and then the actual value itself. So the GitHub branch name, just like that. And then our project ID and $env, just like that. Okay, so what if this branch doesn't already exist? Well, inside of GitHub Actions, we can actually do something called continue on error, and we can just say that's true. So if this does error out, which it probably will if this branch doesn't exist, then we'll go ahead and keep going. Now, there's a couple of things that I still need to set up, which is one of them is the Neon project ID in my secrets. So going back into Action Secrets, we will make sure the API key is in there now. And then I'll go ahead and create my project ID. The way you find this is by going into your console. At least this is one of the ways. Go into your project. I'm already in my SaaS project. Go into settings and then just grab whatever ID is in there. Put it into your Action Secrets. And there we go. So now we have the ability to delete the branch. So after we delete the branch, let's go ahead and create new GitHub Actions branch. So this same process would be used for creating a staged branch if you wanted to. In our case, we're not going to stage anything. We're really just going through and testing stuff. That's pretty much it. And so once again, we got branches. This time it's going to be create, and then we do -- name, and then whatever name we are going to be using, which of course, this is going to be the same thing, which is that GitHub branch itself. Okay, and so we've got that again. So this is going with a brand new fresh one. But there's one more thing that I want to add onto this create call, and that's dash dash and parent. And that's going to be the main branch that we had that's going to be coming in here, which is going to be our prod branch. So that's where we're going to be branching it from, and that will go ahead and create that for us. Fantastic. Okay, so the next step is going to be essentially very similar to this, but the thing is here, I do not want this to continue on error. If it fails to branch, we want it to stop so we can diagnose the issues that are going on. Now, one of the ways to make sure that these commands are correct is if you installed the Neon CTL locally and ran things based off of that. I'm not doing that right now because I'm going to use GitHub Actions to do this test for us. But if you're having a lot of issues, that's what I recommend that you do. I've already worked out all of these things, so that's why I'm doing it here. Okay, so we probably don't need to set up the secret key just yet, but I will go ahead and set up my next portion, which is going to be my database URL for this branch. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and we'll go ahead and do database URL env value for new GitHub Actions branch. Great. So the way this is done is using Neon CTL again, and then we're going to go ahead and grab the branch that we've been using, which is going to be that same branch. So we'll do branch here, and then we'll change this to, instead of create, but rather just connection-string, grabbing that branch, keeping that project ID. We do not need the parent now. So this is going to be the command that we need to run. This command is, hey, what do you know? It's very similar to what we've got going on here. So I'll go ahead and say my neon connection string is equal to $, parentheses, all the way around that entire thing. Then once again, I'll go ahead and do something similar to what we just did, which is again taking our connection string, and then our database URL is equal to that connection string. We are not going to echo out that database URL anymore. I'm going to go ahead and install the requirements, and everything should go through as well as our test. I also want to make sure that my database URL is no longer active from the secrets themselves, because this connection string should do it for us. Great. So let's go ahead and save this, and then I'm going to go ahead and commit it. Let's go ahead and come in here, commit, yes, and sync those changes, and we'll go ahead and say OK. So now I'll go back into my repo, go into GitHub Actions. I'll go back into my repo, So I'll go back into my repo, go into our actions here, and watch the workflow actually go through, which ideally speaking, Node and the Neon CLI will work just fine. Deleting branch, what do you know? There it goes. Deleted the branch, create a new branch. Simple enough. So it's going to retry if it's locked, and then it did. So far, so good. Connection string looks like this thing is working okay. Let's go ahead and see if it ends up working in terms of the actual tests themselves, which I think this will also work. And look how fast this is going. That's the other part about this that I really appreciate. All of this is incredibly fast. If I were to try and deploy this to a virtual machine directly and then run all of these different commands, it would take far longer than this. This just did the test, and the database URL ended up working. So one of the things that I'll probably want to clean up at the end of this is to, once again, delete that branch, actually run it twice. So the reason I deleted it up front is just, if I did create it somewhere, I just want to get rid of it, run that branch, run all the tests, do all that stuff, and then I'll just go ahead and call this my cleanup process. So I'll just say cleanup step, right? That way that branch doesn't need to hang. We can have it hang, but it's going to delete anyway. And so the other part about this is the actual branch itself, we could think about calling it something different, a little bit more random, or maybe based off of something else within Git. That is something you could think about so that you're not actually having a branch just, you just have some random digits here that you could do. And there's a lot of different ways on how you could do that. One of the ways to think about it would be very similar to what we did within here. We could actually create a random number, use that random number alongside of when we actually go to create the new branch. But that makes it a little bit harder to delete in the future as far as automatically deleting. So I'm just going to stick with this gh delete for that branch. Then we'll go ahead and update this, and I'll go ahead and do with cleaning, commit, yes, and run those sync changes again. And I'll let that all finish. But the main thing is I just want to check my branches that this delete one does go away. All right, so let it finish, cleanup step. That actually did delete that branch, and we can verify this in the console as well. And there we go. So we now have a way to fully automate that process, which I think is great. Naturally, we could do so much more than just testing the code out. We could do everything you might need to do with your production database at this point, or even your development database, the actual branch that you are branching, or the actual production branch. You can use main, you can use dev, you can use anything you can think of. The other thing is this exact same process could be used for making a actual different stage that you deploy on a production service, so that you do this prior to fully deploying it on any production service itself. Now, that's outside the context of this series, but overall, this is now set up really, really well for what you might want to do within Neon. Now, the other aspect of this that I want is actually using the production database with this Neon API key and making sure that I can actually sync all of those management commands on some sort of schedule. So that's what we'll do now. I'm going to leave this branch test one on. I'm going to keep it on, and then we'll take a look at also how to do the different scheduled commands that we want for our Stripe and Neon database stuff going forward. Now we're going to go ahead and create our scheduled worker process, that one that's going to do those Django management commands for us with all of our production stuff available. So the idea here is it's not going to be on any given push. It's going to be on the schedule. So I actually have a really good example from GitHub itself that we will be using to make sure that this is running on the schedule that we want it to run. But before I get there, I want to make sure that I set up everything that I need for the environment variables. One of the things I will need is the Stripe secret key. So going back into our project here, I'm going to bring in that Stripe secret key as a new secret that we want in our environment. So this, of course, means that we need to set it up on our GitHub Actions. So let's go ahead and jump in to that project, into our settings here, and then we'll go ahead and navigate into our secrets, actions, and then we'll go ahead and bring in our new Stripe secret key. Now, in your case, you're probably going to want to have a production one, as in not SK-test, right? So we've got that. We want to have a production one, but I've got SK-test for now. The next thing is we're going to go ahead and have to set up this to use our primary branch altogether. So coming in here, I do not need the Neon GitHub branch anymore. I don't need the database URL. I'm just going based off of the fundamental things that I will need to do the various aspects my production worker needs. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down here. I'm going to still install Neon. Yes, I'm not going to delete or create a new branch here. I don't need those two things. I do need the database URL environment variable. So the connection string now, the branch is no longer the GitHub branch, but rather the production branch. Yes, we are using the production code here. And so we're going to go ahead and put that production branch on. And now everything else should pretty much flow pretty well. I don't need to delete anything, so I'll get rid of that. Now I need to know and make sure that I can run the various commands that I need to run. I do not need to run tests here. That is in a different workflow altogether, but I do need to make sure that everything else is set up. So these are going to be our sync commands. So inside of our subscription, we've got our management commands in here, and this is our sync user subs. So Django users sync Stripe subscriptions or something like that. And we'll go ahead and run the first one that we want to do, which of course is just syncing the active subs. So I'll go ahead and grab this, and we'll do our Python manage.py sync user subs. Now, if you remember back, if we did the sync user subs here, and of course that syncs in everything, which is not what we want. We actually just want things from today. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into my subscriptions, and I want to make a slight change to my utility function here. So in my utility function, what I've got is the syncing these things, and we see that day start is greater than 0. I want to say that it is greater than, let's say, -1. So basically 0 or above. That will allow me to have today being the range that I might want to use. You could also adjust some of those things as well as being -1 instead of 0. So if we wanted to do 0, we totally could, which is just an oversight that we had from that one. But the idea now is then I can say day start being 0 and then day end being 0. And so that should give me today. Now, this doesn't show me today, so we will look at that in just a second with it being verbose if we want to. But all the defaults in here I'll put as -1 as well, just so that I don't accidentally use all of these over again within there. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and print out the day start and the day end based off of if it's verbose or not. So I'll go ahead and say verbose equals to verbose, which means in my range for this model, I'll go ahead and say verbose is true. Mostly because of when I'm going to be using this, my default will be verbose. So I'll go ahead and say if verbose, then we'll go ahead and print out the range is 2. So we can put in our start and our end. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this again. We'll run that. We've got a range. That's today. That's the end of today. Great. So that will run every day for that to make sure that everything's working correctly with those updates. In other words, back into our production worker here, we will go ahead and use these two. I'm going to copy this and then run that. Great. So we can also do day end as in tomorrow, right? So might as well go ahead and sync all of those things. It's probably not going to be that many subs in general, but it gives me a pretty good period that I can work off of instead of just everything, which is the main part of this. Great. So I did say that there was one other, command that we might want to run from time to time. And so the way I want to do this is by looking into the GitHub workflow documentation for schedules, which of course is linked right here. We can actually see there's a way to skip different schedules. So we could skip it based off of different cron schedules that are in here. Basically having this condition in here, I'm going to go ahead and come back down. We'll change this to if get event is not equal to some schedule. Then now what we'll do is we will actually, clear the dangling Stripe subscriptions, which was, the command of clear dangling, I believe. So we'll go ahead and try that command locally. Let's just make sure that that's the case. And yep, sure enough it is. And it goes through all of them. So it's going to go through all of them, which is important. Okay, so now what is the schedule that we want to have? So going back in here, I'm going to copy this schedule right here and we'll paste it in. Now, once again, if we go into crontab.guru, we can figure out what this schedule is going to be. So what I want to do is at like 1 in the morning, I just want this to run. So 1 in the morning, we'll do run at exactly at 1, and then I'll also run it, let's say, for instance, at noon. So this is maybe a good idea to have it run twice in a day for those two different commands. So I'll go ahead and run this. This should be done every single day, right? So there we go. Next up, what I want to do is bring that same idea and get rid of that schedule from this one down here. That's not the schedule I want it to run at. But instead, what I want to do is I want it to run one time in the entire month, which I'll do it at like 4 a.m. And this is going to be every month. And then what day of the month we're going to do, we will do it at the first of the month. So it's that. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, bring it in as our other schedule. Now what I'll do is actually change our condition a little bit. And I'll go ahead and say if it's equal to this schedule, great. And then I will go ahead and grab this one as well and bring it up and set it equal to the other schedule. And there we go. The challenge with that, of course, is the fact that, well, I pretty much do not want this to run only at that time. I might need to run this as one-offs. So this one I'll actually go ahead and say if it's not equal to that schedule itself, and we'll see if that one-off even works at this point. Great, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and do git status, git add -- all, git commit, and we'll put our message in here as our scheduled production worker, and we'll go ahead and do git push. Okay, so we should have pretty much everything we might need. Now, the other part about this that you might consider at some point is adding in all of your email-related things. Now, in the short term, you could probably still use the Gmail stuff. It may or may not work on GitHub Actions based off of how Gmail is configured. It might actually block that. I can't say for sure, But of course, you'll need to create another application password and all that. But the general idea is you could probably put email, or you probably should put email into your GitHub Actions so that when it does run, it runs when it needs to. And so one of the things that just happened is it actually ran when it was pushed, which it should not. Oh, wait, this is the other one. This is running the tests. Great. So that's a good sign. So it's showing me that it's running the test, but that's the commit name. So let's go ahead and run our scheduled production worker, which has no workflow runs. Let's go ahead and run this now. And so if this was done correctly, what we will have is we will actually use the production database. We'll grab main, and then we would run all of the things related to it, which is off of this scheduled production worker itself. So one of the things it's not doing on the production version at this time is migrating the database. So this might be a good place to also migrate the database inside of GitHub. So we'll go ahead and do Django migrate database, get rid of the schedule part, and then just run manage.py and migrate. There we go. And so we'll go ahead and do git status, git add -- all, git commit, and then added migrate to DB. And we'll go ahead and push that. In fact, this actually might need to be in the test of the branch database as well, because if we are branching the production database and wanting to do tests, there's a good chance that we'll need to branch it also and then migrate it on that change. So that's another thing that we probably wanted to do. And so what we've got here is now I've got this invalid stripe key for production. That is correct. This is not a production database, or rather a production stripe key that we've been using. So when we call this value error, this is actually a great sign showing us that, hey, you can't have skTest in this stripe secret key. So it automatically gives us this error, which is also very, very nice that that is the case. And it gives us, well, the need to not use a stripe test. So in our case, since we are using stripe, the actual test version, I will go ahead and say Django debug is equal to 1. But now I'm going to go ahead and put it in as a secret, just like that. And so we'll go ahead and use it inside of the GitHub Actions. Go ahead and do settings and into our secrets here. Repository secret, Django debug being 1, add that secret, and there we go. Now I'll go ahead and do git status again, and we'll go ahead and just say that we updated for stripe and migrate, commit, yes, and sync. Okay. The only reason I'm doing that debug as a secret is because I don't actually have a production stripe key, and I won't. I'd rather my code have that value error if I try to push this into production without a stripe key than anything else, right? So I'm okay with what I just did for that reason. But of course, if I were to try to put this actual project in production on Railway, I would run into issues because of that stripe actual value error that we have. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and let this finish off. This, of course, is that test. Now that we've got migrate, great. And then let's go back into actions. We'll go ahead and do our scheduled production worker once again. We'll run this one, and this should actually solve that problem for us. And then, of course, months or in a few weeks or however long, we can come back and test and see that this action actually went through and it did run things according to what I have set up, which I think is pretty nice. And there it went, sync active subs. It tried to do it for the day right now and then the day ending. And then we've got our Django users clear dangling was skipped because it wasn't on that schedule. But there we go. We now have the ability to have a scheduled production worker using GitHub Actions and Neon with its branching, or it's just its production database, which makes things so clean and easy. Now we can just build out any other commands we might need to run on some sort of schedule with those conditions as we see fit. But the main thing being that we can run these commands just fine. I will say you definitely should get your stripe key going so your Django debug is back to being 0. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Maybe we do something more like a stripe override So that's actually something that is worth considering as well, is wherever we put that Stripe stuff. So inside of billing here, maybe we will put the Stripe test override as one. So test override, because I really don't want to have the Django debug being off. So we'll go ahead and say override, the default being false and Boolean. And then we'll go ahead and say and not Stripe override in there. Okay, so there we go. So back into this production one, we will put that back to being 0 and the Stripe override being 1. And then we'll go ahead and add that in. So added Stripe override, Stripe test override, commit, yes, and sync those changes. Once again, that is not something I want to do in production ever, right? Either one. This value error is far more important, but we still need some practicality here, and having that override is probably better than Django debug, right? Having one single line for the actual payment processor. But even that is something we probably don't want to do either, because we don't want our users to accidentally put real credit cards into the Stripe test, because we don't know if that Stripe test is production level either. I'm sure it is, but there's a chance that it's not. So we definitely want to really consider how we go about doing this going forward. But at least I have a way to run my different tests in here now, and also my different worker processes. So yeah, hopefully that works. Let's go ahead and run it one more time. And there we go. We've got the production worker test. It looks like it worked. Let's take a look. The Stripe subscriptions looks like that's going through. So that override works. And we are now off to the races. It's pretty cool. I really, really like GitHub Actions for a lot of things. This just really kind of scratches the surface, because there's a whole other side of building out the containers. So what I would probably also consider doing, or maybe more likely do, is have another test or another step in here that would actually build out the production container, and then that production container would do the production worker stuff that I use. So this production container down here. But that is getting to a level that we just don't need at this time, because with what GitHub Actions does out of the box, it works really well. But of course, we also probably want to test out that container to make sure that also works really well. So the production worker would probably go based off of that instead of this, which would just mean that we would run these commands down here based off of the container, which is just a Docker, run type of command that would happen inside of there. So that's a little bit more advanced and something that you can look into doing. Now we're going to go ahead and improve the user experience, starting with the landing page. This landing page is not great whether or not they're logged in or logged out. We want to actually improve this quite a bit. So the way we're going to do that is by using Flowbite blocks, and then coming in here into marketing UI. And we'll see how this shakes out in just a moment. The first thing that I want to do, though, is actually want to create a brand new app for this. So we'll do python manage.py start app, and I'm just going to call the app itself landing, because we want it to be very specific to the landing page itself. And so we're going to go ahead and define a brand new view, and we'll call this our landing page view. And it takes in a request, and it will return render, and then the request, of course. And then our templates will do landing, and we'll go ahead and do main.html. And there we go. So that's what we will then render out in our homepage. So on CFE home, I'll go into my URLs here, and we'll bring it in with from landing import views as landing views. And then we'll go ahead and change this to landing views dot landing page view. I'll get rid of these things in here. And now we've got our landing page view. Of course, if we go back in, the template does not exist yet. So let's go ahead and create that template into our templates here. There we go. And what I'll do is I'll actually copy home.html, paste it in here. I'm going to get rid of home.html because I'm not going to use it anymore. And so now I've got main.html in here. I'll get rid of these old things as well. And then the page title, I'll just go ahead and say something like build your SaaS now. Something like that. There we go. So we've got our view. Refresh in here. Blank page. Fantastic. So the next part of this then would be adding in all of the different elements we want our landing page view to have. The very first one is going to be hero.html. So for that, we'll go into Flowbite, go into the blocks, marketing UI, hero sections, and then go ahead and scroll down to the hero section you want to use. In this case, I'm going to use this one right here. We'll show the code. I'll go ahead and copy the code, paste it in here, and then go into main.html. And then we'll just go ahead and include the landing/hero.html. And save that. A refresh on our homepage. Cool. Already looking better. Now, there actually is a button right here. We just can't see it. So that's because of the actual Flowbite classes that are modified in here. As you may recall, there's one, I think primary is the name of it. And so we just want to switch out primary like this for blue. We'll go ahead and replace all of them, save that, and refresh. And there we go. So now we've got basically the same exact color. Next up, what I want to do is go back into my blocks in Flowbite, into Marketing UI. Next up, we'll just do our featured sections. Okay, so next one, we'll just grab this one right here, copy, and in our landing, we'll go ahead and say features.html, paste that in there, and then I'll go ahead and back into my main, grab this, and now do features.html. Save that, or refresh, and what do you know? There's our features. Our homepage is already looking much better. Granted, we would still need to change the actual text in there, but I'll leave that for you for another time. And so the next part is, just going back and forth on what different blocks you might want for your marketing UI, right? So maybe one of them is going to be our social proof in here. We have so much social proof already for this app, but this one is maybe something we could do right now. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this one. We'll look at the HTML. We'll go ahead and copy this, and I'll go ahead and call this proof.html, and we'll paste in here. Okay, so what proof do we actually have? Well, we could do our page views. So I'll just do page views in here, and I'll break this down and this down, and we'll go ahead and get rid of these. Okay, so page views. This will just be page views like that. All right, so back into our actual landing page view here. I want to copy some of the things from our home page. So let's go back into home pages, CFE home views. And so it's really the about view that we had. So let's go ahead and grab the page view stuff. We'll first off import the model, and we'll bring this in. And then we'll come down and grab our page view query set, put this in here. And of course, we also want to add in this page view object here so that it does get counted as well. And then I'll just go ahead and say page view count and set it equal to the qs.count. There we go. So with this in mind, in my features, I'll actually, or rather the proof, we'll go ahead and change this to page view count, and we'll go ahead and save that. Then I'll go ahead and take a look at my project. Let's make sure that we bring in proof on main. So let's go ahead and do that now, and proof, save it, refresh on our home page, scroll down, 59 page views. Not a lot, but it is something. We could probably not say 59 plus because we don't have that just yet. But of course, we can continue to add to this as we see fit. The idea also is with this page view, perhaps you want it to be formatted a little bit differently. So the actual count itself, perhaps we want to reformat that code. And for that, I'll go ahead and do these helpers here, and I'll go ahead and say numbers.py. And I'm just going to go ahead and show you just a simple little function that I created to shorten a number. It's very straightforward. It probably could be improved, but the idea being then coming back into our landing page here, we can do import helpers.numbers and then go ahead and say something like our page views and formatted equals to the helpers.numbers dot short number of the qs.count. And then we can do that formatted in there. And, while we're at it, we can always add a few more. We'll go ahead and say something like social views formatted, right? Which is basically the same exact thing, but I'll go ahead and do my social view count, and we'll paste that in there as well. And so now we've got some numbers in here that we can put in our social proof. Granted, I don't think you should fake social proof, but to just kind of have the actual functionality show up, we'll go ahead and multiply our page views by 100,000, and then our social views, we'll do it by, let's say, 20,000, which of course, let's do 23,000, so it's a little bit different of a number. But overall, we've got basically the same thing going on. So now back into my actual social proof section, I'm going to go ahead and add in another div here. We'll go ahead and paste that, and we'll call this, what do we name it? In our view, we called it social view count. So back into proof, social view count, and social views. And we can just put a plus there as well now, put that back, save it, and we refresh on our SaaS page, scroll down a bit, there we go. So a little bit cooler of a feature as far as what's going on with our social proof. And of course, now you could just go through and update your blocks as you see fit. Now, one of the things you also might want to have is a call to action. So inside of the marketing UI, you can see that there's these CTA or call to action sections for people to sign up, right? And perhaps you want that on your hero image as well, or you just want to bring in some forms and stuff like that. So there's definitely a lot more things that you could do with your SaaS application. The point here isn't so much to build out everything for the landing page, but just to have something in here that you might want. The last real thing that I want to do, though, is actually move this image to being my own image. So back into the hero, what we will see is we've got the image in here somewhere. There it is right there. So this is the image that is currently there. That one I'm going to go ahead and save this image as, and I want to bring it into my project here. So SaaS source, and then into my static files. This time it's going to just be images, and then it's going to be our phone mockup. I'm going to give Flowbite this one, so it's Flowbite phone mockup because it's theirs. It's not ours. Maybe it's not even theirs. I don't know. It says Samsung, so maybe it's not. But the idea being, we're going to go ahead and then do static in here, or rather load static, and then down here we should be able to get that relative image, which of course will be coming from here. We'll go ahead and do static, and then the URL itself, or the path to it, which I'm going to grab the relative path first, and then we'll paste this in, and then I'll just do images/Flowbite. And then let's go ahead and make sure that that's working. Sure enough, it is here. If I inspect the element again, it's coming from my static images. Now we need to fix a slight issue with our CSS as it relates to Tailwind. Tailwind itself will build out a CSS file based off of what you are actually using in your project, the actual classes that you are using. And so this actually presents a little bit of a challenge for our current setup, because I want to go ahead and use a new block from Flowbite. If you go in here, we got this application UI, we go into these application shells. The thing about this is I actually want to use one of these shells in here. And if I were to copy and paste it as is, the styling won't work exactly like we want to. In fact, we saw this with a few different issues with Flowbite itself, which was related to the color of the button. We already did see that a little bit here and there. So the idea from now is you probably want to actually use Flowbite the way it's meant to be used. But I already have a course for that, and that's this Django Tailwind course. It will show you how to integrate Django and Tailwind directly so that it can actually build the correct Tailwind CSS theme file for your particular project. That is something I recommend doing. But in our case right now, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go this route. The reason I'm not going to go this route has everything to do with the fact of how Tailwind is built. It's built with Node.js. And so with Node.js, you get these package.jsons here, and you build out the file. You can watch it while you're doing development. You can then build it and have some sort of output file that you would then use in your project. So obviously I did this off the video, but this brings in node modules, and it brings in a bunch of other dependencies for our project that are outside the scope of this course. So this also presents an issue when we go into deployment, because our Docker file does not have Node.js installed on it, nor do we really want Node.js to be installed here. So in other words, when we actually go into production, we run into a whole nother issue for this particular theme that definitely can be solved. It is certainly solvable, but it's a little bit tricky to get it going. So instead, I just decided to give the theme to you. So if you actually go into the SaaS Foundations repo, you can go into SRC, you can navigate down into our static files here, into theme, into SaaS theme.main.css, and then you can just copy this URL and then go back into our commando for vendor poll, and then come in here. We'll go ahead and paste out this theme actual link, and then I'll just go ahead and do that right there. So this right here will cover you for a short amount of time, whereas this Django course right here, this will cover you for a lot longer, and it goes through everything you need to do to make sure that you can build your own theme file just like this. So with this in mind, I can now run the vendor pull command, so python manage.py vendor pull, hit enter. This, of course, is going to bring in that theme file, which I can then go into my templates, into base, into CSS, and I can actually bring in my SaaS theme.min.css. Instead of Flowbite, just change it to SaaS theme. Save that, and what we want to see now is python manage.py run server. I just want to verify that that is actually available to us in our project. And sure enough, it is. And it should look the same. Nothing should have changed really at this point. But the main thing that will change is maybe some elements are styled now. So maybe these colors are here now where they weren't before. That might be something that did change. But the other part that will change is the fact that I can now use this application shell, which is something that I want to do in the next part, mostly so that I can have this sidebar and a navbar on top for my dashboard. So let's go ahead and see how that's implemented. Now, of course, if you're confused about Tailwind and how it all works, this will show you the process of configuring it on Django, but Tailwind itself is pretty robust. There's a lot to it. That is something that we're not going to be covering in this application. But the idea being that our actual project can just copy and paste from Flowbite much better now by using that theme that I just added into the project. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we can build our dashboard right now. Now let's go ahead and create our dashboard view. So the way we're going to do this is by keeping our Django project running and then go ahead and navigate into the SRC with python manage.py, start app and dashboard. And then of course, we're going to go ahead and bring in our dashboard view. And I'm going to define this as dashboard and view, take in a request, and then we'll return render. And this of course is going to take in the request and then dashboard main.html with an empty context variable here for now. And I'll also bring in from django.contrib.auth.decorators. We're going to import the login required decorator. And there we go. So with this dashboard view, I actually want to bring it into my landing page view. We've already seen something like this before, but the idea being that we can actually now from dashboard.views, we're going to import that dashboard view so that when we actually go to the landing page, if the request.user.is authenticated, then we can return the dashboard view of that request. This is not something I recommend doing very often. The only reason I'm doing it here is because there's not a really good mechanism inside of our URLs to change between what is authenticated and what's not. So realistically, this landing page view, I should say landing dashboard page view. So that is both things, so that we understand that this is both the landing and dashboard page view in here based off of if the user is authenticated. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and bring in that dashboard template now. So inside of templates, let's go ahead and create this in here. And we'll go ahead and run dashboard main.html. And then I'll go ahead and go into Flowbite. I'm going to just copy this HTML for just a moment. We'll save it. And then I want to actually render this out in my project, which I am logged in already. Notice that the Flowbite classes aren't working. Of course they're not. So let's go back into landing, go into main. I'm going to grab the starter of this into our dashboard. We'll go to the very top and paste that in. And then of course we'll put the in-block content at the very end of this all and do something like that. If we save that and then refresh in here, now we're getting closer to what our CSS should look like, but it's not quite right. And the reason for this has to do with that theme. So the theme that you grabbed will look right. The theme that I'm working off of does not look right. And the reason for that is how Tailwind actually manages the CSS. So I paused the video for a second and I went ahead and made some changes happening so that you can see the result of mine. Once I do the changes all of the classes on your this is what it ends up looking like. That will be the CSS. So let me just show you what I mean by the changes. So I can actually show you if you were to set up Node.js and all the Tailwind stuff yourself. Every sort of class in here is corresponding to Tailwind. Now you could have your own custom classes for sure, but the ones that are actually Tailwind classes, Tailwind's going to look for and then build a CSS file based off of that. In other words, if I were to come in here and let's go ahead and change a slight change here. I'm going to change this class to being red. So the background being red, and if I refresh in here, it does not come out to be red. So what I can do then is I can run into my CSS and I can do npm run and then build. This will build a new version of that theme. Then I can go into my git status and I can see that there is a new version of that theme, which I can look at then the differences. And of course it's actually minified, so it's going to be hard to see what the differences are. So instead what I'll do is I'll just do git status and git add -- all, git commit, and I went ahead and changed the SaaS theme. And then I'm going to go ahead and push it, and then I'll go ahead and run my vendor poll. So let's go ahead and cd into src, python manage.py, vendor poll, hit enter. And then of course, with the server still running, if I go back into my theme here, I get this little red color or this pinkish color that's coming through because of that change. So that slight change has effect on the theme. So this is where you might want to learn more about using Tailwind altogether. But in my case, I'm going to go ahead and actually continue down this process of building out the theme itself and then committing the theme, right? So I changed the SaaS theme itself, or git add, and then change SaaS theme, git push, and then cd into src, and then do that vendor poll, which is probably what you ended up doing. And then that way your actual CSS theme has this and it's working already because we are now working based off of the same thing. So that's another reason to actually take this Django Tailwind course and to learn a lot more about Tailwind. This is actually one of the powerful things about Tailwind, even though it does take a little bit more to get everything configured and working correctly. But here on out, we probably won't need to do anything else related to it because we already have the foundation for our dashboard. Now we just need to decouple it to make sure that it's working correctly in our SaaS application. Now we're going to go ahead and decouple our dashboard elements so that they are a little bit more reusable for us. Now the first one I'm going to do is jump into the dashboard here. I'm going to go ahead and create base.html. Now the reason for this is so that I actually have all of the elements I need, and then main.html actually goes based off of dashboard and base.html. Now this is so that other than my dashboard elements, they can all use base and that other navbar and all that, which certainly means that it's going to manage a few extra things potentially, but that's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in my dashboard base, put it in like that, and there we go. So it's basically the exact same thing right now, but the things I want to change are going to be right in here. So the first one is going to be this navbar. So I'm going to go ahead and collapse that and just cut it out into the dashboard. I'll go ahead and do nav.html. Once again, this is very specific to the nav for the dashboard itself. So then inside of main.html, I'll go ahead and keep in this include tab for a moment, and we'll just call it dashboard and main.html. This, of course, will be something we want to move, but I'm going to leave it in for right now because we want to do the sidebar next, which is this aside. So I'll go ahead and cut that out, and then I'll come in here and do my sidebar.html, paste that in, and it's going to be basically the same thing. So we'll grab this and then do our sidebar.html. This main class, I'll go ahead and break this down, and we can see this is the actual element that we want our content to be rendered in. So it's going to be in here itself. So I now have the basis for what I want in terms of my dashboard itself. So I'll go ahead and copy this whole thing right here, and I'll actually leave out main. So I'll copy just the top part for a moment. Then in base.html, we'll go ahead and change it slightly. And then around block content, I'll just close off the div. Okay. So what do I want in here? Well, it comes back to main, and it's going to be this main block here. So I'm going to go ahead and do everything out like that's in the main block. I'll break it all down. And let's go ahead and break every one of these divs down. And so these are the elements I will actually keep in main.html. And then the rest of them I'll delete, except for the main one. I'll go ahead and cut that out. And then go back into base.html and put my messages as well as my block content into this main.html, just like that. Okay, so with that saved, let's go ahead and refresh on our page here. we should basically see the same thing. But of course, maybe there's some issues with it. So let's go ahead and change our base.html here. And then in main.html, let's make sure that we save everything there as well. And then I'll go ahead and refresh in here. And we've got a little bit of an issue, which is this should say nav.html, not main.html. So let's go ahead and try that again and refresh. And now it's actually looking a little bit better. So naturally, what we see here are a bunch of features that we're not going to be building in this entire series, right? So it sort of makes sense that we're not going to be building all these things, but the idea being that they are there. The components are ready for us to be able to use. So the first few components that I want to change is the Navbar. So it works a little bit closer to my actual project. So let's go into the Navbar, and we want to scroll to maybe the very top here. And I've got this button here, which I'm going to use. So that button will be something that's actually very easy to test, and that is we can break down our view here. And so that's this button. That's what's doing that element itself. So what I want to break out is maybe I want to get rid of the Flowbite logo. This is not a Flowbite project. This is a SaaS application. So we want to put our own stuff in there. Naturally, you can put your own image if you want. Next, I want this search bar here to be hidden. So I'm going to go ahead and look for it. It's the form element here. Notice that it is hidden when it's small, which is actually pretty cool. So I can actually come back and there's my form. There it's hidden. So I can actually get rid of this empty block here, which would, of course, hide it. So I do that. Now it's always going to be hidden. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that if there are other things related to the search bar, that I can also hide that as well. So let me go ahead and refresh in here, and I'll break it down. At some point, I see this button here for this search bar. So I'll go ahead and inspect this element here. And if we look at the elements, let me just bring this up a little bit. We're inspecting this element. Here is that button. Once again, I'll inspect it. And here is that button right there. It's the very first one. It says drawer navigation. And so this is a really good chance that this is the same as this button right here. So I'll go ahead and say that it is hidden. Notice that it says it's hidden on the large one. So if I refresh in here, once again, hidden. So I can do the same concept with each next button, right? So we can just keep going through it and finding all of the buttons that should be hidden at this point. Now, certainly you are going to want to change this at some point. So we've got the drop-down menu. We've got our apps button here as well. It's nice that all of these things are written here and they're easily available for us at any time. The drop-down menus will be hidden until we actually select them with the related button, of course. The final one is going to be our user menu here, which is actually something I want. So if I were to refresh on my page, I should be able to see that that user menu is in there. Now, this image is not relevant to our user, so we want to get rid of that image. And what do you know? Here it is right here. I'm just going to go ahead and say hidden for now, because maybe you want to bring it in at some point. But instead, what I'll do is I'll bring in the request.user.username and the 0th element here, as in just the H or whatever. If we scroll in, we can see that it says H in there. And it's quite literally the same as what we've seen before. So the class itself, we might need to change. Perhaps we add in text white here so we can actually see that element there. And then maybe we add in px of 4 and then py of 2, just so that it looks like a little bit thicker of a button. And then maybe we get rid of the roundedness of it all, so it's not quite as, like an image. Maybe it's like this or just slightly rounded. But those are things that you can play around with Tailwind. And of course, if you do play around with it too much and things aren't rendering, then make sure that you're building out your own theme and working based off of that. So next thing up, now that I've got this user here, I can click on it. And obviously, I've got a bunch of things in here that I just never set up in our case. But of course, account setting might be something I can actually do. So let's go ahead and start off with this right here. I'm going to change it from the user's first name to just request.user.username. And then maybe our email in there as well, if that is something you want to put in. Next up, we're going to go ahead and just hide out my profile. That's not something I have just yet. This one right here, we'll call this billing settings or something like that. This href should go into our billing. So if I go into URLs for our billing stuff, let's go ahead and do account billing. There it is right there for our user subscription. So let's go ahead and add that one in. and URL of that user subscription. Save that. Refresh it here now. I can go to billing settings. There we go. Pretty good. Next up, maybe we want to add in one for pricing. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll just call it pricing or membership pricing or something along those lines. What's the URL for it? And did we give it a name? We did, which is just simply pricing. So back into that template, we are going to change that one to pricing. We're refreshing here. Pricing makes sense. Then the billing settings, this should be in the dashboard itself. So let's go ahead and change that while we're at it. So into our billing settings, which would be in subscriptions, and then user detail view. This should be dashboard based now. Save that, refresh. There we go. That looks so much better. Now the button classes, we don't actually have any on there, so maybe we want to look that up. I'll let you do that at this point. Cancel membership. This probably could stay as this same SaaS application itself. Okay, so something else to think about. Great. So now we've got billing settings in there. We've got our pricing. The next thing is probably likes collection. All this stuff we don't need. And then our sign out. So back into Nav, we're going to go into this UL class here. And I'll just go ahead and say it's hidden. We don't need this. So it's something like not in use. To come back at some point maybe. Then, of course, our sign out, which is going to be the same as what we have on our other Navbar. So let's go ahead and grab whatever that is, which, of course, is this URL right here. And I'll bring that in. I didn't call it sign out there. I called it log out, I believe. So Navbar. Yep. So let's keep consistent with that. Great. Now I can go into log out. Naturally, the downside of where this current thing is we've got these other buttons that we may or may not want to use. And so what I actually want in my main Navbar is if the user is authenticated, we want to add in one other element, which is the dashboard itself. So I'll go ahead and grab this, and right next to logout, perhaps, we put in dashboard, which is just simply going home, right? So that's what it's going to do. So we refresh, there's our dashboard now, and I can go back to where that is so that whenever I need to, I can come in. And so the other thing is maybe I also don't want contact and pricing on there unless I'm actually not logged in. So I'm going to go ahead and move all of those things to just the logged out user. So once again, refresh here, go to log out. There we go. That looks a little bit better. We click on dashboard, and now we've got some of the navigation going pretty well. So of course, the next thing would be to do everything with the sidebar. But I'm going to leave that to you. You're going to go ahead and play around with it as you see fit. And of course, I'm leaving out a bunch of things because this is a SaaS foundational course so that you have everything in place as much as possible without going into all the little nitty-gritty features that you might want for your project. But now that we've got these things decoupled and with some of the navigation in place, we have a much better ability to start using out our project here. There's one thing that I do want to change, which is the first URL on my Navbar here. Let's go ahead and make sure that that takes us to our homepage as well. And so there we go. We click on that. And if I log out, I can log out. And sure enough, there's our SaaS. There's all that stuff. We go ahead and log back in again. And there's our SaaS application and our actual Navbar and all that. Pretty cool. So that is going to be our decoupled dashboard. Now is a good time to take some time on how you want to think about all of these different elements in your application. Authentication, this is something I would probably remove from the sidebar altogether. Messages, are you really going to handle messages in your application? Maybe. But the point here is we have the foundational dashboard in place, which is pretty nice. Thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you got a lot out of this. Going forward, what we want to do is continue to improve this SaaS application. This is meant to be a foundation that we can build off of and create a lot more courses around so you can see, well, basically have something with billing already in place, with user permissions already in place, so that we can see where we can take it from here. That might mean improving the front end and changing it out for something like Next or React, or just using something as effective and powerful as HTMX. The goal here is to have something that we can build off of to build an actual functioning SaaS application where we can start charging users, building out customers, and launching that startup you've been dreaming about. So if you have ideas for what we should be building on top of this, please let me know in the description, because there's just so many different ways on how we can take it. And of course, that is something I want to do. So be sure to follow along at my YouTube channel on cfe.sh/YouTube, or of course on my website on cfe.sh/courses. Thanks again for watching. My name is Justin Mitchell. Look forward to seeing you in the next one.